all those 49ers at the game last night as Johnny and Papa get settled. I believe connection's been made with G-Pop. Is that right?
Papa.
Greg, how about
morning,
that Niner invasion of Chase Center last night, huh? How about that?
I saw. I remember them going to a game last year with Jimmy sitting courtside against San Antonio, so it was good to have the boys out. And Steph made a big three and gave a little shout-out to Deebo Samuel.
Somebody pointed out
cool.
that Jimmy achieved something that last night they did not. Was that
all the cheerleaders went to him? Yeah, I remember.
Are we
that.
surprised? No.
I remember that.
Oh, man. And Kittle brought Ross Dwelly. Is that right? Was that who it was?
I saw Ross Dwelly there from Sacramento.
Yes.
Very good. We're going to have Bob Melvin open the show at 10 o'clock.
I mean,
right out of the gates with Bo Mel.
I mean,
Ross was a really good high school baseball player up in the Sacramento area. He was a good first baseman. Got great hands. Unfortunately, he had to go on IR. So he's not going to be able to play in the Super Bowl. He didn't play in any of the playoff games, so they shut Ross Dwelly down, which is unfortunate. Yeah, it was tight end U there last night. Kittle walking in fashionably late. He barely made the end of the first quarter, didn't he? He was probably getting a cocktail.
That's how you get more cameras on you when you show up late like that, right?
And you get more cocktails in.
Yeah, he did. Actually, did you see him? He had a cocktail and had a long conversation with a ref. Did you see that?
I did.
There was footage of him. I don't know who the official was.
He was doing it for Draymond. Because Draymond was a good boy last night.
Oh, my God.
Draymond was great.
Why did the Sixers play Joel Embiid?
Was it to get
I don't think it had
award?
anything. They were saying, Chris Haynes said he didn't care about it. He's not going to get there. And it had nothing to do with the injuries. But when you screw with basketball gods and karma, when Kuminga fell on him, wow.
Yeah.
That knee went the wrong direction. He hyperextended it. But that was the bad Joel Embiid. I love that guy. He's the closest thing to Hakeem Olajuwon I've ever seen. And I'm not going to say he's better, but, man, he's averaging 36 a game.
Well, Hakeem couldn't shoot outside like that.
He was hell, he couldn't. Olajuwon couldn't shoot like that?
No, not
the dream shake.
From
he
outside
just
of
didn't.
about 12, 15 feet?
He just didn't. If there was a three-point line, the dream would have stepped out.
Dude, if you're telling me Hakeem could have shot the three, I'm going to have to open my
Without
brain
a doubt, he could have. Without a doubt, he could have shot.
Okay.
It was like my childhood hero growing
up
up in Buffalo was Bob McAdoo.
Yeah.
So I always said, I said, Kevin Durant's the closest thing to you I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I couldn't shoot the three. I said, you don't think you could have learned to shoot the three if you grew up around that line? Bob McAdoo was one of the best to be, maybe the best outside shooting big man. He would have easily made it. Hakeem Olajuwon, of course he could have learned to shoot that shot. You know, when he came into the league, he was rough. He couldn't shoot at all. I saw him at Houston and Phi Slamma Jamma and those guys. And he was rough, but he'd hit that dream shake. He had amazing dexterity.
You're talking to I'm a huge Hakeem fan. I just drew the line at the outside shot. That's all.
No, they didn't have the line. I mean, it wasn't part of the game. He didn't want Hakeem Olajuwon taking it out. He broke the rules by taking the fade in the baseline, the dream shake. No one was allowed to take that shot because if you miss it, you don't have any balance getting back defensively in transition.
So they had the line. He came in the league in 85.
I know, but they didn't shoot it, Murphy.
I know.
You're not going to have a center.
His most, read this? I got the numbers up here. 93-94. He took 19 and he made 8.
There you go.
There you go.
47.1%.
42%, baby.
Or 42.7.
All right, good stuff.
I'm getting ready for Bob Melvin. What was his batting average? Did Bob play football in high school?
Tomorrow's February 1st. Ask Bob where his team is. All right? Tomorrow's February 1st.
What do you mean?
All right. Well, it's been a little quiet.
When's the first game? When are they on our air for the first time?
The Robbie Ray quote. Couple of bats.
We need a couple of. Why don't you sit it on the interview, Murph? It'll be like his introductory press conference.
I'm out of here. Monty Pool.
Brian Murphy, KNBR. How are you going to improve your team, Bo Mel? Why'd you take this job?
Monty Pool takes the mic with these guys at 11:30. And young Tony, Kyle, thank you. Marcus, see you tomorrow. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I mean, obviously, being here, you love to see the Niners get it done. I do love Mahomes and Kelsey. In my household, it's just a win-win kind of vibe.
Man, get the
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself. Prepare yourselves.
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
For Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The Sports Leader.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Bob Melvin's going to join us momentarily. We'll get into a little Giants, which we have not talked about because there's been so many storylines around, of course. The 49ers were at Chase Centers, we just talked about. Steph and the boys get it done. Jonathan Kuminga continues to stay hot. Your guy, Andrew Wiggins, very good again, but big storyline. All those Niners and Joe Lacob taking care of them. They got the custom jerseys, all that kind of stuff. We got a ton to get to today, but any minute now, the skipper of your San Francisco Giants, and they're in Napa this weekend. I might go up to that. You want to do a fan fest in Napa? I might be down with that.
Are we doing the one? They are going to have one at Oracle Park in March. Are we involved in that one? Are we going to be involved in this caravan at all this offseason?
I have no idea.
I could go to Napa.
I could go to Napa. I'd have no problem.
What time are they doing that? The Niners are practicing on Saturday, so.
Yeah, you're out.
Yeah,
but that's, I'd be all right with that one.
We haven't talked to Bo Mel since his first press conference. Had him on right after, and of course the coaching staff came into being after that, and Brian Price and Garvin Alston from Sacramento we know well, Ryan Christensen, Mark Hallberg goes over to first base, and Pat the Bat, and the upgrades or non-upgrades they made in the pitching staff, and you got to wonder with Matt Chapman still out there and how close Bo Mel is to the former A and Blue Jay in limbo, third baseman, shortstop. He can play the left side of the infield. He's so good. You got to wonder where that's going to go because, as Murph said, this is the final day of January. And I wonder when Bo Mel's going to go. We'll ask him. But right after this weekend, John, typically right after the Super Bowl is when they start thinking about going down there. And I think they got a report right after, like right around Valentine's Day, pitchers and catchers. So it's go time almost.
Yeah. All right, so we'll talk to Bob Melvin momentarily. And again, this weekend in Napa, Michael Conforto is going to be there, J.D. Davis, Tyro Estrada, Mark Hallberg, Bob Melvin, Matt Williams. That is coming up from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Napa Yard, Oxbow Gardens. Is that near the Oxbow Market? Because I do love the Oxbow Market. Oxbow Market, especially the bakery right there. I don't know if they're an advertiser, so I can't give them.
I believe Bob Melvin is there. You can ask him.
Yeah, he is there. 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Napa this weekend. And the manager of your San Francisco Giants, our good friend Bob Melvin, joins us, courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm good. How about you guys?
Yeah, we're good. We haven't talked to you since I think you were bombarded during the hiring and all the media was all around. So you got a little break there. That's nice.
I did. That's what the off season's all about, right? Get a little break and recharge. And even though we've had a lot going on this off season, but it's the home stretch now. So when you're talking about FanFest and stuff like that, you're segue into spring training.
Yeah, well, right when we had you on at the end of your first press conference, you kind of hinted that you would bring Matt Williams back home and he will be your third base coach. But if you would, Bob, just talk about your whole staff. Brian Price, who we had on the air, what an engaging guy he is, and you know him well in a couple of spots, and a Bay Area guy. Garvin Alston and Ryan Christensen being your bench coach. And what's really interesting is Pat the Bat is the hitting coach.
Yeah, you're very interesting, and he's very motivated. And, at this point in time of his career, star players like him go down and work in the lower levels in the minor leagues. And that's just sometimes that's hard to get guys to be able to do that. But understands the entire organization, knows some of these kids coming up, obviously. But we felt like as far as the staff went, that it went about as well as we could expect. I had to bring some guys in that are important to me, and Matt Williams, obviously one of them. I'm still kind of riding his coattails here in San Francisco, which is a nice thing to do. And then also bring back the guys that, continuity within the organization is very important. Whether it's JP and Justin Veal and Petey Guerrero and, guys like that. Hallberg, the best guys in the organization that remain, and then you're able to promote some from within, which is really important. I learned that with Oakland. The guys in development have to know that there's a way to get to the big leagues, that, every time a manager makes a hire, you go outside the organization, and with Garvin and Pat, it was huge to be able to promote those guys. And I've worked with Garvin before in Oakland, and Pat is Pat, and man, I've gotten to know him pretty well. And So we felt like the staff kind of came together about as well as we could expect.
It's great to be joined by Bob Melvin, the skipper of the Giants. And as he said, tomorrow's February 1st. They're only a couple of weeks from pitchers and catchers reporting. And again, on Saturday, tour stop number 3 on the FanFest tour is in Napa from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Napa Yard, Oxbow Gardens. So make sure that you come hang out and get ready for a Giants season. Since we last talked to you, after all the press conference and everything, it's been a while. How much do you feel like you've learned about the organization, learned about the players? Do you feel like you have your arms around everything at this point?
I do. There's a lot to learn, and there are a lot of people to learn from in organizations nowadays, and just getting to know the people and, the front offices and player development and all that. We had a meeting at Papago, which, by the way, talk about minor league facilities, that's about as good as you get over there. And we were able to get together as a staff, all our coaches, and so that was important too. So I think checking all the boxes, talk to all the players, but really until you get on the field in uniform with guys, you really that's when it kind of all comes together at a much faster pace. So a little anxiety in the fact that you really don't know everybody in the organization yet. You do the best you can, but once you get on the field in that uniform, man, it starts to feel a lot better.
And then you got some guys that are new to the organization, and you obviously know Jordan Hicks from his time in San Diego. Bob, but just give me your thoughts on changing him from one of the hardest throwers in all of baseball. I mean, the guy's beyond a hard thrower, 105 and consistently at 100 as a short reliever, to make him a starter. How is that going to work for him in spring training?
Well, first of all, there was a need for it. 2, he was very motivated, and I think that's one of the reasons maybe we got a deal done, and we're giving him the opportunity to start, which is something that's important to him at this point in time. So, look, we're going to take it. It's going to be inning outing 2. Hopefully, we can get him up to around 5 innings before we leave. So once you get to the season, you're built up pretty good, somewhere towards 100 pitches. But I think it's the process along the way. Kind of, I don't know how you pace yourself when you throw 105, but if you can bring it down a notch to 100 or in the upper 90s, and, he's developed a really good sinker, and he gets ground balls too. Something that we'll really try to impress upon him is, look, you can't strike somebody out until 2 strikes. And if you want to keep your pitch counts down, that 100-mile-an-hour sinker works pretty well too. And he gets a lot of ground balls. So it's just kind of, that's what spring training's for, getting those outings under his belt, getting the pitch count up, and kind of pitching and realizing, hey, I'm a starter right now, so I can get some early count outs if would be beneficial too.
Bob Melvin joining us, manager of the Giants. Napa is the next stop on the FanFest tour. It's coming up on Saturday. Since we're on new players, Robbie Ray, you get him for the Mariners. Jung Ho Lee, we don't know a lot about him, but he seems like a really fun guy. Just your thoughts on moves that the Giants made in the offseason.
Yeah, a lot's made that we haven't done a ton, but we actually kind of have. I know Robbie's going to be a little bit, before he comes back, and Jordan was a big sign for us. Obviously, Jung Hoo is a huge sign for us, and so we're really not done yet either. So, all these guys are going to be instrumental, and it gives us a little bit of time too to early in the season look at some of our younger starters before both Cobb and Ray come back, who are going to be huge for us. So yeah, I mean, it may be a little under the radar, some of these moves, but we feel really good about them.
How much have you met and huddled with Kyle Harrison? I know Brian Price, your pitching coach, met recently in a coffee with him. They visited about an hour to talk philosophies, and he did pitch against you a couple of times. I remember that Saturday night game in San Diego, and then he had one late in the year at home against you guys. Just your thoughts on what you saw from Kyle last year, Bo Melvin, what you want to see from him in spring training.
Yeah, I've talked to him a few times and saw him at the complex one day. I think this year is just about, he knows he's starting with us. He knows our we need him to be a starter. We want him to. It's kind of his time now. So I think he's really excited and motivated by that. And then we get into spring training and just kind of go from, obviously the heater's going to always play for him. The innings are going to go up this year in a perfect world, and the pitch counts are going to go up in a perfect world, but we have to be cognizant of that, or especially early in the season with young starters. So look, I mean, I've read and heard about this guy, when I was with the A's and got a chance to see him firsthand last year in San Diego. you have some good games, you have some bad games, and you go from there. But the ceiling for this kid is as high as anybody in our organization, and probably one of the top left-handed starting pitchers as far as prospects going all of baseball. So he's an exciting guy for us. We're really excited about seeing a full year's work out of him, and no uncertainty about where Kyle Harrison's going to be starting in spring training and what we envision for him come opening day.
Bob, some of the young guys, obviously, everybody, as you point out, they want to sign the veterans, they want to sign the big names, but I would imagine that the organization feels like in guys like Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt and Luis Matos and other guys who made their major league debut last year, that there are going to be jumps from year 1 to year 2. So let's specifically, with your background, a guy like Patrick Bailey, who was so great, especially defensively, what kind of jump can he make from year 1 to year 2?
Well, he had a pretty good year 1. Now he got a little run down toward the end of this year. The end of the year, his workload was probably pretty extreme for him over, being his first year in the big league too. But we also have Murph now too behind the plate to give him a little spell, and Murphy hits left-handed pitching really well too, and an experienced backup catcher for him to learn from as well. And I'm a catching guy, so my catching guys are always really important to me. But yeah, never kind of just, hey, I had a good year, expect it. You always got to drive. You got to learn your staff again, the new guys. Veteran pitchers, younger pitchers. There's a lot thrown at a catcher, so there's plenty for him to chew on coming into spring training, believe me.
And you guys did sign a new catcher in the offseason, getting Tom Murphy. How do you anticipate divvying up the assignments, the starts behind the plate? Patrick Bailey was really good, and then they just played him every single day, and he noticeably fatigued at the end of the year, Bob. He started to get a little slower with the bat. He didn't finish as strong. So just in theory going into the year, how do you look at the combo of Bailey and Murphy?
Well, to start out, Murph's done a really good job against left-handed pitching in his career. So, with Bailey being a switch hitter, allows us to try to get our best matchups all the time. And, we'll see how he goes from the very beginning. Like you said, he did get run down and admitted it toward the end of the year. So we feel like we have a really good complement for him. So if he's playing 2 out of 3, something like that, or, depending on matchup, so we don't have to run him out there every day and look at 140 game workload. And, it creates also some depth in our organization still with Blake Sable and, so, Joey Bart, we have some depth in that position, which you always need in the catcher's position because you're always one pitch or foul tip away from needing somebody else.
Bob Melvin's joining us again. They're going to be in Napa on Saturday. Bob's going to be a part of a group, and that, again, starts 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Napa Yard, Oxbow Gardens, as they continue on with the tour. What's left to do? I know that, and I don't want to get you in trouble with anything, so you answer however you need to, but Matt Chapman's name keeps coming out there, and I don't know if it's a Scott Boras thing and this thing, but, there's still guys like Bellinger and Snell, and there's so many big names out there that still haven't signed, and yet here we are just a couple of weeks away from pitchers and catchers reporting. So what do the Giants still need to do, do you think?
Well, with Scott, sometimes it takes a little while, and the fact that he has basically all the cards at this point with the highest profile guys still out there. You'd hate to think it goes into spring training, but it has before. And Scott's pretty good about getting the best deal for his guys. So we're still looking at, all of those guys basically to see if we can sign one of them. So, as we sit here right now, we do have some depth in these positions with Lee coming in now and in our infield, we have a ton of infielders too. So we can withstand not signing one of them, but certainly trying to, so to speak, at this point in time, but we'll see how it plays out.
So as John mentioned, you are going to be in Napa at the Giants KNBR FanFest Tour on Saturday. So what happens after that? When do you go down to spring training? Where are you watching the Super Bowl, Bill Miles? What I want to know.
And I haven't figured that one out yet, but I'm happy to be going to Napa, to tell you the truth. And we'll see if I actually
You're just going to stay there? Just stay there.
It could be for a night or so, just to, shoot, when in Rome, you got to, I've been to Napa before, so.
Especially for grapes.
I'm sure you have.
Yeah, I heard that they do have some pretty good grapes there. So we'll see how that goes. Pretty good restaurants, too, similar to the Bay Area, so I have some pretty good options this weekend. But as far as the Super Bowl goes, I'll probably be back in Arizona because that's on the 11th, and basically we're going to get going on the 13th, I think, are physicals, and then we're on the field the next day. So I'll be in Arizona for the game.
All right. We know you're a big Bay Area sports fan, so you're pulling for the 49ers, right?
Well, yeah, so here's my issue.
Mm-hmm.
My cousin, Tom Melvin's the tight end coach for the Chiefs, and I've known Andy Reid forever, too. Yeah. And all the way back to Tom was with him at San Francisco State when Andy started, and has been with him the entire time all the way till now. Tom's got a pretty high-profile player in Travis Kelce, too.
He ain't bad.
That's the drama as far as that goes. So, look, I'm a huge 49er fan, but I also have some blood on the other side. So I'm not making any predictions.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
No way you show up at the game? I mean, you got to show up and support Tom, right?
Yeah, I've been. You know what? I usually hit a practice or two. Last year they were in Arizona, so I went to the practices. Those games can be a little much. I'd rather get the replays and everything on TV. To tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. It is always our pleasure. Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy Napa. It's going to be a fun one, and we'll see you down at spring training.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
You.
Thank you, brother.
That is the great Bob Melvin. And again, 10-1 in Napa. Michael Conforto will be there. J.D. Davis, Tyro Estrada, Mark Hallberg, Bob Melvin, Matt Williams. And it's Napa Yard Oxbow Gardens. So make sure you check it out. That is 585 First Street in Napa. So 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. All of those guys that I just said are going to be there. So make sure you're there. And like you said, look, I love the old FanFest at Oracle Park. But if you're going to go to one, drinking some Ripple up in Napa is probably not a bad idea. So join Bob. Is he?
Without a doubt. And they got one coming to Oracle Park Saturday, March the 9th. Maybe we'll show up at that one, John.
And that one's 10-3 at Oracle Park. Yeah, I was going to ask him, but then we got into Super Bowl talk. I wonder if he's, Bochy openly was like, yeah, I love the wine. I don't know what Bob's
I think he made that very clear in a more subtle way than Coach. We got to get these grapes crushed.
You had Gabe Kapler with the whiskey cart that I wanted to steal some fine whiskey off of. You had Bochy, which, like you said, wine. And I guess Bob's more of a wine guy. I probably should have been specific and asked him that one, but we had other stuff to do.
So his cousin, Tom Melvin, was a hell of a coach. And I remember we were talking to Mitch Holthus about Andy, and Andy's been everywhere for so many. He's got very few stops on his resume. He just stays there. But Andy's very proud of starting his coaching career at San Francisco State, and a great assistant on that staff way back in the mid-'80s was Bo Mel's cousin, Tom Melvin, and then he brought him to Philadelphia and a couple of different spots there, and he's been with Andy since the beginning in Kansas City. So we have a Tomel on the sideline.
Nobody wants to say anything. But Steph Curry was towing the line. Montana last time the Chiefs played the Niners, he wouldn't commit to one side. What's with these people? Let's go. Niners.
What does Steph have to say? Is he still a Panther fan?
No, yeah, but then he said that he's got, remember he did the golf thing with Kelsey and Mahomes?
Oh, stop.
So he's like, I don't know. And it's like, come on, man. Are you kidding me? All the Niners came to the game. You tell Trent Williams you're not sure.
If you make the playoffs this year, they'll show up and boo your ass. Are they going to make the playoffs? Nice win last night.
Yeah, you go to 71, which that was a big Warriors jersey. You go to 71 in the Warriors jersey courtside and tell that dude you're rooting for the Chiefs or you're not sure.
How about Trent setting a screen? Who would set a better screen, Andrew Bogut or Trent Williams?
Ooh, that's a good one. All right, that was great. Being joined by Bob Melvin out of the gate. If you missed any of that, great conversation. We will recap it for you. You can go to KNBR.com. We'll simply have it up there soon, but a lot to get to today. A little bit more on the Lions, a lot on the Chiefs as we start to get down that road as well, plus a ton with the Warriors beating the Sixers last night. We'll get into all of it coming up next. It's Bob and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL Films producer Greg Coselli joined Tolbert and Copes to review the tape of the NFC Championship, that podcast, and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Good morning, Greg Papa here. Something about Sunday and playoff football. You take a morning walk to the store for burgers and beers. You tidy up the house to make room for 10 fellow football fans. And your biggest Sunday chore is loading a case of Bud Light into the fridge. Or if you get ready for a full day with the quote-unquote family, which is anyone wearing the same team colors as you, the hard work pays off because nothing is as easy to enjoy as a Sunday full of football and beer. And what beer would that be? Bud Light. It's easy to get excited for game day because when you've got your beers and your buddies or your family, nothing is hard until the other team scores. So enjoy your Bud Light throughout the NFL playoffs with Bud Light. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. We took Bob Melvin along, which was great, actually. We learned a lot of stuff, so we'll get that to you. If you missed it, just go to knbr.com. We will start the show as we always do. Coming up next, we'll get into a lot of Niners discussion, both a little bit more on the Lions, plus the Chiefs, and a lot of things going on. Plus the Warriors last night talking a lot of 49ers, including Draymond Green defending Brock Purdy, Steph Curry on his Super Bowl pick. We'll play that for you coming up next as well. We'll get to all of it coming up next on a Wednesday. It's Hump Day with Pop and Lundell here on the Sports Leader. It's always great to catch up with our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He's going to take care of your tax problems in 2024, including one of the biggest ones. Steve, what do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us and let us handle it for you. This is such a widespread problem. People from all walks of life have it, but don't make the mistake of sticking your head in the sand and letting one of these new IRS agents come in, ruin your business, go into your customers, ruin your marriage, your life. There's better ways. I know you feel like you got pushed off a pier and you're drowning, all that water over your head. Let us take care of you. There's a lot of good solutions, like an offer and compromise. We just pay part and they forgive the rest, or get the penalties forgiven. And sometimes the penalties plus the interest are more than the tax. Or have them leave you alone for a while in the hardship deferral, where maybe you just lost your job, or the business had some problems, or somebody in the family got sick, or some other reason, or have the penalties forgiven, or make monthly payments, or some combination or something else. The bottom line is, we want to do everything for you. We want to go to the government for you so you don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We want to do the whole job. And then you can sit back, enjoy your life, and enjoy this upcoming Super Bowl without biting your fingernails to the elbow, worried about what the IRS is going to do to you.
Steve has got the answers. If you can't pay your taxes, that is a tough deal, but Steve has the answers to your problems. 888-TAX-SEAL. Do it today. You feel better. 888-TAX-SEAL. Like you said, then you can watch the Super Bowl and you can be relaxed, and it'll be really nice. Eat your nachos, everything else. 888-TAX-SEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's your Super Bowl prediction?
I mean, obviously, being here, you love to see the Niners get it done. I do love Mahomes and Kelsey. We got to play golf with them this summer. I see them in Tahoe every year, so we have a pretty good relationship. In my household, it's just a win-win kind of vibe, but obviously, the hometown team. How long has it been since they won? 95. You love to see that.
Wow, was that a shot?
No,
Was that a shot?
that was like the most
29 years ago, brother. They got 5. How many you got, Steph?
That's like the most politically correct answer. I love Kelsey. I love Mahomes. I play golf with him. But, it's a hometown team. It's like, what?
No,
answer the question.
No, he wants the Niners.
I hope so.
That's Steph. He wants everybody to love him.
Yeah,
We all
of course.
do.
That's smart. He's like Jordan.
I do remember Mahomes and Kelsey in the upset of the summer going to Vegas.
Yeah, I'd be mad at those
guys. The Super
guys.
Bowl's going to be, and they won. And we knew Mahomes could play a little bit. He's got a little pitch and putt in his backyard in Kansas City. But Kelsey played great. Clay gripped a little bit.
Yeah,
but
not
he was
so
all
much.
right. He was in. Draymond was on the course. So, in any event, it was just great to have the Niners there. And thank you to the Warriors. Wow, what a rollout they had, where they gave every single player, and there were so many. Who wasn't there last night? Their own custom Warrior jersey, and then giving them those seats, and then acknowledging them on the scoreboard. I mean, that truly is amazing. Truly amazing. Great night. Bay Area Unite. I remember when I first got here doing Warrior games in the 80s, and Ronnie Lott came to so many of our games. Jerry Rice would come a lot. Ronnie sat right across from us with Tony Salvador in those seats right at midcourt. So great to have everybody there last night, and they'll take a little today and then get back to work on tomorrow. They're back on the field tomorrow.
All right, Monty Pool at 11:30. Just had Bob Melvin on. Monty Pool is going to join us in an hour. We'll talk some more. He's got a lot to talk about there. Ask Pop at 11:50. We'll open everything up. Matt Barrows has 10 details about the 49ers Super Bowl week in Vegas. He's going to join us at 12:30. Foreplay at 1 o'clock, so that's what's on your agenda today. I was just curious about this because just like you, I've got a bunch of people that they're hitting you up and they're talking about tickets and all these kind of things. So I looked up a couple of things in regards to Vegas. Now, I don't know what people are going to do, and you and I have discussed this before, that if you don't go to the Super Bowl, a lot of my friends, and I know a lot of your friends, they go to Vegas. So it's going to be crazy. But I did talk to a ticket broker friend of mine who said that tickets this year for this Super Bowl, because it's in Vegas, are in such high demand, they're up 70% year over year. 70% year over year. The cheapest ticket as of right now is $9,000, and that's a nosebleeder. The average ticket to get into Allegiant Stadium is $11,000. And the thing that amazes me, at least, is I went back to that Tony Romo. Remember Tony Romo fantasy football thing, and they said that he couldn't do that. That was 2015. So the opening paragraph to that piece, this is 2015, a Las Vegas fantasy football event organized by Tony Romo and slated to feature numerous NFL stars, was canceled Monday after the league warned the players who took part they could be fined or suspended, blah, 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 blah. So this is 2015. 8 years later, we have a Super Bowl that is the most in-demand ticket in the history of the league. How about that?
Well, until next year's game, it'll keep going up until they come to Levi's. I mean, is it?
Well, what they're saying is because it's Vegas.
Yeah,
because it's Vegas, that's why it's up 70%.
And you don't think it'll be up more next year?
I don't think so. I think it's a Vegas. I think this is a Vegas thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever gone down in the history of the Super Bowl. But in any event, and it's a glamour matchup, obviously, with Mahomes. Right after Brady, and Brady beat him for his last Super Bowl. It's a glamour matchup, and the Taylor Swift component coming back from Tokyo, and this is going to be one of the highest-rated Super Bowls of all time. And then you could have Tony Romo himself will be in the booth and for the CBS broadcast doing the game with Jim Nantz. And it's just it's still amazing to me that the NFL and all the sports leagues have embraced Vegas the way they have. But times have changed. I mean, I remember when, Tim Donaghy, the rogue official in the NBA, and David Stern's NBA wanted nothing to do with Vegas. There will be a team in Vegas. They are going to get a team there. It is going to be expansion there. The A's are one step, to going there. And obviously the Golden Knights flipped everything there, and the Raiders going there was just amazing. Just never thought they would handle it all, and it's right on the strip there. And, I mean, it just, all the players. Willie Mays got kicked out of baseball, he and Mickey Mantle, for just being front guys in a Vegas casino. Bowie Kuhn kicked him out one year. Alex Karras, Paul Hornung, when the Chiefs won their first Super Bowl, Super Bowl IV, there was a major cloud over Lenny Dawson and gambling allegations with Lenny. So, I mean, all these years later, and the Super Bowl is going to be played there, but it's a different world, obviously. You don't have to go to Nevada or Vegas or Atlantic City or Tahoe or wherever to make a bet. But I don't know how this Super Bowl is going to go, John. Just bringing in, and the Niners are going to be on lockdown, and so is Kansas City. They're going to be out in Hendo, and they're really not going to be around. They'll come in for some things, but it's the other NFL players that come in and go right to, and we used to call it Radio Row, but it's not Radio Row anymore because the podcasters have taken over. It's more, what do they call it now? Media Row, whatever.
Yeah, it's Media Row.
Media Row, whatever it is. So, I mean, they're going to come down and be around, and NFL players are not supposed to go into sports books. How are they going to avoid that? Who's going to be caught in there and doesn't know? So I wonder if their teams are sending out memos about everything. I know they got to sign all kinds of waivers on, reselling tickets and all that. But the Super Bowl is just always big, big, big every single year. And if when the game was for the first 57 Super Bowls, none of them were in Las Vegas. I venture to guess maybe more people went to Vegas on Super Sunday than even to the venue of the game. I know people that have been doing it for years. And now that you put it together, it's the ultimate, synchronicity or overdose to have a game actually in Las Vegas. I mean, there's going to be a lot of stories, John, where unfortunately for this Super Bowl, what happens in Vegas won't always stay in Vegas because you got video and will there be a lot of NFL players or other sports figures that get in trouble while they're there for the weekend?
Yeah. It's sad in a way. Look, this is just business and it's the way things evolve. But when you think about ticket prices like that, so you're a Niners fan, and I know there's a lot of money in the Bay Area, but even if you do have that kind of money, I mean, basically this has turned into a corporate event. This has turned into maybe some fans. I mean, even Joe Sixpack can't even sit at the highest levels. I mean, we're talking about the worst ticket in the house being $9,000. And look, everything evolves. If you want to go to the game, it's probably out of reach for 99% of the population.
Well, you can't even get your hands on the ticket. And I mean, honestly, it's been like this for how many years? 25 years? When was the last time an average ticket price for a Super Bowl was in the hundreds and not the thousands?
Right.
If you're going back 30 years, 20 years? Because I would give my brother tickets every single year, and he would just pay whatever it was. And I mean, it got to a figure like, you really want these tickets? And he would buy them every year. It's just absurd. And that's even going through teams. I mean, it just goes up and up and up. And it's just what it is. No, and the Super Bowl is a very different event. I don't even know how many Niner tickets are allocated to each team. It's a corporate event. I remember being at many Super Bowls watching, the epic one in Arizona, the David Tyree helmet one.
Right.
Me and Nick went that day. And sometimes you're sitting there and you're like, really? This is Championship Sunday and the environment in Baltimore, even though they didn't play well and fell behind right away. But when the Niners came back, how live was Levi's on Sunday night? I mean, is it ever going to get to that point? Late in the game, you start getting a little energy going. But there are many moments when you're sitting there at a Super Bowl and you're like, really? This is a Super Bowl? Why aren't more people enthused? Because it's a corporate schmooze. And what is Legion about 70,000 people, John? How many are going to be tied to corporate, sponsorships and 55, 60,000 of the tickets?
Yeah. I mean, there's some people that can win their way in. There's lotteries like the 49ers have a lottery system where you can buy tickets. But again, they're so outrageous that 99% of the people can't afford them. I know that there are package deals where you can go to a hotel and a plane and everything. But, again, you're looking at, from the ones I looked at, because I have friends looking into it, and they've told me that, the cheapest packages for like two people are upwards of about $20,000. So, look, this is what it's evolved into. And what got me thinking about it was when you and I were at Super Bowl 54 in Miami in 2019, and we were talking about this a little bit yesterday, was just people walking around. I think a lot of people will go to Vegas. I have friends that are going to do it that go every year that are still going to go and are excited to be around the event, and then they're going to leave early Sunday morning, so they get home and they're going to have a Super Bowl party. They want to be around the event, but they're not going to pay the $20,000 or whatever to go to the game itself. But I do remember in Super Bowl 54, as I said yesterday, where when they did the national anthem and it said the home of the, and there was a big Chiefs, and I don't know if those are corporate people, fans, whatever the case may be, but somebody gets in. They get in somehow.
They know because they do it at Arrowhead, and in Baltimore they do it O's. There's certain stadiums that have for Oriole games. So that was just, planned that they were going to do that. Maybe the Niner fans can choreograph something at that moment to block out what they say. But people are going to stay for the game, I think. It's Vegas. There are so many places to watch the game in a casino, and they open up the ballrooms, and you got big screen TVs, and if you're there gambling all week and you can get on a high roller list, you can watch the game. It's one of the greatest scenes ever. So this one, John, if you don't have a ticket, just go to Vegas anyway and just watch the game there. Hell, go to that swimming pool at the top of that one casino.
That would be amazing.
What's that called?
What is that thing called?
I don't know. Crow took me there when we were there.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. Go there.
Well, we
are definitely going there next week.
That's a good call.
We're watching Warriors basketball there.
It's a Circa, right? Swim at Circa? Yeah.
Yes.
I remember, even last week they were saying, and I guess it's going to be colder next week. Not that I'm complaining.
It's going to rain,
I
hear.
Yeah, like 51 for highs. And look, I'm not complaining. But last week, where we got that little warm spell over the weekend, Vegas did too, and I saw a video of people watching the NFC Championship game from those pools, and they said it was about 72 degrees. So, we won't get that, but still,
Will you have glare on the screen at kickoff? Kickoff's not till about 3:30. The sun should be going down.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Right? Well, kind of dusk-like.
Yeah. But, I mean, I guess it'll, we're talking about these numbers and how expensive it is, but it is going to be loud, right? I mean, there is going to be people rooting for certain teams and everything like that.
Yeah, it's a Super Bowl. But there's pockets of it. The thing that's hard is they both wear red and gold.
Right.
So, I mean, when we're there for Super Bowl 47, one side's purple, which is red and blue combined, gives you purple. And then, but when it's the Niners and the Chiefs, it's a little of, and they are going to wear their red home jerseys as they did in Miami in Super Bowl 54, and we'll wear our whites, and they won't let the Niners, the players love the all whites that they wore in Seattle on Thanksgiving night, but they don't allow you to do that. So.
Why is that? They can't wear the throwbacks and all that stuff? No alts?
Did you read Matt Barrows' piece in the Athletic? He broke down everything.
Yeah, it's good. He's going to join us at 12:30.
Everything and about Allegiant Stadium and all the logistics. They don't let you wear alternate uniforms for the Super Bowl.
So for because in the history they want everything to look really clean.
I don't know.
Kind of
I mean, you want the Cowboys go? Well, they never make the Super Bowl, so we don't have to worry.
The alternative
rolling
white,
out those blue uniforms, or
yeah,
Pittsburgh to come out in their bumblebees. You want them to wear that? So
absolutely not.
I think they keep it clean.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I get what you're saying, because it's not like you could differentiate, because the 94s would look really cool. But then again, like you said, if Pittsburgh said we want to wear those, or Green Bay, or some of those weird throwback ones, you don't want that.
Kansas City's are just classic.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just something about that white face mask. And there are other teams that wear a white face mask. Buffalo wears one. It's not a lot. But when you see that white face mask up against the red helmet, it really pops. I've been watching too much Chief video, John. I'm getting a little worried about this game.
Oh, I knew you would do this. I
already was. Are you kidding me? This
no,
is the
we're not going to get worried.
You assured me they were dead and would never play.
My prediction skills are top notch, as they always are.
Yeah, you're really
That's
good.
very nice. Very good.
You're really good.
All right, here's the deal.
What do you do in Vegas? Just stay away from the gaming?
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? No, what I do is...
You must lose more than a shirt.
Here's my philosophy.
You lose your whole wardrobe.
My betting philosophy is this: whatever my first instinct is, like, I'm going to take the over, or I'm going to take the +5 or -2 or whatever the case, and then I'd say, okay, that's what I would normally do. Then I do the reverse, and that's what I tell people to do. Whatever I say, from a betting standpoint, just take the opposite. You can buy yourself a house, a yacht, a vacation, all of the above. That's kind of what I do. That's a solid philosophy. So whatever I think, if you do the opposite, you're probably going to do pretty well. One of the things I was looking at yesterday, we'll get into this coming up next, is everyone is, okay, it's Chiefs 49ers again, but really it's a lot different than it was the first time around in 2019 in Super Bowl 54. Who's left on these teams, and probably what a better comp is a couple years ago. We don't really want to talk about that game. Was that 45-23? That wasn't great. That wasn't great.
Yeah.
So they obviously need to change things from there. So we'll start looking at the Chiefs and the 49ers. The differences between the Super Bowl matchup from 4 years ago, also just from a couple of years ago when Christian McCaffrey made his debut in that game, right? But he wasn't quite.
He had 23 snaps.
So, yeah,
it's
different.
Stefan, my buddy in Vegas, who's a huge Giant fan, he sits right behind home plate. He already reached out to get us into Circa.
Oh,
he is
nice.
trouble, though, John. His Stefan.
Everyone's trouble.
Is, well.
I don't know anybody I don't know any of your friends that aren't trouble.
How the hell am I going to go to Vegas all week and make the game on Sunday?
We should document that the whole time.
I think I'm going to read the autobiography of Max McGee.
A good idea.
Go out and get a heater on and then catch the game-winning.
Well, you know what I think, though?
I won't reach out to Barrett Robbins this week.
Yeah, no kidding.
Stanley Wilson.
Yeah, you have a history of that.
Maybe Eugene Robinson. Should I show up in a dog collar?
Absolutely not.
I gotta
Man of the
stay
year.
away from people. I don't know who you are.
Although I will
Draw
say
the drapes.
that I think you're going to be in much better shape in Vegas than you were in Miami, because you were asked to do about 1,000 things in Miami.
Well, it's already started.
And by the time
I haven't even gotten there.
But by the time we got to the game, you were half horse and you pulled it off.
The problem is, it's already started this week, but the problem is I'm just not acknowledging anybody except Tim Kawakami. I love you, Kimmy.
Really, of all the people, that's who you select?
When I get there, I'm just ignoring. But when you get to Media Row, they look you right in the eye and say, "Will you just take a step over here and come on?" Like, what am I going to say? No.
Yeah.
You're going to be the bad guy.
Yeah, I will. I'll be the bad guy. You say hello to the bad guy.
We have him under exclusive for 4 hours a day here. He's not just talking on your stage.
I remember because you were doing so many different things, and by Friday you were like, and then Sunday I was like, "Is he going to be okay?"
During the cigars didn't help. Hanging with Mitch Schwartz's brother.
I heard he's coming on with us again. He's going to create a problem because he had the cigars, and that's where the scratchy throat started. Right on that was Tuesday night in Miami at the Cleveland.
Yeah, the Cleveland.
That turned into a piece of work. That thing. Oh my goodness. Anyway, all right. Reminiscing. We'll have more of that next week. Make sure you tune in and listen up from Las Vegas. But we'll start taking a quick look at this thing. Not a deep dive yet, but the comp from 4 years ago, the comp from 2 years ago, are the 49ers in better shape? We better hope so, because they lost both of those games. We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, and a couple of summers ago I had the custom lens replacement, CLR, from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It was a game changer for me. It could be a game changer for you. So I ask you, do you struggle with distance vision and need reading glasses or wear bifocals? CLR, then, is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract. So don't wait until you're older to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. So find out now with a free consultation. Won't cost you a thing. Go to lasereyeclr.com. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now here's third down. Mahomes back. Bosa's back inside rush. Mahomes going to throw a deep ball. Wide open is Tyreek Hill. And he makes the catch on the 20-yard line. The 49ers busted the coverage. Well, they're lucky that didn't go for a touchdown.
Yeah, they really busted the coverage, and it's a shame because the pass rush was absolutely outstanding between Bosa and D Ford, and Jimmy Ward just got spun around.
Damn.
I didn't endorse that. I just want everybody to know, don't shoot me a text on that.
It was my idea, but then I
do
switched to the use check touchdown.
Yeah, but you held your. I saw you on the video. You were holding your hands over your head.
Why? Because I haven't heard that call in a long time.
Man.
And that is 2-3 chip jet wasp.
I haven't heard that in a long time. Your call of it, and I'm amazed how remarkably composed you are. Because I'd be like, what in the hell?
Well, I can't quite
You did a
say
great
that during
job.
the game, but I slammed the table. It was it flipped the game.
It did.
7:13 to play in the Super Bowl, and they just had an overturn. That was the amazing part of it. It's kind of like a Hitchcock movie where a light bulb goes out or something, and you stop, and you're looking at the light bulb flicker, then it comes out, and then, damn, here come the birds through the chimney or something. It's just, and it was that play, and it was, Mahomes going to Eric Bieniemy, who's no longer there. He's now in Washington, at least for now. And let's run the Wasp play, and it changed the whole thing. And Mahomes' arm. And the thing about that, though.
Eric Fisher held like a mother on that play, by the way, just so everybody knows.
And you know who the referee is on Sunday? It's Bill Vinovich, who refereed that game. The major difference, and there are many, Brock Purdy is a 49er quarterback. Christian McCaffrey is a featured back, and Raheem is a hell of a good player. And Jimmy was heading towards the MVP until that Wasp play. It's Kansas City, and back then it was, what the hell do you do with Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce? Can you double both of them? What do you do with them? Belichick often would double both of them. And then, but how do you cover the other guys? I really think going into this game, my thought is to play coverage on them. When you see teams that play them a lot, certainly Buffalo, and they've been able to beat them here and there, not in the playoffs, but they drop. They don't go get him. They lay back and do what Belichick did to a young Peyton Manning. So my thought would be not to blitz them and sometimes rush 3 and drop 8 out or 4 and drop 7. But you got to play coverage. But it's different without Tyreek the streak because he's just one of the fastest players in the game. But Jeff Deeney sent me the numbers. That's on Kansas City to get going here, and they don't throw the ball deep down the field anymore.
No, they hit Rashee Rice, and he tries to run through the defense.
Yeah, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling has speed. It's just they play quick pass. When they went to play Baltimore, he got it out of his hands lightning quick. So the average depth of their target this year was under 7 yards, and this is one of the great throwers of the football. When he made that throw on the Wasp play, I thought he underthrew him a little bit, but he backpedaled like 17 yards from the line of scrimmage and still made the throw to gain 44 yards, but average depth of target is 6.8 yards, so 31st out of 32. Rashee Rice is a good player. They got some other wide receivers, but Kelsey's the guy. More than ever, you got to deal with him. Do you just flat out bracket him? Do you put Charvarius Ward on him with size? Because he doesn't run routes. He just runs to openings. He's like Steph Curry relocating off a screen. He just feels it and slides, and he's tough to get to, but they are different, certainly not having Tyreek Hill, but they proved to the world they could win without him last year when they won the Super Bowl, and they're doing it again this year going back to the Super Bowl.
It's Pop on London on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line wide open, and it's the same number that you can use for the call-in line as well. We're on YouTube and Twitch. Don't forget, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We will open everything up. You're more than welcome to interact with the show, but we'll open everything up at about 11:50 when you can ask Papa anything at all. Bottom of the hour, we'll get into the Warriors with Monty Pool, who wrote a great piece on last night's win over the 76ers. We'll do that at about 11:30. So as you point out here, in 4 years, and you think it's not that long, it's the 49ers Chiefs, but it's vastly different as you point out. 14 players remain from the two teams, only 3 starters for the Chiefs and 7 for the 49ers, which is pretty amazing. As far as 49ers starters, Juice, Kittle, Debo, Nick Armstead, Warner, and Greenlaw. For the Chiefs, the starters are only Mahomes, Kelsey, and Chris Jones. Now, Derek Nottie is still on this team, as is McCole Hardman. They play in a reserve role, so it's quite a bit different. And the biggest thing is what you just said. In Super Bowl 54, it was the Niners' defense versus the Chiefs' offense. In this one, the Niners have the better offense and the Chiefs have the better defense. So it's kind of flipped in that way.
Yeah, I know we go through all the stats of what they did all year. This is still Patrick Mahomes. And they are just playing because of the depth of target down the field is not as deep. He's just moving the ball. He threw a lot of picks this year, but he didn't throw them in the playoffs. There's just a noticeable difference in the way he's running the game. He can still hit you down the field. They got guys that can get behind you. But he's working the intermediate, matriculating the ball right down the field, Lenny, is what he's doing. Like Hank Stram and Lenny Dawson when they won Super Bowl IV. The trick would be to tackle him, to get him to make a turnover, to take a holding penalty where they're behind the down and distance. They've been playing clean football. They're not committing penalties. And they had a really uneven season. They had moments where you thought, what is wrong with them? So many games. The ultimate game, and the Niners are playing that night, but we still watched on Christmas morning what the Raiders did to them. Going into Arrowhead and beating them like that. They had plays, back-to-back plays. They just gave the ball up, and the Raiders had defensive touchdowns. It's like, what's going on? And at that point, they had lost 6 of 8, but they got it together in time, and they will run the ball. Pacheco, what a 7th-round pick. I mean, obviously, Brock takes the greatest 7th-round pick ever, but this guy was a rookie last year, pick number 251. He's 216 pounds, and he runs a 4.37. How the hell did he fall to the 7th round? You know the draft better than me, John. What did he do at Rutgers? And he's got good size at 5'10". It's not like he's 5'7", and he is tough. He runs inside, and they'll gun run him with Edwards-Helaire, the other back. Jerick McKinnon's banged up, right? So he's not going to play in this game, John, the former 49er?
That is correct. Yeah, he's not playing. That's huge.
Yeah, obviously Jerick McKinnon, and that was, McCaffrey before McCaffrey. Well, Kyle wanted to use, Jerick McKinnon in that role. And he's got a lot of the same skills as Christian. He's not as good, but damn, he can be. But he tore his ACL twice. And I remember, at the last Super Bowl when we were there and how he was not available. I remember him working, the media night on that Monday night before the game. He was there doing he interviewed me. He wanted to try to launch a career. Anyway, they're just, I know what you're saying about their defense is terrific. And losing Charles Omenihu will hurt their pass rush, but they've added a lot of guys on defense. On offense, they're still scary because of that quarterback and his ability to just manipulate the rush. You want to get him on the ground. You want to sack him. When he lost the Super Bowl, Tampa's defensive line overwhelmed them. I still want to see how good their O-line is. How really is good the left tackle, Donovan Smith.
Both their tackles. I think both their tackles are very suspect, and I think that's an opportunity. But again, this defensive line wasn't good against Detroit, and Detroit was banged up on the offensive line. I'm definitely a little nervous about that. But by the way, just in terms of their offense, and this is what's amazing to me, and look, Mahomes could go off for 40. Who knows? But in 2019, they were 29.9 points per game, which was second. This year, they're 22.1. But defensively, they're giving up 16.8. So they have reversed things. And they were pretty good defensively, but there were opportunities for the 49ers in that game. And offensively against Baltimore, that's a really good defense. They only scored 17. So their defense has led the way for them. Mahomes can do those things. But like you said, they don't go down the field. Rashee Rice is going to get balls, jets and tunnels and quick hitters right out of the gate. Kelsey's finally healthy. Early in the season he wasn't, and that's going to be a major problem. I'm with you. I think you and I are on the same page. Their best receiver is Kelsey by a mile. Why wouldn't you put Ward on him?
Well, because some teams do. I think Jalen Ramsey picked him up.
Yeah.
There's certain tight ends that you have to treat like a wide receiver, and he's not an inline blocker, Travis Kelce. He's going to be detached. So, and
he's just a big receiver.
As you code everything, he's really a wide receiver. I'm sure they're going to treat him that way. So, he'll get down sometimes, and he's a willing blocker, and he kind of shields people like he's setting a basketball screen. but he runs routes. He's so much like Antonio Gates. Antonio Gates, the great Charger tight end, slowest guy on the field, couldn't run a route, but you never could stop him. That big body, and he was a former basketball player in college, and he just post you up and use his body, and Rivers would throw it to one side of him, and it was like, how do you deal with that guy? Kelsey runs routes. He's a great route runner. He just improvises so much, and it's a lot like the Warriors with Steph and Dre and Clay. The way they set screens and things, they just kind of feel each other. These guys have got an amazing chemistry, and look at the numbers of what they've accomplished as far as a pitch and catch duo. You know, they passed Tom Brady and Gronk. They passed Joe and Jerry. I mean, they've been doing this in the playoffs forever. Kelsey really never does get hurt. He's been hobbled a little bit this year. When they lost to Detroit the first game of the year, he didn't play. He's just different. So, I mean, but he's the guy. He's the guy he turns to on third downs, 4th and 2s, big throws. You got to go get Kelsey. So when they had Tyreek, it was like, well, what do you do with Tyreek? You can't double them both. Well, Belichick did a lot, but then it's hard to cover the other guys, and I think you're dropping into coverage more, which is how I would play. And obviously you want to pressure the guy. If you can get him on the ground the way Tampa Bay did in Super Bowl 55, that would be what you want, because his numbers, under pressure are not as good, but he still makes so many plays when he breaks the pocket. And then, Brock saved you on Saturday night with his run, or Sunday night with his running. This Mahomes, and I don't look of him as a running quarterback, but he has such a great idea of where his routes are going, the coverage behind, and he knows where to run for first downs. He had 51 scrambles this year, the second most in football behind Lamar himself. And how many of those did he run into first downs? So, a lot of times he went for 10 or more. Josh Allen can do that. Brock's proven he can do that as well. So I hear you with the numbers overall, John, but this is still Patrick Mahomes. It is still Andy Reid. I think Andy's taken more ownership of the offense than he did with Bieniemy. All the trick plays around the goal line they love to turn to with, Matt Nagy's there. And then on the other side of it, the Niners are better because their offense is better, because of Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk, and those guys didn't play in Super Bowl 54. But I think the issue is the 49er defense. 49er defense, John, is not as strong.
It's vastly worse.
Is the defense they took to Super Bowl 54. I mean, hell, they did explode on the Wasp play. But there was 7 minutes and 13 seconds to play in the Super Bowl. The fourth quarter, Kansas City had 10 points. I was like, what's going on?
That was the first time, and I remember talking about this with you during commercial breaks in the booth at the game. It was the first time we had ever seen Patrick Mahomes confused. He was confused.
He was grounding the ball.
Yeah, he didn't know what to do with the ball.
He looked like Terrell Pryor.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't know what to do. Let me ask you this, and you just mentioned.
But then he figured it out on one play, and it was on.
So let me ask you this, and I know they lost the game. I know they lost the game 2 years ago in Christian McCaffrey's first game, 44-23. But are they better positioned if we go back to 2019? Are they better? Is this a better matchup? And we're just talking about the Niners' offense is better, and you didn't have Aiyuk, and you didn't have McCaffrey, and you had Jimmy versus Brock. But they're worse defensively. I mean, they got a lot of the same defenders, but they are worse. They had the same linebackers, Bosa there, Armstead there. I think they're worse at the corner position. I think they were better, even though I think Ward is really good, but I think they were a little bit better. I think they're better at the safety position with guys like Jimmy Ward. But are they better than they were? Is this a better matchup for the 49ers?
Well, I mean, Richard Sherman was not the same player.
He got beat down the sideline by Watkins.
Sammy Watkins. They actually put him in the slot. They targeted him, and Green Bay targeted them in the playoff game before that, the championship game. The Niners, on paper, are better, much better defensively than they were, but they haven't played that way, and they do have some holes to attack. Charvarius Ward is playing better right now than Richard Sherman ever played as a Niner, because Sherman just wasn't over the Achilles tears. He couldn't move, and he can only play bail. It was hard for him. He couldn't play press man like Charvarius does, and Demo's playing great. Ambry Thomas played much better against the Lions than he did against the Packers. Maybe he can get the wrap off his thumb to protect the broken right thumb. The linebackers are better because they're older right now. You don't have DeForest Buckner. You got the Gravedigger. You don't have D Ford, the former Chief, on the other side. The loss of Cleveland Ferrell. And we were talking about former Raiders going back to Allegiant. I remember talking to Cleveland Ferrell when we went there for training camp. That was his stadium. He was a Raider in Vegas. That was part of the John era there, and, Mike Mayock. And he was looking forward to even going there and scrimmaging them and then playing in the preseason game. He is just beyond himself upset that he can't play in the Super Bowl in the home of the Raiders against the Chiefs. So, but the numbers, I think structurally and personnel, they're better defensively. But, you don't have Robert Saleh. D'Amico was on that staff. There's been some disconnect with trying to put it all together from the whiteboard to the grass. And the bottom line is the numbers are not nearly as good as the 49ers were going to that Super Bowl. In 2019, John, they only gave up 278 yards a game. Now they're giving up 312, 5.1 yards a play. In 19, it was 4.7. Here's the big one. Third down conversions.
Horrible.
The Niners allowed 42% third down conversions this year versus 32% in 2019.
Plus, they're over 50% on third and shorts, and that's what's killing them.
That's how you deal with Mahomes.
Right. Third and 5 and fewer.
If
they're over 50%.
The short one, and he's got check downs, and they're running bubbles, and you got, Kelsey's not going to beat you on a goal. A seam route he can, but he's mainly going to beat you on in and out and clever route running, and then get him on the ground after. But they just, how much did they have? They scored 17 points in the first half in Baltimore. I know they didn't score at all in the second half. They also shut out Baltimore, and they didn't have much yardage in the second half. But in the first half, they had the ball the entire time. If they do that to the Niners, that's the Niners recipe, John. So I think it's a little simple, but time of possession is always so important in these games. And, they'll run it some, but they're more of a short passing game to convert on third down where the Niners can be balanced and do it run or pass. But you cannot allow them to just play keep away with the football the way they did against Baltimore.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm looking at it. Offensively, these are the only starters. Samuel, Kittle, and Juszczyk, the only starters defensively. There's 4 of them. Bosa, Armstead, Warner, Greenlaw. I'm looking at the secondary. I don't know if it's better. Sherman, Mosley, K1, Jimmy Ward, Jaquaski Tart. Is that better than the current version? I think it is because of the injuries, especially at safety. Better in 19 than this year.
No, I like this group better. I think the Tashawn Gibson, Jimmy Ward was a good player, obviously, and who else was back there? Tart at that time.
Yeah, I like K1 in the slot. Mosley, I know that the Jet Wasp and Sherman wasn't quite the same, but
Diamador Lenore is a better slot player. He blitzes as well, and you can man up with K1. You had to play all zone. He was really like a linebacker. K1 was a good player. But I think Diamador's better. The secondary's better. And the comp, to me, I don't even think I'm going to go back and watch Super Bowl 54 again. Maybe I will when we get there and we're feeling the vibe. But the game to watch is last year when they came in October. And, damn, they ran that jet sweep to McCole Hardman over and over and over.
They're going to do that again just to test
them. They attacked Nick Bosa. The influence block, they didn't block Bosa. They just let him come upfield, and McCole Hardman ran right by him. Nick had a problem with that same action in Carolina, and they pounced on it, and they know they're going to run the toss crack and the pin and pull, and they'll do all that. They also attacked Charvarius Ward in that game, and I don't think Mooney Man was right. He was coming off a groin injury in Carolina and missed the Atlanta game. That was probably his worst game as a 49er, much worse than the Minnesota game this year when he got beat on the Jordan Addison one on before halftime. They attacked him, and I don't think he was right. But that's the game that's still fresh in my mind. Last October when they came into Levi's, and how many points they get that day?
That'd be 44. Yeah, they beat him pretty good. By the way, 2 guys have flipped teams. Charvarius Ward won, and a guy who was on our show last year from Arizona and did a backflip on our show last year.
Richie
James Jr. He's a Kansas City Chief, so 2 guys have flipped teams.
How about Chris Conley?
Was he on that Chiefs team? I'm looking at it right now.
He was on a Chief team.
I don't think he was on that team. I looked at it yesterday.
He was drafted in 2015, and he played 4 years there, so that would be 2019.
Yeah, I don't think he was
not
there.
On that team?
No, because I'm looking at the roster right now, and I don't see his name on there. So I think he was gone by that point. Yeah, he was gone. I don't see his name on there on the flip chart. All right, we'll get into the Warriors coming up next. Bottom of the hour, Monty Pool is going to join us. They get a big win over the 76ers as we inch closer to the trading deadline. This is going to be a tough one for the Warriors as they seem to have their starting lineup in place. We'll get into all those conversations, and then Monty at the bottom, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors take down Philly with the 49ers sitting courtside. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I think it's just communication. Talking to him. One thing about Wiggs, all you have to do is tell him what you want. You don't have to yell at him. You don't have to rah him up. You just simply go to him and say, hey, this is what I need from you, and he'll go do it. So I try to bring that communication each and every night and let him know what we need from him on a given night, and he's been producing that.
Can you play hard every night? You can sort of tell with Andrew Wiggins, like minutes into a game, whether he's going to bring it. He gets up for certain games and not others, but he's been getting up for games for a couple of weeks now, and it's amazing, John, having Draymond come back.
Change everything.
He's just the panacea of the Wiggins Kuminga conundrum that we had, and I just didn't buy it. I don't see why it couldn't work. It just wasn't working. The game against Denver when they kicked the big lead, Wiggins was playing great that night. He was guarding Jamal Murray and taking the pick and roll away with the Joker, and he had to play. But Steve just wouldn't play Kuminga and Wiggins together, and they blew the lead. And right after that, Kuminga's lost faith in Steve Kerr. Remember all that? And
Steve said he wasn't going to play him together and all this. I mean, isn't it funny?
That was the analytics of
it.
Right.
But I mean, what is that, 2 weeks ago? I mean, it's so funny how things change. But like you said, Draymond Green comes back. By the way, 30 seconds real quick. Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator, 36-year-old defensive coordinator of the Ravens, 6-year deal with the Seahawks. And the big selling point on that is, and your guy Greg Bell wrote this in the Tacoma News Tribune, and then we'll get back to the Warriors. He shut down the 49ers, and that was a big selling point, apparently, for the Seahawks that they want him, but they're not bringing the defensive personnel that the Ravens have. But anyway, 36-year-old Mike McDonald, half the age of Pete Carroll, is the new head coach of the Seahawks.
And he's got tied to Harbaugh's, both of them. He was with John in Baltimore. He was with Jim for a year running the defense for University of Michigan, and he's good. I've never heard the guy talk. I don't know if he can get in front of the team, but he obviously impressed John Schneider and ownership there, Jody Allen. That game plan they had was they knew how to handle it. They blitzed Patrick Queen early in the game, and they got burned by Kittle, and then they backed off, and they had those two inside linebackers, Roquan and Queen, dropping the coverage. They had Kyle Hamilton off the slot. Seattle's got good players. They got all those safeties, and they got the corners, and Bobby's getting a little older in the middle, but they're going to have to figure it out. But that is interesting to bring Mike McDonald into the NFC West.
And again, we'll get back to the Warriors in just a second. Monty Pool joins us at the bottom, but in Greg Bell's piece that I read this morning, they called him the defensive version of Sean McVay. So what you have is you have McDonald, you have Gannon, two defensive guys in this division, you have Kyle and McVay, two offensive guys in this division. So again, you may not care about the Seahawks, but in terms of this being in the division, it is an interesting hire as a younger guy. And they did do a hell of a job on the 49ers, which, again, probably was the selling point, as they point out in Seattle. So all the coaches except for Washington.
We always keep an eye on Seattle without question. That broke earlier in the show when we were talking to Bob Melvin. So, no, I caught my eye, and I have great respect for him. That defensive game plan, I would have much rather have seen Baltimore win the AFC Championship game and us go play them because of the quarterback, his inability to hit the back foot and make a throw. And he made some really poor choices in this game, throwing that red zone pick into triple coverage. And their defense got moved a little bit. Kansas City had a plan for how to deal with them. So in any event, that's going to be a challenge. And I think what Pete Carroll failed there is, he's there to fix the defense, and he just couldn't. It's his defense, and he changed structures, from a 4-3 to a 3-4, and he went from a cover 3 to a different philosophy with their coverages, and it just didn't work. And the Niners just trampled them again this year, beat them 3 times last year, beat them twice more this year, including on Thanksgiving night. And that first half was ugly on Thanksgiving night. They got back into the game, but it'll be interesting to see what he's able to do and, what ultimately they do at the quarterback position this offseason. But just getting back to the Warriors, John, it's just green. And I won't ask Monty what they're going to do. The deadline is coming up a week from tomorrow. Feb 8. I don't know what to do. I would not trade Jonathan Kuminga right now.
Hell no. He's finally fulfilling the promise that you had for the guy. There's no way you're moving that guy. way.
DeJounte Murray's a good player. Is he better than Kuminga? He's a better defender. But Kuminga's going to get there. You're going to regret that trade
not
if you
trading
ever traded
Kuminga.
him.
Not for DeJounte Murray.
And I'm not
no
trading.
chance.
I don't want to trade Wiggins. I don't think his contract's that obscene for the way the guy can play. And Draymond made it sound simple. Just tell him to do something, and he does it. Andrew, go get the guy with the ball, get in his face, and pick him up 75 feet away and turn him over and over again the way you did D'Angelo Russell the other night. And you don't have to do that to everybody. But certain guys, you want to tire him out. He's just his defensive presence, and then when he's just aggressive, when he's just taking it downhill to the rim or going up in rhythm to shoot a three. And they didn't have their team last night, and it was really hard to watch Joel just lug his body around. He looked like Bob Lanier in the 70s where he just had bad knees and he couldn't move, and then Kuminga fell on him and hyperextended that knee. What's the fallout there? But as far as the Warriors, John, wow. I mean, I don't know honestly what to do. Maybe they trade Kevon, although I don't really want to do that either. And Draymond got into foul trouble, and Kevon came in right away. How did Draymond Green get a foul on the opening tip of the game?
That was wild. How about it? The one thing I would look at, and Anthony Slater wrote, we'll get into this after we talk to Monty, and we'll ask Papa anything at 11:50. You can start lining those up. The more than guards, more than wings, you're hearing about bigs. And I mean, there are guys like, I don't know if you'd take on Clint Capella of Atlanta, if people like him, or I mean, there would be some bigs available. But again, it comes down to what does Joe want to do? Because I'm with you. I'm not moving Wiggins. I'm not moving Kuminga.
So you've changed on Wiggins. You want to keep him now?
Because if you look at what Draymond Green has brought to the table here, all of a sudden those two guys can play together, and Draymond Green's playing in the middle, and you got Clay, and they're not moving him. And you got Curry, you're not moving him, you're not moving Draymond. So now, there's a limited amount of guys that you can move, and they're not going to move the needle with any of those moves. There's no way you're moving Kuminga now that after all this time that you've cultivated him, now all of a sudden he's coming through and being what you thought he would be. You finally got yourself a starting lineup and maybe a rotation. Now we're at the midway point of the season, but with Draymond coming back and playing well, you finally got a starting lineup that works. You're figuring out your rotations after that. I understand that, but what other than a financial relief, who's out there that's going to make you better? Maybe a big, but I don't see the big move that we were talking about a couple of weeks ago. It doesn't make any sense.
The big move is the financial relief.
Okay.
I'm sure he's.
But I mean, that doesn't excite fans. I'm saying from a fan standpoint.
It doesn't matter. It's what they're going to do here.
Yeah, I understand.
It will in the offseason when you get below the second apron. They're going to move money.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that Siakam's gone. DeJounte Murray is not better to me than Jonathan Kuminga at this point.
The whole league wants that guy.
Yeah, so I don't see the player unless you're talking about a big that can give him a little bit of size. They do have issues probably with size still. If you want to go that route, then I would listen. But I'm sure as hell I'm not moving. You can't move any of the big three, and you're not going to move Kuminga, and you're not going to move Wiggins. So what's left? Not a lot to move the needle.
I think unfortunately they would move Wiggins, and the fact that he's playing better may increase his trade value coming back. I hope they don't, because I think they'll be a lesser team. But who's coming back the other way? You're not going to give him away. The one thing is, and Trace Jackson Davis does have size. He's long, and he can run. He's athletic. But if you're going to start Draymond Green and ride this lineup, and Draymond got into foul trouble right away, so he didn't even play 30 minutes. But the other night against the Lakers, and the game went to double overtime. What, he played 43 in that game or something? He's playing heavy minutes. You're wearing him down, asking him to play 5. It was always we went small. It's not we start small, we are small, we're staying small. It's just, and you can bring in Looney, obviously, and unless you move him or Trace Jackson Davis, but just watching him guard Joel Embiid, it was like, how big is Embiid, first of all? And Draymond's got to guard that guy? I mean, it's just such an enormous mismatch, and you're going to see it against the Joker. You're going to see it against Anthony Davis. You can say size doesn't matter. Why did the Warriors lose that series with the Lakers last year? Anthony Davis dominated the game defensively every game, and here and there and enough on offense. So, I mean, the one thing would be you're asking Draymond to play a lot of minutes at 5 to keep Wiggins and Kuminga happy on the floor together. Are you just going to wear him down against these bigs?
Monty Pool is going to join us to talk about all of it coming up next, especially with the trade deadline just 8 days away. He writes a piece, Warriors Thrive, as Steph gets a couple of co-pilots versus the 76ers. We'll talk to him about that piece, the game last night, and what they do in about 8 days. We'll do it with Monty Pool next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I mean, Draymond really changed things with his return because he connects those guys at both ends of the floor, just with his communication defensively, and then the way he helps get us organized offensively. So great to see Wiggs and J.K. both playing so well and playing well together, and it's fun. You can see the team is we're shifting a little bit, with the look, how we're playing and who we're playing. And tonight, I know Philly was shorthanded, but I thought it was a really good defensive effort from our guys.
Warriors beat the Sixers 119-107. The trade deadline is a week from tomorrow. There's been a ton of conversation about it, so let's get into all those things as the 49ers sat courtside and watched along at Monty Pool NBCS. Make sure that you are following, reading, watching Monty Pool. He joins us courtesy of the Umaguest line. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. Well, just to kind of dovetail off what Steve said there, it seems like, and I know that Podziemski was in for Clay, who was sick last night, but it seems like finally they have settled on a starting lineup, and Draymond has kind of pulled everybody together just a couple of weeks after Steve said that Wiggins and Kuminga couldn't play together.
Yeah, well, they couldn't, and mostly it's because Wiggins was not playing well at all. J.K. has been pretty good for the last 6 weeks. Wiggins has been pretty good for the last couple of weeks, up until mid-January, he'd had maybe 3 really good games all season. And now he's playing more like the Wiggins you thought you were getting when the season started. And I think that's the biggest factor. That's the biggest factor right there. Draymond is obviously another factor, but that's number 2 factor other than Wiggins playing like he can play and fully engaged on both ends of the court, making a difference at both ends. So, yeah, excuse me, they have a lineup now that looks like it works. I like it.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is they're 20-24, and the trade deadline is a week from tomorrow. And let's see how they do on the road trip, starting in Memphis, then to Atlanta on Saturday. But I've been a Wiggins supporter all the time. I see how great he can be. I don't know why he got off to the slow start, but when he's engaged, and you can tell pretty early in games, he's a force. The way he guards the ball and the way he picked up D'Angelo Russell, and he's assertive going downhill, attacking the rim, going up with power on his jumper. And so let's just start with him, because I think, there's also a salary component here, Monty, and finances come into play, and $400 million payroll for a team that's 4 under, really? So if they could get something back of value, despite how well he's been playing the last 2-3 weeks, would they trade Andrew Wiggins?
Well, again, it depends on what you're getting back. Who's going to give you somebody that's better than the way Wiggins is playing right now for Wiggins? I mean, Wiggins' contract is a team-friendly contract if he's going to play at this level.
Right.
Obviously, he was overpaid for the first half of the season pretty much. But if this is the way he's going to play on a more consistent level, then he's a pretty good deal. And so all the trades that are out there, all the better play, like DeJounte Murray's name is always popping up. There's like 10 teams that are looking at DeJounte. Really good player, two-way player. But let's say you trade Wiggins for DeJounte. What does that do? Well, it moves Clay to the 3 because DeJounte plays with Steph now. And are you better with that lineup than you are with Wiggins the way Wiggins is playing now and Clay staying at 2? You know what I mean? So you got to ask these questions now. And I think I think that the Warriors, from what I'm hearing, the Warriors were much more active discussing trades 2 weeks ago. And then the Decky thing hits, and how that kind of put everybody in a fog. And now with Draymond's return and his impact on his return, the numbers with Draymond, JK, and Wiggins up front are really good. The rating, they're well into the plus. I think they're like, at least plus 50, and that was before last night. And so they now have a lineup, like John was saying, a lineup that they like, and Draymond's a big factor there, but so is Wiggins because he's now playing good basketball. And so do you want to trade him now while his value is ticking upward? Or do you want to say, you know what, this is the Wiggins we thought we had at the beginning of the season when we thought we had a pretty good team because he was going to be a part of it. So a lot of second thoughts are going on right now. It's like, do we really want to do that? And I'm not sure they want to trade him now.
Monty Pool is doing it. It's tough. 8 days from now, the Warriors going to have to make some decisions, and obviously there's a financial element to this. How much does Joe want to do? Because I know Anthony Slater wrote the piece. I mean, 4 years, $114 million after this with DeJounte Murray. Do you want to put that on there? Similar situation with Zach Zalin. I mean, these are guys making a ton of money. So if you're going to do that, and I know that there's 3 years left on the deal with Wiggins too. So there's a financial element. I would assume this. I don't know that this is true, but they've waited all this time on Jonathan Kuminga, and now he's playing at the level they thought he possibly could. He's completely off the table, is he not?
Pretty much. He's pretty much off the table because, well, one, he's playing at a high level, and two, he's got a very manageable salary. And the Warriors have to appreciate that part when you look at their payroll. It's like JK is giving him a $25-30 million player at least, and he's being paid, I think it's 6.5, 7, whatever it is. So it's not a whole lot of money right now for what he's doing. So you want to keep that because the Warriors know what it's like to being in salary cap hell and luxury tax hell because that's where they live.
All right, Chris Paul is coming back at some point. He visited with Chris Haynes last night on the broadcast on Turner, but it's going to be a little bit of a while. Does he ever play for the Warriors again, Monty, or do they trade him between now and Thursday next week?
Yeah, Chris is more likely to move, I think, than Wiggins at this stage because Chris, he's hurt right now, and that's not much of a factor because he's Chris Paul. You know what he does, and he'll be back sometime after the All-Star break. And if you're a team that just wants to get a veteran leader, a guy who can come into the locker room and kind of boost up, if you're a young rising team, I could see that move possibly being made. He's off the books at the end of the year. You can shed him immediately. So that's what makes Chris, I guess, sort of in terms of trade, makes him a popular target because he's expiring. And so I think there's a chance they do that. Draymond was saying yesterday, 2 days ago, in fact, I was talking about the defense and what was missed when he was out. And, he's such a great communicator on defense. And he helps guys get in position. And the other thing that Draymond pointed out is that when he's not there, other guys have to shift into sort of unfamiliar territory in terms of communication. They have to do things they wouldn't normally do because when he's there, they all know he's going to do it. So that was a factor in the defense being the worst in the league for this month of January. But he also said, but Chris does the same thing. So he said between what he does on defense communication, Chris does the same thing. And obviously Gary Payton is a defensive playmaker. So the defense went to crap in January largely because their most three impactful defensive players were off the floor for the most of the month. So Chris is a factor there, but yeah, you got to weigh his salary with what he brings, and that could make him possibly someone who would be on the move.
Monty Pool's joining us, and we obviously hear DeJounte Murray, Zach LaVine, but could they go size? We've heard Capella's name, Wendell Carter, Nick Claxton, guys like that, or do they have enough there with Looney and Jackson Davis? Because we keep hearing wings, but would they possibly go with size?
They could. Look at this. Zach LaVine, I like Zach, but on this team, I'm not sure it's a good fit. DeJounte would be a better fit than Zach, I would think. Mm-hmm. DeJounte is a two-way player. Zach is an offensive player who plays some defense. But Zach, I think Zach really wants to be an athletic. I think that's what he wants to be. He played college ball down there, and he knows the area. And so he's a West Coast guy, grew up in Seattle area. So yeah, I think a guy like Wendell Carter, Capella, it's a veteran big, and that way you can kind of slow roll Jackson Davis a little bit. Looney has kind of been in and out of the lineup. He still has value, but his minutes have kind of come down a little bit recently. That's because Draymond's now starting. And it's because Dario comes out there and gives his team a new dimension because he stretches the floor and makes plays for other guys. And Trace is a lob threat. And so Looney gets kind of lost in the shuffle there, and that's why there may be an opening for another big to come into the roster, although Looney's got to stay on this team.
So even if they do go get a big, you don't think they'll trade Kevon, Monty?
I don't think so. That would be a tough trade. It really would be. Kevon might be Steve's favorite player on the team. In terms of just his story, and what he's given this team. When you look back at all the stuff he's been through physically and what he's been able to do anyway, that's an inspiring story right there. So I think it would be a tough trade. I wouldn't rule it out, but I think it would be a tough trade again because his contract is also pretty team friendly, and where if you look at a Capella guy, you make more money. You have to add another player in there.
Right.
So
Monty, in regards to, we feel good today. They beat the 76ers and the lineup's working and all that kind of stuff. But now they hit the road, and they're going to be, after their fourth game, after the Sixers, before the Pacers, is going to be the trade deadline. Will this be influenced by this week if they go 2-3, 1-4, if they're struggling versus if they have a pretty good road trip? I know they have a long-term vision, but are they going to say, hey, maybe we are, maybe we're not? Because we sit here today, and if I'm Joe Lacob and I still see my team in 12th place, it's hard for me to justify spending more money.
Yeah, I mean, I think these next two games, the back-to-back coming up, is I mean, it's actually a winnable back-to-back, but it's not going to be an easy back-to-back. And Memphis is diminished. Obviously, they're down some bodies. Atlanta has been up and down all year. Some nights they're good, sometimes they're not good. So it's a tough back-to-back, but it's not as tough as the one on the end of the trip. So that's one that you want to make decisions before you get to that, because that trip, I don't see that being a winnable back-to-back.
You're talking 76ers, Pacers, that one, versus Memphis and Atlanta.
If you split that, you've done well.
Yeah, sure.
But if they can win if they can win the first two games of this trip, that's a huge boost. And I think the front office feels a little bit better about things, because then you got Brooklyn, a team that you can probably beat. And a 3-2 road trip to me is a solid trip for the Warriors. 4-1 would be fantastic. 2-3 would be okay. What are we doing here?
And the last game they're going to play before the deadline, because the game at Indianapolis is a night game after the deadline on Feb 8, is at Philadelphia, which leads to Joel Embiid. And I don't know why Nick Nurse and Daryl Morey played him last night. He could barely run, Monty. He was just lugging up and down the court. He had nothing in his legs. He's casting threes. He was a shell of himself. And then he's on the floor at the end of the game, and Jonathan Kuminga lands on him, and he hyperextends that same knee. They're doing an MRI on him right now. You have any feel from being around the Sixer people on what we're bracing for with Joel Embiid?
Well, last night I was sitting next to Keith Pompey of the Philadelphia Inquirer. He's been covering this team for a long time. And he was saying that he was questioning Joel's being on the floor. He's like, I'm not sure why he's out there. You see how he's moving? I mean, it just doesn't look good at all. And I saw Joel before the game, and he saw him warming up, which told me he was gonna try and play. And I think maybe he was influenced by the fact that 65 game limit to win an award. He wants to get in there, and at least he played in that game, and he wants to stay eligible for the MVP award, because right now, who's better candidate than him? So that may have been something that Joel pushed for to play, because, you start missing games now. He's already down. I think he misses 5 more games. I think that's the number, and then he's not eligible for an award. So,
right.
And Tyrese Maxey didn't play last night, but he'll be ready to play next week, because he's pretty close, according to Nick Nurse. So that game, if you're facing Joel and Maxey, that's a tough game. That's a tough game. So if you're the Warriors, you're probably hoping, Joel is still not ready to play at a Joel level, at an MVP level, like last night. He obviously wasn't himself.
Great stuff, Monty. Thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, boys. Take care.
See you, man.
Monty!
That is the great Monty Pool, giving us great insight into the Warriors. He gave us a lot to talk about. All right, it is Ask Papa anything at all. There's a ton of stuff we can get into. Anything about the Warriors that you just heard, we can discuss. We can get into the 49ers and the Chiefs. We're starting to take an early look at that as well. Where are you going to watch the game from? Any questions, any thoughts, whatever it is, let's do it. By the way, one thing we haven't gotten to today, I don't know if we need to have a catch poll. We're down to 2 names, so people can give us their opinion on which one they like best, the B.A. Ricochet or the Aiyuk, which is an
I think
ode.
I'm going to ask Brandon himself.
Oh, really? That's good.
It's his catch.
Yeah, so we can get into that conversation, but anything you want to ask Papa anything at all. Jump on the line at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That serves 2 purposes. You can do it on the phone lines or on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line to get you through. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We're also on YouTube and Twitch, so you can hit us up there. We'll do it next. Ask Papa anything at all, only here on the Sports Leader. right, our favorite time of the day, very simple. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can get through on the phone lines that way, or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We got Warriors stuff to talk about. Trade deadline coming up in 8 days. We're going to be in Las Vegas next week, and we'll be on Radio Robo talking all about the Chiefs. So if you want to start getting into the Chiefs, if you still got remnants left from the Lions, we can do that as well. Your choice, and we'll hit all of them, plus YouTube and Twitch. We'll pull the best ones off there as well. Irv wants to first talk about the Warriors. Irv's in Berkeley. Welcome.
Hey, I just want to see why I hear like a lot of the bigs that everybody keep throwing out, but Chicago has a big in Andre Drummond that every time I look in the box score, he always has like 15 points, 20 rebounds, or something like that. Why won't we look in to him? And his contract is probably equivalent to Looney's.
Yeah, I just don't think from a tempo standpoint, Andre Drummond is a force. He's one of the great rebounders that has played in the NBA, but he is so big. And one thing the Warriors want to do is play faster, even though they're older. And I think that's where the Chris Paul, even when they got off to the 6-2 start, John, I thought, man, can you ever get up in the open floor and run? Everything has to be in the half court. It's so hard to score against a set defense in the NBA, and I think they're towards the bottom in pace. They've picked it up since Paul's not playing. But I just don't think Andre Drummond, although he fills in the box scores, the guy's one of the great rebounders in the history of the NBA. There's no doubt. But I just don't know if he's the kind of big you're looking for. To me, it'd be more of an athletic, get up and down the floor guy that can run.
One thing is he's cheap, and the Warriors probably need that. He's only making $3 million this year, so what would be left on that? And it's only a 1-year deal. And he is, like you said, I agree with you 100%. He's not moving up and down the floor, but in 15 minutes, he averages 8 points and 7 boards. I mean, he's remarkably efficient in his time on the floor, but it's a thought. He is cheap. He is efficient. He doesn't need many minutes to get going. So there's the story on Andre Drummond. Trevor is up next, wants to talk a little Super Bowl. Hi, Trevor. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, sure.
Big fan. I just had a question. So I know at the end of the season, with Brock Purdy sitting out the last game, Brock himself and Steve Young both said, you don't really take a quarterback out at trying not to miss a week. It throws them off their vibe. The Green Bay game, but, still pulled it out, played great at the end. So I'm just wondering, with the Super Bowl, does that come into play, or is it not so much because it's happening to Mahomes too? Do they do like a practice game the week before to stay in that rhythm, or how does that affect them?
It's a good point because you don't talk about it as much during the Super Bowl. But one thing is the Chiefs had to play on Wild Card Weekend, and they played on that epic cold night in Kansas City. I mean, it was just frigid. And they played Miami, and they went right down the field early in the game and scored. They haven't had a week off. They had to play that game, and then look at their 2 road wins to get here. They had to go into Buffalo and beat them, and then go into Baltimore and beat them. So their January run is as strong as ever, but they had to push it towards the end of the year to get in. Remember, their bye week was right before the Philadelphia game on Monday Night Football. Both of those teams, Chiefs and Eagles, were both coming in off their bye. So when was that game, John? November? It was before we played them, December the 3rd, so late November. So they probably need a bye week as far as Kansas City because they've been through it. And the game at home was cold. They had to go to Buffalo and play essentially a night game, and that was cold. And the game obviously was gnarly in Baltimore with a lot of rain and cold temperatures. So they need the bye week off. The Niners just played 2, really draining games to get there. But as far as the Niners and prepping, and you saw the guys at the Warrior game last night, or a lot of them, seemed like half the roster was there.
That's cool.
They're back on the practice field tomorrow, and they're going to a late afternoon schedule time, so we'll be able to watch practice even after our show. So they're going to get 3 days, and Kyle does not like to go more than 3 days in a row. Even in training camp, they don't do that. The league doesn't allow you to go 5 days in a row, so a lot of teams practice 4 days off the 5th. Kyle will never do that. It's always 3 and off the 4th, but because of the schedule, they'll be able to go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and those are going to be regular practices that you would get on Wednesday, Thursday, and the Friday practice is usually a red zone deal. They probably would change that because they're not actually getting ready for a game and then fly on Sunday. So we'll keep an eye on that. And also nerves in the Super Bowl. It's just different. The 49ers have played in that stadium, obviously. They did in training camp this year, and also saw them last year on Jan 1, where the Chiefs know the stadium well because they play the Raiders once a year there. And then just everything. This halftime is just so long for Super Bowls, 45 minutes or so, and a lot of times teams change their game plan at halftime. Spagnuolo, it seems to me he's got a Belichick vibe, John, where he changes his game plan like every quarter. He's got a different, thing to go to, so they'll probably make dramatic changes. So, but we'll keep an eye on that. But the Niners are going to practice tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, fly. Sunday, have a media obligation on Monday night, obviously. Tuesday off, and then next week, it's like a regular week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday walkthrough, and play the Super Bowl.
Ask Papa anything at all. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Jump on the phone line or the text line as well. And by the way, we will be at the event on Monday night. I always enjoy that. I don't know if you and I have been to one together. We mentioned this yesterday in Jersey. That was pretty fun, and that was Seahawks.
You were at the one in Miami together?
I don't know if I went to the media thing. I might have come in later.
I remember going on the team bus.
I don't know if I went to. I don't think I went to the Miami one, but I remember going to the one. It was Seattle and not Denver. Oh yeah, it was Seattle and Denver. I guess it was Seattle.
In New York.
New York, yeah, it was.
Brendan Byrne Arena.
But those are fun, and they've changed.
Well, you know where they're doing it. It's not going to be at.
Yeah, I heard this.
Where the T-Mobile. It's going to be at Legion Stadium.
Yeah, so that'll be cool because we'll see the stadium. The end zones will be painted. I bet I bet Mark Davis really likes that there's a 49ers and a Chiefs painted end zones. I think he's really going to enjoy that when he walks into the stadium.
Saloon script in the end zone.
That's going to be
Matt Barrows, what time? 12:30?
Yeah, he'll tell us everything. It's nice.
He's got it all planned out ahead of time.
From the 209, and look, we're going to talk about this specific thing ad nauseum here, but from the 209, it says, Pops, are Armstead and Hargrave 100%? I know Armstead isn't,
yes,
but I would say in Hargrave's case, I'll be honest, I expected more. Early in the season, I think he was really good. I don't think he's been the guy late in the season. I don't know if he's banged up or not, but those two guys inside are absolutely critical to any kind of success against the run the 49ers may have against the Chiefs. They need to get it together.
I think the Lions' interior played pretty well in the game, and then going to the jumbo line and bringing Penei Sewell in and going unbalanced and moving them around, and their line was good. Kansas City... they got some veteran guys. Is Joe Tooney going to play in the Super Bowl?
Doesn't look like
their
it.
Left guard. Is he going to miss the game? He missed the championship game in Baltimore.
Yeah.
He's one of the best left guards. They bought him from New England years ago, and he's a great player. It hasn't always gone perfectly. I think the second half was much better, but one of the key plays of the game was the fourth down when Goff got pressured, and he had to go out to his right. First of all, the Niners changed the coverage, showing Dre following Jahmyr Gibbs like it was man and then dropping into a zone, and they had all their man beaters, and the Niners were all over that with their zones. And then the pressure came from those two guys. Armstead was chasing Jared Goff, and right behind him was the Gravedigger, and that was a big play in the game. So Gravedigger got close last year, and he played these Kansas City Chiefs, and he was in pursuit of Mahomes. Go back and watch the end of the Super Bowl last year in Arizona. That was Javon Hargrave chasing Patrick Mahomes, and Mahomes had that huge scramble that essentially ended the game and got him into field goal range for Butker to win in the Super Bowl. But no, he's fine. They're both fine. They just the other side sometimes is pretty good.
Yeah, I just remember Hargrave throughout his entire career creating so much havoc up front just by his pure penetration, and we just haven't seen that for a while consistently. So. Look, I think if he could do that against the Chiefs, it would be massive because we are talking about all the outside runs and all those kind of things and those big alleyways that we've seen. We saw it against the Packers a lot. We saw it especially Jahmyr Gibbs on the 15-yard run around the right. I think that the Hargrave guy that I always saw with Philadelphia and Pittsburgh penetrating so much and creating havoc in the backfield, that's the guy we need to see against the Chiefs. Not all on him, but I would like that very much. Thank you very much. Let's see, 209. I just did the 209. Let's get out to the lines. Orlando is in Oakland. Hi, Orlando. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, man.
Appreciate you having me on.
Sure.
I just wanted to ask Pop. I've been seeing Elijah Mitchell. He got that good, touchdown run at the goal line there, and I was just wondering why they don't spell him for CMC. That like have the double running back attack kind of approach at
The
it.
pony.
I was just wondering.
Yeah, they really have not done that. We thought when they got Christian, because Elijah was so good, that they would run it. Teams call it different things, but pony personnel, isn't it what Kyle calls it, when you have two halfbacks on the field. But then, you can't have 12 players on the field. So who's coming off the field in those situations? You want to take Debo off the field? You want to take Juszczyk off the field? There are certain formations and personnel groupings where they do that. But I just think that their players are so strong with McCaffrey and Juice and Christian and Iyuk obviously and Debo, and then it's even a hard call when you go 3 wide receivers and brings Jennings in. Usually Juice comes off the field, so I just think Juszczyk is so valuable. And then as far as just spelling McCaffrey for Mitchell, there's just not a scenario where you want to take McCaffrey off the field. He's just that good of a player. He had to come off for the touchdown when he landed on his head, and he was grabbing the back of his neck, and he had a stinger, and he was all right afterwards, an hour or so after the game. And then Mitchell came in, and he had to run right over somebody on the goal line, John, to get in the end zone. He's powerful, but there really is not a scenario where you're getting into these, one game, one play here or there, and you're getting behind, and there's just not a scenario where Bobby Turner's going to take Christian off the field. It's kind of like Kasarik and Bosa. Bosa's not coming off the field now. You just got to play all the way through these games, all these snaps.
No doubt. Ask Papa anything at all. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. This is a good one from the 415. Obviously, we saw the Niners at the Warriors game last night. Joe Lacob did a great job giving them all their jerseys and all that kind of stuff. If you could hang with one Niners player at a Warriors game, who would you pick?
Trent Williams,
without
a doubt. I love Trent.
Yeah. Plus, he had the blue SF hat last night going with his Warriors gear. Usually it's, maybe the DBs or the wide receivers and stuff like that are the flashiest. Trent's got to be the best-dressed big guy that I think I've ever seen. He's always on it.
And he is. They do have a basketball hoop in the locker room there. And Eric Armstead, played.
Man, yeah.
He was a tremendous, he played at Oregon. Brandon Aiyuk has got a sweet jumper, but Trent Williams, John, at his size, the way he's able to move around is just amazing. I was going to go to the Warrior game last night. I was all set to go, and then our boss, Adam Copeland, wanted to go out to dinner last night, so I had to go to Hilton.
I love the disdain in which you say that.
I think I was going to go there and hang with my guys.
Can you imagine? You know what would have been really cool? So most of them were along that one side. Kittle was on the baseline there. There were some guys kind of smattered about as well, but you could have sat right in the middle of everybody and just done play-by-play.
I could have done the Jimmy seat.
It would have been amazing.
So what was amazing is what the Warriors did for him behind the scenes, and a lot of the video got posted on social media. The way they opened up that conference room and the football, and they were celebrating them by going to the Super Bowl, and just some of the images that were coming out of there, and they love the Warriors. I mean, you had big stars on the 49ers. How many commercials is Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle? I mean, who's going to have more commercials on Super Bowl Sunday? Well, it'll be Mahomes and State Farm and Travis Kelce.
Brock will have a couple, I bet.
What's not a national ad? Does Brock have any national
Well, he's got the
ad?
Toyota one. Yeah, he does have one.
That's a local ad.
Oh, it is?
National. Yeah, it's only local.
I bet we see Brock on a commercial.
Well, who's going to have more combined commercials? Kittle, McCaffrey versus Mahomes, Kelce.
Oh, Mahomes,
Kelce.
Because he's doing the State Farm thing now, right?
State Farm ad.
And then Kelce is, oh my God. I mean, Kelsey's like, because of and he could thank Taylor because of it, but he's on
had
like
those ads before.
Not as many. I mean, seriously, he's pimping anything that is not nailed down. He's got like 10 sponsorships
Subway,
now.
But he had a lot of ads before.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
but ton.
You sounded like Kittle there when you went, "Oh my God!"
It was seriously.
Kittle. Like,
he's doing like 10. Like everything is him.
You dropped a Kittle. Kittle does a lot of ads, but anyway,
he does.
The Niners have got huge star power here, but you're around Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and you're trying to get that elusive championship, and these guys are the Bay Area's Lord of the Rings. They got 4 each, so it was just cool after the game seeing, them be fans and going on the floor and getting autographs from the guys. But the way the Warriors laid it out, and every single guy Chase Young, Ray McLeod. I mean, everybody. They all got a custom Warrior jersey. How cool is that?
Yeah, I thought the whole behind the scenes thing, and I don't know the logistics of all that stuff, but essentially they said whoever wants to come comes. What was Brock doing? He was at home studying. No Brock.
He's getting ready.
Oh man, that'd have been the place. Yeah, because no Brock Purdy was. Chris McCaffrey's been there before, but I don't think he was there, right?
He was not there. I don't
Yeah,
think Juice
couple
was
of guys.
there.
No Bosa. But
They
there was
were
a
out
lot of
getting
guys.
sun. Do you see Juice getting a full
What?
tan?
Okay, that's a great question for
Now
Papa. What the hell was that?
That's the sun. So I told you about that room.
No,
they
that's
have,
not what
the
I
red
mean.
room. Well, the red room they have back there, and you're supposed to go in. And Juice, he had a little something on.
He had a black banana hammock,
Yeah,
and him and McCaffrey, if people didn't see the video, were doing golf swings out on the
sun-
practice field.
And I even went there, I think Kittle rolled a video on that. But you could, so they have the red room where they go in the locker. It's right off the locker room, and you go in there completely naked. Because you want
you been in there?
The light, yes.
Oh,
the
yeah.
light to. I sneak in there when they're having practice and walkthroughs. Anyway, if you want your testosterone levels to go up naturally and not have to do it, I've told you about this before.
I need this.
You instead of taking something that'll boost your testosterone levels, the sun. Even if you go in there for like 15 minutes a day. I think that's what Juice was trying to do yesterday.
My God, man. Yeah, because I think McCaffrey was just in like some black tight shorts doing the golf swing, but then Juice was in banana hammock. And then it got out. And because I was wondering, and then like you said, you saw later, Kittle took the video. And they probably didn't care. I mean, they're like, whatever. I mean, they're in good shape, but still, it was when I saw that, I was like, was that like a deep fake or something? But it wasn't. It was like real stuff. They were outside.
They're actually on
it.
the field. I think Reverend Earl had a lot to do with them showing up last night at the game.
That's good because we got to ask next time we see Juice, we got to ask him about that whole thing. But anyway, yeah, that was nice. Ask Papa anything at all. You can keep them coming on the text line. We'll take them throughout the afternoon as well. Bottom of the hour, our good friend Matt Barrows is going to join us from The Athletic. Like you said, 10 things to know about the Super Bowl in Vegas, and he'll tell us about that. This is an interesting piece. You and I love going down to these things. They did by numbers. I can't believe that David Lombardi either hasn't done this or wasn't going to do this. They did this by DVOA and all the numbers and all that kind of stuff of who the best Super Bowl team is of all time. And you and I have debated this. What's the best 49ers team of all time? They got that part of it right, but I think they got the other part of it wrong. We will explain, and then we'll talk to Matt Barrows at the bottom of the hour at 12:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Our good friend and Super Bowl champion Dennis Brown joined us, Bob Melvin, yesterday to discuss the big comeback win against the Lions in the NFC Championship game and gave us the players' perspective on going to the Super Bowl. That podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Like this 49er defense doesn't do a lot. They don't present a lot of volume. I think they're going to be in for it. The only chance I think the Niners have to win is a little bit of a shootout. And again, this Chiefs defense just continues to elevate their game.
That's Alex Smith. He obviously has a unique perspective on all this stuff, and hopefully we'll see him in Las Vegas. Of course, working for ESPN. He was a starting quarterback for the Chiefs when Patrick Mahomes was a rookie, then relented, went off to Washington. Of course, had that big injury, but for a long time was a 49ers quarterback too. So we'll be interested to hear his thoughts on everything. And which, by the way, he mentioned the word shootout. Same thing for the 916 and Ask Papa Anything, who asks, if the game turns into a shootout, which is a term Alex Smith just said, how confident are you that the 49ers offense can match Mahomes? I'm very confident.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a shootout, to be honest with you. I think this is going to be a different kind of. What's the over-under on this game? In the 40s? Or
49.5 is what I saw. I'll double check.
Good number. 49ers
Yeah.
at 49.5. I mean, we kind of thought the Lion game was going to be a shootout, and it was two blowouts that became a shootout. But their defense is really good. I mean, really good. They got speed everywhere. Their corners, they hit you hard. L'Jarius Sneed is a great player. McDuffie in the slot. Justin Reed at safety will light you up. Their linebackers. So I don't know about that. I mean, obviously the Niners could score, and I know Mahomes is the lowest scoring team he's had, but Kansas City, when they get right, they can score. So, but I don't see either team getting into the 30s in this game. I think it's going to be, maybe 28-24 or something like that. I guess I'd take the over there at 52, but I think it's going to be right at that number, a little lower.
By the way, it started at 49.5. It's dropped to 47.5. So,
jeez.
I mean, that's a low number. When you just think traditionally, like, Kansas City, well, they average 22.5 points per game. They're down a full touchdown from 2019, so they're just not the same offense. And I respect Mahomes and everything, but not having Tyreek Hill, as you said, it makes him not nearly as explosive, although Kelsey is now healthy. But I don't think their offensive line, Tooney's not playing in this game. I double-checked that. He's not playing. And they've got problems at offensive tackle as well. I like their center, Humphrey out of Oklahoma. He's a nice player, but their offensive line and it wasn't great in 2019. It was okay. And I keep saying this until it comes true. I mean, Detroit had a great offensive line. They were banged up. I thought the Niners would do better. They had young tackles with Green Bay. I thought the Niners would do better. So it comes back to the same thing it did in 2019. Well, this defensive line has to be what it's paid to be, because I think the defensive line is better than Kansas City's offensive line, but they haven't showed it so far in the playoffs.
I mean, a lot of times they scheme it up, and Green Bay's O-line played great, and Detroit's O-line played great, and they were creative, and Andy Reid at heart is an old offensive lineman, and they do a lot of creative things, especially when you give them an extra week to get ready. The real story is their defense. Their defense allowed 17.3 points per game, number 2. Spagnola's defense this year, 290 yards, John, allowed, number 2. Can you run on them a little bit? Yeah, I think you can play bully ball with them. It's hard to pass on them. And then the other side of it is, I know the numbers are down with Kansas City, but a lot of it was just they weren't very good offensively for a lot of games. And then they just find a way, or games they lost, they didn't find a way. Like Christmas Day, the game against Buffalo, and Tony lines up with his toe in the neutral zone, and the throwback from Kelsey. And but Pacheco's a big back, and he's got speed and he's got power. But I think this is one of those games, John, where I think you got to invite them to run the ball. I think you got to drop and play coverage against Mahomes and just take away as much of his field as you can. He's just the teams that know him the best play coverage against him. I don't know if you want to just go put pressure on this guy and blitz this guy. The pass rush outside of that Tampa Bay game, it just doesn't seem to bother him.
I think this is clearly, and again, we have a lot of days to be able to dissect this, and next week we'll be at the Super Bowl in Las Vegas on Radio Row all week long, and we'll get a lot of different opinions on this, but it seems simple to me, much different than in 2019. You always have to do this defensively, but more so than ever against this particular team is tackle well, because they're going to throw a lot of short stuff, and you're going to have to tackle. And their point, Rashee Rice is this way, Pacheco is this way, even Kelsey is this way. Look, Kelsey's going to catch his passes, and he's healthy as he's been all season long. He's going to catch 8 to 10, but those 8 to 10 need to be 7 or 8 yards. They can't be 20. And Rashee Rice is the same way. He's not Tyreek Hill. He's not going down the field. He's going to get stuff right at the line of scrimmage, and they're going to try to break tackles and get yards. And that's what Kansas City does now. They're a different offense that way. So you better I don't know how they're going to, at this point of the season, you're not tackling to the ground. You're not doing anything like that, but they need to be better. They needed to be better against Detroit. They missed a lot of tackles. Effort at times was an issue, it looked like. So they got to be able to tackle against Kansas City, because that's what they do offensively now.
They got speed in one guy. Marquez Valdez-Scantling can run.
Better fingers.
And I know. He had some games where he dropped the ball, but when they went to it at the end of the Baltimore game in the AFC Championship game, that 32-yarder right over the top, and Mahomes vowed when he had the drop against Philadelphia on Monday Night Football, and I thought he did. The ball was not perfectly placed. He overthrew him a little bit. On that one, he underthrew him and allowed MVS to come back and get the ball. So, by the way, they are replaying right now on the NFL Network Eagles-Chiefs, not from Monday night this year, but last year's Super Bowl.
By the way, just one quick note, as far as everybody being dressed at the Warriors game last night, best dressed, and it's not even close, Javon Kinlaw. You see the green, like the lime green suit?
He's always stylish. He's the best dressed for practice.
He looks good.
When he brings out his designer sunglasses, he always looks fly.
Yeah, he looked good. He had like a lime green suit that I could never pull off, never could, never will, never would. But, man, he could do it. He looked good. So, anyway, just letting people know. And he's even bigger than Trent. Like those two, that'd be cool to hang with them on a certain night. Oh, you want to give me grief? These are my guys.
He is
you got a problem?
Javon Kinlaw is as big as they get.
It's unbelievable.
And Chase Young is right there.
Yeah, he was. Him and Curry were. I don't know if they have a prior relationship somehow, but they were talking on the side. That was pretty cool. Anyway, it's always cool to see them interact. And the respect that they have, because Curry comes over and he's signing all those custom jerseys that the guys got, and they turn into kids because it's like, damn, it's Steph Curry. When you forget, Curry's a legend, man. Those guys are like giddy. They're getting their jersey signed by Steph Curry. That was pretty cool at the end of the game. All right, Matt Barrows is going to join us coming up next. The 10 things to watch for the Super Bowl in Vegas. He has you covered, and you're going to get information, and you'll be really smart about it. Matt Barrows is going to join us from The Athletic next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Wednesday. It's your hump day. Tomorrow and Friday, I believe we're going to be in Santa Clara. You're going to be down in Santa Clara? Yeah, I think so. By the way, are we early? We were supposed to get Matt Barrows at 12:30, so are we waiting on Matt Barrows for a minute to give him a call?
Waiting.
Oh, my God. This never happens. Matt Barrows is probably thinking, I'll probably get out around 12:45. He's got a great piece out. Make sure you're following him, of course, for all your Super Bowl coverage, and all the guys at The Athletic do a tremendous job. At Matt Barrows and his latest piece, Saloon Font and Bermuda Grass, 10 details about the 49ers Super Bowl week in Vegas. We'll all be down there next week at Radio Row or Media Row, and Maddie joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Yeah, 12:28 is when you guys called me.
My God.
That's astounding.
I don't know what happened there. Sorry.
Hey, you guys are in Super Bowl form right now. I know the 49ers have had a little kind of sleepy starts, but you guys are championship form right now.
Yeah, it's never happened.
We're starting
before.
our meetings early. We shouldn't do that for you. So the itineraries are out, the schedules for the remainder of this week and the remainder of before they fly on Sunday, and then when they get to Vegas next week. So just give us your thumbnail, because you did a lot of the legwork for us on what the next 10 days or so are going to look like, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, I think one big takeaway is that they're doing the bulk of their preparation for the Chiefs this week while they're still in Santa Clara, and then it's just sort of fine-tuning once they get to Vegas. And so they arrive on Sunday, and then the big media to-do, the one that's sort of famous that has all the hundreds and hundreds of reporters, is on Monday, and then they start practicing at UNLV. The Chiefs will be at the Raiders facility, and UNLV has 2 artificial turf practice fields, but the NFL has put down grass over those fields. So, the 49ers will be practicing on grass. They'll be playing on grass, and not just grass, but the very grass that they use for Levi Stadium and their practice fields as well, West Coast turf out in the Central Valley. So, that will be sort of familiar footing for them throughout the week. And so that won't be an issue. They should feel at home in that regard.
Matt Barrows is joining us, the 10 things you need to know about the Super Bowl in Vegas. All right, let me jump to the one that most fans are going to jump to of the 10, and they're all great. Number 8, the game's referee is familiar and perhaps controversial. It's Bill Vinovich, who also was the head official for Super Bowl 54, and you explain all those things, and you bring up one that people forget about, but it pissed everybody off: the offensive pass interference against George Kittle at the end of the first, or the end of the first half on that one. So interesting that the same official or lead official would be in Super Bowl 54 in this one as well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's just random, and we should note that it's almost an entirely different crew. So the person who threw the flag on Kittle at the end of the first half won't be working this game. But it seems like a trend in the playoffs is that the officials keep their hankies in their pockets, and so that's why that call on Kittle was so out of place. I mean, it was just a really kind of ticky-tacky call, and then you saw them not penalizing, the Chiefs, for example, on that holding on Nick Bosa in the fourth quarter. That's usually what officials do. We saw Clete Blakeman's crew only called 5 in that Lions 49ers game, 5 total. And there's a blatant helmet to helmet on Brock Purdy. I thought that there was a late hit on Purdy after that last run. I mean, these are plays that usually get called, and certainly so in the regular season, but not so much in the playoffs, and they're letting these guys play. That's why that Kittle play really kind of stands out. Not only did it negate a huge play the 49ers could have scored before the half, it just was sort of counter to what the officials usually do in the postseason.
And it was on safety Daniel Sorensen, and Bill Vinovich himself would not have made the call But the one involving Eric Fisher and the 2-3 chip jet wasp play when he held Nick Bosa, that's one that Bill himself or the umpire in the backfield would make a call on that. So, but Bill's a good official, and he's worthy of getting the Super Bowl. I think most people thought he was trending that way. You mentioned, both teams, the 49ers and the Chiefs, are going to stay out in Henderson. They're staying at different hotels. Henderson is just massive. The fact that it's the AFC's game because the Raiders are an AFC team and they're the host team, the Chiefs will actually work out very close to where they're staying, right there in Henderson, where the 49ers have to go to UNLV, which is by the airport, closer to the Strip, Matt. So logistically for the Niners, and then when they have all these media obligations, I mean, at the schedule, they got one on Tuesday, they have one on Wednesday, some are before practice or after. Is the media coming out to the 49ers hotel in Henderson, or are the Niners going somewhere to meet the media for these media obligations?
Yeah, the media stuff is at their team hotel, so it's sort of backwards. The 49ers will go to Las Vegas, so it's about a half-hour ride to practice at UNLV, which is where the media is located. The media is located on the Strip. Right. And then everybody, the 49ers and the media, are then going out to Henderson. At the very end of the day, the media availability on Wednesday and Thursday is late. It ends at 5:15.
Yeah,
it starts at 4, ends at 5:15. So it basically means that the 49ers practice schedule is going to be different. I mean, it's going to be a different sequence than what they have in a normal run-up to the game. That's largely why the 49ers are kind of practicing as if there's a game on Sunday this week, getting all of that stuff out of the way because they know that the schedule is going to be disrupted next week. They'll have the opportunity to do some tweaking, some fine-tuning, this, that, and the other, but the lion's share of the work is going to get done over the next 3 days.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic has everything you need to know about the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, 10 details about the 49ers Super Bowl week in Vegas. Make sure you check it out in The Athletic. One thing I looked up today, I couldn't remember the exact timing on it, was just how much the NFL stance has changed. And I know why. It's financial, obviously. But the Tony Romo shutting down of the fantasy football convention in 2015. So that's 8 years ago. So in 8 years, they went, Tony Romo, who was then the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, cannot headline a fantasy football convention, but we can have a Pro Bowl and now a Super Bowl in Vegas. Isn't it amazing that not only the NFL, but just the entirety, all of sports, has completely changed their viewpoint on Las Vegas? That's amazing to me.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's been a 180-degree turn. They are absolutely still vigilant about, players betting, and we saw that this past season with some very stiff punishments for that type of stuff. But 100%. I mean, it's gone from being anathema to absolutely accepted everywhere, including having a team in Vegas and now a Super Bowl in Vegas.
Well, the laws of our land have changed dramatically in that time. I mean, how many states right now have legalized gambling, John? More than half, right? California does not, but I think it's well over 30. So you don't have to go to Nevada or to New Jersey, Atlantic City to gamble. You can gamble anywhere and even do it on your phone, which leads to, and the concern, Matt, is that it is legal for most people, but not for NFL players, and just going into sports books and the Niners will be on lockdown, and I'm sure Kansas City will as well. But a lot of players are going to come to this game, obviously. They're on other teams that are not playing in the game. I mean, what's the league's level of concern that things could go haywire and they have to suspend their own players for going to the Super Bowl?
I mean, this is something that they go over very clearly at the beginning of the season. I don't know whether they do it at the end of the season before. You're right, because it's going to be everybody's going to be descending on Las Vegas next week, that's it's Sin City. That's the temptation. You want to place a bet. So I don't know whether there's been a kind of reminder, a league-wide reminder, but it would not surprise me if there had been, because it is something that they want to distance themselves from. The players getting involved in the game. Hey, it's okay if the fans lose their money, but we don't want the players doing that at all. It's a good question, and it's something that I'll try to ask a team or a league official when we're out there.
In regards to 4 years ago, 2019, of course, we saw him a couple of years ago as well. Christian McCaffrey had just arrived. But do you think that as you look at it, it's easy now because you say, well, they lost the game. But do you think they're a better team? Are they better positioned, I should say, to beat Kansas City than they were 4 years ago?
I think they are. I mean, they're just a more diverse team. Deebo Samuel was on that team 4 years ago. He was a rookie. He didn't have Brandon Iyuk there. George Kittle was in his third season. I just think it's a better team, and really beginning with McCaffrey. I mean, entering the playoffs, coming out of that Green Bay game, if there was one person that you were confident was going to be ready, and just I sort of liken Christian McCaffrey to a champagne cork. I mean, he's just ready to burst in the playoffs. He's worked all of his life for it, and he hasn't let anybody down. I mean, there's a lot of criticism of the 49ers defense and some missed tackles against the Lions the other day, but the Lions had double the number of missed tackles, and a lot of those were on Christian McCaffrey runs. So he's primed and ready to go. He's going to deliver. I mean, you can almost count on him to have a Christian McCaffrey-like game. He's just been so consistent, and he works so hard preparing himself for these types of moments. Remember last year in Philadelphia, the 49ers had nothing offensively, and for good reason, but he had that amazing run where he ran over several Eagles defenders. I mean, he was the lone spark in that game, and I think just having him and then all those other weapons around him, that's what makes the 49ers special going into this game.
Yeah, I didn't even think he was going to play in the game after the injury against Dallas. He was not healthy going into that game, and he jumped over everybody, Marcus Epps and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He broke like 3 tackles on that play, which leads to, running backs, it's tough. Usually quarterbacks win the MVP of the Super Bowl, but I would not be shocked if McCaffrey does, if the Niners win the game, win the award, but we'll see. So, I mean, I think we all agree, with Brock and Christian and older Debo and Trent Williams, the 49ers offensively are better than they were in 19 when they went to Super Bowl 54, Matt. Defensively, I like their roster better. Right? You look at their defensive alignment, I think it's better than the team they took to Miami for that Super Bowl against Kansas City. But the numbers are not there at all, especially on third down. The Niners are allowing 42% conversion on third down this year. Back in 19, it was 32%. And then they're getting run on in both playoff games with Green Bay and Detroit. And I know the overall numbers of Mahomes and the Chiefs' offense are not in the 30s. They're in the low 20s, but this is still Mahomes and Kelsey and Andy Reid. How do you see that matchup? Are the Niners as good defensively? The numbers say no, but their personnel, I think, is better than the team that went to the Super Bowl in Miami?
Yeah, it's hard to reconcile. I mean, that Miami game defensive line had Buckner and Armstead and Bosa and D Ford, and I realized that D Ford wasn't at the end of the season wasn't the same player he was at the beginning of the season, but that's a lot of talent. And Buckner and Bosa in particular had really strong games. Remember, the 49ers were taking it to the Chiefs for a huge portion of that game, and then obviously the fourth quarter happened. So I'm not sure I agree with you with just the talent level. Shanahan's point the other day on Monday was that he thought that the pursuit on some of those outside runs by the Lions were as bad as it's been all season. And I know that pursuit and effort aren't exactly synonyms, but you did see guys sort of jogging down the line of scrimmage, waiting for somebody else to make a play. It's hard to reconcile, given the magnitude of the game and the fact that the 49ers have had all this rest. I mean, they should be the fresher team. They should be the team that's going all out on every play. That's the ethos of that Chris Kasarik defensive line. We want you to go 100 miles an hour on every snap, and if you're tired, we've got a deep enough line that we can pull you out. Don't worry about that. Just go as hard as you can. And you didn't always see that against the Lions.
Matt Barrows has joined us. Before we let you go, when someone asks you about the Brandon Aiyuk catch, what do you call it?
Well, I feel like the ladybug thing is just so perfect. And I know ladybug isn't the most masculine football word or image that you can think of, but boy, that does seem like it was heaven sent. So I'm going with a ladybug catch.
Ladybug catch or ladybug leap or Levi's
was
ladybug
there a leap
leap
involved,
or
like a ladybug ricochet, ladybug carom? I don't know. There's no real good alliteration.
Well, he jumped. He did left his feet. So we had a couple of callers call in this week, and I thought I'll come up with two killers. I can't pick which one we're going to use. B.A. Ricochet. Do you like that one?
I like that one. Yep, I do.
All right. And then going back to 1951 against the Lions at Kezar, Y.A. Tittle to R.C. Owens, the first ever alley-oop was against the Lions to win the game late. How do you feel about alley-ook?
I like that one as well. I like
that. Which one? B.A. Ricochet or alley-oop?
Because I don't know how you get ladybug in there. I agree with you because we had a bunch of callers giving us ladybug stuff, and I'm like, I just don't know how you do that. I don't know how you get ladybug in there.
Guys, I'll work on that all weekend. I'm going to come up with something.
We need to know.
Do you like alley-oop? Which one do you like, B.A. Ricochet?
What about the immaculate
No, that's a
deflection?
Steeler.
You think Papa's going to go immaculate anything? With his background?
No.
Immaculate it belongs to the Steelers and the Raiders.
Immaculate deception. No, that's not. We're not. I think we got to go alley-ook. Uke.
Yeah.
Uke is on fire.
I don't know how you get ladybug in there because we did. We had a bunch of ladybug suggestions, and like you said, it was the Gold Rush girls. We had a bunch of people call it. Somebody said that during the game, they were at the game and a ladybug landed. I'm like, oh, was there an infestation of ladybugs at that game? What the heck? It landed on Aiyuk's shoe. I mean, my goodness, man.
Yeah, you don't think of insect infestations in late January.
Exactly.
I mean, be like hibernating or something like that.
I mean, it was a nice day after all, but still,
locusts. No, but not
I don't
ladybugs.
know. Anyway, all right. Just checking in. You're the wordsmith, so I was just wondering if maybe you.
Yeah, well, I would. I believe you me. I worked on this for a good half hour, and I came up with buckets. It was hard to do.
It is. Those are not easy, man.
It's you got to ask BA what he wants. He gets to pick the name. Of the
it's just a lot easier when you.
We'll ask,
that's a good idea. But it's a lot easier when you just say the catch. But then we've had so many of those that you just can't do that. So we got to come up with something new. All right, man. We'll see you down in Vegas. Thanks as always, and great piece. We appreciate it.
All right. I appreciate that. Talk to you guys soon.
All right. There's Matt Barrows. And again, everything you need to know about the Niners in Vegas, he has wrapped up in one neat, nice piece. So make sure you check it out in The Athletic. All right, top of the hour, we will get you caught up on everything that's going on, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear as we'll get closer to the Super Bowl, plus what's going on with the Warriors. Nice win last night. We are 8 days away. Does that change any of the thinking? We'll get into it next only here on the Sports Center.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL Films producer Greg Coselli joined Tolbert and Copes to review the tape of the NFC Championship, that podcast, and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
That's right. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Pop kept coming into the studio saying how great his eyes were. Look at me. He was throwing his readers against the wall. I don't need these anymore. And after a while, I just, okay, fine. What'd you do? You went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And then I went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley because I do everything Greg does. He says jump off a bridge, jump off a bridge. He says go get your eyes done at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. I do it. No, not really. But we both had this procedure called CLR. It's custom lens replacement, and it is the perfect and permanent solution to glasses, contacts, readers. Plus, this is a nice bonus. You're never going to develop cataracts. And you're thinking to yourself, just like I did, well, geez, it's my eyes, man. Can I trust the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley? Ha, of course you can. Tens of thousands of procedures. You can trust Dr. Craig Mindy and his entire team. It just took minutes. They explained everything to you. And here's the great part as well. And we had CLR. Great success with the CLR, the custom lens replacements, but they do all sorts of procedures, and whatever works best for you is what the Laser Eye Center wants to do. They've got the advanced vision analysis, gives their doctors over 1 million data points, 1 million data points to determine if you need CLR, LASIK, SMILE, or EVO ICL, so those different procedures. So here's what you do. I just went through all that stuff, and you're like, whoa. Look, it's a free consultation, so you got nothing to lose, and your eyesight's going to get better. LaserEyecLR.com. LaserEyecLR.com. Free consultation, or simply call 877-GET-2020.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Getting you ready for Super Bowl 58 in Vegas. We'll be there next week. All week long, we'll be on Radio Row, and you know the drill. We've done this for many, many years, and should be a good time as always. By the way, I was talking to Mike Holler, who will be down there, and he's one of our producers, and he's a big wig boss now, and he does a great job. What is his exact position on the Niners broadcast?
I have no idea.
He's one of the
executive producer.
He's the executive producer. That's a pretty big name.
He always stays incredibly calm.
He does
on game day.
That is true.
Until something breaks, and then he just goes nuts, which we learned on Sunday. But anyway, John, what were you asking?
I was talking to him, and because I had forgotten. There's all these events that go on every single year, and we have a great time. And last year we had a great time. We were in Arizona, and they do this media party, and last year it was in the middle of the desert, and we're smoking cigars, had a great time. And the one I can remember the most was Indianapolis years ago. We were at the Motor Speedway, and they had it was tiered. They were in this building, and it was tiered, and on each level there was something different. So there's like whiskey, scotch, and cigars on one, and everything. But he loves beer so much, I was telling him that one year they had on one of the levels at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, they made mugs out of ice. They molded these ice mugs, and you had to put gloves on, and then they filled it with beer. It was the coldest, best beer of my life. And so I just wondered.
Nothing like a frosty mug.
Oh, it was unbelievable. It was made of ice, and you had to put gloves on. And so I wonder what Vegas is going to do to top all these other Super Bowls, because we've been to Miami, we've been to New Orleans.
The media.
Well, just all of it. I think that Vegas.
I've already got an invite to Shaq's party. You want to go to that?
What night is that?
Fieri's party.
Oh, that'll be some good food.
A lot of these are on the weekend. Getting too close to kickoff.
Yeah, because people don't realize Saturday night you lock yourself in, right?
CAA's having a big party. The commissioners' party's on Friday night. Yeah.
But I remember, like, with you, this is just their tradition. I don't know that you're going to break it, especially for the Super Bowl.
I can't go out the night.
Saturday night, you don't go out. Yes, no. Saturday night, you don't go out.
Kidding me? The night for the Super Bowl?
Like, you lock in. No. It's like, people don't, like, no. But other than that, you're pretty good, right? You're pretty flexible.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, there's a lot to do.
There's some people coming into this game. Shane Salazar's coming. He is trouble.
Like I said before, I haven't met any of your friends that aren't trouble.
Well, there's certain ones that are heightened trouble. Shane's trouble.
Is the Whale who came into New Orleans, is he number one?
Whale's going to be with us in spirit. Whale's not doing well, but he is a huge Niner fan.
Yeah, I know.
So we will definitely FaceTime Whale from the strip.
It's going to be a good time. We're looking forward to it. Top of the hour, we'll give you the foreplay, the four things you need to know, or the four pieces of sound you need to hear to be a competent member of society today. All the props came out, which is fun, and this is pretty simple. Let me ask you this before I give you the odds on MVP. Let's throw out Mahomes and Purdy. That's far too easy.
When was the last time a running back won the MVP? Terrell Davis? Are we going with that far back?
Wait, can we check that? It's got to be since then, right?
There's got to be
So
something. Go ahead.
Give me somebody
McCaffrey would be the guy.
Okay, other than the quarterbacks, who, by the way, Mahomes is 6-5 and Brock's 5-2, so obviously those are going to be the top guys. McCaffrey is 9-2, so he's right there. Travis Kelce, Debo. Now here's where we get into some good ones, because this is where you could make a few bucks if like a Deion Branch thing happens. Debo's 20-1. Pacheco is 25-1. How about Brandon Aiyuk at 50-1? Could he go off?
Cooper Kupp won it a couple of years ago. Julian Edelman won it a couple of years ago.
How about this one? Kittle is 66-1. Maybe a Kittle could go off a little bit.
Tight end ever won the MVP of the Super Bowl?
I don't think so.
I don't think
tight end. It's rare that a defensive lineman, but they have won it before. Nick Bosa is 66-1. I might put some money on Nick. He came alive in that Detroit game. He had a couple of sacks.
Who's got better yards, Chris Jones or Bosa?
Chris Jones is 75-1. I tell you, if Mahomes didn't win the MVP in 2019, it was Chris Jones, right? All those deflections he had in the middle of the line. Still remember that.
Yeah, well, maybe in Garoppolo who won the game. Harvey Martin and Randy White one year split it with Steve Line. We have not had a running back. John Riggins won one. Marcus Allen won one. Otis Anderson, the 25. God, he just played keep away. Emmitt Smith won MVP. But the last one at running back is Terrell Davis.
Wow. It's been forever. If you'd like to throw your money away and flush it down the toilet, your good friend Jake Moody's 300-1. How many field goals would he have to make in order for him to win?
Will you lay off of Moody? When we go,
I have been very nice about it.
On Monday
I've been
night,
very
I'm
nice.
going to bring you right over to Jake Moody.
Let's take a picture together, me and him.
Jake the Make. Although in this game,
I have been very nice about him. I haven't mentioned anything.
Harrison Butker is really good. I was just watching the Super Bowl from last year. He hit the left upright.
Yeah,
Harrison Butker on a 42-yard field goal. So they don't make them all, but that guy makes a lot of them. He's good.
Let's see what are else some fun ones. Anyway, I like MVP because maybe you could put a few bucks on the thing just for a guy that could be coming from nowhere.
How about the story of Mr. Irrelevant? And we're not talking Ryan Suckup, the great Chiefs former punter, who's no longer there. What if Brock Purdy wins the MVP of the Super Bowl? Would that be? Kurt wasn't drafted at all, and I know that. And Brand Johnson didn't win the MVP. It was Dexter Jackson, but he wasn't drafted, and he won a Super Bowl. But I think it's even more of a story. People love it more that he was drafted, and he was the very last draft pick of all, Mr. Irrelevant. We got to get our guy Melanie Finch on the air next week, John. She's from the Mr. Irrelevant Award.
That's a good call.
And it was her dad, the former 49er player, that actually came up with the award, the Lozman Trophy, the opposite of the Heisman. Anyway, what if Brock Purdy wins the MVP of the Super Bowl after being the last pick in the draft just the year before? Not directly that year, but the year before. To do that would be amazing.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. Now, and a guy drafted, I'm taking Warner out of this. Would he be the, lowest drafted player to ever win it at 262? We'd have to check that. Warner wasn't drafted, but I'm saying of players that were drafted, I wondered if he would be.
He's got to be, isn't he?
Well, they used to have 12 rounds in the damn draft. I just wonder if somebody.
And some of these guys, like Johnny Unitas didn't win the year the Colts won. Who won the MVP that year?
I don't know. I'll have to check.
Johnny, the draft back then was like 17 rounds, so it is a bit ridiculous. But obviously there's never been a Mr. Irrelevant that's even played quarterback in the NFL of any distinction, let alone make it to the Super Bowl. So he's already broken all those barriers. He's number one. But to finish it off by being the most valuable player, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, it's Papa in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. It's foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I'm trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, this is a cool foreplay for you because we're going to intertwine Warriors and 49ers because the 49ers were at Chase Center last night for the Warriors win over the 76ers. So this was really cool. Joe Lacob, whoever put this together, bravo for you because
Raymond Ritter was involved.
It was awesome. They had the cake, they had the jerseys, they had all the guys sitting courtside and Kittle there in the corner and just really, really cool. So here is Joe Lacob giving a toast to the 49ers players in that big ballroom that they had. They were hosting all the 49ers. Here's the owner of the Warriors.
Major League heart attack, but it was a fantastic game. You guys, we all love you, man, almost as much as the Warriors. But we love you guys. We're all going to, a lot of us going to be at the game. We wish you well. Go 49ers.
Yeah! What do you think the food bill was for that night? Oh, my goodness, man. No, I know they don't care, but there's some big boys in that room. They're messing around. You give them some free grub.
Malcolm Smith was picked 242.
Ooh, nice.
Seventh round pick, 242.
Yep. Had those interceptions against Denver in Super Bowl 48.
After he was the MVP, he became a Raider.
He had a pick six.
Right away.
He had that pick six in New York against Denver. He was an MVP? My goodness, man.
Yeah, he was the MVP of the. He wasn't even a starter on that Seahawks.
Imagine
team.
the odds on that. He had to be over 100-1. Yeah, you're not even a starter?
He probably wasn't even on the board, was he?
Yeah, probably wasn't even on the board. Yeah. Here's Draymond Green postgame. This is pretty funny. So after the Warriors beat the 76ers last night at Chase, he was talking to Fitz and Kalena, and they were talking about Brock Purdy. And, of course, warming up for his appearance with. Is he going to be on Fox with Skip, or is he going to be on Stephen A? I don't know, but here he is warming up for those post-career jobs with his thoughts on Brock Purdy.
I think it's going to be a great game. You're talking two great teams. There's been a lot of Brock Purdy slander over the last couple years, and the way he showed up in that second half of that conference championship game. I saw something that Stephen A. said where he said if Brock Purdy shows up in the Super Bowl, that's it. No more question of Brock Purdy. And I know better than that because he can show up in the Super Bowl, and if he starts off the season bad, 4 bad games, they're going to be like, he's a game manager. So, those guys, though, they've been putting it together each and every year. Last year thought they was going to make the run at it, and, obviously Brock got hurt in that game. I think it was against the Eagles, if I'm not mistaken. And so to see them back healthy and with their team headed back to the Super Bowl is great. I'm looking forward to it. That's the biggest event of the year, so I'm ready to check it out.
So is he going to be on Inside the NBA, or is he going to be on, First Take?
I don't know. He's good.
What's it going to be? Because he can talk all
football.
sports. Yeah.
The former Michigan State tight end knows his
for like a minute.
Ball. So here's my question. The Warriors are playing in Salt Lake City, Utah, the day after the Super Bowl. No one wants to watch the Super Bowl in Salt Lake City.
No, that's a quick jaunt to Vegas. That's nothing.
Vegas?
That's 45 minutes to Vegas.
They got a home game against Phoenix and Kevin Durant the night before the Super Bowl on ABC. Why don't they all charter
sounds like they might. When's the next game?
Vegas?
When's the game after that?
Utah on Monday.
No, you need to make that game.
February 12th. And they're not
You ain't hanging in Utah for the Super Bowl. There's no chance. To get a drink in Utah, oh my God, it's so complicated.
The team will definitely be there. That's where they'll watch it.
Like you said.
And you know what? That's going to be hard for them because that's, the spot where Decky collapsed.
Right. Oh, man, you're right. Oh, goodness. They don't want to be there. Yeah.
Just fly in for tip-off. And get
it's just, I remember covering the Bulls and the Jazz, and between games, Rodman would go to Vegas. Phil Jackson like, whatever. Just get whatever you got to do. 45 minutes.
Carmen Electra with him.
Yeah, that was crazy. Here's Steph Curry being politically correct with his choice for the Super Bowl.
What's your Super Bowl prediction?
I mean, obviously, being here, you love to see the Niners get it done. I do love Mahomes and Kelsey. Got to play golf with them this summer. I see him in Tahoe every year, so we have a pretty good relationship. In my household, it's just a win-win kind of vibe, but obviously, the hometown team. How long has it been since they won? You love to see that.
Come on, Steph. Pick a team.
He's saying he said, I would love to see it. He wants the 49ers to win.
Is that how you deciphered that?
I don't know.
He was doing both.
Steph is politically correct. Your Carolina Panthers are not in, Steph. Sorry.
They're not going to be in for a while.
Yeah, that was quite the upset when Mahomes and Travis Kelce beat Steph and
Wouldn't you think he'd be mad at them and be like, I'm picking those guys?
He seemed to have fun with those guys.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. He was trying to befriend Taylor back then. He was reaching out to her at that time. When we went to that Taylor Swift concert at Levi's during training,
you were all in. You got a T-shirt.
Did we ever think be playing the Chiefs in the Super Bowl? Yeah. But you ever think she would be flying from Tokyo, 13-hour flight, 17 hours away, to be able to get here to watch her boyfriend playing the Super Bowl? Who thought that would happen?
By the way, I don't think I've ever asked you this. My viewpoint is it's great. Like, whatever. I mean, I think it's $331 million or something of advertising. She's getting to the NFL, all that kind of stuff. There was a breakdown of how long they showed her in the AFC Championship game. It was 24 seconds. Why is everybody losing their minds over this thing?
I have no idea.
I don't get it. Like, so what? She's somebody's girlfriend. They show people all the time in the crowd. What's the big deal? So what?
Why don't they ever show Christian McCaffrey's fiance? She is Miss Universe.
Yeah.
They ever show her once?
No.
She's hiding.
Yeah. It's smart. I don't know. It hasn't bothered me for 1 second, but it's become this national nightmare that everybody's freaking out that they show Taylor Swift.
An opinion over everything.
I don't get it.
Just watch the game. Anyway, what time would she get there? She'll fly right in, land, and go
I think they said she had like 10 hours to spare or something like that, 8 or 10 hours to spare.
It's a 13-hour flight.
Yeah.
And it's 17 hours before kickoff, so like 4 hours.
Yep. It's good.
She had to sing the anthem?
She sings something, but she's not.
Reba McEntire singing.
Oh, is that what it is? What am I going to miss at halftime? Who's doing halftime again?
Usher.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's difficult to stay
you're on the
focused.
air then?
Yeah, because in Miami, I did halftime, and it was Shakira. I think it was Shakira, wasn't it, in 2019? And she was awesome, and they had all this light show, and I'm up in the booth, and everybody's hanging out and watching it. I'm the only person who wasn't. And I was like, this is a ripoff. I'm thinking it the whole time. So Dennis was with me, and I was throwing it to Dennis trying to enjoy some of it. And nah, he was just watching her. He wasn't even paying attention to what I was saying. So I missed the whole thing. I had to go home and watch it. It was okay. It wasn't that great. Usher will be good. The best, L.A. was great. With Snoop Dogg and everything. That was good.
That was the best of all time.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Eminem.
Yeah. Hell with that guy. He's all flipping off all the Niner fans. Finally, here is Alex Smith, probably the biggest concern going into this game, and hopefully we'll talk to Alex, of course, played for both the Niners and the Chiefs. His big concern for the 49ers going into this game.
Like this 49er defense doesn't do a lot. They don't present a lot of volume. I think they're going to be in for it. The only chance I think the Niners have to win is a little bit of a shootout. And again, this Chiefs defense just continues to elevate their game.
Yeesh.
Wow.
Jeez, Alex. Tell us how you really feel.
Well, he's saying they don't, it's not like Baltimore's defense or Kansas City's where they overload sides and they come at you. And you never know what they're going to do. You're going to give Steve Wilkes an extra week. Kyle will obviously get involved in the defensive side. But that, I don't know exactly. I would not pressure him a lot. Just the teams that seem to know him want to drop back and play coverage against him. But at the same time, John, you can't give him 4 or 5 seconds to dance around because he's just so good. He's so good. And honestly, does he have a weakness? Is there any part of Patrick Mahomes' game, like golf, it was obvious. He's an elite player if he's on that midline, and he's got a U-shaped pocket. He's going to pierce you. But if you get him off the spot, make him reset his feet.
That ain't this dude.
I mean, what is Mahomes, what is he not good at?
He's got a pop belly.
Rolling to his left.
He's got a dad bod.
And he's got bad hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
sounds like Kermit the Frog
because he plays with a helmet on.
Right.
I mean, is there the one thing? I think we confused him in 2019. He didn't know where to go with the ball.
Yeah.
So I mean, the one thing is confuse him, and then put him on his back. I mean, he's had games where he hasn't been great. He's thrown 3 picks in games. There's been games, but the one game where he looked like wow was the Tampa Bay game, Super Bowl 55, the year after the Niners. That pass rush just overwhelmed them. So is this a game where the gold rush, they haven't been great all year and everything?
Have got to get to them. And the Niners aren't going to change who they are. They're not going to blitz. What do they blitz? 18% of the time? I mean,
the problem is if you bring 4, he has a hatch to get out. It's hard to keep him in. That's why they blitzed Lamar so much, because you want to bring the 5th guy so you can suffocate the pocket. He gets out of the pocket. He's tough to do.
I mean, you have to dictate how you're going to get beat, but the one thing is, too, is I think they have to mix it up. I know we're going to have a lot of time to talk about this, but if you sit back in zone all day long, he's going to kill you. And the way that Belichick did it, and you mentioned this earlier, that the Chiefs do this too, you got to change it up constantly. You can't do one thing. You got to change it up. But the number one thing is everything, from the running game to slowing Patrick Mahomes. And they're not the offense they were in 2019, but you've got the defensive line has to get there with 4, and they got to stop the run. And I don't know if they can do that. If I thought to the beginning of the season that you and I would have this conversation going into the 49ers potentially winning a Super Bowl, I would have never thought we'd be talking about defensive concerns. Never. But that's where we are.
And they they didn't like the D-line last year completely, and they brought in the Gravediggers. So we'll see. Alex Smith, I mean, it's strong comments. So he's both sides of it. I mean, with the Niners, he got close to a Super Bowl when he was the starting quarterback, when he went 13-3 and hosted the championship game against the Giants, the rain, the fumbled punt, and all that. You know, he was on the team the next year and went 6-2-1, didn't play. Remember that Super Bowl in New Orleans at Media Day when he was over on the side? I mean, it was just weird.
Pure class,
Kaepernick started, and then when I remember the day he went to Kansas City, you and I were in studio, and I went, damn. They got Alex Smith to run Andy Reid's offense, and then immediately...
You hated that trade. It was 2 twos, right?
Well, the fact that he went to Kansas City, I was working with the Raiders then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have traded them, but whatever. When he went there, you thought, wow. And they were in disarray when Andy got there. That whole thing flipped immediately. And then when Mahomes got there, they were great. But did he ever get close? How many playoff games did Alex win? Remember that shootout he had with Andrew Luck?
Colts, yeah, I was going to say.
That was an amazing game. It was like 38-35. It was back and forth. Luck beat them. Did he even win a playoff?
That's why they went and got Mahomes. After that game, they decided that they needed to be better. They gave up a ton. I mean, in retrospect, not enough. But they went, ironically enough, the Bills were at 10 and the Chiefs were at 27, and they got up to 10. And that's where they took Mahomes.
Yeah, that's amazing. They traded it with Buffalo.
Yep.
You know what I thought he was doing? Because we did the draft show that day. I thought he was going to get Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
I was convinced that he got McCaffrey. I'm like, damn. McCaffrey was already gone, though. McCaffrey was already gone, right?
Yeah, but the Niners got Solomon Thomas at 3, so that's okay. Ooh, that hurts. All right, on to better things. Remember, we can ask Bob anything. We'll do another version through the Super Bowl. So at 1:30, if you got any questions, comments, thoughts, not only on the Warriors 8 days away from the trade deadline, but Vegas, the Super Bowl, anything surrounding it. If you got any more remnants from the Lions, we'll take some calls at 1:30. The Golden State Lumber and Build Materials text line is there, too. If you got any questions, if you can't hang on the line, you got the text line and YouTube and Twitch as well. Jump in line at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, and we'll do that at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop in London here on the Sports Theater.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Warriors take down Philly with the 49ers sitting courtside. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, a lot's made that we haven't done a ton, but we actually kind of have. I know Robbie's going to be a little bit, before he comes back. And, Jordan was a big sign for us. Obviously, Jung Hoo is a huge sign for us. And so we're really not done yet either. So, all these guys are going to be instrumental and it gives us a little bit of time too to early in the season look at some of our younger starters before, both Cobb and Ray come back, who are going to be huge for us. It may be a little under the radar, some of these moves, but we feel really good about them.
That's Bob Melvin. I know it's all Super Bowl all the time, and we will be at Radio Row in Las Vegas next week, so make sure you tune in. All of the shows are going to be there, so make sure you tune in from morning till night, and we'll have all sorts of great social media stuff and everything. And, of course, we're talking Warriors. They beat the Sixers. All the Niners are there. Ton of stuff, but we want to let you know, we had Bob Melvin on at the top of the show right at 10 o'clock. If you missed it, just go to KNBR.com, and you can hear the whole conversation. But right there, he's excited about some of the guys, and then we'll play in a minute. He says they're still not done, and what could be some of those names. So we'll tell you in just a second. But Bob Melvin sounds optimistic. They are going to be in Napa on Saturday from 10 to 1, so make sure that you check the guys out as they continue the FanFest tour. But always good to hear from Bob.
Oh, he's a great guy, and we got into the Super Bowl a little bit, and it's time to go back to work, and he'll be in Napa for FanFest, and then it's almost go time after that, certainly after the Super Bowl. So he was talking about the rotation, and, Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb will be joining later. Cobb sometime in June. Robbie Ray, All-Star break and beyond. So it's going to be a youthful rotation. I don't think they're going to do a lot with the rotation, so it's going to be Logan Webb. And we asked him about Jordan Hicks and the conversion from reliever where he threw over 100. What's it going to be like as a starter? And then Ross Stripling's trying some new grips on some balls, and Kyle Harrison. We'll see about the young guys, Tristan Beck and Keaton Wynn. He also got Sean Jelly. But I thought the most interesting thing, and he kind of said it there, that we're not quite done. And then you followed up specifically about Matt Chapman. He put them all in a hopper. So I don't know. Boris has got so many guys. Cody Bellinger's out there. Obviously, Matt Chapman's out there. I don't think they're in the Blake Snell situation still, John, but let's just see what the number comes in at.
Yeah,
but he kind of, and we'll play it for you. I think the Matt Chapman one is the one that they're just waiting for exactly what the market's going to be. And Bob knows them so well, and they would go out and hit fungos. Bob would hit fungos to Chapman, and they were really close. And we saw him at the GM meeting in the offseason, them huddling together. So just listening to what he kind of unprompted said, and we're not done yet, and then you pushed him on some of those names. And I still think there's a good chance, even though the calendar's going to turn to Feb 1 tomorrow, you got time. You're not playing actual games till late March, that they could still get Matt Chapman signed.
Yeah, and so I asked him, I just threw out the three names, and these are all Boris guys, and I just said, what about Bellinger, what about Snell, what about Chapman? This was the response from Bob this morning with us.
Well, with Scott, sometimes it takes a little while, and the fact that he has, basically all the cards at this point with the highest profile guys still out there. You'd hate to think it goes into spring training, but it has before. And Scott's pretty good about getting the best deal for his guys. So we're still looking at, all of those guys basically to see if we can sign one of them. So, as we sit here right now, we do have some depth in these positions with Lee coming in now and in our infield, we have a ton of infielders too. So we can withstand not signing one of them, but certainly trying to, so to speak, at this point in time. But we'll see how it plays out.
Again, we mentioned Bellinger, Snell, and Chapman to him. So how do you decipher that? Because, we have infield depth, we have this, we have that. And just to let people know, obviously he knows Chapman from his A's days. He was the manager of the Padres and said good things about Blake Snell during the season when we talked to him. And obviously Bellinger's a West Coast guy, and so we don't know. But they're all Boris guys. That's what he was referencing when he said Scott. But were there any hints in his answer of which guy he's talking about?
He's honest. He didn't duck any of them. So I think it's just, what's the number? And, Scott's got some leverage here, but, his clients want to go to work. Spring training starts in a couple of weeks. They're playing spring games in like 3 weeks. So I would not be surprised. And Boris has done this before. I don't know if he has enough clients, but there have been years where he's had a separate spring training just for his clients that haven't signed him.
Right.
I don't think it'll get to that. I don't know how many he's had, but Bryce Harper was late. J.D. Martinez one year was late. It's his clients go along with it. You think you'd want to know where you go to spring training. Am I going to Florida? Am I going to Arizona?
Where am I
going to live?
Yeah.
If you got a family? So, but it's a lot of money on the table. So you have to ride it out and let him do his thing. That's what's going on. I don't know what to, the Lee signing. Would they go get Bellinger on top of Lee, John? And then play Lee? Right field is like center here.
Yeah.
So I would think Lee would go there, and Bellinger's so good in center. But it's a hard outfield to learn. I don't know. He didn't rule anything out. I think the one is Chapman, although he's going to spin it because, he knows in the world we live in, this all gets regurgitated, and Scott Boras is going to hear it. Yeah, we don't have to do any of it. We got internal options, but it'd be a major upgrade to go get Matt Chapman, who is what you want Casey Schmidt to become, but he's not that yet. And I know Matt had a down year last year offensively, but there were some hand issues there. Right-handed power in this ballpark and just his defense. Wow, how much pressure would that take off of Luciano? If you do give the shortstop job to Luciano, John, to have Matt Chapman, be to his right, and how much range that guy can play at there. He could play the whole left side of the infield if they didn't take the shift rules away.
I think the key thing you said there is, as Boris is sitting here, and look, a lot of times what happens is you have an injury or something like that happens. He's trying to wait this whole thing out, but at some point, tomorrow's February 1st, and pitchers and catchers report on Valentine's Day? It's like 14th, 15th, or whatever it is. So, he's got to get these things done. I'm sure that these guys are putting pressure on him for the very reasons that you stated. If I were to put these guys in order, I would say they still need Snell because, and if he brings his number down, they could get him. But Robbie Ray is midway point of the season. Cobb is hurt, so I still think they need somebody in that rotation. I'd probably put Bellinger too because you still need a big bat in the middle of that lineup, and I think he would change a lot. It's not that I don't like Matt Chapman, and they do need defense. There's no question, but as I look at just needs that they have, he hasn't hit the second half of the season for Toronto. He didn't hit well. He's very good defensively, but Casey Schmidt's very good defensively too. And do they really need him? J.D. Davis is on this team. He's an upgrade, but is he a massive upgrade? Bellinger to me, massive upgrade. Blake Snell, massive upgrade. I don't know that Chapman is that for this team.
Yeah, I would go the opposite.
You would?
I would put Matt Chapman number one. And I know just because of who he is and he can play every day, you got so much uncertainty with who's Marco Luciano. Honestly. We'll see what's going on with Casey Schmidt, but can you imagine one day that having to be your left side of the infield is Casey Schmidt and Matt Chapman? Wow. Defensively, that's as good as you get. And if you're going to pitch better, you got to tighten up your infield defense. So Bellinger's got just a little bit of wild fluctuation, both he and Snell. But I think they both arrived, and I think Bellinger's gotten away from being a pure buggy whipper, and he's back to what he was when he was Rookie of the Year, and he spreads out more and he plays the small ball game and his average goes up. But he's
plus,
not
if you
trying
think
to
defensively, like you said about Lee could play right potentially, and you get Bellinger in center, you're a lot better in the outfield defense.
In Bellinger offensively, I think he went back to what he was, and it's not just trying to play home run derby. So I don't know where you'd play. Is it easier? Lee's going to have to adjust. You know, Bellinger's played in this league for a long time. He knows this ballpark. But for Lee, you know, it's a world away. It's a hard part, just learning everything. I don't know how it would work. You know, Yaz is really good in right. So if you ever move Lee to left and put Bellinger in center and Yastrzemski in right, wow. The outfield defense, which has not been great, would be amazing. But I still think it's Matt Chapman, John. I just think the reason Snell's still out there, Yamamoto's deal, just everybody went, what? So I wonder what he's looking for him. But, yeah, Matt Chapman to me, it'd be nice to have a grown-up. And I know J.D. Davis can play, but he was up and down last year, which, you know, if they do go get Matt Chapman, what does that do to J.D. Davis's role? Do you trade him?
Yeah, I would think you'd have to because, I mean,
they're both right-handed
unless you put him on at first, but I don't know how good he is defensively. By the way, we had Bob Melvin on in the 10 o'clock hour. To go to KNBR.com if you want to hear that. The FanFest tour continues, and that's why we had Bob on. Tour stop number 3 this Saturday in Napa. Make sure you check it out. It's 10-1 Napa Yard Oxbow Gardens. So make sure that you check that out. Oxbow Market is awesome, by the way. Model Bakery. Right there. They make the best breakfast sandwiches. Well,
every time I go there, really I miss the cutoff.
Oh, you do?
They close at like 11 a.m. as you get banging on the door.
That's
like,
too early.
Open up.
Yeah, that's too early. They need to change that. You can win a trip to Las Vegas. Win a trip to Las Vegas during Big Game Week. 95819 is the text number. 95819. That's not our normal text line. So, again, 95819 is different. And you text the keyword slots. Let me say that slowly. Slots is what you text to 95819. What do you win? What do you win? What do you win? How about 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas? You're going to check in on Saturday the 10th. You're going to check out Monday the 12th. So you're going to be there all weekend long. $150 in food and beverage credit. Airfare for 2. 2 tickets to the Fontainebleau Las Vegas Big Game viewing party at the Blue Live Theater, which is very, very cool. And all prizes provided by Fontainebleau Las Vegas. Again, 95819. Keywords change daily, and today's is slots. Slots to 95819.
One letter off and you change that entire meaning. Well, Vegas, you can get both.
Yes, that's why I was trying
and
to be
I think the Fontainebleau
there.
should change their name to the Fontaine Red.
Yes, that's a good
idea.
idea.
It's a red invasion.
Yeah,
coming up next week.
Yeah, and may I recommend the nachos? And we'll just leave it at that. You can look those up. So anyway, good luck with that. 95819, and the word is slots. Slots. All right. Any questions, comments, and thoughts? Let's do it. Ask Bob anything at all. We got a lot of Super Bowl to discuss. Anything you want to discuss. If you missed out on talking to any Lions, we could do that as well. We have gotten it down, I think, the catch to two names for that catch by Brandon Aiyuk. We can do that. If you want to get into any specific parts of the Super Bowl, talking about Las Vegas, we can do that as well. If you want to get into the Warriors trade deadline in a week, and we just talked to little Giants, told you which names are out there. Is there a specific one you like between Bellinger, Snell, or Chapman, or maybe you can go off the board as well, as we had Bob Melvin on earlier. Whatever you want to get into, we can do it. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the phone lines and the text line. You'll get through on either Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. So text us, call us, do it right now at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Theater.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on? Thanks for joining us. Ask Papa anything at all. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can either text us or call us with that number. Any thoughts on the Super Bowl? You can go back to the Lions game. Warriors win last night. Warriors having the Niners in. Warriors trade deadline. We just talked about 3 names for the Giants, and Bob Melvin didn't say no. He said they hope to sign one of the 3 between Bellinger, Snell, and Chapman. So if you got a ranking of those or one name jumps out at you. We continue to talk about Brandon Aiyuk's catch. 209 says the catch was named on the spot by half of America when we all screamed, "Are you kidding me?" I haven't heard that one. Are you kidding me? Are you
kidding me?
Yeah, are you kidding me? No. I could see by your face that was not one that was
that's not good.
That was going to work for you.
I think we're going to let Brandon pick which one he wants.
When is the first availability? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I'll see him tomorrow.
Oh, that'll be good.
Tomorrow.
And we'll be down there tomorrow, right?
Thursday, Friday, and I'll be there Saturday, and we fly to Vegas on Sunday.
Very nice. Somebody's asking an extremely broad question. So just saying the formula to beating the Chiefs is on the 415.
Run it on them. Possess the ball.
Keep it away from 15, right?
40 minutes. Can you run heavy on them? I mean, you could try to run on everybody. Spagnuolo's just good. And this is what a matchup of Kyle's brilliance on offense against Steve Spagnuolo, who was a head coach in the NFL, obviously, but really, when you look at defensive coordinators and what he's been able to do in Super Bowls, Dick LeBeau got to 5 as a defensive coordinator with the Steelers and Bengals. Walt Corey, remember Walt? He always had a swizzle stick in his mouth, the defensive coordinator for Marv Levy's Buffalo Bills, and Bill Arnsberger was a genius with Don Shula years ago, got to 4. Spags and LeBeau was number 1. What Spags was able to pull off with the New York Giants in winning those 2 Super Bowls, I mean, he had Mike Waffle was his D-line coach in that NASCAR package when they'd move Umanura and tuck inside over guards. They kind of started a lot of what's going on in the NFL now. I mean, Brady would have, he'd have 9 Super Bowls if it wasn't for Spags and what they did with the Giants, and then obviously what he's done with Kansas City. So what a matchup to have Steve Spagnuolo and all of his experience in Super Bowls up against Kyle. And Spags is, how many has he won? 4, right?
Yeah.
2 in New York and 2 in Kansas City. Wow.
All right, let's jump out the lines. I'll get the best ones on the text line. And, of course, we are on YouTube and Twitch as well, so you can put them there. Walter is monitoring to see the best ones there. Tim leads us off in Manteca. Hi, Tim. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, Papa? What's up, London? Hi,
man.
I just wanted to ask you guys one question. Like what's the defense gonna do? Like, if they start off slow against the Chiefs, like, how do you get out of dealing with Patrick Mahomes? Like, if he starts racking up points, I mean, can the Niners come back from that?
You're talking about, like, with the Packers, you came back, the Lions, you came back, right? I mean, that kind of a thing.
You did with the Lions and the Packers. Like, the Chiefs seem like not the team to do that with.
Where are you in Manteca? Hearing a lot of noise, loud noises. Where are you?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm at my son's school getting ready to do pickup.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Is it raining there? It is.
Yeah.
It is.
It's raining everywhere now.
We got a bomb cyclone going on in the Bay Area.
So he's saying if they get off to a slow start like they did in those other 2 games.
You don't want to do that. I mean, the Green Bay game, you got off to a slow start, but your red zone defense was strong, and you were never that far behind. You led at halftime 7-6. You never fell way behind. Obviously, the Lion game, you got way behind, 14-0 and 24-7. You don't want to play behind against these guys. Obviously, they can come back. And then even if you get ahead, Mahomes has had years. The first Super Bowl he won against the Niners in 19, they came from double-digit deficits in every single playoff game, and then he did it again against the Niners. So starts. It's a long day. The Super Bowls are long. It's more like a college game than it is a typical NFL game. I mean, it's going to be 3.5, maybe 4 hours long, depending on how much they throw it versus pass it. But you got the long halftime with Usher, and it's just long. And there's ebbs and flows in games. You can get ahead. Look at Baltimore in Super Bowl 47, got up 28-6, and the Niners came back. So, I mean, you don't want to fall behind these guys, obviously. They don't have a quick strike offense. They're more of a grind it out. You know, they're more, and the Niners can strike quickly on you. This is more like, you know, Jimmy's Niners when they were, you know, playing keep away. I mean, they had like a 17-play drive the other day against Baltimore. They get the ball for like 9 minutes. I think the key to the game is getting off the field on third down. You've got to get off the field on third down. And that's, I mean, it's true of any game. And then conversely, on offense, you got to convert on third down. You'd like to be good enough on first and second down and not have to get to third down. That's obviously the goal. But for Kansas City, because they will run Pacheco, they will run Edwards-Helaire, they'll run the ball. They'll get in the gun and run it. And they'll you know, so they'll be in 2nd and 6, 3rd and 2, and you just got to get off the field on third down, John. And I think that's the one alarming stat of the Niners defense this year, allowing the opponents to convert on 42% of third downs. That's just too high.
And over 50% of third and shorts, which is weird. Just to give you a sense of Patrick Mahomes, and I didn't look up air yards, but in 2023, he's 20th in yards per attempt at 7. In 2019, he was at 8.3. That may it seemed like a lot, but it is a lot. And Brock obviously was tops in the league. So, you know, they just don't, their yards per attempt, like you said, is much more methodical. They don't have Tyreek Hill. They're going to dink and dunk you down the field 5-6 yards a pop. They're going to run it more than they normally do. They're more physical than they were. So, look, it's just a different offense, and it hasn't been as good. I mean, they're versus the last time we saw them in the Super Bowl, they were at almost 29. They were out 29.8 points per game. They're at 22.5. I mean, a touchdown is massive per game. It's different. That's the difference in this offense.
I think he's older now. He's you know, when you saw him in 19, he was just a baby. You know, he just taken over as he started in 18 the year before, and hell, he threw 50 touchdown passes and 5,000 yards. And he, you know, they hosted the championship game that year, and Dee Ford lined up off sides. They should have beaten New England. How many guys have beaten this guy in the playoffs? Tom Brady did it that game. He beat him in Super Bowl 55. Joe Burrow beat him at Arrowhead. He's only lost 3 playoffs.
That was speaking of comebacks. That was an 18-point comeback, which is tied for the largest in championship game history. So when we say you can't come back, well, we watched that very game because it was the same year as the Rams and the 49ers. We watched the Bengals come back against Kansas City at Kansas City by 18.
Remember how they screwed up right before halftime? They mismanaged the end there, and the clock ran out on them. They should have scored right before halftime, and that championship game was at Arrowhead.
Yep.
They should not have lost that game. And then Burrow came in last year, and 2 years ago was able to run around on him. And anyway, he's just he's older now. He's been in Andy's system so long. He's obviously got great arm talent. But now he's at the height of his powers where it's not like an older Elway winning with Terrell in 97 and 98 with Mike Shanahan. He's still young, but he has the wisdom now where he really runs the game like Peyton, like Tom Brady, like Elway later in his career, like Johnny Unitas, like, you know, just the guys that are able to control the game. And it's just the way he controls the pass rush is what's really I thought the Niners in that Super Bowl in Miami, John, he was rattled. He was bouncing slants right into the ground. Like, where is he? He didn't know where to go with the ball. You know, can you make him be that guy? Maybe at certain plays here and there. But when he came in last October, I mean, he's in total command. And you could see Jordan Love is somehow this year he got command of that offense. You're seeing it with Jared Goff. They just command it. But at times they're still young and they're not there. Mahomes has got uber ability, and he's just got total command. And they're slowing it down. They don't have Tyreek. They're not scoring on 3 plays now. It may take them 13 plays. So the key thing is to make Andy make a call on 4th down and get a stop on 3rd down.
Yeah. And again, look, they've been better lately, and I think it rides with Travis Kelce getting a lot healthier. But This is one of his worst years, quote unquote. A 92.6 rating, 14 interceptions is his most. This is the worst offense that he has been the pilot of. And I'm not saying it's his fault because he doesn't have Tyreek Hill, and they have lesser receivers than what they had in 2019 against the 49ers, but he's still good, and for a game, he's going to be great. But the 49ers, who don't have as good of a defense as they did in 2019, they've got to figure out a way, and I think it starts with the defensive line. They've got to get pressure on them, and they got to at least slow down the run. They can't have these gash runs like they did against the Packers and the Lions. They got to figure it out. They got to do something. I don't know what they have to do. If it's something risky, if it's something they haven't done, they can't just do what they've done. There's got to be some answer to this whole thing because
I'd be careful about blitzing them, though. I think you got to play coverage.
But don't you have to mix it up a little bit? I mean, you can't just sit back in zone.
No, I mean, and they change by halves. But these guys are hard to cover. Honestly, their group of receivers are not as scary to me as Detroit's. They got good receivers, but Rashee Rice is a good receiver, but they don't have an Amon-Ra St. Brown. So I think with the Lions game plan, it was, how do we cover these guys? And I didn't know. So I thought, we're going to play it. You're going to show everything and then drop and play zone. In the second half, they went to more man. Maybe you'll see them go and play more man in this game. But you got to take Kelsey away. I think physically, the guy who matches up the best with him would be Charvarius Ward. He's going to line everywhere, so he'll have to go in the slot some. And Mooney did go in against St. Brown on one snap, which they've never done before. I mean, you just have him follow him around. You got to go back and see how many corners have defended him. Jalen Ramsey.
He did.
I remember him doing it in Jacksonville, not just the Rams. Got to go watch how Belichick defended him, and I think they would like in and out him, and it's almost like he's a gunner and you jam him. But he's so. How about remember last year against the Raiders on the goal line? He caught like 4 passes the whole game, and they were all inside of 5 yards for touchdowns. I mean, you got to get to him on third down, and then the major thing is in the red zone. Can you somehow, when they're up against the goal line, be able to keep them out of the end zone, and even in the low red zone when they get in the first and goal situations.
Ask Bob anything else. Get out to Mark in Oakland. Hi, Mark. Welcome.
Hey, you guys caught me mid-parking at IKEA.
No problem, man. Over there in Emeryville.
Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah. Be careful. Don't be hitting anybody.
Careful when you bring it home. How do you get to assemble all that?
Yeah, no kidding. Are you pretty handy?
No.
Oh, me neither. You got to hire somebody.
I'm not looking forward to that part.
Yeah.
But thanks for taking my call. Real quick, I probably shouldn't admit this, but yesterday or the day before I called in the evening, and I was like, "Are you kidding me, catch?" I was all proud. But judging by your responses...
Oh, look, I just looked at Greg's... Mark, I just looked at Greg's face, and he was like, nah. So he didn't...
The B.A. Ricochet or the Aiyuk, which one do you like? Those are the two for me.
I like the... Well, it's a ripoff, though. The Immaculate Reception one.
You almost said conception.
Immaculate Deflection.
Yeah.
I like that, but it's already been done.
It's a Steeler.
It's already been done. Yeah.
We can be more creative.
I called about, though, and I really want to hear what you guys think about this. I can't recall, at least in my life, I'm 50, Super Bowl where there's been so much writing one way or the other on legacy. And I'm not usually a big legacy guy, but if they lose, the 49ers, I feel like they're going to be in that discussion with the Buffalo Bills of whatever was the early 90s. Like, they just keep getting there and losing. I know it's not in a row, but it's like that's already, I've heard that name come up, the Bills, and I'm like, no. Or if they win, they have they're tied for the most Super Bowls of any other team. So, I can't think of the dichotomy there, and I love it. It's amazing, but I hope they win. That's it. I want to see what you guys think about that.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Mark.
Mark safe. They win, they'll get elusive number 6 and join the Steelers and Patriots with 6. But, I mean, we're talking, many eras in Niner football here. Buffalo was Marv Levy and Walt Corey as the defensive coordinator and Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas and Bruce Smith and that bunch, Andre Reed and Darryl Talley, and they were Cornelius Bennett. I mean, they were loaded. They got to 4 and lost all 4 in all different ways. The Niners have only been to 2 Super Bowls. This one would be more Andy Reid's teams in Philadelphia, John, and they lost so many championship games. They didn't even get over the hurdle that Buffalo did. They went to 4 straight NFC championship games and couldn't win. 1 year it was John Lynch's team, and then Rondé Barber pick sixing him at the vet. And when they got to a Super Bowl, they ran into Brady, and they played well in that game. But it went back and forth. I think if Mahomes wins and gets a third, wow, at this age of his career, that'd be incredible to do it before his 30th birthday. The Niners, I think they have time to. It's a lot of these guys are.
But we all
older,
think that. I think he's right. I mean, because the thing is, you look at the NFC, everybody's coming up. You never know what's going to happen. You never when you're going to get back. And look, I have a positive thought on the Bills because it's hard to get there. I have a positive thought on the Niners because they've been to 4 of 5. But for them not to be the Harbaugh Niners or whatever, a lot of great teams that didn't win it, he does. And I think Kyle's one of the, if not the best coach in the league. But you got to win one. I mean, that's just it's personal. It's the team. It's all these different things. We categorize guys, whether people like legacies or not. Dan Marino was awesome. He's a notch below. Stockton alone in the NBA are a notch below. Like, if you don't win one, and it may not be your fault, there may be Jordan in the way in the NBA, and Mahomes might be in the way in the NFL, people don't care. You got to get a ring, and this group has to get a ring. That's just what it is. Or you're going to be labeled something else.
Yeah,
now, maybe you don't care, but that's just how it goes.
No, but I think they could lose the game and come back and get a ring next year, right? Or even do it at Levi's in Super Bowl 60. I think they have time. But I understand, not all of them do, and injuries change. I mean, after they lost to Miami to the Chiefs, you thought you'd come back the next year. And
99's gone. Buckner's gone.
Well,
I mean, that's what happens.
Bosa got carted off the field.
Right.
I think they it was Bosa. It was all the injuries they had. That was just lost. Jimmy got hurt. George
But
Kittle
the finances come into place, right? I mean, at some point, and I get it that the salary cap is fluid, and the Niners have one of the best around, or the best group of guys around, of keeping that thing and counting the beans and all that kind of stuff. But the reality is you can't keep everybody forever. And as we've seen from just 4 years ago, there's only 14 players remaining with these two teams. I mean, the Chiefs have 3 offensive starters left from that team. Things change fast. And so it's amazing that the Niners have gotten to this point. But nope, I mean, you're around there a lot more than I am. I'm down there a couple times a week. I mean, there is an urgency to win down there, and there's no question about it.
Yeah. But this is the mightiest opponent you could have drawn. I mean, any team from the AFC, and at times we thought Buffalo got hot, and I think Baltimore was really beatable in the end. This team is their defense is the best they've had, maybe, and they've had some great defenses going back to Hank Stram in Super Bowl IV. They were loaded with Hall of Famers. This defense is one of the best defenses the Chiefs have ever had. And then you put it on to his ability.
But the offense isn't as good.
Make a play, but you got Mahomes. I mean, he figures out a way. I know you want to quantify. He's here. He made the game. He's in the Super Bowl. And he's just got complete command. This is the best quarterback. I mean, Joe's, you didn't have to face Joe except when, with Chiefs against Steve. I mean, honestly, has the franchise faced a better quarterback than this guy? He's just that good, and he's standing in your way again, and you have to figure out a way to, I think the key to the game, John, is to get Blaine Gabbert in the game. Somehow, some way.
That'd be nice.
Blaine Gabbert
that would
must
be nice.
play.
Absolutely.
That's the goal, to get Blaine in the game. How do you do that?
All right, remnants before we get out of here, Tolbert and Copes, but John Dickinson is in today. JD, who, of course, you hear on Dubs OT and does a tremendous job. JD is going to be in with Copes coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. Are you pretty handy?
No.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL Films producer Greg Coselli joined Tolbert and Copes to review the tape of the NFC Championship, that podcast, and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We got to run. We're running late. Thanks to Bob Melvin. That was great right out of the shoot. Monty Pool is tremendous. Talking Warriors and Matt Barrows from The Athletic. Everything you need to know about the Vegas trip. If you missed any of those, go to KNBR.com. Danny and Walter are great. JD is in today, by the way. Dubs
John
right after. Yeah.
Dickinson.
What's going on, guys?
What's going on?
Super show host.
Yeah. So he's normally here a little bit later, but he's in for Tolbert today and with Copes.
Yeah, great to be here.
Yeah.
Going to be a lot of fun. We got a big show. Steve Young, Steve Kerr.
Nice. The Steve
Coming
and
up, we
Steve
got the
show.
Steve and Steve show.
5 o'clock hour.
Yeah, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Warriors got one last night. What does it really mean? Well, we'll find out.
We'll get into
a
that.
big road trip coming up.
By the way, Pop, I'm looking forward to JD because JD flies under the radar. He's completely out of control on the road. I cannot wait.
We've hung.
Cannot wait.
What are you talking about?
I
We've
know,
hung.
but I mean, people don't know this, and I'm just letting them know right now.
I know
he
JD
seems
well.
calm, cool, and whatever. You get him after hours, good night. Hang on to your
myself,
hats.
and Devin Fox in Bricktown.
Yep.
Was it Brick City and so?
Yeah, Bricktown. Yeah. Had a good time in Bricktown. Had a good time in Cleveland. Had a good time at the Clevelander.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, you were there.
He's underrated. JD on the road, vastly underrated.
When are you getting to Vegas?
Sunday afternoon. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Right when I get there.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
great minds.
It's gonna be good.
Text me when you land, brother.
Absolutely.
I'm getting there on Sunday. I'm going to go straight to church and ask forgiveness for the things I'm going to do.
The
in
Church
Vegas.
of the Poison
Exactly.
Mind.
All right, Pop, we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow down at Levi's.
Dickinson.
Oh, nice. That voice comes from your loins.
Very
All right.
creative.
We'll see you tomorrow at Levi's. JD and Copes coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
/The Sports Leader, YouTube, all that good stuff on The Sports Leader. What is shaking? Adam Copeland, super reporter John Dickinson with you today. Tom Tolbert out for the afternoon. We got a good show for you today. I always like saying that today. We have a good show for you. No promises, but that's what I have planned. Steve Young, the best half hour in sports radio, joins us at 4:50. He was on hand Sunday, as were we, JD, for the NFC Championship. I imagine Steve was fired up. By the way, back-to-back weeks, and we'll have to ask Steve Young about this. Photos with Lil Wayne and then photos with Eminem. Steve's he's seeking out the top rappers from each opposing 49er fan base. Top Kansas City rapper, I don't know. I know everybody's going to go T Swift. But
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking maybe he ends up hanging with Usher. Now, that doesn't apply, but...
Usher, baby.
Yeah, could be.
Could be. 4:50, Steve Young joins us. 5:30, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr will stop by. JD, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing well. Good to be with you. Warriors get one last night. Everybody focused and locked in on the Super Bowl. Man, it just, good. It's a great time in the Bay. I was kind of thinking on the drive in just about how great it's been, right? The 2023 season, the Niners are going to the Super Bowl. 22 Warriors win a championship. Then you get COVID, whatever, no COVID. But then you had the Niners before that, the Warriors 18, 17, 16, 15, the Giants even before that. It has been almost a decade and a half where between the Giants or the 49ers or the Warriors, they're playing for titles, man. Like, just left and right, haymakers coming. It's just a great time to be alive.
Well, what's so funny about that is, and you grew up in Sacramento area?
Yep.
Okay,
yep.
so I'm in the East Bay in San Leandro. like the 49ers won a Super Bowl. I guess they won the 89 season. It happened in 90, right? So I'm like 10 months old or something, 11 months old when they win the Super Bowl in 90. I don't remember it. I've got a decent memory. Don't remember that. I don't remember the 94 Super Bowl victory that happens in early 95. I'm, I guess, kindergarten at that point. I remember the Super Bowl party I was at. I was a little kid. Played a little flag football game in the backyard. Shout out to West Falls who hosted that party. Kid I went to school with. But I don't remember a title. So from my memory, until the Giants won it in 2010, and I'm in college at that point, I'm like, I don't have a championship that I can be excited about or that I feel like as a Bay Area fan. That's a generation. That's 20-plus years of fandom, feeling like I'm never going to see one for any of my teams. And then to your point, I'm now 34 in the last 13 years. I've seen 3 Giants. I've seen 4 Warriors. Yeah. I've seen 2 49ers appearances to the Super Bowl.
Now 3.
7 NFC.
Yeah.
Now,
coming up on 3.
I guess coming up on 3. 7 NFC championship appearances, right? Between Kyle Shanahan and Harbaugh. I don't know that there's a region or a market. You're right here. And it's why, and I've been saying this for a couple of weeks, if you're around my age, the most hungry and desperate Bay Area sports fan is the 30-something-year-old 49er fan who doesn't remember 94 and has seen their team win many titles.
Absolutely. Yeah. To those folks, the 49ers are, I don't want to say a downtrodden franchise because you still claim the 5 and the 4 in the 80s and 94, but yeah, you haven't seen it and you want to see it. And you see Brady basically and the Patriots be what maybe your parents' version of the Niners was back in the 80s.
I mean, it's unbelievable to think about where I was when I watched Tom Brady win the first Super Bowl and that I was like, probably slamming Dr. Dynamite's. You know what I mean? The Safeway version of, shout out the Safeway version of soda where they mix in the different, I like when they just go lemon lime blast. You're like, I get it. Yeah, it's Sprite. Okay. But the age I was when Tom Brady makes his debut and wins his first Super Bowl to where he is last season getting eliminated in the playoffs by Dak Prescott. It's alarming. It's alarming. And I think we're going to see more of that. I mean, look at what LeBron's done. LeBron was drafted when I was a freshman, going into my freshman year of high school. Right?
Yeah.
The guy had a 30-point triple-double on Saturday night. Nobody, like the oldest guy to ever do it.
It's incredible. And LeBron is going to be, and he's still got the rest of this year because he's a late December birthday. He's going to be 40 this year. Like this is like in December. So we got the whole year to go, 11 months. But it's crazy to think when LeBron was 18, and I was actually at LeBron's first NBA game in Sacramento in 2003. His first game was in Sacramento as an 18-year-old. At the old Arco Arena, and like to think back at just how much time has flown by and to have him still be in the league and dominating, it's pretty incredible.
I'm trying to think 2003 at Arco. He might have had a tough time. I mean, Arco was a tough place to play for many years.
Yeah, the Kings won. That was one of the I think that was like a 59-win sack team.
I was going to say that was near the end of that sort of run of deep playoff runs.
Yeah, it was after they had gotten beat by the Lakers. I think it was right after Chris Webber got hurt.
Yep.
And things were going on the downturn. But, yeah, the Kings got the win, but LeBron played well. It was like, okay, yeah, this guy's the real deal.
And what's maybe more impressive about that, and the same can be said about Tom Brady and the longevity that comes with playing in a league, but sort of like how technology has made generations speed up faster in just social aspects, I think the same can be said about sports, right? In that, like, we played baseball one way for 100 years, and now there's been how many changes in the last 35 to 40? Like, as things happen and evolve and you want to keep viewership and keep ratings and keep whatever else goes into the business of the game, you have to evolve. But for a guy to be as successful as he is at 20 years old, 19 years old or 18 like LeBron, and if you go back and you look at who the league leader was in three-point attempts per teams, or you go down to who the bottom was back in 2003 or 4, the Cavs were like the bottom of the league in 03, 04 with like 9 or 10 three-pointers attempted a game.
Yeah.
Steph Curry shot like 17 on Saturday night or something.
Yeah, the Warriors took 58 or whatever the heck it was.
It's unbelievable.
Double overtime.
Well, look at Tom Brady. I mean, that's what we're looking at too. And Brock Purdy, it can be. I think when you talk about the evolution of what somebody can do in today's game and stay in the game for as long as they have, LeBron doesn't do that without science in today's game. People go, yeah, you put Babe Ruth in today's game, he wouldn't be any good. Well, yeah, of course not. Of course not. Guy wasn't built that way. But if you have, as Tom always says, if you have the science of the modern time, that's what you're going to use to make yourself the best. It's why Shohei Ohtani is the most dominant of all time, because he's got the technology and the wherewithal and basically all the science around him to keep him healthy and keep him on the field. Anyway, I'm excited about what this could mean for Brock Purdy. I was thinking about this today because of you saw the video that came out with he and Nick Bosa.
Oh, yeah.
Or Bosa talking to him in the locker room, and he's going, that's one of the coolest moments I think I've ever seen captured in a locker room. It was as real and as raw as could be. What Nick Bosa saying to Brock Purdy, did you know you'd be this good? Is this crazy to you? And to Brock, it really is not.
Not at all.
He said, he sort of laughed. I was like, I can do more, man.
And he's about to.
And I'm waiting to see what that is all about. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson hanging out with you. Great show today. Steve Young at 4:50. Steve Kerr at 5:30. Not going to beat that. When we come on back, let's get into a little bit of last night. You were out there at Chase Center. Did the Warriors do anything to change your mind last night? I got to tell you, I think that the victory puts them in as much of a tough place as a loss would have. Maybe losing at this point makes things simpler in terms of how you go about it. We're about a week away from the trade deadline, February the 8th. From what you saw last night, did the Warriors change your mind in any way? More on that next. It's Tolbert and Copes with John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
The Warriors stopped their two-game losing streak to beat the Philadelphia 76ers 119-107. There's more on that story. It's trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Curry wants to dance with Harris. Step back, Jay. Got it! Steph Curry with a downtown hit. Embiid loses it. Hits the floor. Trying to save it. Ball knocked around. Curry, he's got the angle and the bucket. And Embiid is down. Joel Embiid is down on the ground. Tolbert and Cubs with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Tolbert out today. John Dickinson in hanging out with me. We're going to have the time of our life. Is this what you were feeling last night? Would you say this song sums up the Dubs' victory for you last night, JD?
Absolutely not. You got to keep it real.
Oh, come on, man.
100% of the time. The first half last night was, it was every bit of Charlotte on a Thursday, like 2 weeks before Christmas or something.
That game existed. They
just
played that game?
No life. No, I just made that one up.
Okay.
It may be true, but that was not an actual JD schedule poll. You want me to pull one? It was like Portland on a Wednesday in December. I don't know.
Yeah, you're close. Yeah, you're good. We'll move on there. How about the 49ers that were out at the Warriors game last night? I'd seen George Kittle dapping up Steph Curry, and by the way, somebody had tweeted out, might have been guy Kyle Madsen, said, "Dude, it's kind of alarming to see Steph taller than George Kittle." I was like, that's a great perspective in how to look at it when he daps him up. Like they're looking eye to eye, but Steph's got height on him, and you don't realize how big pro basketball players are, how tall they are until they're standing next to. And George Kittle's not the most enormous tight end, but he plays a position on a football field that is a bigger sized position.
Yeah, and I thought that the 49ers injected some life into the building last night, to be perfectly honest. The Warriors still, to me, are a bright lights team. The problem for them, though, is you got to play all the other games. And I think when you look at this homestand, last night, maybe more. Yeah, Embiid, although he was clearly banged up and probably shouldn't have been out there and ended up leaving with 4 minutes to go, been dealing with
an MRI with a knee.
Getting an MRI with a knee, and he was hobbling around the whole night. But that, Philly, nationally televised game, 49ers are in the house. Everybody's jacked up because they're going to the Super Bowl. Like, you could feel it. It was palpable last night. Lakers, ABC, Saturday Night Showcase, Kings, rivalry from the playoff series last year. And even going back to, them honoring, Coach Dejan Milojevic in the first game back against Atlanta, there was an added juice to the game. And so these last four, 2-2, which obviously the Warriors are hoping for 4-0 to get on a little bit of a run, didn't happen for them, but there was an energy to and a purpose, I think, to the way that they played all four of those games. The problem is, can they take it out on the road when it's Memphis and Atlanta and Trae Young's not playing and then you're going to Brooklyn, and it just, because those have been the games for the most part, home and away, really, where the Warriors have just slogged through and haven't picked up enough wins in those games to really make the season to this point relevant.
Yeah, and my argument or the case I guess I continue to make is where they stand right now, and what are they? What they played about 50 games? What's the record right now exactly?
Yeah,
they're at 20 and 24,
yep.
So they played 44 games, 20 and 24. What's the high watermark for this team? What, at this roster construction, what's the ceiling? And if it's 6, and if that's what you're playing for, that's the question we were kind of asking or talking about in the last segment about the elitist mentality of once you start winning titles like this, that's what the fan base expects you to do. So Steph going for 33, 46, and 37 in the last 3 games, that's dominance. They lost 2 of those by a point.
Right.
So if Steph's going to be Superman like Josh Allen and you get nothing out of it, what are we doing with this roster, I guess is the question. Have they done anything to make you think they should stick together with this roster? Or, in my mind, I think when you play well like this and lose, or you play well and barely get by, you've raised the value of other pieces on your team.
Yeah, they're in a difficult spot because they're still 5.5 games out of 6th. Now, they are getting closer to 9th, which puts them in the play-in tournament. They're only a game and a half out of 9th, right? But they're even 3.5, 4. They're 4.5 out of 8th right now, which, again, you still got to play for your spot if you do that. But the thing that I think is the most relevant to take away from, let's just say, the last week since they've been back during the 4-game homestand is the Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins front line.
Yep.
Like, that to me seems legit. It's given them an opportunity to hang in and win some of these games. And so while Wiggins has been the name that's been on the block as, hey, they'd love to get rid of him, to me, the fact that he's been out there while Kuminga's been able to continue his rise with Draymond, I think that's made Wiggins being a part of Kuminga playing as well as he has makes what Kuminga's done more relevant to me.
Sure.
Because I think initially it was kind of, all right, Kuminga's getting his points, Draymond's out, somebody's got to fill the void. I think it was somewhat hollow as it related to wins and losses. Like, good for him. It's still a step for him individually, but is it a step for this franchise as to being a winning playoff
Jordan
team?
Poole developed into a role player that helped them, and they needed him to win a championship.
Yes.
I understand what you're saying in that a player's development, I know we're seeing it before our eyes, and I know he's intriguing and captivating, but it's not like a baseball team where you go, oh, well, damn, just throw him in the lineup. We'll find somewhere for him to play. He's got to fit whatever system it is that you're trying to work, or you've got to say, we need to move something in here that helps us do that. The question is, I imagine if you make a move like that, it's a short-lived move. Because if you want to plan for the future, keeping Kuminga is something you must do.
And look, I'll be direct about it. I think Kuminga's played his way, at least for the time being, meaning next week at the deadline, to being untouchable. Like, to me, he's untouchable, not forever, but he's untouchable next Thursday. Like that, he's not going anywhere between now and next Thursday.
Might be staying at Joe's house next Thursday. Joe's like, just stay here. Just hide from Mike. We won't trade you.
Exactly. Just don't let him find you.
Just put him back here in my garage.
That paperwork will never get submitted. Yeah. No. So, yeah, I think he's sticking around. The question, though, is, and I think a big part of the reason why we started having the discussion about Wiggins was, well, Wiggins was playing terrible, one, but Wiggins and Kuminga couldn't play together. And if Wiggins and Kuminga can't play together and Kuminga's part of the future, well, then that means Wiggins is the guy that maybe has to go. But what we've seen here in the last week, even though they don't play the same position when everything's right, which is another thing to that gets lost in the weeds sometimes. But if Wiggins is able to play as well as he has with Kuminga and Draymond coming back seemingly has unlocked that, then that's a front court that I think you want to see how it can finish this season, but it's almost independent of this season. Maybe this front court finishes this season and the rest of the team isn't good enough for them to be a playoff team this year even. Yeah. That's fine. But when you pencil Wiggins, Draymond, Kuminga out for the future, that could still be a starting front line next year or for the next 3 years as you relate it back to Stephen Curry's window and still wanting to be the best possible team you can be around Steph. So I think you could make the case, and I did last night on Dubs OT, I don't think I would trade Wiggins either because the ability of him and Kuminga to do it together with Draymond makes the whole thing more relevant. And then that sends you down the path of, well, then what do you do? And that's where I think it becomes the Chris Paul contract. It becomes maybe Kevon Looney.
Well, the Paul contract, it has to be a move strictly for contract because it's about keeping that space open, and he's not doing anything for you anyway. Right. I mean, when they acquired him, I kind of thought this may just be that anyway.
They had options with it. They could keep him. He could play. They could move him now. Yeah. They actually could even move him in the summer because he's still under contract for next year. They could send him to a team in June and take a $30 million player back, and then the team that takes Chris Paul could say bye-bye, and it turns into zero. Yep. So that there isn't a pressure to make that move necessarily now. But I guess the reason I bring up those specific names, if Wiggins has played his way because of the way he's done it with Kuminga and Draymond into keeper status for now,
sure,
and you're not trading Steph, okay, and then we can put Clay in the we'll see category, and you like your other young players, right? Let's just say you like Pajemski, you like Trace Jackson Davis, you like Moody, he's injured right now. Well, then who would you move? the only guys left to move at that point are Chris Paul.
You can't like everybody. They're 20 and 24.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, you can't say everybody's here and everybody's a developmental piece, because the case I would make against what you're saying about keeping Wiggins and saying, well, you could still work with him and Kuminga and Draymond, is I go, but how much longer do you have of that Draymond? How much longer is Draymond in the player he's been? I mean, I think the front two of these four, everybody knows, the fourth year is the one that's the very risky one.
Sure.
And you kind of figure by then you're paying him for what he's done in the first two, hopefully three.
I look at it as the next two after this one. I look at it, and that's basically what I see the Steph
saved a lot of minutes. Saved a lot of miles on those legs so far.
Looks fresh.
It's easy when you're not playing a whole first
Looks
half
fresh.
of the season, you know?
Well, and that's been the whiff for the Warriors these last couple of years, is that they have not been good enough up and down the roster to allow the veteran players to stay fresh. They've either had to play them too much to where they're not fresh,
The bench is terrible, right?
or those guys have gotten hurt and it hasn't, or Draymond's gotten himself suspended and they haven't been able to be out there enough. So you've been too dependent on the others, or those guys can't stay fresh for long enough for the season, and you're not winning enough to make it all stand up. So that's been the problem there. But I almost look at Kuminga and Wiggins in some ways as a pair. Like, Kuminga's not going anywhere, but Kuminga is your start. If Kuminga's your starting four, then you still need a starting three. And look, the league has teams with guys like Wiggins and Kuminga on front lines. Like, that's how the rest of the league looks. Yeah. So to me, if you keep Kuminga but you trade Wiggins and you don't get a player that plays that position,
it's a bunch of forwards. That's what it is. Yeah.
Then you don't have it.
Yeah.
Like, so then you're worse for that, even though maybe you think Kuminga is a future piece.
The question is, well, no, we can get more into this. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's get to your thoughts on this. Is Kuminga, or has Kuminga become in the last few days untouchable? And if so, what does it mean for the trade deadline for the Warriors? Are the Warriors in no man's land at the trade deadline? 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. If you want to get involved in that conversation and what the Warriors do at the deadline. We will get to your calls, by the way, in just a bit as well on the 49ers. I got a question for JD and for the listeners. You can check in on YouTube at KNBR 1045, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. How about this, JD? Somebody here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, 408, wow, Copes and JD on the same screen could not be more opposite hairstyles. Thank you. Appreciate that, 408. It's an apt observation by you. There you go. 415-808-KNBR. If you want to get some riffs in, like that 408. Where are the Warriors? Is it no man's land come deadline time? We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Wednesday afternoon, Adam Copeland and John Dickinson with you. Tom Tolbert out for the day. We are still getting ready, ramping up for the trip to Vegas next week, I should say, for the Super Bowl next weekend. Super Bowl 58 next Sunday. We'll have it all for you right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. We have a lot of really, really nice, dude. Thank you.
You getting ready?
I need a more modern one. I need like a Buffalo or something like that, dude. You know, those are. I need a Wheel of Fortune spin is what I need, dude. Anyway, it's gonna be a fun trip out there. Hopefully, it ends with a fun result for the 49ers next Sunday. We'll get to your calls at 808 KNBR in just a moment here on the San Francisco 49ers, and I'll get JD's thoughts on some stuff, but a little bit more on the Warriors from what we were just talking about. Is somebody on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line checks in. And 408 says, you guys are complicating things. Curry, Kuminga, Wiggins are untouchable. Everybody else is tradable. Re-signing Green was a huge mistake. Should have signed a younger big man instead. That was my take initially. I was soundly crushed for not liking the Draymond Green contract. And it wasn't so much that it was never about the money. I don't really ever care about that. It was never about Draymond the player or the attitude. It was always about year 4.
Sure.
And people are like, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I said, I care. We watch what happened with the Giants when you give too long of contracts just because of what somebody did in the past. Now, sometimes you have to do it. Sometimes there's a cost benefit to that. Or you've got to evaluate whether or not you think you'll win those titles. The roster construction has not been good around them. They've drafted some okay pieces, better than in the past, but it's going to take some time. So where do you come down on that thought from the 408 that it's those 3, Curry, Kuminga, Wiggins are untouchable?
They can't be considered untouchable without Draymond Green because Kuminga and Wiggins can't play together without Draymond Green. That's just like that was the point at which Steve Kerr was done with it. He wasn't going to do it anymore. It was so bad. But Draymond comes back, he goes to it, and I thought he would give that an opportunity to see how it would take shape. But Steph, yeah, of course. Steph's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
That part I agree with. And I don't think Kuminga's going anywhere right now. I think they are listening on Wiggins. I think they're listening on really everybody or anybody at this point. I think they're listening.
So you've answered my question. If you're listening on everybody, then you're in no man's land.
Well, they are. I think they are in no man's land.
That's it.
I know, yeah.
So was the win yesterday beneficial to them for this season? Because to me, when you're in no man's land, a great example would be the 2019 San Francisco Giants. Remember the August they had?
Yeah.
Where they got hot, and then it was like they were 4 games out, but we all knew they're not really in it.
It wasn't real.
They didn't trade Bum. They kept him. And then I was like, what are we? There's nothing there. There's nothing there. They sold a little bit for parts and stuff, but at some point, you've either pot committed to this roster and you're like, you know what? We're just going to fight to the end, and we'll live to go another day, and we'll try to add some pieces this offseason and get creative. And that may be where they have to go just based on not being able to pull the trigger on something.
Yeah, I just keep looking at, the next week basically is going to dictate some of it and we're going to have Steve Kerr on, so we can ask Steve. I mean, he was pretty positive and not in a trying to speak it into existence kind of way. I felt like it was a little bit different after the Sacramento and after the Lakers games as to the belief that even though they didn't win those games, that they found something.
Yeah.
And I think it is that lineup, that front line specifically, to where I think he looked at it as, well, if this works, then maybe this team can be good enough to get on a run. And whether it's as currently constituted or augmented by maybe manipulating the bench a little bit, or I don't want to say the back end of the roster, but maybe clearing the glut a little bit while acknowledging that Steph and Wiggins and Kuminga and Draymond are going to be foundational pieces for the rest of this season, maybe as a
Core,
rotation.
okay.
As a rotation, basically. 4 of your 8 or 9 are going to be those. And then you have to figure out the best players around them. Is it going to be Saric and Chris Paul, or is it going to be Podziemski and Moody? How does Gary Payton II fit? I mean, they have to answer all those questions. And at times when the Warriors have had everybody, it's been harder for Steve Kerr to find the right groups to play on the right night. in a weird way, it's easier when four guys out. It's easier because you just know you got to play.
You got to play the best ones right now.
Who's there? And right now that works for Podziemski. Right now that works for Kuminga and Wiggins. Looney hasn't been playing as well, so you just play Draymond at the 5, and that works out. So they do. I think they're not. I'm not saying keep it exactly the same in total, but I'm intrigued enough by that front court and not just because of this season, because I think that front court can be the front court for the next 2 seasons with Steph Curry, and then you got to figure the rest of it out.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Texter here comes in, the 40, actually it's a 209, says, man, as a Kings fan, you guys are sounding now like Kings fans. Keep everybody, but also trade everybody. This is a slippery slope, guys. It's a good text from the 209. I like that. It's
2 different people. I'm not saying. I think you're more open. I think to trading Wiggins at this point, right?
What's odd is that we had Mark Spears on, and I've been using this baseline because again, I love when guys who are insiders and know people within organizations will tell us what organizations think. And you wonder when you go to trade somebody like that, what do other teams think about this player? Because it's always easy to think, we'll just give him up to get that guy.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, but why would that team want this player? In basketball, it's different because there are contracts that can be matched up. They must be matched up, and then you drop them if you, like you talked about with the cut situation with CP3 potentially this summer. Mark Spears told us that Andrew Wiggins, per 2 different presidents in the league, one told him he has 0 value. This was a couple of weeks ago, maybe a week and a half ago.
Okay.
The other one, he said, told us it's a tough get because if you get him, you have to have 2 other guys at least, probably at that price point or higher, on the front line with him for him to contribute. And at that point, he wasn't even contributing with Steph and Clay, who wasn't playing great, and Draymond. So the question is, what roster is good enough that would want Andrew Wiggins and he would contribute and can afford to do that? And I don't know that exists. So
it may not. And I guess in that vein, then if I'm the Warriors, I wouldn't panic into just doing anything you can to offload him, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Then you might as well stick around. You might as well keep him around. It's kind of working with him and Kuminga and Draymond. You've got him under contract. Try to turn him back into a useful player. He doesn't have to be what he was maybe 2 years ago, although everybody would love that. But if he can get closer to being that kind of a player, and it works with Kuminga, who's emerging. See, because part of the thing, and again, I don't want to get too far in the weeds on it, but part of the issue, I think, why people are so comfortable in moving Wiggins is, 1, he was terrible really up until the last couple of weeks. But 2, I think a lot of people think that Kuminga plays like they play the same position, and they don't play the same position. Like Kuminga plays the 4, Wiggins plays the 3. You'd think they should be able to play together, but up until the last week and a half, they haven't been able to play together. And so it creates that, this is not a situation where you're trading Wiggins to basically give Kuminga his spot. And I think a lot of people think that
because
that's
they're not
what
playing
it
the
is.
same position.
I think a lot of people think it's, Kuminga is the new Wiggins, get rid of Wiggins. Kuminga's better than Wiggins right now.
That is true, that part. Yeah.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're right, they're not mutually exclusive.
But this is not, hey, Buster Posey's here, trade Benji Molina. Right? It's just, it's not.
Tough deal, dude. Benji catching strays on a Wednesday afternoon. He's like, dude, it's the end of Jays, like the thralls of January.
You have a catcher that's better and younger than you trade your other catcher.
Benji's out here like, I still get a ring from both of these teams now. Great, fantastic. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. We'll get into some 49er football in just a moment. But are the Warriors in no man's land before the deadline? Anthony Slater released an article saying the Warriors are in no man's land, saying, quote, the odds and internal expectations of the trade that meaningfully moves the needle has steadily decreased over the last month, which to the
they're not giving up Kuminga.
Yes, that was the key piece in any move that was going to have to be made. But that move was also to ignite this roster, right? Are you better next year if you decide this offseason to go about it differently? Maybe. But I think there's no tinkering move here that's going to happen, and it seems unlikely that there's a massive move that's going to go down. Do you think there's pressure for the Warriors to make a move by Thursday, or you keep winning? No.
I think there's pressure from the fan base. I don't think that necessarily matters, though. Like I think the Warriors have shown an ability to tune out the noise and do what they think is best. I mean, I think in this particular instance, that's probably the right call, is to just not panic, because you could panic into making a horrific move, and you really end up, like, if you look to offload somebody, but you attach a player that winds up being something down the line to offload that player, and then you end up worse for the wear. Like that, I get it. They want to make sure they're under the apron for luxury tax purposes and all of that, but you don't necessarily have to do that.
The aprons, you've lost me, dude. You got to know. When you say apron, I'm done. I'm out when you drop apron. 808 KNBR is a number to call.
I tried not to. I held on for 42 minutes.
I was like, dude, that was it. You got too deep into the apron. 415-808 KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. You can check it on the YouTube chat, too. A lot of people checking in. Elver Galarga checks in, says, Adam Copeland looks like Uncle Tito from Rocket Power. He's got a few more feet, he's probably bigger than I am, and he's heavier than I was. I am a shooby, though. Shout out Rocket Power. Let's go out to Adam. Adam is in Pleasant Hill. Adam, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Nice, dude. What you got for us?
Yeah, I just think that, we really need to temper our expectations for this year, right? They haven't been playing at a championship caliber. There's not a move to be made that makes them that. Siakam wasn't it, And they got a lot of egos. They got a lot of entrenched relationships that I think affected. There's a little bit of a lack of self-awareness with Draymond and Clay. Draymond's maybe come around and realized that he was hurting the team. Clay seems to think that he's a max-level player, so, we love him. He's our guy, right? But he's not. And we're not going to win a championship with that core anymore. So it's tough. We kind of got to move on from it. Let these young guys get a little more time. I don't know why Moody's not. Why isn't Moody getting any minutes?
I think Moody's hurt. I think he's out. I think he's hurt right now. Adam.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been hurt the last couple weeks.
We're kind of that's a good reason.
Right as he was getting an opportunity to play more, he got hurt.
As a bummer.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, but and then all the talk about, like you were saying, how Kuminga and Wiggins, they can't play together. Like Jordan and Pippen couldn't play together. Like Tatum and Brown shouldn't play together. I mean, these are prototypical what you want. Lanky wings that can play D, that can handle the ball, that can shoot the ball. And, they're starting to click now. And now that Kuminga's getting the minutes, he's definitely all-star level. And he's got to get those minutes in the rotation to find out what he can be. Maybe he's a superstar, Like, we don't know yet. He's young.
Yeah, that's all great points, Adam. Really do appreciate the call, man. Don't be a stranger, dude. First-time caller. Like that, dude. Good takes there. And that's what we're talking about in terms of the Warriors. If you get rid of those two guys, or you're saying you get rid of Wiggins, look at the rosters. Look when they played OKC. Look how long and rangy everybody's, and they try to stop the inside shot. They're like, we'll give up we'll give up that inside one to go stop and try to close out on the outside. But a lot of times that length and range, their lack of it doesn't even allow them to close out on the outside.
No doubt. And with Kuminga specifically, the question that I've always had with him is, can he be an effective role player now to where you can have him on your team and play him to see what he can become later? And he's proving that he can do that over the course of the last month and a half.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. And we will talk to the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, 5:30, 4:50, the best half hour in sports radio. Steve Young joins us. All right, let's get back into some 49er football. I asked Tom this yesterday. We'll put some back out to the callers as well. Get into a little bit more on 49ers coming back from both playoff games, and are they capable of doing it against the Kansas City Chiefs? Will they have to? JD, do you think it was a good thing for the 49ers to be battle-tested through the first two playoff games? We'll talk about that next. And your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, Niners and the Chiefs. Niners are battle-tested. Is it a good thing against Pat Mahomes? Your thoughts next on the Sports Leader. The NFC champions were out at Chase last night. George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Aiyuk. They all enjoyed themselves watching the Warriors get that victory over the 76ers. More on that story is trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, I always think when you go through stuff like this, it hardens you and prepares you for any situation. I mean, you want to be able to go through tons of games and be able to win games any way possible. And I always feel we're capable of winning a game any way possible, but it just hasn't gone that way this year totally. We've been able to win a bunch of games pretty easily where that fourth quarter isn't so stressful, and the ones that we lost, usually you could see that happening earlier before that too. So to get in some games like this, it's just good experience for our players and to go through it and to make sure to see how important it is to go through all four quarters, win or lose that. You're never out of it.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, the NFC Champions head coach. Niners getting ready for the Kansas City Chiefs out in Las Vegas at Super Bowl 58, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call if you want to get involved in the conversation, or if you want to find out how you can win a trip to Fontainebleau, Las Vegas. How about that? It's the newest luxury resort and casino on the Las Vegas Strip, and we want to send you there for the big game weekend. One winner will score a trip for two to Las Vegas, including airfare, 2-night stay at the Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, $150 food and beverage credit at one of their 36 restaurants and bars, and 2 tickets to the Fontainebleau Las Vegas big game viewing party at Blue Live Theater. Just listen weekdays for the national text keywords for your chance to win. Find the official rules at knbr.com. Today's keyword, you want to text it to 95819. It's cards. All right. Cards. 95819 for your chance to win that trip to Vegas. You think it's going to bode well for the 49ers, having been battle-tested? And I'll ask you a follow-up to that. But
it can't hurt.
Having been through the first two, I mean, you've seen it before, right?
Yeah, it can't hurt, and I do think it helps, without a doubt, because as Kyle Shanahan said in the clip that we just played, they hadn't proven that they could do that this year. And to do it on the biggest stage when at times they played some of their worst football of the whole season in those games against the Lions and the Packers, and still be good enough to fight and scratch and claw and win. I mean, how can it not help you, especially when you're going up against a coach and quarterback combo now that's won multiple championships? So I think you need everything that you can possibly have in your bag to be able to win that game. And so, yeah, no doubt.
I mean, it helps. I would assume if you as a listener or a fan, and you can let us know at 808-KNBR, 415-808-KNBR, if you think that it bodes well for them, having been battle-tested, does it mean you feel better about them after the win against the Lions? Because I'll tell you what, I was at a low point of the season. Everybody was at a low point. It's the season at halftime.
It's twofold for me though, because I'll say
it has to be.
It helps. I'll say it helps, but then I also very quickly turn now as we start to turn toward the next game, sure, right? After you get over the euphoria, if you're a Niner fan from the last game and the last two games, it turns also very quickly though to you got to be a hell of a lot better if you're going to beat the Chiefs. You got to be better. You got to be better because they are a better football team than the Packers, and they are a better football team than the Lions. They do it differently, but they are a better football team with a better coach and, again, a proven quarterback that we know that quarterback can win anyway, right? He can win from down in the Super Bowl. Seen that. He can be a front runner in the Super Bowl. He can go back and forth in the Super Bowl. He's done it all different ways with a lot of talent around him, with less talent around him. Maybe like this year, it's kind of him and Kelsey and the run game. And
Rashee Rice and Pacheco.
Yeah, and Pacheco.
Fewer playmakers. Yeah, you're right.
Fewer playmakers, but you still got him. You still got Andy Reid. And so and they've still got a defense that's better than any of the defenses that they've had the last 5 years.
I would argue, and we'd have to see where they stack up across the league in each year, but I would at least on paper or for the eye test, we know factually the defense is better than anyone they've had previously. I would wager that the offense is worse. Yeah. I know people would say Mahomes has had a
it is, but you still got Mahomes.
Season. It's Patrick Mahomes.
It is, and you still got Kelsey.
And that's what's so funny is I was making this case yesterday that, and maybe you're with me at 808 KNBR, that the 49ers, the first time around against the Chiefs, were absolutely defense-driven. Raheem Mostert ran the ball, and Jimmy Garoppolo threw the ball 8 times. Raheem Mostert ran it for 200-plus and 4 touchdowns in that title game. We knew it was a defensive run-the-ball football team, and we knew that they went up that way and then could not hold on to the lead late, and then here comes Patrick Mahomes. This time around, would not be unreasonable to say the Chiefs are the defensive team, and the 49ers, based on what we've seen in the last few weeks, especially, are driven by offense. And we've known that since really the start of the year. But the defense, for me, we asked this question, Derek, what was it, 6 straight weeks to start the year, basically? Until probably they lost. Had the offense surpassed the defense as the calling card for the Niners. After the Dallas game, at 5-0, 42-10, we thought no question. However, for a defensive team to have Patrick Mahomes, I don't know how you could ever argue that they're not closer to balance than where the 49ers are right now. Same could be said, but they're getting run all over, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, they are, and the Chiefs were the team. I was talking to Derek before the show. The Chiefs were really the first team last season that attacked the 49ers on the edges. And I know this year is not
until the second half of that game.
And they just, I mean, they threw to the edge, they ran to the edge.
And crossed in a bunch.
Everything was to the, they were the first team that annihilated the 49ers in that way. And not everybody's been able to do it, but it was actually, when you go back, and I hadn't thought of it because I hadn't gotten that deep in the preparation as far as looking back, because we still got such a long way to go here. But the image is stuck in my mind of watching that game from last October at Levi's, of basically the Chiefs doing exactly what Green Bay, in a lot of ways, what the Lions did. And, that's Andy Reid. That's an excellent offensive game plan against a better defense, by the way. And so, the 49ers are going to be up against it. Their defense is going to have to play better than they did in either of these last 2 games. I know they had great second halves in both of the games. If you can force turnovers, that means maybe you can be a little bit more bend but don't break. But they are going to have, that would be the one thing right off the top. I would say the 49ers are going to have to play a better defensive game than they have in either of the last 2.
Without question. 415-808-KNBR. Does it bode well for the 49ers that they are battle-tested, but that they had to come back, that they saw something in these last 2 games and repeated it to prove that they're capable of doing so on the biggest stages? Do you buy them? Are you feeling better about them after that? Let's go out to Tim. Tim is in Santa Rosa. Tim, on the last 2 games, how you feeling about the battle-tested Niners?
Well, if you mirror real life, tough times make you grow, make you learn, make you tougher, and you get to reinvent yourself and learn from it, and it makes you a better man. So I think it's going to make the Niners a better team.
Appreciate the call, Tim. Good call there. I mean, that's what Tom was saying yesterday. He's like, hey, if you tell me I'm going to make a shot, or I'm going to get the last shot with time running out to end a basketball game, if it's the first time I've ever done it and it's in the playoffs, chances of me making it are, oh, man, I've never been in this situation before. I don't know what the emotion or the adrenaline or any of that feels like. Again, Brock Purdy is now walking into basically the final situation he has not seen in the NFL, is starting a Super Bowl. He had even started an NFC title game on the road in a raucous environment. So the nerves this time around, I think at least you've seen him. At least you know what to expect. You don't know how you're going to react or your body might react to any given situation. But because you've seen it, when you're standing there at the end of a game, you're like, we got to drive the field to win. You've done it before. That's key to me.
No, I think it's huge. I think his ability to not play well and bounce back and keep slinging it and be unafraid to take off and use his legs in the biggest moments, as he did in the game against the Lions, to kind of sacrifice the body to a certain extent, just lay it all out there like that. He is fearless, which I think has to give the 49ers a lot of confidence. Like it could be a dialed game plan and everything's clicking and he's slinging it and all of, and McCaffrey's running it and all of that. But if it doesn't go that way, which again, everybody's got a plan until they get popped, right? You feel that he has
That's right, John.
He has the ability to
Greg popped. That's where I was going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all right. No, you're good. I was done anyway. I had nothing left. I had nothing in the tank.
Anyway, KNBR is the number to call. I guess that's a good question to ask the listeners too and the callers too. Is do you feel better about them having come back from the deficit they did entering this game, or would you have felt better if they'd blown out their 2 opponents? Like, is a team that rolls into the Super Bowl and I'd have to go back and look and see what the Patriots did in 2007. Because I know the game at the end of the season against the Giants was like a 38-35 or something, right? It was a 3-point. And that's when everybody going in thought this team could beat Tom Brady. We saw how closely they played them at the end of the year. But I can't remember, Derek, if they blew anybody out in the playoffs, those Patriots teams. And I always want, like, if they were back, again, they were destroying teams early on. And I think it's so difficult. That's why we never see college basketball teams go undefeated anymore. You get to the end of the year with a bunch of 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds who've played a year in college, and they're down 7 with a minute left. They don't know what to do.
I'm looking at it just because you said it. I'm looking at it. They beat Jacksonville 31-20 in their first game.
31-20 Jags.
31-20, and they beat the Chargers 21-12 in 21-12. And that would have been that was the year that the year Phillip Rivers was playing on the torn ACL? Maybe
that season when they were all banged up in the AFC Championship. Is that right? Yeah, and it was LT playing, and I think Gates was hurt too.
And they still kind of hung around.
That's what
in
Phil
that
Rivers
game.
does, man. He probably had the ball like down 4.
That might have been the next year. That might have been the next.
Could have been the following season. I get thrown off by the next year NFC Championship or the championship game. I guess the fact is, I guess it might have felt more like they were battle tested, getting through the playoffs. And at the end of the year, the Patriots had a bunch of close games. That said, I would rather not be undefeated going into the postseason because then you're like, we've never been in this boat before. But again, not many situations that this team hasn't faced now. Down 17 at the half and erasing it by the end of the third quarter. Out to the YouTube chat here where Zach checks in. Zach Portfield says the Chiefs aren't scoring more than 3 touchdowns. I think we're good. That is a concern for the Chiefs offense. Their second half offense has been problematic for a period of time this year. Paige checks in and says, his height. Paige just says, Niners Chiefs Super Bowl 58. Yeah, let's go Niners.
Great job, brother.
I like that. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in Los Altos. Eric said didn't do much comeback versus the Lions. What's going on, man? You're on the sports leader.
No, they didn't. They got the luckiest pass ever to Iyuk. Detroit drops 2 easy fourth down passes right in their hands. And they get a fumble. How often is that going to happen? It's not like the 49ers drove all the way down.
Man, the Lions got so lucky when Brock overthrew that guy and then accidentally missed that field goal. I mean, what are we talking about, bro? You play the football game.
No,
they made decisions. They made decisions that were wrong, and Dan Campbell ran them out of the game.
They were, but they did not hold Detroit. Detroit gave it away. They never stopped them.
I would say that you're right in that the defense wasn't as stout in the second half as it was made out to be. Can we agree on that?
They never stopped them.
Well, they did stop them on fourth down a couple times.
Twice.
I mean,
they dropped an easy pass right in their hands. That wasn't a stop. That's a
stop.
Another team won't do that.
I mean, dude, what are we doing? Well, all right, the Niners lucked their ass into the Super Bowl. Thanks for the call, Eric.
It's called a turnover on downs.
Yeah, what are we doing? And if they decide to kick the field goal, they win. How about that? How about Dan Campbell kicks field goals and the Niners aren't so lucky? What are we talking about? There's no luck here. This is decisions that are made, and guys have to execute after plays go down. Like Derek and I were.
Well, look, Dan Campbell. I think we agree Dan Campbell screwed up, right? But when you look at the way that the Lions were playing offensively, how could you not think that you were going to not get 2 yards? The Lions got 2 yards when they needed 2 yards 5-6 times.
Well, when they dropped back to pass, I didn't think they were going to get it. I don't know why they stopped running the ball at the rate that they were running it. I mean, really. And then they do with Amon-Ra. He cut the crack up the middle. That was the third down before the fourth down. It might have even lost a couple of inches on that.
Sure.
It made it a long fourth. But I do think that Dan Campbell coached him out of the game. I mean, I think if you play it the way you've played it all year, and I know that they say, well, they're aggressive. Why not kick the field goal? I mean, you took the points at the end of the first half, and then you don't want to take them later in the ballgame?
And I think he felt he didn't. I think he felt he sold himself out in the first half by kicking the field goal. So he was like, I'm not doing that again.
Yeah.
Which was the wrong decision because at that point you match. All the Niners had done was score. So you basically put them in the same spot with 10 more minutes off the clock or whatever it was. And then all right, 49ers have to start over now with 8, 9, 10 minutes less on the clock to make their comeback. So no, he bungled it, but that's you win with that guy. You win with a guy like that. You're going to lose with a guy like that. That's like as they play bigger games. Not that we need to care about that today, but as they play bigger games, he's probably he's going to become, I think, more of a liability.
Well, if they play bigger games, I mean, Dan Campbell said himself after the game. This may be our only shot.
He was honest.
That's a hell of a message after the game. I know, but that's how you feel. Where you're like,
he's right though.
We might have squandered this.
Yeah.
Did Blake Bortles ever get back? Maybe with the Rams. Maybe as a backup with the Rams.
You.
He might have been back. Thanks. 808 KNBR is the number to call. 415-808 KNBR 808-5627. Dominic says, no, that's how Rough Riders roll. He's getting the stop drop in for me. Michael Furman says, lucky catch. Forgets there was a PI on it anyways. Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Flag goes down on that play anyways. Here goes Alexis says, I hope the offseason Oh, excuse me. I hope the offense doesn't play too conservative here, is what they're getting into. I don't feel that the offense has been too conservative, and it did feel aggressive, though, in the second half, did it not?
It did.
When the Niners came out in the second half?
It felt like that Kyle Shanahan knew that they needed to take more shots. They even went tempo for one play, right? Did you see that? They ran one play, and then it was like, oh, they went to the line, and then they went away from it.
Yeah.
But it was the only issue that I have is that the Niners don't play with urgency when they get down. Like that is like you're down 3. Like they just don't. I do think the plays were different, but I'm thinking like you guys have to go a little faster. Like it can't just be, well, we're going to score four straight times. Like you want to give yourself as many possessions as possible when you're down. And again, they didn't manage it that way. It worked out fine. It's not really even a criticism. It just seems like they are a drive the field offense to get their points in those situations when they're down, where when they're humming, it's explosive plays left and right.
Yep.
And those plays just kind of like, but when you're down, you can't count on just taking your time over and over and over, and then an explosive play is just going to pop up.
415-808-KNBR. I'm with you because you're waiting for. I mean, he's also setting you up for other plays down the road.
And you don't have time for that.
Yeah.
In my mind, you don't have time for that. We got to go make it happen now.
The second half setup when you're down 17. And Kyle didn't waste time. 17, bang, 17. Dan Campbell made it easy for him.
Yeah.
Well, they got lucky. Let's go back up to Will. Will's in San Francisco. Will, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how you doing? First time caller. I just want to say, I think his name was Eric. He said that, basically the Niners gave the game away. But Greg Cosell yesterday said that things happen in football games.
Yeah.
So I think that's exactly what it was. Things happened in the football game. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Nice with the laugh there. But yeah, no, things happened. Things didn't go the Niners' way necessarily in the first half defensively, but then, they played their game, and things were going in their favor a little bit more in the second half. But also, I do believe that, being battle-tested in these last 2 games is going to do them well in the Super Bowl because they were so used to killing teams all season. Now they faced some adversity, and that was the big question with this team with Brock was, can they come back from the game? Well, he proved it twice. So I think that's going to do tremendously for them in the Super Bowl.
Well, and Will, you know what I would add to that, too, is people's knock on Brock was that he couldn't come back or he can't bring him back at the end of a game. We said, well, he hasn't had many opportunities to do so. I give more credit to the drive at the end of the Browns game now because of what I've seen in the last 2 weeks. What about you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I was watching that game. I mean, if Jake Moody hits that field goal, who knows if we're talking about, or the media is talking about, can they come back? I mean, he did come back. They came back in that game, and it came down to a field goal that they unfortunately missed. But, yeah, no, I totally agree.
I appreciate the call, Will. Thanks so much, dude. Let's go out to Chris. Chris is in Sacramento. What's going on, Chris? You're on the Sports Leader.
Copes, what's up, man? You're the man. First time, long time.
I appreciate it, man.
I don't feel like, the previous caller, a couple callers back, like, I don't completely disagree. Like, I mean, I think, I don't think we're talking about Dan Campbell if they, make a couple of catches, but, things happen. So, like, I totally agree with that. The only thing I'm concerned about is, like, the defensive line's not getting home, and historically we struggle against Mahomes-type QB. I'm not really that stressed about the offense, but, like, their secondary's legit. Snead, legit. Yep. And so just the concern of falling behind, not getting the pass rush home, and then offense not being able to keep up would be like the only thing I'm worried about. But we're already on the Niners -1, so right.
that boy, Chris. But thanks for the call, brother. Appreciate you, man. And he said Mahomes like QBs. I think he says mobile QBs, and we talk a lot about that. They have had a tough time with contain since Cleve Farrell went out. Mm-hmm. I'll get your thoughts on Chase Young in a minute, just because a lot of people had some frustration with him. We're starting to show up last night on our text line and on Twitter even about him getting benched because people weren't happy with his play in the last game. Like, I know everything glares when you're down as big as you are, but your take on the defensive line in the last game, because obviously the opening half of the game against that run, 148, it cannot be ignored.
They got to be better. They do have to get home in terms of generating pressure, but they've got to be better against the run. They've got to be better setting the edge. They've got to allow the linebackers to be able to come up and make some plays. And I'll be honest, the linebackers have to tackle better too. There were too many missed tackles even beyond the inability to set the edge. Like there were some 5-yard gains, which is bad enough, that turned into 18-yard gains that turned into 30-yard gains because of one missed tackle. And I think that's something that's been much more problematic for the defense as a whole as this season has gone on. The Niners have always historically, with Shanahan and even the Harbaugh teams, although that's irrelevant now, but they've always been good tackling teams. Like it's once the players they go down, you get them down, and there's been too much of this. Oh, that's going to be a 2-3 yard gain. Oh no, actually no, it's going to be a 7-8 yard gain, or 7-8 yard gain is going to turn into 13 yard gain. They got to tackle better, but no, the defensive line has got to put more of an imprint on the game.
415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Let's go to Joey. Joey's on the highway. Joey, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon, you guys. I'm supporting the 49ers. Not the biggest 49er fan. I'm very a fan, but I'm tired of hearing the narrative across all the airwaves about how the Detroit Lions dropped passes. Well, the fact is the 49ers didn't. The passes that were thrown to them over there, they caught them. Okay, and that separates the good teams from the bad teams. The Detroit, they under pressure, they weren't making the plays, and the 49ers were. I think what's going to come down to the Super Bowl, like the last one, I hope they call holding. Bosa was being held that last game, and they never threw the flags. Kansas City's notoriously always grabbing receivers, and they don't throw the flags. I hope this game is officiated fairly, and of course I'd like to see the 49ers get their 6th championship, even though I'm not the biggest 49er fan.
Joey on the highway, appreciate the call, bro. Drive safe. It's wet out there. Everything he says is true. We're going to continue this conversation with the 49ers trying to reach the elite gold platinum status of Bay Area sports. The Warriors, I think, currently hold the mantle. Can the Niners reach Warrior status? More of your calls, 415-808-KNBR. Line them up, 808-5627. Jay and Martinez, we will get to you when we come on back. How you feeling? Did the comeback make you feel better about the 49ers? Are they more battle-tested? Or would you rather just have them roll through the first couple of games with blowouts? Patrick Mahomes' offense is not as explosive as it has been in the past. We'll get into that more next, and the Niners trying to reach the Warriors level. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's Sports Leader.
New Giants skipper Bob Melvin joined Papa and Lund today and discussed the Giants FanFest in Napa this weekend. I'm going to be there with Bo Mel. More on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert, Kurt, Copes, how you?
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Tom off today. John Dickinson, super reporter, hanging out with me. We got plenty to get to in terms of the 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs, and we will do it all next week live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. A whole station's going out. Should be a lot of fun. All of our shows will be there as of Tuesday. I'll be there Monday doing the show from there. I think Pop will be there by Monday doing the show from there, and then Tom flies in, I think, Wednesday. So by Wednesday, we'll be
nice.
We'll be full board, dude. And we'll get some sports fun going. I'll talk to you. We'll get some sports fun at night. You and Carrie are gonna do some joint stuff, I think, from Radio Row. Carrie remotely, but that'll be good, man. So let's get back out to the phones here. Otto is in Roseville. Otto, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I just had a question. So when are they gonna start calling the offensive line on opposing teams when they are lining up? You can see it almost 2 yards off the ball and taking that quick first step before the ball's even snapped. Have you guys been noticing that the last 3 games?
Otto, I haven't. JD, you?
I haven't either. I mean, sometimes it gets close, but I mean, there's always going to be, I think, a little bit of a lean. Like, it's going to have to be something blatant and obvious for them to call it with any kind of regularity.
Yeah. I appreciate the call.
Well,
Go ahead, dude. Go ahead. Oh, we lost him. Sorry,
Thanks,
Otto. Just to follow up on that, though, on officiating, because we had that caller right before we went to break who said the DBs for the Chiefs are an elite element of their defense, which is absolutely true. Ladarius Sneed, and by the way, great defensive coordinator in Spagnuolo, too. So he'll be ready to play against one of the great offensive minds in Kyle Shanahan. I do wonder if in the NFL playoffs, because there is, and we know this, there is so much pressure on officials to keep games under 3.5 hours. Tell me the last time an NFL game in regulation was 4 hours. 4.5 hours. It doesn't happen. It just never happens. It doesn't. They just believe they will call it to a point. Richard Sherman, I think, had said that years ago. The Seahawks did that all the time. The Legion of Boom. You can push and bump and pull and hold to a point, and then at some point, if it's egregious, he's going to throw it. But you're like, he's not going to do it every time. He won't throw a flag every play. They will not do it. Do you think they pull off on flags? I feel like I'm not seeing any offensive line holding.
Yeah, I think they do allow the teams to let them play more in the playoffs. I think that's an NBA thing. I think that's an NFL thing. I think they let teams play.
NBA, you have to in a series. You have to.
It's like a different sport. Right. I mean, not to get lost in that, but the NBA is a different freaking sport in the playoffs. Sure. I think in the NFL, they don't call it as tight, really, at any level, but they always reserve the right to call something as tight here and there, which I think is where you end up with a lot of the problems is you feel like it's a let them play kind of a game, but then there's always that 1 or 2 calls where you're like things like, all right, Nick Bosa's getting held. Well, you know what? They're going to probably let a few more of those go, but they're also going to let a defensive back be a little bit more physical, I feel like, against wide receivers and the like. So I think they let those things go, but again, they pick their spots, and sometimes you don't want to be on the wrong end of when an official does pick his spot to go in a different direction.
415-808-KNBR is the number to call. 650 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the 925. Both check in. Back-to-back text say 925, it's happening, especially with whoever's lined up over Bosa. 650 says, yeah, I've noticed it too. It does feel that way. 5 total penalties in the last game between the Niners and Lions.
Let them play.
How about
and those
that?
are 2 physical teams. I think the Lions have been one of those teams that this year they really – They weren't good defensively, so they were just going to push the envelope and see how much they could get away with, and they wound up working for it.
And by the way, the Niners and the Lions, 2 of the most flagged teams in the NFL this year, and the officiating crew threw more flags per game than any crew in the NFL this year, and then a total of 5 in last week's game. I do think that's a thing. They let them play, but I think that they let it play a lot with some of the ticky-tack stuff. Jay is in Martinez. Jay wants to talk a little Purdy. What's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, love the show. So as far as them throwing flags and all that, yeah, they're gonna let them play. They want a little backyard football. But with that said, I'm not worried really about the Niners defense. I think they bend but don't break, and they have great halftime adjustments. But what I want to talk about how I don't worry about the offense, and more specifically Brock Purdy. And let's go to that ladybug catch I think Brock Purdy threw that ball on a dime, and there was incidental contact. They threw a flag on it, and I think if Aiyuk didn't come up with that catch, I think that was going to be pass interference. But if you look at that play,
you're breaking up a little bit, Jay. Well, let's run. I'm just only going to drop you because the connection was getting a little funky there. But I hear where he's going. He's like, he's saying because they picked up the flag, they called incidental contact. It would have been declined anyway because Kyle would have said we're right there. It's spot of the foul.
There was a moment where I thought maybe they were going to call OPI.
I actually thought that was the flag initially because he was falling forward, and I kind of thought if the defender
he was going to just break up, just to make sure that he didn't catch it.
Because Aiyuk does turn his head.
Yeah.
But in real time when I was watching it, I thought the same thing you did. It happens so quickly. You can't tell where the ball's hitting off of, who's hitting it first, that he's bumped him for sure. And then the flag comes in when Aiyuk is falling almost over him.
And then he
to
catches
catch
it, and I'm thinking, can you imagine if they wiped that out?
That was my first thought. And then they got together and talked for a second. I'm like, you got to be blanking.
We'll never know. But what did they say in the announcement? I don't remember. Did they say there's no defensive?
They said there was no pass interference on the play.
Okay, so they didn't specify.
So I think what the caller Jay was saying was that his belief is that had Aiyuk not made the catch, they would have kept it PI.
Gotcha.
And it would have been a play down there, and guess we'll never know. Let's go out to Nicholas. Nicholas is in Jackson. What's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
I'm good, man. How are you, Nick?
I'm doing great. Hey, a couple things, and I'm going to ask a Warrior question, too, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
First of all, I really hope our defense shows up in a week and a half. If we can stop the run, because that guy is phenomenal out of the backfield, I think we have a chance of actually taking KC this time.
I'm with you. I don't disagree. I don't disagree on that at all. Keep Nicholas on the line, Nick, because Tim, because he had a Warriors question too. I don't disagree at all. I think it's all going to come to stopping the run. I don't think the Chiefs. This was a statement we talked about this a little bit yesterday when the Niners blew out the Eagles, and the Eagles. Who was it after? Nick Bosa said we put out a blueprint, or a game plan for how to beat him for the Cowboys the next week, and they did beat him. But Tom said it doesn't really matter when you have a blueprint if you don't have the personnel.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Lions did a lot of the same stuff early in the game that the Packers did, and I think they had the personnel to do it. The Lions had far more explosive and bigger weapons offensively than that of the Chiefs. Now they have big ones, Mahomes, a better quarterback, better tight end in Kelsey, and then after that the fall off is I think noticeable. Even with Pacheco, it's not nearly as potent.
It's definitely not the same. And I think that gives you some hope, I think, if you're the 49ers. But then the thing that I always keep coming back to is it's still Mahomes.
It's Mahomes.
It's still Mahomes.
Yeah. Nick, what's your Warriors question, dude?
I still go back to 1990 or 19 when he just threw off the back foot and all of a sudden got into phenomenal freaking throw. So
what's your Warriors?
My Warriors question is: you guys are talking about Wiggins getting traded. I don't think that's going to happen because his contract's too good, but. The talk on Paul not getting traded anymore, what's up with that? Because he's coming off the bench, but he's a great point guard. I'm not going to take that away from him, but he's getting up there in age.
I'm with you, Nick. Thanks for the call. I'm going to side with him. JD, what's up with that, dude? What's your deal?
Well, they can look. I wasn't so much that they can't trade him or that they don't want to trade him or that they even won't. It's that they don't have to trade him to use his contract. They don't have to trade him by next week to be able to use his contract. I think a lot of people think the only way they can do it is by trading him now and basically, all right, that $30 million has to go away to bring a player back. You can trade him in the offseason and still do that. And the team that gets him can waive him and,
You're saying you can maneuver your contract with him or you can dump him and not need that on your...
You could do it now, but you could trade him in June after the season ends for a $30 million player. That's under contract for next year or a couple of years after that, and the team that acquires Chris Paul then could waive him and not have to pay him a dime, and Chris Paul could go sign with whoever he wants, which is what we thought was going to happen last year when he went from Phoenix to Washington. Washington, it looked like, they were going to waive him and take the savings, but the Warriors and the Wizards found a deal.
We'll take him, yeah.
Yeah, we'll take him. Okay. And then, but he had that same option 2 straight years.
We need a 30 for 30 on the places that guys get traded to before they get traded to a third team in the NBA offseason due to buyout stuff. You know what I mean? Guys who never play a minute for a team. guys who end up in the Jazz or the Pacers or like down in Charlotte.
Was it Rasheed Wallace with the Hawks for like a day?
You see what I mean? They show up there, not quite the same as Piazza in a Marlins jersey for 2 games or something, but 415-808-KNBR. We will get back into a little bit more Warriors talk later. 5:30, Steve Kerr joins us. 4:50, Steve Young. That'll be a lot of fun to talk to the Hall of Famer in the best half hour in radio. Justin, Tractor Guy, and Matt. We will get to your calls in just a few minutes. Let's get into what we were talking about, though. Your thoughts on the 49ers needing, are they capable? Are they built and constructed, especially if they get this one after 3 straight NFC title games, to have a dynastic-like run like the Golden State Warriors, who are the gold standard in Bay Area pro sports? 808-KNBR is the number to text and to call, and we're streaming on twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, and the KNBR app. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert out with John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Rasheed Wallace.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Tolbert and Copes, Wednesday afternoon. I cannot wait to talk to Steve Young at 4:50. Have you talked to Steve before, JD? Have you, will this be your first foray into the best half hour in sports radio?
It will be. It will be. I think I have talked to Steve one other time, maybe back in the day in my previous life.
Previous life?
My previous radio life.
There you go. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. We can get your thoughts also on the early impressions of this matchup. We got a long time to analyze the matchup between the Chiefs and the 49ers. And I'm sure we'll go back and forth on different topics and different decisions and different ideals based on what comes out. And we'll get all the fun media stuff next week. But early impressions of this matchup for you?
I'm worried about the 49ers defense, which is crazy. I'm not worried about the 49ers offense, even though the Chiefs defense has been the best defense that they've had. And so I think when you look at that, I think the Niners offense, they have enough playmakers. I trust Brock Purdy. I think they'll have a great game plan offensively, but the defense has been so leaky in these two games. And I know the second halves have been better, and I think the caller who mentioned the adjustments between half one and half two have been spot on. It's, they have done things that have made themselves a better team in the second half. But I worry about that defense, even with a perceived lack of weapons, comparatively speaking, for Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. You still have Mahomes, you still have Kelsey, you still have a hell of a game plan coming. The Niners defense needs to be better than we've seen them be in this game.
Here's what Alex Smith, former 49ers and Chiefs quarterback, said on Adam Schefter's podcast. Here's his opinion about the game.
Like this 49er defense doesn't do a lot. They don't present a lot of volume. I think they're going to be in for it. The only chance I think the Niners have to win is a little bit of a shootout. And again, this Chiefs defense just continues to elevate their game.
Thoughts on his comments? I saw these the other day, yeah.
I mean, just immediately I'm thinking, I don't know about winning a shootout, but I think what he's saying is the defense isn't going to be able to stop them as poorly as the defense has played, and so they're going to have to score, which is kind of what I thought the Lions game was going to need to be. Like, I thought the Lions were going to score 24 at a minimum, and more than that if the Niners weren't good, and they ended up with 31 scoring at the end. But the Niners, that was the biggest surprise. I know we talked about it on the postgame show. The biggest surprise to me of the Niner-Lions game was the Niners didn't score on the Lions in the first half.
Yeah.
Like, if you told me that was 24-17 at halftime, all right, no big deal. It's a shootout, maybe a little bit of a college feel. You get a stop or two in the second half, and you keep rolling, and maybe you end up winning that game 41-31 or something like that. Looked like maybe it was going to be 34-24 there down the stretch, but I guess I kind of agree in the sense that I think the 49ers defense has the potential to struggle against the Chiefs, which means your offense, where you have more playmakers, is going to have to put up a big number.
Let's go back out to the phones, 415-808 KNBR. Early thoughts on this one and some of the topics we got into a little bit earlier. The battle-tested 49ers, does it bode well for them? Justin is in Palo Alto. Justin, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, dude?
Love your show. Love your show. I listen to you every morning on my way to work and coming home. Honestly, my take on the Niners against the Chiefs is we have to start the game strong on defense, and we have to. I don't know if you guys noticed at all, kind of in the second half there against the Lions, but we started running 5-man fronts on defense a little bit, and it really worked out for us. I think we have to start with 5 men on the D-line, and I think we'll be all right. And we just got to stop Isaiah Pacheco, man.
Appreciate the call, Justin. It's so funny that Isaiah Pacheco last year, I made this joke like all season long this year when we talked a lot about the value of the running back and that Christian McCaffrey was the outlier. But remember all the conversation into the start of the year? That was a huge point of contention with that position because of the holdouts with Jacobs and Saquon Barkley and running backs not getting paid. Then many of them go down hurt early in the year. None are getting drafted in the first round, hardly ever, it seems like. And then here comes Isaiah Pacheco, a 6th rounder out of Rutgers. And he's the starting running back for the Super Bowl champs. And I'm like, and now he's dangerous. It's like Kyle Shanahan has showed us for years you can find value in running backs all over the place. It's almost easier when you do it the way Shanahan's have done it for decades now, where you piece it together with an Alf Morris and whatever else you can find.
Yeah, they've been able to piece it together for decades, although I think it's better when you have a guy like Christian McCaffrey.
He's changed their offense. He's changed what they can do.
He leveled them up from the moment in his first game was that Chiefs game, going back to October in 2022 when he came in and basically less than 48 hours got himself ready to play.
22 snaps. Yeah.
Entering the facility on a Friday and playing at 125 on Sunday. So that was impressive. But no, Pacheco's a good one. And the Niners are going to – I would tend to agree with the 5-man front and really making sure you sell – Because the Chiefs don't have as many weapons, I think 5-man front, how do you cover Kelsey? And then you're going to have to let the corners basically play. They're going to have to hold up against maybe some lesser talented receivers, although lesser talented receivers with Patrick Mahomes as the quarterback. I'm going to say that a million times.
415-808 KNBR 808-5627. Let's go to the Tractor Guy. He's out in San Mateo. Tractor Guy, you're on KNBR.
What's happening, Copes?
What's up, dude?
What's with JD? You're talking about comparison. This guy looks like a mini Tolbert without the goatee, and he looks a little bit angry, though.
That's what somebody said earlier. They said we could not have more different hairstyles. I'm like, he's got the same hairstyle Tom has.
I know. You just put him back. He has to kick back against the window a little bit more and have a cat rubbing his face. So, anyways, talking about being battle tested. Yes, I do think it makes a difference. And I'll bring up a couple points. Remember the Giants in 2010 torture, and then the guy earlier, idiot. Oh, Iyuk, that was a lucky catch and everything else. So there was a penalty on the play. Had it been an offensive penalty, they would have called it. So it was most likely a defensive penalty. You could see in the frame that he kind of got tripped a little bit. But remember back when the Giants were playing the Rangers and they were in Ranger Stadium, the guy from the Rangers hits the ball. Looks like it's going to go out. Hits the top of the wall, but because of the backspin, it goes back into the field of play. At that moment, I said, we're going to win the World Series. I said, why? Because stuff like that, that's what happens. You can be as good as you want, but there is a little bit of luck involved in winning a professional championship. Guys can't get injured. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I mean, hell, you want to talk about calls. I mean, Purdy got a helmet-to-helmet contact, ended up bloody after the play, no call.
Yeah.
Kittle was tackled going out for a pass, no call. Hey, that stuff happens. But, sometimes there is a little bit of luck involved in getting there. And I do believe that, the battle test, although it's screwing my heart up and my health, I mean, because it's just been driving me nuts.
Yeah, it's tough.
But you know what? Being battle tested is is a good deal.
I appreciate the call, Tractor Guy. One of our great callers, Tractor Guy, and obviously a big-time stream watcher, knowing about Tom's animals all in his face. It's so funny about the luck thing, too, because you're right, dude, every team catches breaks. Every team gets lucky. Lucky is part of it. It's deep setting yourself up to a situation. You don't win multiple playoff games being lucky.
Well, and you go back to the Chiefs even in 2019, the Chiefs were the team that was coming back in every single game, right? Yeah. They came back against the Niners. They came back in a couple of playoff games after they got down and looked like they were going to be in trouble, and it was going to be another Andy Reid playoff disappointment. I mean, the Niners kind of have a little bit of that vibe, right? It looked like it was going to be, all right, Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one or whatever, the national narrative that's around him, or can't come back.
Right.
His teams can't come back in individual games is probably a better way to put it. Not so fast. Like, they've come back in both of them and really, I think, outdid themselves in the second game after the way that they played the first game. I mean, my God, to play as poorly as they did in the second half after playing as bad as they did against Green Bay, I mean, to be able to eke out both of those games is something special. There's something definitely going on with this team.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. The number is that's the number to call and to text. What kind of game do you expect? Alex Smith said might have to win a shootout, the 49ers. I actually disagree. Let's go out to Dwayne. Dwayne is in Stockton. What's going on, Dwayne? You're on KNBR.
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'd like to make a few points and then give you a final score, if that's cool.
Hell yeah, go for it.
So the first thing is Chase Young. This guy, I don't know how much you can play him. Just don't know, because if he doesn't play with some discipline, they'll take advantage of that if he doesn't contain that edge, especially with the way Kelsey blocks. Purdy, he's gotten away with a lot of questionable throws, and I feel like this game's going to hurt him. I think he throws multiple picks against that secondary, just throwing waffle balls out there. And, the Chiefs, they adjust. The adjustments these guys have made, it's ridiculous that they're back with a totally different style of team. And they're starting to look like the Brady-led Patriots. They're really starting to look like that kind of a dynasty. So, unfortunately for these Bay Area fans, I got it 41-14 Chiefs. It's going to be a boring Super Bowl. And I feel like if the Niners do somehow by a miracle pull this out, Dan Campbell definitely deserves a ring. Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
I'd say thanks for the call, but I'm not. Let's go to Mike. Mike is in Fremont. 41-14?
Onto the net. I don't see that.
Almost cursed. Mike is in Fremont.
When do the Niners seriously, when do the Niners ever get blown out? Like, that's the Niners don't get blown out.
What, their worst loss is Christmas Day.
Yeah. I mean, that's it.
I don't know. I that would shock me. That would be the most shocking of events for the Super Bowl, for the Niners to get absolutely destroyed by Kansas City, a team whose offense got shut out 3-0 in the second half last week.
The only way it happens, is if the fact that the Chiefs don't have the playmakers that they've had in the past doesn't matter because the 49ers defense is that bad.
I don't want to say it's a bad take because it's a prediction.
That's just the only way it happens.
Who knows? That's fine.
The only way the Niners get blown out
Brock
is
have to turn over 4 times and the defense just have to get routed. I mean, it would have to be like Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Where and even then,
again, there's been one of the, I don't count the NFC Championship game against the Eagles because whatever. But that's been the only blowout in a year and a half was the Christmas Day game.
How come that Lions guy earlier didn't call me last year and say Eagles got lucky and won that game. They did. I mean, dude, if your logic is the Niners got lucky in this one, then what? Then they were the most unlucky team in football last season. Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, your last pick of the draft, and you still figured it out.
There's a lot of Niner fans.
You made a trade because you lost your starting running back. You traded your other running back, your second string running back after you acquired McCaffrey and Jeff Wilson out to Miami. Like, they had to make that thing happen last year.
Were the Niners lucky because they had Brock Purdy, or unlucky because
you only got passed by 100 and however many other
808 KNBR?
808 KNBR. How lucky are they? Let's go to Mike in Fremont. Mike, you're on the Sports Leader.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, dude?
Hey, so I mean, just looking at it like a macro situation, the Niners got their butt kicked by the Ravens, right? Just, in my opinion, demolished. KC just went in there in their own house and took them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And everyone's kind of discounting the fellow that KC, they don't have a lot of weapons, right? You look at a micro level, I mean, Pacheco's legitimate. Mahomes make Rice look really, really good.
Rice is good,
and you know what I mean? So, and then you have the defense of the Niners just playing zone all the time. I mean, if the Niners zone up, Mahomes is going to pick them apart.
Yeah, so
I'm a
Kelsey,
Niner fan, die hard, but you know what I mean? It is what it is. They're going to find their spots, and they're going to get yardage, and Pacheco's going to eat them. So they got to come out hot, but I'm not too sure about all this take about how KC doesn't have any weapons, and I don't buy it. But I am a little worried, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than everyone thinks, but I got my reservations about it.
I appreciate the call, Mike. Dude, here's my thought is I don't think we're saying they don't have weapons. They have the best tight end of all time, receiving tight end ever. He just passed Jerry Rice for receiving receptions in the
might have a top 5 quarterback of all time.
Like right now. And that's what I would say is when you talk weapons on the field, if you're including quarterback and skill positions, the Chiefs have the best weapon of anybody on the field. I would rank it like Mahomes and then like McCaffrey and Kelsey too. Like it's that close.
Yeah.
It's like Kelsey, McCaffrey, 1A and 1B, and Mahomes is in the class of his own. He's the best weapon on the field. So there's got to be that level of just mental concern. Like when you saw the Patriots and Brady was playing, you were like, they're probably going to figure it out, right? They're probably going to win that thing. Tom asked me, how much could the 49ers be up at halftime in the Super Bowl for you to be comfortable that Patrick Mahomes isn't coming back?
24?
I said absolutely not. I said 31. 31 to 35. I'd need 5 scores.
24.
Because he might only get five chances in the second half. So I'm like, I need him. If he scores every time down, is that enough to beat me?
25, yeah.
I need 31 points. 808 KNBR is the number to call into text. We'll get to more of your thoughts on this one. 408 just says he's a Chiefs homer. That guy's a loser. One other texter says he wasn't making a prediction. He was making a wish. Nice text from the 650. Dave, Matt, Dexter, Jay, Jimmy, Bobby. We'll get to all you guys. 808 KNBR. Yeah, you Milt too. Steve Young at 450. Steve Kerr at 530. Your biggest concerns heading into Super Bowl 58. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader. The Warriors stopped their 2-game losing streak to beat the Philadelphia 76ers 119-107. There's more on that story. It's trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. We're still talking underdog, not just for hoops, but also for football. It's still going on throughout the playoffs. The remainder of the football season, you can download Underdog Fantasy and start playing their Pick'em game. Pick'em game is where you pick between 2 and 5 players. You select higher or lower on the player's stats, and if your picks hit, you win up to 100 times your money in a single night. Legal in California, and it's a ton of fun to play along as you watch the games. We got a big one left. You can get in on that action at Underdog Fantasy and UnderdogFantasy.com. And when you download the app, sign up with promo code KNBR. Underdog is going to match the first deposit up to $100. Totally legal in California, and it's a blast to play along as you're watching the rest of the football season, and you'll be ready for the big game. Plus, they'll get you a special pick of higher than a half a total yards to use with your first Pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, to get that first deposit of $10 or more doubled up to $100 It'll be matched, plus get that special pick. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. Tom Tolbert out for today. 808 KNBR is the number to call. We got a full board. We're going to take a bunch of these calls here, get to more of your thoughts at 808 KNBR, and really appreciate all you guys who are checking in on the YouTube chat. Always fun to get involved with the YouTube conversation. As many of you who watch the YouTube or the stream on KNBR.com or on the Twitch stream or Twitter, wherever you watch it, know about all Tom's animals. Shout out Tractor Guy, who said JD's got a little bit of a baby Tom. You're like a JV Tom.
Yeah, no goatee, and I don't have the cat.
You don't have the cat. No,
I don't have the cat.
Or the dog, by the way. Lou is always rolling around right about 2:15. There you go. Let's go back out to the phone lines here, talking a lot of 49ers and Chiefs. People are already starting to think a lot about Patrick Mahomes and that offense and how it's going to play against this 49er defense. Let's go to Matt. Matt is in Livermore. He's been waiting a while. What's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks, man. Just really quickly want to talk about, I'll get to the Chiefs, but Eric probably lives in Philly or Green Bay. Let's not change the narrative. Those weren't just drops on the Lions. We got pressure to affect those throws and really mess those throws up. We got that strip in that recovery. That wasn't just given to us. Real quick on the Aiyuk throw. It wasn't a decline penalty. The refs actually came together and canceled the flag. Right. Someone else had a better view on it. Our defense started playing more man. Purdy took 2 sacks in a row instead of trying to force a pick. Once we got the lead, Shanny stopped calling passive like he used to. He really trusts Brock Purdy. He's calling more aggressive.
Great points.
I really liked what I saw, man. I don't think the Chiefs can stop CMC. I hope we get a lead before half starts. And then I think we'll finish it off in the second half if our defense could just get a few stops, maybe double Kittle for most of the game. Double Kelsey for most of the game, and then just try to get some stops on the outside against Pacheco and see what we can do.
Let me follow up what you were just saying there about, because those were all positive things and all things that I think are true about that victory for the Niners. But on the follow-up to that, do you feel better? This is what we were talking about earlier. Would you have rather had the Niners blow out teams on their way here, or do you feel better about them because of what we saw last week?
I feel better. I feel like we already got punched in the mouth. So if it comes again, we're going to be like, hey, we know we can do this again. Let's get out there. We're battle tested now. I don't think they're going to get behind to begin with because they had that battle testing last week and the week before. And to be honest, the Chiefs had a nice run, but the Bills played really bad against them. Lamar stopped scrambling for some reason against them. I know their defense is good, but I don't think they're as cracked up as everyone's making them out to be on this run. I think we're more hungry, and I think the Niners are going to really pull this one out.
I appreciate the call, Matt. Thanks so much, dude. Some pretty good points made there. A lot of what he says is true. And Tom and I kind of clapped back at one of our callers on Monday who said, the Niners didn't play well defensively in the second half. They weren't as good as they were made out to be. The Lions helped them out. And I think that's the narrative that people would hang on. The counter to that is 49er fans aren't feeling great about the defense either. We know that. Based on what we saw in the first half, we know that had they kicked 2 field goals and make both those field goals, this game goes differently. We also know if Jake Moody makes a field goal early, the play calling doesn't necessarily happen in the same way that it would have if the score is changed by that made field goal on the Niners opening drive. It's not 7-0, then it's 7-3. Yeah. It's not 14-0. Who knows if they score?
I feel like if Moody makes the field goal, Dan Campbell goes for it at the end of the first half.
You're probably right. And if he doesn't get it, then it's 21 whatever if they continue on the same path.
Yeah, so there's all kinds of those you can play.
So I think there's a whole sorts of ifs and buts. Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy's in Modesto. Since the Chiefs haven't been as good as they are or they were in the past, that's kind of the point we're making, Jimmy. You're on KNBR.
You just made the point about kicking the field goals. Okay.
You want me to come back to you, Jimmy? Yeah. Jimmy, but throw Jimmy on hold. Let's come back to you. Jimmy will come back to you. You get it all straightened up and organized.
We threw him for a loop there.
Yeah.
Like he had his call ready, and then we just said something right before he popped on that just made him think, and it's like, bro, you just stick to the original call.
Jimmy got a cup of coffee, but we're going to, stick to the plan, dude. You just got to stick like Kyle Shanahan.
Stick to the game plan.
Let's go back to Jimmy. Jimmy's in Modesto. Jimmy, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
All right. Sorry about that, boys.
Dude, Jimmy, now, come on. Tim, did you do that to him? Leave Jimmy there for now. Dexter's in Brentwood. Dexter, you're on the Sports Leader.
Good afternoon, guys.
What's up, dude?
So, my take is I think the battle testing is definitely going to help the Niners going into this game because they know that they cannot go down again and rely on Purdy and the Niners offense to bail them out. And how Bosa mentioned earlier, they kind of got up for those games against Seattle, against Philly, and then Seattle again and Dallas. And their attention is up now. So I feel like our defense is going to play a lot better. Also, with Mahomes and how the other callers earlier mentioned about the referees and stuff like that, I kind of think about for him in the offense and him in this game as a legacy play for him and everybody comparing him to being the best and, playing against Tom Brady. If he doesn't get this ring, how many more chances is he going to get to be labeled as the best ever? Because he lost the head-to-head to Brady, and now he has to get these rings when he has the opportunity. So I think he's going to be playing out of his mind, but I think the Niners are going to be up for the challenge as well.
Appreciate the call, Dexter. Good call, man. These games have woken the Chiefs up, is what he's saying. And that was kind of the thought was, we haven't seen him on the road, Patrick Mahomes, and they're not the number 1 seed. And, he handled the Miami Dolphins. He handled the Buffalo Bills at Buffalo. By the way, the Dolphins are a team that scored 60 in a game this year, right?
Yeah.
And he handles the MVP. General consensus is that Lamar would be the MVP, and he did it against what we thought is the best defense in football going on the road to do it. Now, again, they got shut out in the second half. So they scored 17 in the first half, and Tom had the note that the unders this year have hit like 16 or 17 of the 19 times. Second half unders for Chiefs games.
Yeah, the under was something that stuck out to me. It was the first thing I thought of when you mentioned that, and maybe it was Derek mentioned, and we talked about it on the air, the Alex Smith comments about need to be a shootout. I thought, you know what, I could actually see this game maybe being more on the under than being a shootout as it plays out. But I think what Alex is saying is that he doesn't have a lot of confidence in the 49ers defense, which, by the way, I do think they're going to have to play more man. I do. The caller that said, hey, zones, and the Chiefs are going to find spots in the zone, and Kelsey and Mahomes is going to be back there unless you're really heating them up, I think that's going to be true. So what the 49ers game plan has to be more on point at the beginning of the game defensively.
Let's go back out to the phone lines here. 808 KNBR is the number to call. How you feeling about this one against Kansas City? Your early thoughts, your initial thoughts, and are you more confident in the Niners after the last two come from behind wins than maybe you were entering the playoffs? Let's go to Jay in Gilroy. Jay, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm nervous about this Super Bowl. I've been lucky enough to go to 7 Super Bowls. I've seen the Niners in 84 and then 94, 95. But I feel nervous about this, and I just feel like there's a blueprint to what the Ravens defense did. There's definitely. I hope Mr. Wilkes,
You're breaking up a bit, Jay. We're gonna drop you there, but credential caller, by the way, 7. It's a good credential. We call that my buddies and I used to say you get like a merit badge when you're at like a big time game. Like, have you seen a no hitter live? You seen one in person?
I have.
You have. So you've got the merit badge.
Yeah,
you've got it. You get a little token. It's like an achievement for being at the game. I like that this guy's been to 7 bowls. It's pretty cool.
I've got 2 no hitters actually.
I've got 3. How about that? I turned down a ticket to one too. Pretty good. I was pissed.
Impressive.
Mark is in Sacramento. What's up, Mark? You're on KNBR.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. One is, in order to get lucky, you have to be in the game. So you can say Iyuk's catch was luck, but if you're not there, it doesn't matter anymore. So, and as far as the Niners and being concerned, I just want them to play a complete game. Play both halves. If Kansas City takes us down and we play well for 2 halves, then so be it. But, man, they have not played well in the first half of the last 2 games.
I appreciate the call, Mark. The defense hasn't played well in the first half. I would say, though, that the offense to me in the first half was not I wasn't concerned about the offense in the first half. It was more that we never really got to see them do anything. Yeah. I was like, did they run out of scripted plays yet even? I was like, they were never out there.
I just think there was a lack of, I don't know. I didn't like what I saw offensively from them in the first half against the Lions. Like I didn't
like it. I just thought I wasn't. I had bigger concerns, I guess. You're down, and you
couldn't stop them at all. But it just, I don't know. They lacked a little urgency, I thought. I don't feel like they came into the game looking like a team that felt they needed to score 40 points to win the game, right? To assure themselves that they were going to win the game. I think they were just kind of and that's to Kyle Shanahan's credit. I think they were just kind of letting things play out as he does, right? You have your game plan, you have your script, you let the game play out, you don't do anything crazy, and if you don't do anything crazy, you, throughout the course of 60 minutes, give yourself more opportunities to make plays that potentially can flip the momentum, and the 49ers took advantage of the momentum-changing plays, whether it was Campbell kicking the first field goal or not kicking the second field goal, the touchdown, then the fumble, then a touchdown, and then once the game was tied, you felt really good about it. But you didn't feel real good that the Niners were going to get a stop either when it was 24-24, but they do. They go down, they take the lead, and the adjustments were made. But, yeah, you give yourself an opportunity by hanging in, and I think there's a calm to that. Like, that's part of why you feel good now about the 49ers being battle-tested. I think it's the fact that the way Kyle Shanahan plays these games has finally worked out for him, right? Like the whole I'm not going to panic, we're going to stay the course.
Stick to the plan.
Exactly.
Tom was saying yesterday, too, because he hadn't gone for a 2-point conversion all year.
Right.
We asked last week, we know Campbell's going to be aggressive. Will Kyle be more aggressive? This, to me, was the ultimate. Call it stubborn, call it sticking to your plan, whatever you want. He never wavered from their game plan. And to your point, Dan Campbell didn't go for it at the end of the first half, then goes for it later, and then is sort of forced to do it again. Like, he didn't really have any rhyme or reason after throwing himself off and wavering on the first one.
Kicking the field goal the first time, I thought was the right call, but I think in his mind, he was thinking, I wasn't true to who we are.
Kyle almost puts himself in a situation where he doesn't have to make a decision because it's just what we do.
Sure.
You don't go for it on fourth down. And maybe sometimes it frustrates you, but you just don't do it.
I mean, sometimes he'll do the one that everybody hates, which is punt at like the 35-yard line.
Well, you got Wisnowski. When you got a leg like that, right, Timmy? Tim loves, dude. He'll like in our game notes, pregame notes, when Tim does a bunch of the prep for it, he always wedges in like a Wisnowski note. He goes, "There's an Easter egg in there with Wisnowski." He loves his punt notes or punt stats. How about this? We were talking second half for the Chiefs, and people were saying shootout, like that Alex Smith comment. Do you know where the Niners rank in the NFL in second half points in 2023?
It's probably pretty good.
They rank first, 14.1 points per game in the second half of games this year. Do you know where the Chiefs rank?
Probably pretty good.
27th
Not
in
good.
second half points per game this year.
Oh, wait, scoring. I'm sorry. Okay, that makes sense.
Second half points scored. The Chiefs are 20.
I was thinking Chiefs defense, which is why I gave you the wrong answer.
No, it's offense. Their offense.
Yeah.
So their offense in the second half, again, they were shut out in the second half numerous times this year, including last week. The Ravens outscored them 3-0. Kansas City, 28th in the league at 7.6 points per game in the second half. We can look at their overall scoring, and we'll talk more about that, but I'd rather get to your thoughts. Mike is in Orinda. Mike's on these sports.
All sets up for that big Niner comeback against Mahomes.
Yeah, I can't wait, dude. Well, Kyle, don't be down 7 entering the fourth quarter. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, bro. How are you?
I'm great. You guys got a good show. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike. What do you got for us?
Well, you guys been talking about it. Everybody was all happy when we won, including me. But if our defense doesn't play better in the first half, we're going to have a long, long day. And what I mean by that is they keep playing the regular defense, and both Green Bay and the Lions tore us up running and tore up the zone. So if our defensive quarter doesn't change up a little bit, we're going to be toast. I hate to say it that way.
I appreciate the call, Mike. Yeah, I'm with you. The stopping the run is going to force Mahomes to have to go to the receivers that we know are not Tyreek Hill.
And you should be able to man up against them, right?
I would think so. I mean, Ambry Thomas is going to be targeted, and people think that because I think the rough game a couple of weeks ago, I think Ambry's had a pretty nice year, man. And for a guy, I think DB, we know the difficult mental aspects of DB is wild. And I think that Steve Wilkes going down to the sideline, Ambry Thomas was one of the guys who I think benefited or was a big story early in the season. When he moves from the booth to the sideline, they said it was a big deal that when Ambry made a mistake, that the coach can walk over to him and be like, hey, you're okay, you got it, and just get back out there. It's different than wondering, am I done? Am I cooked now? He got the vote of confidence right there from the DC, goes back out and had a pretty damn good second half of the season. There's always going to be somebody they attack. It's not going to be Charvarius Ward. It's not going to be Fred Warner. It's not going to be,
DBs are a lot like closers. Like I think DBs and kickers a lot like closers in baseball. It's you could be having a great year, and then all of a sudden you're the biggest concern on the team. Like even at a blink, a couple of bad games, you're the biggest concern on the team. So I do think there's a mental component to that he's going to have to overcome. But again, you got to pick your poison, and I think picking your poison is against a lesser wide receiving core, trying to make sure that you can stop the run, and that means you might have to play more man behind it.
They did a terrible job of that in the first half. When they started playing man in the second half, they were brilliant. They did a great job. Nobody ran through that defense. Let's go out to Livermore. DG is in Livermore. What's going on? You're on KNBR.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, bro?
Hey, first of all, I want to say congratulations to you, Copes. I've been listening to you since you were on the morning show. So I appreciate you, man. We need more people like you in KNBR. So don't get rid of the water boy. Keep the water boy, too. We need folks like y'all, too, on there, man. So I appreciate it.
That's my guy. I appreciate you, DG.
Yeah, my take is, it's not a good take for radio, but my take is, in the words of Jim Mora, we think we know, but we really don't know.
No.
Everybody's had these hot takes. Everybody wants these hot takes, but for the first two games, our takes have been wrong. Nobody's take has been right, against Tuesday. Our takes have been wrong against Detroit. Everybody wants that hot take, but everybody's hot take has been wrong.
Well, I got a job to do. I got 4 hours to fill. I got to do something,
No, I understand.
Hey, I had 34-24, and it was looking good.
we say, oh, we worried about the defense, right? We worried about the defense. But what about those years when we wasn't worried about the defense? We didn't make it to the Super Bowl. We lost in the championship game. Oh, our defense is stout. We didn't make it.
Yeah.
And now we're all worried about our defense, and we're in the Super Bowl. Let's just let the game play out.
Are you feeling better about it after the come from behind wins?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, see, I'm feeling. I'm not. I don't know if it made me feel better. Like
But go Niners.
But you're there, and it's better than the alternative.
DG, you're the man. Thanks for the call, bro. Anytime. That was good stuff, dude. 808 KNBR is the number to call. How about this one? Texter checks in. 719 says, how do you feel if it comes down to a Moody kick? I said to Derek today, I was like, we heard all of...
Not great. I mean, I'll say it. Not great.
I don't feel good about it. A lot. And here's the thing. I've been critical of Moody really all year. I know there's been misses. I was like, what? He was a rookie. And people are upset about the third rounder. And you got to be a rookie at some point and make some mistakes at some point.
Is he really a third rounder, though? It was a comp pick. I'm kidding. Remember when Kyle Shanahan got...
Yeah, it was a sandwich pick.
Yeah.
They don't use that term in football as a comp pick. Is it really? Yeah. He's like a 3.5.
It's really a 4. It's really a 4.
He's like, really? Because he got third slot money. Cap, right? In your draft pick. Anyway, we were talking about a ton of Moody after the missed kick in Green Bay, against Green Bay. And that one happened with way worse circumstances in the rain, got tipped.
Sure.
Maybe not gone in anyway, but it was a much tougher kick to make, and then he made a 52-yarder.
Yeah, and I didn't think Kyle Shanahan did him any favors with the way that whole drive was managed. Like, they could have got closer and made it an easier kick.
Yeah, and then he misses one here again.
But then he rallies, and I give him credit for rallying, honestly. But I thought that was going to be something that, as they came back, could do him in. Like, are they going to get this thing down to where he's got to make a game-winning kick or a game-tying kick? And
it's on the table. That is a scenario that makes me extremely uncomfortable going into the Super Bowl. If it's and it probably would make him uncomfortable. Again, we're talking scenarios they've seen. They've had the come from behind win, none of which have resulted in a game-winning kick. He did get one chance to do that.
He has shown the ability, though, aside from that, which you're right, he hasn't shown, but he has shown the ability to miss and bounce back.
Yes.
And like he misses and everybody worries, and then he goes on a little run.
Yeah.
Again, and the kicks look good. Lofty, high, beautiful kicks.
Yeah, well.
So.
Just keep him inside the uprights. When you get to was it the right hash that he's having problems with?
Well, yeah, he's on the right and doesn't. He's on the right, and then he kind of pushes it right. Well, he pushes it right.
Yeah. Well, don't push it. Just kick it straight.
Well,
stop pushing it.
It's like he doesn't. I think he just has a natural push.
Yeah.
To the right.
I don't get kicking.
And like, do you adjust?
It's the most bizarre thing. We analyze every element of every game, and nobody understands kicking except for kickers. 808 KNBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627. We'll get to Bobby, Rich, Javier, all you guys who are hanging on the line. We'll get to you next. We are still going to catch up at 4:50 with the best half hour in radio. The Hall of Famer, number 8, Steve Young, stops by for his weekly conversation, and then Steve Kerr at 5:30. That's only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
The NFC champions were out at Chase last night. George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Aiyuk. They all enjoyed themselves watching the Warriors get that victory over the 76ers. More on that story is trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh! Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday. Actually, Copes with you. It's John Dickinson, super reporter, hanging out. And we are all Warriors and all 49ers today, but we are thinking about the Giants FanFest event Saturday. A lot of good fans came out last Saturday evening. It was awesome, dude. JD, I was out there with Marcus Boucher, Kyle Harrison, Casey Schmidt, Tristan Beck, Pat the Bat Burrow, Ryan Christensen, and thousands of Giants fans out there the night before the NFC Championship in the thralls of January in their black and orange, looking to talk some ball, dude. It was pretty cool. It was a lot of fun. And a lot of people, 6,000, 6,500 or something. Good on you, Giants fans. Made it out to the FanFest event the day of the divisional game against the Packers up in Sacramento. We got another one on Saturday, 10 a to 1 p up in Napa. Check it out at sfgiants.com/FanFest tour. It's the Giants and KNBR's FanFest tour. It'll be a lot of fun up there on Saturday.
Very cool. That's a nice spot to have the next leg of the tour.
Yeah.
And Giants fans are still love the team, man. Like they're still I know it's kind of a downtime as far as what are they going to do?
The Niners get this one. You talking hungriest Bay Area sports fan? It's gonna come back around. We might turn the corner.
Well, they'd be the team with the longest drought.
That would be
of 10 years.
It's been longer now since the last title than it was in 10 from 2002's appearance. Let's go to Javier. Javier's in Torrance Hall. Oh no, it's in Torrance. It's just Torrance dash hell of a journey to get here. I was like, where's Torrance Hall? What's up, Javier?
What's happening, brother? First of all, let me say I'm glad I turned on my KNBR app today and I found you guys talking about it. I'm excited to get to the Super Bowl. I'm calling from the home of Little Levi's out here in L.A. Die-hard Niner fan.
Hell yeah, dude. Hey, how fun is it to take over SoFi? I got to look at it my first time this year. Unbelievable, the Niner fandom that's down there, but also a pretty cool stadium to take over.
Bro, it's amazing. So I took my son there to the last NFC Championship game against the Rams. I taught him all about sportsmanship. I told him, look, you keep your chin up, you give that other guy a fist bump, and you tell him we'll be back. Because at the end of the day, we have a better team than anybody else, and we just got to believe in ourselves. We're the 49er faithful. So when everybody starts doubting our team, you got to remember we're the faithful. We got to keep the faith, and look at what we've been through, man. We're going to the Super Bowl.
I like the rally call, man. Appreciate you, Javier. Catch you later, bro.
Right on.
See you, man. Good deal, man. Rack 'em. Yeah, let's go up to Rich. How about Rich across the Pacific, dude? Rich, you probably got better weather out there at about 120 in Hawaii than we have right now in San Francisco. How you doing, Rich?
Good, brother. Aloha, my man. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Aloha.
My call. Hey, I tell you what, man, the past two games to me have been great. It's going to be a great thing for the offense, knowing that they can come back from a deficit. However, just like everybody else, my concern is the defense, and I've been crying to anybody that's willing to listen. Brother, our defensive personnel is built on aggressiveness. However, we play very passive. Look, it's great that they made adjustments after the first half, and I'm thinking that Shanahan lit into somebody's butt to do that. But, bro, we went right back to our prevent-the-win defense on the last series. We literally gave them an opportunity to possibly come back. Why? Because we have Fred Warner playing 20 yards deep. Bro, it doesn't make sense. You're dropping Chase Young on coverage. Why?
JD, you know more about the schematics of football than I do. Any thought on what Rich has to say here? I appreciate the call, brother.
It's got to be better quicker. That's the simplest thing. Like, we can get into what they did versus each team and what they have to do in the next matchup and how things are different and all of that. But it can't be wait around until halftime, because Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid are going to come up with enough plays to stave you off if you have to come back again. That's the thing. If the Chiefs go for the 4th and 2, I feel like the Chiefs are picking up the 4th and 2, right? If the Chiefs go like that, the Chiefs are going to make it. Andy Reid will kick the field goal if you're in that. But just don't want. It's not that you can't come back. It's that you don't want to be in that position again where you're down multiple scores. If you get down 7 or 10, fine, and it's a back and forth game, no big deal. That's normal. You should have confidence, but you don't want to have the big comeback where the game looks completely lost. Because let's face it, both of these games for the 49ers have looked
not good,
completely lost.
Yeah. I mean, and
they weren't. And you play it out. But I mean, tell me a 49er fan that didn't think, oh bleep, in both games.
Dante Whitner. That's what he told me. That's quite literally what he said yesterday. I said, when did you think in that game, Dante, that they weren't going to win? Like, when did you say that? He said, I never thought that. I don't know if I ever thought they wouldn't win. I was like, really? Because I was thinking, I didn't think, like, I thought there was a shot, but I wasn't thinking it was going to happen. Let's go to Blaze, sick name. Blaze is in Monterey. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Blaze?
Oh, I'm pretty stoked we're back at the Super Bowl. Longtime fan all my whole life. Just got some ideas on the defense. You guys been talking about the run game. I remember a few years back we moved Armstead outside when we needed somebody outside, early downs. Move, Kinlaw and Hargraves in the middle, and then later downs move them inside and bring in Young to try to shore up the run game a little bit. What do you guys think about that?
I appreciate the call, Blaze. What do you think?
They did a little of that in the game against the Lions. It was a couple of plays, but mixed it up. I thought Kinlaw helped in the second half. I thought more Kinlaw was a good thing. I thought he played better in the second half when he got opportunities. I mean, Chase Young is somebody. I thought Chase Young in the second half played a lot better. I thought he just played more aggressively in the second half. And, I think that he's a talented dude. Like, there's no reason Chase Young should be getting annihilated by wide receivers, right?
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude. Like, he's
a freak. He's bigger than Bosa.
I could not believe.
I was shocked by that.
When I walked on the field the first time at Levi's and saw Chase Young come out to warm up, I was like, oh my God. They have two of these dudes. Because Bosa is like Bosa, you just, okay.
I called when Tim Ryan, I was recording a hit with him.
The tree trunk legs.
Yeah, he did the hit that he did with me the week they traded for him. I asked him off air, I said, dude, how much bigger is he? He goes, bro, he's got these big-ass legs, bro. I was like, yeah, man, he's got tree trunks, those things.
It was, yeah. So I was like,
use them.
They got two of these guys.
Let's use those things.
But, I mean, he's got all the talent in the world, but you gotta go get it and not get, you can't be getting blocked by wide receivers the way that he's been. You got to help set the edge. Like, you're a better player than that.
Cleve Farrell was...
Cleve Farrell's been missed.
He's not a pass rusher, but he's a edge setter, and he's done a great job at that throughout this year, and it's been noticeable that he's been gone. Back out to the phone lines. Aaron's in Gilroy. Aaron, you're on the Sports Leader. Do you feel better about this team after the come-from-behind wins?
Yes, absolutely. I do. I think there's too many studs on the defensive side of the football. They're all smart. They know what they're doing, and it's a Super Bowl. They're all going to show up. And also, this is the third time the Niners and Chiefs have played in the last 3 years, I think. But while the Chiefs have won the last two, and I'm just saying, it's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row. What do you guys think?
I appreciate the call, Aaron. That's something Tom and I talk about all the time. We joke about that statement. It's tough to beat a team twice in one season. A few weeks back, Tom said, is that actually true? Is that statistically true? I looked it up. It's actually not statistically true. And third times in a season, even in a...
isn't it like 52-48 or something?
Like it's pretty close. Like, and even in a playoff, like if you meet a division opponent in the playoff, if you beat them twice in the regular season, it's not over the top overwhelming that they beat you the third time around.
Oh, yeah, right.
You can have the logic both ways. You can go either one team has that team's number.
I'm pretty sure the team that wins the first two
keeps on winning.
Wins more. Yeah.
Agreed. That is the number.
Yeah.
Right.
I can't remember what it exactly it was, but I want to say it was maybe 58-42.
Also, they haven't played this team at all.
Yeah, the Niners are going to play their 17th different opponent.
That's wild. That's wild.
That's what you get.
That's what you get when you go to the playoffs. And you play teams that you didn't see in the regular season. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby's in San Leandro. What up, 510? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how y'all doing, guys?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Stuck in the rain on the highway 880, but everything is cool as far as traffic is concerned. Basically, what I want to say is we just need to set the edge on defense. stop the run, and play the linebackers need to make some good tackles. Fred Warner, I guess he been missing a few tackles. And then on offense, hey, let's not give the ball to CMC. Let's pass the ball because that's what they going to think. CMC going to get the ball. Let's start the rhythm with a pass game, then give CMC the ball. Let's get a couple of first downs passing the ball because they think CMC going to get the ball. So if we give it to him and he get 2 or 3 yards, you can put pressure on the quarterback. Take the pressure off the quarterback by passing right away. Get a couple first downs and let's get a rhythm going.
Appreciate the call, Bobby. Thanks so much. I mean, that's it. Is the lack of rhythm has been maybe the most alarming part of the offense in the first halves of these two games. Because, again, the first half of the Packers game, I felt terrible about the offense. The defense was overwhelmingly the worst part of the first half of the Lions game. And, again, I didn't see enough of the offense. I thought that interception, I'm like, man, maybe they're doing something on that drive. But it was only a 4 or 5 play drive, I think, before Purdy threw the pick. A 12-play drive got him in field goal range. I felt okay about it. I wasn't totally down on him. But I kind of knew also that when the Lions got the ball back with 6 and change or 7 minutes left, 6 minutes maybe at the end of the first half, I thought, I don't know if the Niners are going to touch the ball again. 17 plays. That was surgical, man. It was brilliant.
It was. And if they punched it in for a touchdown, maybe we're having a different conversation today.
Dan Gamble. Or as that Lions fan called him a couple of days ago, Scamble. He's a fraud. Get him out of here. Let's get more into the Brock Purdy situation. Making a start in the Super Bowl. That moment yesterday, we saw the video that came out this morning from, I think it's NFL Films, which had Nick Bosa talking to Brock.
So much great NFL film stuff the last couple of days.
It's unbelievable, the stuff with him talking to Brock. And you can't see Nick Bosa's face, but you can hear in the tone of his voice. Honestly, I joke all the time about how Nick frequently sounds the same in every tone. I think he sounded different. I think his heart was open in this, and I think he's looking at his guy, and Brock's just hearing him. And Brock, I don't think is quite as maybe emotional about it, but Nick is living in the moment going, dude, I had insecurities as the number 2 pick. And how did you do this? Did you ever think you could do this? And Brock said, capable of more. And he hugs him and he's like, what you're doing is unbelievable. It blows me away. It's a really, really cool, raw moment. KNBR.com has retweeted that and put that out on our socials. And we'll talk more about that as well as Brock Purdy being able to turn the page. Brock Purdy's done this now back-to-back weeks. And even to the final drive of that Green Bay game, he wasn't good until he had to be on the 7 of 8. A completely different guy in the second half of this week's game, 13 of 16, and the 49 rushing yards en route to the victory. We'll talk more about Brock Purdy turning the page next, and then we'll talk to Steve Kerr and the Hall of Famer Steve Young, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's Purdy on a roll, and he's going to get sacked. No, he got away from the sack, and a roll to his left, and he'll throw to the sideline. It's caught by Iyuk. An unbelievable play by Brock Purdy. Purdy steps up in the pocket, runs away from his sack. Purdy runs for a first down, cuts back inside. He dives down to the line at 27-yard line.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Wednesday afternoon. By the way, somebody earlier said, dude, music sounds a little different on the rejoins when Tom's out. Pretty funny. John Dickinson, super reporter, hanging out with me.
The music has been a frequent topic in the Dubs OT YouTube chat as well.
Interesting. No. Interesting.
That the music is superior to other options, shall we say.
Well, and it's usually our guy Greg Silver who's hanging on the board. Is he making his own selections?
I don't know. That'd be a Greg Silver question. I got a lot of things.
I can't imagine that his mind is capable of pulling such great musical accompaniments and
I would think not
fitting them to highlights. Not as well as Tim does, of course. Derek does a great job putting that stuff together also. But a little bit of a different sound today. A lot of fun. Tom Tolbert out, John Dickinson in. We've been talking a lot to you, the listener, at 808 KNBR. Still, text line is open. And by the way, this is a great one. It said Niners are due. 707 says, dude, being due is undefeated. When you win, you're like, oh, they were due. Mm-hmm. It's the great Mike Fruco when somebody's like, if it's a giant pitcher who's, giving up 15 homers to some hitter, he'll go, oh, well, he's due. He's due to get him.
Due to get him.
And when it's a hitter who on the Giants who has 15 homers against an opposing pitcher, he'll go, oh, well, he owns him. It's a great narrative to keep. Back to the Brock Purdy stuff. You heard some of the highlights on his mobility, the 49 rushing yards in the second half coming in. Steve Young's going to join us in about 15, 20 minutes or so. We'll talk to the Hall of Famer, the best half hour in sports radio. And then Steve Kerr to join us at 5:30. But last week, Steve kept talking about how Brock Purdy needs to turn the page from the Packers playoff game. When he was on with us, he kept saying, he's got to turn the page. He's got to turn the page. And we know he's capable of it because he did it in the fourth. He did it on the final drive. So he was talking about Brock.
Well, he did it.
Turning the page. And on that final drive, 7 of 8. What did he go for? I've got those numbers in front of me. He goes 7 of 8 on that final drive against the Packers. Leads him downfield for the game-winning McCaffrey touchdown. 47 yards passing, 2 carries, 11 yards. They both go for first downs. After starting against the Lions, 7 of 15 for 93 and a pick, he goes in the second half, 13 of 16, 174, a touchdown and 49 rushing yards. Greg Cosell actually said he didn't think Purdy played that good of a game. So that was interesting. He was impressed, of course, by the runs and some of the throws and the reads, but he said for a guy, and a lot of what we know Purdy to do well is the reads and the decision-making. He then usually delivers because he's made the right decision. He made a lot of high throws, is what Cosell was saying. And he knows better than I do in watching the tape. I rewatched the game, but not with the same intent.
I can see that. Now, I was kind of wondering where he was going, and because I hadn't heard what he had said, but now that makes sense. There were a couple that he airmailed.
Yeah, and a caller yesterday made a great case.
Couple got caught.
The Juwan Jennings play. It made a great case about how, that was a play where Purdy maybe was throwing it high or throwing it away, but he did put it in a place where only Jennings could get it while he was getting chased down.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, it's tough to say. It's tough to call it luck when stuff continues to happen.
Well, that was the thing when you look at the Lions with the drops and the 49ers making difficult catches. Like, that was a huge swing. Not only, and then you look at the plays that Purdy made with his legs to pick up first downs, in the second half there, and it won him the game. I mean, for Kyle Shanahan to say, hey, his legs were the difference between winning and losing. I mean, that's something.
He wasn't sliding, dude.
No.
It wasn't like he was diving forward and he was running into the backs of his guys. And he was, the one where he almost got sacked and he escaped. How much better did he look this game overall than he did against the Packers? Because, again, I didn't think the eye test he was that bad at all.
I thought he was pretty good. I don't think he was great in the first half.
No.
The pick was bad. But I thought he was a level better in the Lions game overall than the Packers game. But I still think he could play even better. And I think some of it is recognizing the defense's attempts to confuse him. I think those are the things, like, there just been much more, teams took the Baltimore game plan and have tried to implement it and tried to just, different looks pre-snap, jumping out at different things. And they've had the ability to take away a lot of, some of what the 49ers are able to do well. And so I think it's the thinking man's game for him that's been, it hadn't killed him by any means, and he's been downright good, but it's been a work in progress. Like, you can see that it's been different these last couple of weeks as far as what teams have tried to do and how he's tried to respond in conjunction with Kyle.
More on Brock Purdy here. On the system quarterback stuff is hilarious because it's used to mark somebody down or to take something to denigrate something that they've done or to add a demerit to it. But to me, that's what you want a quarterback to do, right? Products of the system to me are good things. It means that your organization is operating at a level that it knows what it needs. I mean, when they talk top to bottom scouting, and we've had John Lynch, we talked to him every other week last year, and we talked to him, of course, this year, I think only once or twice. We asked him about, John is really honest when you credit him with players they find. And I think that's rare for general managers, but for a guy who played, football is much different. I remember I asked him last year about Deshaun Gibson. And I said, dude, this guy's how'd you find him? He's 32 years old or something. He's been out there. He's played well in his career. He's had a bunch of interceptions, played for a number of years in Cleveland and has been around. I said, well, it's a great move, a credit to you. And he said, well, to be fair, there were 31 other teams out there who did, we passed on him also. We didn't want him either. And he said the same about Brock. We passed on him until the last pick of the draft. And we got him because we thought somebody else would eventually sign him and he might sign elsewhere. But he said, it's not like John Lynch saw Brock Purdy and was like, that's my guy. This was all scouting.
It's just a matter of, hey, we like him.
But you can't do that unless you have an understanding of what they're trying to accomplish at the highest level, at the organizational level, right? It's like a minor league system. The Braves of the 90s had philosophy about pitchers you would draft.
You find guys who would fit.
How you would teach it, and you have to teach that throughout your system, not let's just hope they end up good enough and end up playing at this level. So for a, quote, system QB to have a game-winning drive like that back-to-back days or back-to-back weeks at a 17-point deficit, I guess you wouldn't call it a game-winning drive, but he put him away late. He had to lead that drive. It doesn't matter to us, but do you feel like, I said this yesterday, I asked Tom, I asked the listeners, do you think a Super Bowl victory is going to change the narrative on Purdy?
Probably not, although it should. I mean, it does remind me, and I'm not saying and people are going to go crazy because I'm going to bring up it does remind me a little bit of Brady. And because Brady was kind of not necessarily a system quarterback, because the Patriots at that point were known as more of a defensive-oriented team with Belichick, who had just taken over. And I'm going way back for a lot of people, probably in 2001 now. But Brady was a game manager. Brady was viewed as a game manager, really up until he won his third Super Bowl, I think, in 4 years. And some even
the Eagles won?
Yeah, that was the Eagles won. So they beat the Panthers.
They went Rams, Panthers. They beat Delhomme.
Yeah, beat Delhomme, beat McNabb with T.O. on the sideline. And so to me it was that's what Brady was, a game manager. And until really you could make the case until 2007 when they got Randy Moss and they were breaking all kinds of records, and I think he had 50 touchdown passes, and the team that team that went 16-0 and all of that. But what I'm getting at is you can win one, and nobody you may wind up being really special, right? Brock Purdy may wind up being really special, but when you win one, it's still going to be, oh well, you won one. Brad Johnson's won one, and Trent Dilfer won one.
Some people don't think Eli Manning's special. Eli won two, and people don't care. I've said Eli's a Hall of Famer.
I think he is for sure.
And then you have to counter that with, he's top 10 in basically every statistical passing category that you care about.
And had two monster playoff runs.
And won 2 Super Bowl rings over Tom Brady. So what's the argument for a great quarterback, an elite quarterback? I mean, Joe Flacco. Do you think Joe Flacco is a better quarterback than Eli Manning was? I have him kind of on the same par.
Yeah, I think
statistically Eli was better.
I think Eli was better, yeah.
He was. I think Eli's better. What about Phil Rivers?
I think Philip Rivers is better than both of them.
And the legacy of Rivers is what?
Never won.
It's funny that in basketball, to be the greatest of all time, you have to have titles. In football, to be the best quarterback ever, you have to have rings, although wins are not a QB stat, but it's the most important position in football.
Right.
You don't get a chance to win without a quarterback. You can't do it. So they're always going to have to bear that load, that your legacy is going to be tied to your ability to win.
I'm trying to think of the last, no-brainer no-brainer great quarterback that didn't win one. Is it Marino?
I mean, Marino has to be one. Peyton was in that conversation for a while. I mean,
Peyton was in that conversation.
Peyton was skill set wise was just the best.
Rodgers has come closer than people think, although he got the one early.
He got the one. Dan Fouts. He was a slinger. He threw for a lot of yards in an era, but again.
But it's like the guy, Burrow and Allen may be on that track.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Jim Kelly, there's a good one.
Yeah.
Jim Kelly's a good one. That's so rare, dude. 4 consecutive is nuts.
But all of the true big ones of the last, let's say, 25 years, right? They all won one.
Yeah.
Right? Manning, Brady.
If you run through the hall,
Mahomes.
put on McNabb. He's in the hall, isn't he?
I don't think so.
Is he not?
I don't.
Is he borderline hall? Where's Derek? We need Derek on the hall on the McNabb Hall of Fame.
I get what Rivers didn't. I think Rivers.
I think Rivers is getting in.
Rivers is
Tony Romo. How about that? Tony Romo's a good one.
I think Rivers.
707. I think Rivers was too.
Yeah.
Romo never. Boomer Esiason says 650.
As far as like the last.
See, the thing is too is all these guys got.
That was 30 years ago.
A lot of them got to him. Rivers never even got to him.
Yeah.
Right. Matt Ryan got to one and won an MVP. So there are like accolades to go with it. Go ahead, Tim. What do you got? Andrew Luck didn't play long enough. There's no real Sandy Koufax of football. I think you got to get him done. Like if he had gone and won 3 and then retired at like 28,
then yes.
Put him in.
He played 8 years and won 3 Super Bowls.
If Mahomes wins this one and then hangs it up, put him in, without question,
Yeah.
But I guess what we're getting, McNair or Moon, that's a good one. Yeah, Steve McNair was an awesome one. That's a good call. But McNair went to one though.
He did. Lost to the
Rams.
To the Rams. Yeah.
Show on turf. 1 yard short. Kevin Dyson. Out to the text line here. 707 said Eli isn't a Hall of Famer. He had the same amount of career wins and losses. Also never won an MVP. Also never made an All-Pro. His 2 playoff runs and last name will get him in. His 2 playoff runs. You mean the ones that ended in Super Bowl victories over the greatest QB of all time? What are we doing?
And they were both like, 14 touchdowns and 1 interception through the.
It's also hilarious to say he's not an MVP because
in both playoff runs
because of the team around him. Because he had the same number of wins as losses. Okay, so he was 117. He didn't throw the same number of picks as touchdowns. And if we got to go this route too, I mean Broadway Joe's in, everybody gets in, dude. Once Joe Namath went in, he threw more picks than touchdowns. People are like, it's a different era. I'm like, really? So that was a good stat? You were trying to do that? So he was trying to throw more
interceptions was cool back in 1968.
One Super Bowl win, and then everybody was like, yeah, you play in New York, you're going in. Come on, dude. He led the league in picks like 3 times or something, and he never led it in passing touchdowns. Joe Namath was statistically one of the most overrated quarterbacks, but the Eli one is one that it's the only reason I bring it up is because of the disparaging things that are said about Brock, about weapons around him. Argue the weapons around Eli for me. I mean, he had a great defense. He had Plaxico Burress.
Was
he had
pretty sweet.
Yeah, who won 2. By the way, got the catch for the Steelers. He had Jacobs out of the backfield. Mario Manningham. It's pretty good forever 49er, right? Manningham. Anyway, he made some big plays. And to me, there's something about coming through clutch. Madison Bumgarner's not a Hall of Famer, but he's the greatest World Series pitcher of all time. That's what it comes down to. If you're putting me in a Game 7 and I need somebody to start it in the World Series, why wouldn't you go with the greatest of that position? You'd rather have like Phil Rivers, who's never been to a bowl, than a guy who'd won 2. I'll take it. And statistically, they're pretty close.
Yeah, no, it's a great topic, and
so the Brock is where I bring it back to. And his skill set.
Yeah, and I keep coming back to the fact that I think regardless of what side you're on, as far as the Brock Purdy conversation, it's not going to go away no matter what happens, unless he has the Steve Young 6 touchdown blowout performance.
Yeah.
500 yards and 6 touchdowns. And, that if he has one of those, then it's like, okay, maybe some people are going to have to change the conversation a little bit. But beyond that, like, I still think people are going to say, well, it's a system and it's this and it's Shanahan and all of that.
It's all of it. It's football. He doesn't play defense either.
Sure.
Like Tom Brady lost 2 bowls and he was on the sideline.
Yeah. I do think though, like for some quarterbacks, that's right, 7-3, right?
Sorry, he was on the sideline for the David Tyree catch and the Manningham catch, and then he was on the sideline. He was on the sideline. He thought he'd done enough work throwing for 500 yards against the Eagles before he lost that bowl. And people go, Brady lost 3 bowls, and I was like, he did. He left the game with a lead in all 3 of them,
right?
And didn't touch it. Again, it's not wins aren't a QB stat yet. That goes on your ledger.
No doubt. And so I think Purdy is again, if he wins it, the conversation will change, but people say he'll have to win it again. But my thing is, Brady is the example of the quarterback that nobody thought was elite, and then he won one, and then he won another one, and then all of a sudden he became the GOAT, right? Like nobody viewed Brady as this dominant, air it out, all-time legendary quarterback, even though he was winning Super Bowls until like 2007. Well, my point is, if you win a couple early and then you continue to develop, then maybe you get to that point. Like that could be the Brock Purdy path.
Like the Brady development path is what you're saying, that it was a defensive team where he didn't need tons of weapons around him. He wasn't there.
He was super clutch. Let him down at the end. They
here's Corey Dillon. You
You
can do something with Corey Dillon for a year or two. Have fun with
It's
that.
crazy to think. It's just crazy to think how Brady did it in a lot of ways. Like, just, hey, some big drives late in games. They always played close Super Bowls, right? Those first three were all decided by a field goal. They won them all. But then over time, he had the numbers that made him. So he ended up having both. He ended up having all of it. He had the Super Bowls early, but then he ended up having the numbers as he went on. And you were like, oh my God, this guy is an all-time great. Like, again, we're not saying that if Purdy wins this Super Bowl, but you win this one, you might win more.
Yeah.
And I firmly believe, I don't know where you are on this, but I firmly believe that when a team wins one, like, you never know. Like, you never know what it's going to turn into. Like, look at I think the Giants and the Warriors are perfect examples of that. The Giants won one, and then all of a sudden you look up 5 years later, they've won three. The Warriors win one, all of a sudden you look up 5 years later, they've won three.
It's football's tougher. I mean, football. I feel like they're all as tough as each other.
It is, but what do we talk about? We talk about quarterbacks and coaches.
Yeah.
Well, you win one with Shanahan and Purdy. Why can't you win multiple with Shanahan and Purdy?
That's a great point. Look at the successful teams over the last decade that have had multiple years of success. I mean, and you go back to Roethlisberger and Tomlin even finding success multiple year after year after year. And if you're in the playoffs with a quality team and a quality quarterback and coach, you got a damn good shot. And right now, you'd way rather be in the NFC than in the AFC. We can talk about all of this with Hall of Fame quarterback number 8, Steve Young. He joins us when we come on back for our weekly conversation. And then at 5:30, we're going to catch up with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. It's Steve and Steve Rip Off the Knob. Adam Copeland and John Dickinson in for Tom Tolbert, only here on the Sports Leader. New Giants skipper Bob Melvin joined Pop on Lund today and discussed the Giants FanFest in Napa this weekend. I'm going to be there with Bo Mel. More on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think it's going to be a great game. You're talking two great teams. It's been a lot of Brock Purdy slander over the last couple years, and the way he showed up in that second half of that conference championship game. I saw something that Stephen A. said where he said if Brock Purdy shows up in the Super Bowl, that's it. No more question of Brock Purdy. And I know better than that because he can show up in the Super Bowl, and if he start off the season bad, 4 bad games, they're going to be like, he's a game manager. So, those guys, though, they've been putting it together each and every year. Last year thought they was going to make the run at it, and, obviously Brock got hurt in that game. I think it was against the Eagles, if I'm not mistaken. And so to see them back healthy and with their team headed back to the Super Bowl is great. I'm looking forward to it. That's the biggest event of the year, so I'm ready to check it out.
Great stuff there from Draymond Green, hyping up the 49ers and specifically Brock Purdy, who was out at the Warriors game yesterday, and another guy who was there with JD and myself at the Niner game Sunday, the Hall of Famer Steve Young. Let's start the Steve Young Show.
What?
We do it each and every week with the Hall of Famer. And what's funny is I did not anticipate this being the song coming in. I was going to ask why we didn't come in with a song to Steve with his new buddy, Eminem. But, Steve, you beat me to it. John Dickinson hanging out today. Steve, dude, I've waited all week. I've been stoked to talk to you, man. What a game that was on Sunday. It's insane, right? I'm still laughing. Yeah. I'm still laughing, bro.
I mean, I did. I was invited over to see Eminem on at halftime, and I'm like, "You taste it, don't you?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I go, "You got to get it out of your mouth, man. It's too early. You can't do it yet." And then, I told him 34 wins it. I told him that at halftime, like 34. You got to get 10. You got to figure out how to do it. And then they couldn't. So, what an amazing game under that kind of pressure to come back from that far. That's always going to be something that you can hold on to as a team. You can be in a jam and know that you've done it before. Like, you don't want to be there. Nobody wants to be down 24/7 in the championship, especially at home. I mean, you're on the ropes, and to come back and win is an amazing feeling for the fans, for the team, for everybody. And now it's essentially been 2 weeks in a row we've dodged a bullet. And I don't think that we thought at Thanksgiving that we would be that kind of a team that had to be dodging bullets. But yet we did. And so there's a part, the one side of the coin is that we did, and we overcame it and figured it out and won the game. And that's what matters. So that side of the coin is all positive. The other side of the coin says, okay, so we're going to be down so far at home in a championship game as the number 1 seed that I need 3 things to happen, or else I'm not going to make it. One, I'll couple these together. I need an insane head coach on the other side who up 24/7 goes it on 4th down. And he's like, this is what I do. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what I do.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, you know what? Perfect. Go for it on 4th down twice. And really, in many ways, let the 49ers back in the game. So, okay, we need that. And then we need a long ball for a quick touchdown to go off the defender's face mask and then catch it. We need that. And then we need like a preseason game. They need to fumble a handoff. Like the quarterback hands one, they've got to fumble it like in August. And so if we get those 3 things, we got it, and we got them, and so for all the good, there's a part of us that needs to. Again, I said it last week after Green Bay. You've got to have the vulnerability and the honesty to say, how are we putting ourselves in this kind of a jam? Because we can't continue. Well, maybe we can, but I don't want to continue it this way anymore. I don't want to have a pass rush that does not getting to the quarterback. I don't want a secondary that's giving up some yards. I don't want to get down. I want to be consistent in our passing. I mean, it's all that stuff that we saw throughout the season. That was like, these guys no one can beat them, and look, no one has beat them. Okay, so I get that side of the coin, but you can't play championship football. Can't be played waiting for someone to go off someone's face mask. Like, it just doesn't work that way.
Talking to Steve Young here, we do it every week of the 49ers season, which is going to continue on into Las Vegas next Sunday, Super Bowl 58. I want to go back to Brock Purdy. We'll talk about him in a minute, but you were talking about all the things that changed the momentum, and I love how George Kittle talked about it after the game, because it was a game of analytics versus momentum, right? A guy who says, this is what I do, this is when I go for it, just not at the end of the first half. I never do it then. I'll never try to punch it in there. When for you, what play was it? Because to me, there were two different moments. There's the Iyuk face mask catch, of course, but the fumble is when I thought the entire wave changed. I don't know.
Everything.
Every game
once they fumbled,
that's when it changed. That's when it went the other way.
Oh, this is on. This game's on.
Yeah.
And until then, that was the difference. And then the idea that they were going to fumble their own handoff and like, okay, here you just take it, was so Detroit, right? Like it's just. That's why you haven't been in the Super Bowl since 1957 or the playoffs or a championship. And it's just hard to watch if you're a Lions fan, but that's where it switched, Adam. Absolutely. That's where it changed.
Steve, as a player who made a few plays with his legs, what can you say about the plays that Brock Purdy made with his legs?
Well, it's a difference maker. I've said for now 5 years or 6 that the game has changed because of rules, and quarterbacks, there are all those yards out there. You have to take them. And if you can't go take them, then you're going to make it extra hard on yourself. And I said before the game, I don't know who I was talking to, Joe Fonzie or someone, is like, you've got to have Brock spit out 50 yards. Like, he needs that in championship football. We're going to need that. We'll need that in the Super Bowl. We need the ability to get out there and get those big, huge, crushing first downs and even a touchdown. It's the game today. It's what Patrick does. It's what Josh does. It's what Lamar does. It's what the guys that are kind of the big kings of the castles, and Brock doing that and really backbreaking moments was the key. And he's nifty. He's it's like he's not the fastest guy in the 40, but he's plenty quick. And I loved it. I think we need more of that in the Super Bowl, to be honest with you.
Our question of the day, Steve, has been, does being battle tested bode well for the 49ers in the Super Bowl? I think you touched on it a little bit in the open here. Like, you don't want to be in that position, but knowing you can do it and overcome some adversity, how do you sort of view that being beneficial for a team that hadn't done it this season? This season's team hadn't really dealt with a lot of adversity and then come back and won the game.
Well, I don't know that you have to face that kind of adversity. Hey, we're not going to play well, and then we're going to try to make up for it. Like, how about let's just play well and not worry about it? And so look, as I said, the one side of the coin is it's a positive. It was a gut check. It was all the things that are important to a team, the psychology. But it also adds in the last couple of weeks some indecision, right? Like, well, how do we get here? What are we doing that's allowing this? And how do we prevent this? And I don't like that being in our psyche. I like being able to, we're the most talented, strongest, most physical team in the country, in the league, and we're smashing everybody. I like that mentality, kind of leaning in, and not having this doubt that things can go haywire. And I appreciate the strength of the team to come back. That's the locker room. That's the guys. That's the connective tissue that they have. That is like work together. You cannot break us. I love that. I don't think it's the way to survive in championship football.
you said to us last week a bunch of things about Brock Purdy having to turn the page. Even after that final drive against the Packers, 7 of 8 on the final drive, the 2 first downs he picks up and they win, you said he's got to turn the page, he's got to turn the page. I didn't think he was that bad in the first half of the game. I just thought the Lions were so great, the defense didn't look good, and that was the bigger issue. But he was sharp. They were aggressive in the second half. You talk about the running, but 13 of 16, he turned the page, man. I just... Nothing seems to faze him, and he's entering, really, in my mind, like the last box to check of things he hasn't experienced already at the NFL level.
Right. I mean, there's not many left, and keep knocking them down.
Yeah.
And then people will keep setting up the hurdle. Like, here's another hurdle. Like, set them up, just knock them down. And I agree. And I think at some point, like with other quarterbacks that have accomplished great things, you knock them all down, and then people just get quiet. They just move on, right? And it's like it's nothing to see here. And so I think that's where Brock would be fun to get to, at some point where he doesn't have to put up with it. But until then, it's just natural. And then even when you do, it's like, well, then you got to do it 3 more times. You got to do, like, it never ends, like, in some ways. So I don't think you get away from it, but I think that the noise will abate as he continues to just kind of perform.
Steve, looking at not getting off to maybe the bad starts and the things that didn't go well and that need to be fixed, what do you see defensively from the 49ers that needs to be fixed quick if they're going to get off to a better start and not fall behind?
If the Chiefs start running the football effectively and turn it and going between the 20s, running the football kind of really efficiently, that's not what we want, because we want Patrick Mahomes under duress early. We want him 3rd and long. We want him trying to be Superman, trying to overcome, a deficit early. Like, those are the kind of things you want to put him in that jam, so he has to be Superman for 4 quarters, not just for, a couple. And so if they're running the ball, dropping it off, moving the ball effectively, scoring points, that's like, no. Like, we don't want to get into that kind of game with Patrick. And so yeah, last week we're not our run defense is not there. Our pass defense is not there. We're not rushing the quarterback. We're not getting to the quarterback like we want to. So all of that, and you guys know, in the Super Bowl 3-4 years ago, it was the defense that kind of set the tone, led the way, created the environment where the ball was coming back to the offense tons. Don't worry about it. We got your back, And that's just not what's happened in the last couple of weeks. So we've got to get back, because if we can early on put that kind of duress, put Patrick under duress, have him try to do too much, because he gets into these modes where he forgets the rank, the commodity offense, just drop back, throw the ball, drop it off, make the gain, and he starts to just try to do too much. It's just a Superman mentality. You want him to start doing that early. And the only way to do that is put that team under duress, and you cannot allow him to run the football effectively.
It does seem like when he does those things that are off script late in games or late in the first half, you're right. It's like that's when it's more dangerous, when he's up against the clock and defenses have kind of broken down, and his improvisational skills are like the best.
Well, you just can't do it. Yeah, but Adam, you can't do it for 4 quarters.
That's what I mean, is you get to him early.
Yeah, he did that. He did that against I remember they got up early, or something. I can't remember what happened, or down against the Bengals in a championship game, and you can't do that for 4 quarters, just kind of winging it. Like, you got to have some great offense, some effective offense, and that's what the Lions had. That whole first half was just solid, strategic, efficient offense that our defense had no answer. And that's the thing that we Jared Goff's one thing, Patrick Mahomes is another.
I mean, he shredded him last year at Levi Stadium. Obviously, a different defense this year. But I'm wondering, because you said, last time the Niners faced him, the defense was the calling card. I would argue this time the two teams are flipped. It's the offense and the defense for the Chiefs. The issue I have, Steve, the best offensive player in the game is still Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and he's super dangerous because he's gotten so smart, and he really does believe that playing within the system and being 15 of 18 is really the goal. And for 180 yards and 2 touchdowns and spreading it around, like, he knows that's the game. He knows he doesn't want to be forced into Superman too early. And then he also has this incredible presence and confidence that, then once I put a defense on alert that, this is that kind of a game, that's when all the big plays start to happen. And then he rolls out and they lose coverage. And then, it snowballs. And they've played better and better This was not the team that was. That's what's happening in the NFL today. It's like the NBA. You see them coming. Used to be you see playoff teams coming from for 3 years. They have to build into it. Now you see it in 3 months. Like the Packers, like the Lions, like they just start, and then so the Chiefs, and I just as an aside, a lot of stuff's going to be happening about Taylor Swift, but Taylor Swift presented a real distraction for the Chiefs, not on purpose, just the nature of it's nature, no one's fault. But when you can see the distraction weighing heavy on that team the first half of the season, at least. And then I noticed over time what happened is they took that distraction that really affected the team a lot. They worked through it, and then it became a power. She's here, and we're rolling, and get out of it. Come on. And I think it's in some weird way, it's made it. I thought it would be you'd have to. It's a little bit of a crutch. You're going to have to do extra. It's more of a distraction. I think it's actually, what I'm trying to say is that it's a positive at this point for the Chiefs. It's an empowering place, and it makes a distraction for the other team, and what's happening. So I don't like that either. I like the Chiefs of the Halloween. I like the Chiefs of, early in the season. I don't like the Chiefs.
You like the Chiefs that got beat by the Raiders at home.
Yeah, right. I want John, perfect. I want the Chiefs. Yeah. I don't want the Chiefs where you're telling me this defense is top 10 and Patrick Mahomes is healthy and they're starting to hum and the distraction factor is actually on the other team, not on you anymore.
Steve, if Kyle Shanahan said, "Hey, I want you to give a message to the team before the game as a team that's been in this position and a group of players that haven't quite been able to get over the hump," what would your message be as far as just going out there and trying to get it done?
We can't championship football. You never waste a series. You don't feel things out. You don't wonder how it's going to go. And the Lions did that. They played championship football the first half. That's how you do it. And then they can't close. And in some ways the Packers did. We need to flip that script. That's who we are. We go out and dominate and don't waste a series and put people on notice and put people on their backs and make people frantic and know that the Super Bowl it's halftime and now you're down and now instead of leaving the door open like the Lions did and do goofball stuff, we shut it forever like we did. And so that's the script that we need to flip and I would tell the team, whatever you've watched the other two teams do the last couple of weeks, that's us now. That's how we need to do it. And we've got to put the Chiefs, kind of basically on their back by halftime.
Talking to Steve Young here on the Uma guest line. Okay, so you mentioned early in the show you came in, you had the Eminem song, and you said you went to see him at halftime 24/7, and you said to him, "You can taste it." And you said, "You got to get that taste out of your mouth, bro. Not yet."
Yeah, it's too early. You can't. It's too early to get the taste in your mouth. I know, because when you haven't had success for so long.
I know, yeah.
I mean, for generations, you've never even thought about this. And then you came out here to Levi's and you kind of hoped and you kind of like, yeah, you know, and then all of a sudden it's real. It's halftime work 24/7 in a championship game on the road. It's like you can't quite process it. You could see, you could see him. He's like, I just want it to end. I just want, you could taste it. And I'm right. Do not yet. It's too. You can't do it yet. But you got. If you get to 34, call me.
Yeah, well, they didn't. You're still waiting for the call.
I told him, look, if you can get to 34, sometime in this second half, you're going to be fine.
I had a shot, and a chance. I guess my question was because you brought it up, the distraction. I was wondering, would you say the same thing Super Bowl Sunday to another artist for the Chiefs?
Yeah, sure. Have her stop by.
Yeah, when are you getting your moment with Taylor, Steve?
Have her stop by.
Yeah, no, take that taste out of your mouth, Taylor. Not yet. Let me know when you get to 34. Alex Smith, we were looking at the Adam Schefter podcast. I know you did a hit there last week, and Alex Smith said he thinks Niners have to win a shootout. You never know what kind of game it's going to be. It's not the kind of game I anticipate just based on what we've seen from the Chiefs in the second half of games this year. That offense has struggled to remain humming for 4 quarters.
Yeah, and I think that's true. And I think both defenses will rise up. I think the 49ers will not. They've just got to. That script has got to change. And so I just suspect that if, I think both teams are capable of getting in a shootout and going 45-41. I don't I think someone could score 45, but it's not going to be both. You know what I mean? And so someone could get smashed. I think that, it's more likely that we can smash them and do something, 41-17, it's possible. I think if they win, it would have to be a little bit of a shootout at the end. You know what I mean? Something tight, back and forth. Patrick doing something spectacular like happened 4 years ago. I just can't imagine us getting into another jam where we get down like the Ravens and then get put away. It's just unimaginable to me that 3 weeks in a row we put ourselves in that spot.
What do you see from the Chiefs defense and that end of things as far as the 49ers offense and what you think they can do to be successful against a Chiefs defense that's been really good?
I think that, they've got an injury and that's going to hurt because their pass rush, it's all in the NFL. It always has been, but it feels like everything's, because of the nature of the game today, it's more college-like and more wide open, and it's more defenses are under duress even more. That if you can somehow bring 4 guys in a rush and put people at risk, that's where the power is. You bring the 5th guy against good offenses, you put yourself at a huge disadvantage. And so the Chiefs have been able to bring 4. And I think maybe a handful of teams in the league that can do that consistently, that can bring 4 and put you under duress. And that's what they've done. Now they've lost somebody, so I don't know if they can do it again. But that'll be the issue. If they have to put pressure on our passing game, they have to bring the 5th and 6th guy. Then you're with all of the people we got going out and all of the talent that comes out of that huddle. No, that's not going to work. So I think more than anything, just watch for those 4 guys to be able to put Brock under pressure.
We do it every week with Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, here on the UMA Guest Line. Time now for the Forever Young Foundation Hero of the Week. Every week, KNBR and Steve Young's Forever Young Foundation select a foundation to be the hero of the week. We see tons of individuals and organizations go above and beyond. And this week, we will salute Able Closet. The Able Closet is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that was founded on the vision of providing children with special needs a resource for borrowing needed equipment. Obtaining rehabilitative equipment can be costly and time-consuming for many people and families. Able Closet provides a resource for families that find themselves in these situations, allowing them to browse, then borrow from our library of equipment. We act as an interim between families and organizations accepting donations of equipment that children may have outgrown or no longer need, and then lending them out to families with children that greatly benefit from their use. Our vision includes purchasing new and difficult-to-obtain equipment through donations and fundraising. The ultimate goal and the core of the mission is to provide children with special needs with what they need, the equipment they need to reach their maximum potential. Just an awesome, awesome organization. AbleCloset.com. If you'd like to get more information, Steve, your thoughts? Pretty awesome, dude.
Physically challenged kids with families having to serve them and can't, afford and can't provide. Can you imagine being able to show up in that scenario and say, no, we got your back.
Yeah.
We got you.
It's incredible.
And I just, again, it's like these little things that people are doing, little spots to make life, and serving other humans. I just love it. Able Closet. Nice kid, Adam.
Never the wrong thing to do the right thing. And by the way, people who are like, I should tell you, Steve, because you were gone last week. We got a text in from, I forget the organization we shouted out last week. What was it, Tim? AW House, that's what it was called? KW House. Somebody had texted in or messaged us in and said, dude, they helped us tremendously a few years back, one of our listeners. So again, it's our community. These are people right here. JW House was the name of that organization. Apologies. Just circling back to the game last week, we've talked, tons about Shanahan and getting back to the big one. George Kittle said, I will be back and I'll be back with a vengeance. But was this game for Kyle? Was this his masterpiece? Was this his special moment as a head coach? I thought he stuck to the plan. He did not veer from what he had to do. They don't go for twos. They don't go for it on 4th down. He stuck to the plan. He didn't get over aggressive. And Dan Campbell, I think, played out of what he needed to do.
Look, they both played their roles, right? Dan did what he does. And it was like, look, there's certain spots where you got to adjust. But, this is another, Kyle has, people talk about, who are the geniuses in the NFL today? And Kyle's the guy, he's that. And so all he needs, look, people put hurdles up. Everyone has hurdles. You got to do this. You got to get. And so he's back to where he should be. He's that kind of a coach to be in Super Bowls. That's how he's set up. And so is Andy. Andy, look, there's 5 guys that I mention all the time that are kind of the most innovative minds in football. And it's funny how all 2 of those 5 are in the Super Bowl. You wonder, how do we get to the Super Bowl? Well, get one of those guys, And so we have it. And it's like anything. The Super Bowls are the defining moments. And he had it in his mouth when Atlanta, I guarantee you, they came out at halftime and they were like, oh yeah, I can taste it. And they just did some dumb things. I remember sitting there watching them drop back. All they had to do was punt, and they dropped back, got strip sacked, and fumbled for 7. I'm like, oh, that's the kind of thing that has to happen off the face mask or fumble the handoff. Like that's what has to happen. And he just, he's right where he wants to be and where he should be, and let's go close it.
Who do you think has the biggest chance to maybe be an X factor for the 49ers in the game? We know all the superstars and the talent, and they're loaded on both sides, but who do you think can be an X factor for San Francisco?
The juice is always the X factor in this 49er offense. The dude, Juszczyk he could catch 3 touchdowns. And he could somehow figure out a way to run for 50 or 70. There's something about that guy that gets underutilized. Like every time he touches the ball, I'm like, give it to him some more. I'm like, oh wait, we got 5 other guys.
Dude, but to that point,
the catch he made on the sideline was unbelievable.
That's what I'm saying. Like there's nothing he can't do. He's kind of like, he's a tight end back quarterback. What couldn't he not do? He probably could kick. I guarantee you he could kick 40-yard field goals.
I think he did. I think isn't he the emergency guy? Or was he the emergency holder?
He's the emergency guy, I'm telling you. So every time he touches the ball, I want him to touch it again. And then again, you got to look around the huddle and go, get in line, bro.
Yeah.
But in under really intense, it feels like he's that guy that could sneak around and do something really big. Change, and he never asks the plays. He gets the ball. It's not something that's overly complicated. It might be a wheel route or something, or it might be something kind of weird, but the risk factor is not high of getting him the ball, and it could just change the game. And so if you ask me, anyone ever asked me X factor of the 49ers, I always go to him because he's just, I want more of him.
Your point is taken, though, that the MVP of this game might be the most wide-open MVP if the Niners win that I can ever remember.
Right. There might be 5 guys.
Yeah, seriously. Aiyuk's got 150 yards and a touchdown, then Debo's got 50 rushing and 50 receiving and 2 touchdowns, and then you go Purdy's. Seriously, anybody in this offense.
Do you think, Steve, that there would be a reluctance unless Purdy just goes out and has 6 touchdowns in a Super Bowl? Do you think there'd be a reluctance maybe for the voters to vote for him if there were other options?
It seems like there's a little thing like that.
Yeah.
It does feel that way. The MVP thing, it felt like people were like, oh, thanks for the Ravens for not, getting us out of that jam. And I'm like, what jam? What? Why are you? Well, you're not in a jam, bro. It's okay. If a guy's performing, doing the things, that's okay. But so it does feel weird like that. But again, if you dominate, like he dominated, there's through 2 or 3 games, he dominated, and you can try to pull it apart and parse it as much as you want. There was a perfect game. There was 2 or 3 that he. My mind is not picking the game. There's so many great victories, but there was 2 or 3 games where he was the dominant force. And so you do that Super Bowl, they can't stop that.
Steve, are you going out to Vegas?
I believe I might be back and forth, if you can believe it. So yeah, I think
I can.
Happening.
For you,
it's
I
happening.
can. Yeah,
I can.
We'll be there though. You got to stop by, dude. Tom and I.
I know. You know what? I'm doing Dove, the
soap.
lotion, soap and everything. They're doing a woman empowerment in sports initiative.
Nice.
And so they're asking me and the girls for our flag football, to come out and do some interviews about women empowerment in sports and talk about flag football for the first time. So I guarantee you we're going to see each other.
Absolutely.
And you're going to be interviewing me and the girls about flag football.
This is awesome. I can't wait. dude. That's great. Fantastic, man. We'll have a great rest of the week. We're all buzzing about it. We're excited and looking forward to seeing you in Vegas, Steve.
You're the best. And Tom, get better. I don't know if he probably doesn't listen, right? He was
listening. He called in during. Actually, he was talking to the guys behind the scenes. I'm going to go check in on as soon as we get out here. But no, Tom's listening. He heard it.
He's got K-Fog
on. He's
got the headphones. He's
He's got K-Fog on, dude. Yeah, I was listening about before I got high or whatever it is. Smoke 2 joints. That's what it is when he gets out there. K-Fog every day at 4:20. I look great kid in the morning, huh? All right, Steve, we'll catch you next week, dude.
See you,
bro. Steve Young, the best half hour on radio. He told Eminem at halftime, yeah, you taste it, huh? Yeah, get that taste out of your mouth. Not yet, bro. Dude, Steve
and then dropped to 34. Like you need 34.
Get to 34 and then call me. If you get to 34, call me.
And then is right on the money.
Steve embodying Eminem is maybe the greatest thing I've ever heard. And then said, "Yeah, I'll tell Tay-Tay too." He said, "I'll tell her. Send her over. Send her to my place." I said,
"I'm with it."
Would you say it to her? He goes, "Yeah, send her over."
I'm not going over there. She's coming to me.
She's coming to my
She's
box.
coming to me.
From one Steve to another. Steve Young to Steve Kerr. Warriors get a win last night. The head coach of the Golden State Warriors joins us next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
The Warriors stopped their 2-game losing streak to beat the Philadelphia 76ers 119-107. There's more on that story. It's trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't know that you have to face that kind of adversity. Hey, we're not going to play well, and then we're going to try to make up for it. Like, how about let's just play well and not worry about it? And so, look, as I said, the one side of the coin is it's a positive. It was a gut check. It was all the things that are important to a team, the psychology. But it also adds, in the last couple of weeks, some indecision, right? Like, well, how do we get here? What are we doing that's allowing this? And how do we prevent this? And I don't like that being in our psyche. I like being able to, we're the most talented, strongest, most physical team in the country, in the league, and we're smashing everybody. I like that mentality, kind of leaning in, and not having this doubt that things can go haywire. And I appreciate the strength of the team to come back. That's the locker room. That's the guys. That's the connective tissue that they have. That is like work together. You cannot break us. I love that. I don't think it's the way to survive in championship football.
Tolbert and Copes back with you. Sans Tolbert. We got John Dickinson in with us. Tom back tomorrow afternoon for the show. And will be with us out in Vegas next week when we'll be out at Radio Row. Whole station's going out. Should be a lot of fun. There was Steve Young with us just a few minutes ago, as we are always streaming on twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. What do you think of Steve's comments there? I mean, he's right. We can't start slow. Doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, they got to get off to a better start. Like the games that they played against the Packers and the Lions, that's not going to cut it against the Chiefs. It's just not. Yeah. And it's nice to know that you got the resolve to be able to keep fighting, and it's a 60-minute game, and you can always come back. That's great. But can't be doing that again.
Yeah, and you should absolutely check out the entirety of the Steve Young interview on KNBR.com. Let's go out to the Steve Kerr Show.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
We do it every week of the Warriors season. Catch up with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. Tom Tolbert out today. He'll be back tomorrow. John Dickinson sitting in. What's going on, Steve? How are you, man?
I'm good. How you doing, Copes?
Good, man. It was a good win last night, and a heck of a weekend, I know. That Saturday night game was a wild one, dude. I caught the whole end of that, but I was wondering, you talked to us about it last week, and you were talking about the difference, obviously, in the season relative to past seasons as the roster is constructed, but more about the noise from the outside about trade deadline time. How excited are you just to get past it?
Yeah, it's always, this time of year, it's always tough. If you're not, really rolling as a team, there's going to be chatter, and it's always hard on players and their families. So nice to get past it for sure. Yeah.
Steve, you were pretty positive, I thought, after both the Kings and the Lakers games, and sometimes I'll sort of read that, and it's almost as if you're maybe trying to speak it into existence, as a coach would do, to try to inspire confidence. But those two games specifically, I sensed a little something more in just your belief that maybe there is a turnaround in play. What have you seen that maybe leads you down the path of, even though you were 2-2 on the homestand, that you think some things are starting to legitimately turn?
Well, number one, I love our guys' connection and the chemistry that we have on our team. And with Draymond coming back, it feels like things are making sense. And even though we had those two really tough losses, we showed a different look. We were smaller, we had more spacing, we were faster, a little bouncier, we scored in transition. And I just think we're kind of finding our identity. It's been a tough go this year for a lot of reasons, but I think we are finding an identity that suits us well. And we're going to be getting some guys back here. Moses probably on the road trip. Gary and Chris. We'll see how long it takes for them to get back. But I believe in this team, and I know nothing's really gone our way this year. We've lost a bunch of close games, but I like this team, and I believe in them. I think there's plenty of time to turn this season around and do something special.
A big part of that, Steve, has been Wiggins and Kuminga more effective together. What about Draymond coming back has allowed for Wiggins and Kuminga to be much more effective than they had been at other times when they had played together?
Well, Draymond playing center next to those guys really opens up the floor. He spends a lot of time on the perimeter. Draymond does, dribble handoff guy, directing traffic, getting us organized. And so with him at the 5 and JK and Wiggs at the 3 and 4, it's with Steph especially. I mean, you just have speed and shooting and floor spacing that allows us to attack in different ways. And then obviously Draymond is one of the best defenders of all time. So I think he's able to communicate defensively and make every lineup better.
I'm talking to Steve Kerr here on the UMA guest line. I thought it was pretty cool. The 49ers were out there last night sitting courtside. I wanted to ask, I got a kick out of the fact that Steph went over and high-fived George Kittle and put in perspective how tall basketball players are. He was bigger than George Kittle. I got a kick out of that, man. That was hysterical.
Well, it put in perspective how tall basketball players are. It also put in perspective how thick NFL players are. Oh, my God. Those guys, they're massive over there. They're just massive. They have to be. I know, the game is so physical, and they need that extra layer of armor just to survive out there. But, man, that's some big fellas.
Was there a guy when you got to the league that was that for you, where you were like, dude, this guy, like even JD and I were talking that when Chase Young got traded over here earlier this season, the most alarming part of that was seeing him next to Nick Bosa and knowing he was bigger. You're like, that doesn't make any sense. How is he bigger than that? I mean, Shaq is the most dominant, freakish, athletic guy to ever play. He was like one of a kind. Who for you? Anybody else besides that?
That was kind of the days of the power forward in the the 90s was a power forward era, and there were guys like Charles Oakley, Michael Cage. I don't know if you remember that name. Otis Thorpe, Buck Williams. These guys are all like 6'9", just absolute rocks. Just knock over everything in their path in the paint, and the game's changed quite a bit, so the power forward spot has kind of gone by the wayside. But back in the day, those guys were enforcers.
Steve, I know you are a huge sports fan. Just what have you made of just the 49ers run here, in particular, just the NFC Championship game and being down and coming back and finding a way, and here they are having a shot to finally get that title?
Well, number one, I'm just thrilled for the Niners. I've gotten to know Kyle and John a little bit over the years, and I've been down to their practice, and actually knew John from San Diego before either one of us came up to the Bay, and they're both great guys and really, really sharp, and they've built something special. So mainly I'm just rooting for them, but I think this run has been interesting just because of the adversity that they've had both in the regular season and the in the playoffs, just having to come from behind, having that losing streak in the regular season and having to kind of find their team again. I always love when you see teams respond to resilience and just find a way. And that's what I'm impressed with the Niners right now. They're finding ways. They haven't been at their best necessarily, but sometimes the best thing you can do is win playoff games like that, because oftentimes your best effort follows, because it just seems to work that way in the NBA, and I think in the NFL as well.
I was going to ask you about that, because we've been asking the listeners and the callers today. It's like, would you have rather the 49ers blown out their first two opponents and marched into the Super Bowl, or are you more confident because of them winning two games in a way that they hadn't really won all season? Is battle-tested, iron sharpening iron, live by the sword, die by the sword, I know is sort of a risk-taking thing, but is that a true resilient thing? Are they better for having gone through that in the playoffs?
I think so. There's definitely belief. I mean, just translating it to basketball, right. If you have to come back and you do it, then you can the next time. But I think what really rings true for me, in the NBA, if you win a playoff game, especially game one, you kind of win ugly. It's like the best thing that can happen, because, your players are on edge for the next game. They're not really happy with their performance, so they tend to pay a little closer attention the next game, and that game two, you get a much sharper performance. And So, hopefully the same thing happens with the Niners, and they come out and they play their best game against Kansas City.
Steve, going back to your team, you had mentioned, you've got some players coming back. Obviously, the trade deadline a week from tomorrow. But as far as just the guys that are projected to come back, how difficult is that going to be? It seems like that's the question that's always popped up when you've had close to everybody or everybody available. How difficult, just as you have said, you're starting to find some combinations that are working in different ways. Now you add to it. How do you maximize everybody in the best way once you get closer to having everybody?
Well, it's impossible because we've got the depth that allows us to survive, the times when we're missing guys. But if everyone's healthy, really only 9 or 10 can play. And so when we do have a fully healthy roster, there's going to be a couple guys who are out of the mix, and that's the hard part, especially a team like this where these guys all deserve to play. They're great guys. They handle themselves so well. So it's tough. Right now Looney's kind of the guy out of the mix a little bit, and I hate it because he's such an important person for us, and he's done so much for the organization. But, this is all part of it, and we just got to keep trying to find the best version of ourselves and find some momentum here.
What did you make of Brandon Pajemski's comments about liking himself to a mini Draymond? I thought even if that's what you're aspiring to be, Steph heard it and Steph was like, "I love that kid, man. I love that guy. I got to kick out of that." But is that who he is?
He's he is in that he wants to impact the game in a lot of different ways, and he's really. He's not, the guy who's just like a spot-up shooter or, an assist guy. I mean, he fills up the box score. He really does. And he's a guy who takes a lot of pride in taking charges. He loves making the pass. He loves, guarding the toughest guy. Like, he's really a guy who impacts the game in a lot of different ways, and that's one of the reasons he's playing so well for us.
Steve, I'm fascinated by Kuminga, and I know a lot of Warrior fans are, and just the evolution and how you use him. And I know he had the quote last night as his minutes have gone up, and he's played so well. He said, "I'm not going to go out there and do things I'm not supposed to do and then expect to get 30 minutes." What is just the evolution, I guess, of your relationship with Kuminga, who I know you've said a lot that you love him, you love his talent, he wants to do so much, but just kind of how has your relationship with him evolved when I know at times it hasn't maybe always been the best because he has wanted a bigger role?
Sure. Yeah, the relationship's always been good because he's a really good young guy, and I enjoy being around him. There's definitely been frustration because he, like all players, he's wanted to play more, and he's so talented. I think the hard part, for me, has been just, these guys have to do certain things in order for us to win, and these young guys like JK who don't have a lot of experience, it takes time. And one of the things in the NBA, we hardly ever practice. There's a game every other day, and it's really hard to build and ingrain habits with young players unless they're playing in games. But we've had a championship team here the last couple of years, and so the frustration is, I think, just comes from that, where he wants to play more. We're trying to tighten up, the fundamental aspect of his game and get him to recognize, how to make winning plays. And those things haven't always jibed, but, they're starting to, that's for sure. He's really put himself in better positions to help us win. He's recognizing patterns. He's understanding things. And this is how you want it to work, where, third season for a young guy, I mean, he really should be seeing these things. And the great thing is he is, and he's getting better, and he's taking advantage of his minutes.
It's like on-the-job learning, right? No practices in the NBA. And who knew that Allen Iverson's legacy would be felt through that today? Who knew that we'd still feel it in 2024? Steve, always appreciate the time, man. I know you got a long road trip ahead. Get some rest, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, man. The great Steve Kerr. Always fun to talk to Steve Kerr right after we talked to Steve Young. How about that? That was your first little Steve and Steve dose here on Tolbert and Coast.
It was, yeah.
How you handling it?
It was. I feel like I could do 4 more hours.
You got a little. Okay, well, you're on your own on that. I'm going home.
Not really.
You got a little sweat on your brow, huh? You look good. You're just getting warmed up. This is nice. Adam Copeland, John Dickinson with you. Tom Tolbert out today. He will be back tomorrow. 808 KNBR if you want to get involved here at the end of the show, and you can start lining up calls. Kerry Crowley coming up at the top of the hour. Sports Phone KNBR is coming your way. We'll see what Kerry's got going on tonight next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. We are almost to February. I just got my documents, my tax documents. Steve, what happens if you get them and you can't pay your taxes?
You call us, and we want to take care of you. You know, this is like getting pushed off a dock, and you're in the water, and the water's over your head, and you're drowning, and you don't know what to do, and your life is flashing in front of you. That's what happens to a lot of people. They're just overwhelmed. They're over the head with the taxes. They don't know what to do. Don't make the mistake of sticking your head in the sand, because the IRS hired all these new IRS agents, and they're coming after people for this. This is one of the types of cases they're very interested in. And it doesn't have to be. There's so many good solutions to get you out of this, whether we offer to pay just part, or pay in monthly installments, or have penalties forgiven, or have them just leave you alone until you're back on your feet financially, or something else, or some combination. All kinds of good stuff. And the bottom line is, we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. And then you can have a normal life, sit back, relax, watch the 49ers in the Super Bowl, and not be biting your fingernails to the elbow, worried about what the IRS is going to do to you. Let us take care of you. We have so much experience in this area.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX dealer. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
KNBR, the sports leader.
This hour of KNBR is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at GoldenStateLumber.com and by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. All right, wrapping things up here on a Wednesday evening. Tom Tolbert out today, but he'll be back tomorrow, 2 o'clock. John Dickinson, super reporter, sitting in, and as one of our texters said earlier, super reporter and founding father. John Dickinson. True. There you go. Kerry, your favorite founding father, as Kerry Crowley joins us here ahead of Sports Fun KNBR. Not so much pop culture, Kerry. I figured this is good up your alley.
Yeah, exactly. This is Ben Franklin. Does he qualify as a good founding father?
It's low-hanging fruit, really.
Yeah,
but,
exactly. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, well,
counts. This is my area of expertise.
He had syphilis, I think, right, Kerry?
That's not my area of expertise, but I'm sure Harmony can
now he's not your area of expertise. Now all of a sudden the founding fathers aren't your area of expertise.
You know what? Let's get Derek behind the board and see what happens.
What about Al Capone, huh? What about him?
Yeah, there you
go. How are we doing today, man?
Oh, doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. It is dumping in San Francisco. We got one of those atmospheric rivers, which apparently is like the new, didn't exist before like 2017 or something. It's like a brand new term.
Yeah, I love the term. I obviously hate the atmospheric river, incredibly dangerous on the roads, but atmospheric river sounds like just the Bay Area's version of a catastrophic event. And you know, Copes, as a former Arkansas resident myself, I've seen some heavy rainfall in my time.
I spent some time in Central Florida before I was working here, and dude, you get so hard that you have to pull off the side of the freeway, and it happens like every day. And it's coming down so hard and so fast, your windshield wipers don't move quickly enough for you to see anything. So you pull off for like 15 minutes, you just wait, and then it picks back up, and you go. Here we deal with the, if you're like in Alameda, you deal with the bridge. In Florida, you got to pull off the side of the road because it's raining too hard. Either way, water involved in your commute. So we started kind of turning the page towards, I joked with you yesterday, we have a whole 2 weeks to talk about this game, so I'm still saving that Bill Vinovich segment I want to do next week.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody talk about it. I don't want to be influenced. We'll do the Vinovich thing next week. I got plenty of time to talk about it.
JD's probably a Carl Sheffers guy himself.
Yeah.
I mean, JD knows balls. So
Jerome Boger.
Jerome Boger, one of the all-time good guys.
Who was it yesterday? Was it one of you guys, or was it you, Kerry, who said he really upholds the integrity of the game?
Integrity of the game. It's our game, and you want someone who is out there ensuring that the fans can believe in the process in the NFL. And Vinovich is one of those guys. Sheffers, Jerome Bogart, for sure, one of those guys.
Knock it off.
And they're dwindling these days.
I told you. I told you. You had the same impact on me with that take that JD had when he started talking NBA aprons on
luxury tax aprons.
I cut him off. He said apron. I said nope. I said we're going to the phone lines. That's it. I stopped. I draw the line at NBA luxury tax aprons. That's it.
808 KNBR, a custom luxury tax apron. The Warriors are going to get the repeater apron, right? Is that?
Yeah. You want to avoid the repeater, Kerry. You got to avoid the repeater.
Repeater.
Yeah.
Barely knew her.
My God.
The topic for us today. Nice. You cut that. That's a soundbite that can live. The topic for us today, big time, was did the 2 come-from-behind wins for the 49ers make you more confident in them, which is sort of a counter, obviously, because they played poorly in the first half. Would you feel better about them if they just blew out both of those teams 55-10? Or do you think are they better suited now, and do you feel better about it because they've won in ways you haven't seen?
I think you're better equipped to win a close game, and you're not going to go into the fourth quarter against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs thinking, okay, Niners down 7, Chiefs had the ball. This doesn't look good. You're going to go into that fourth quarter thinking, Brock's done this. Brock, in fact, has done this recently. He did this twice in the playoffs. So it gives you all the confidence in the world to make that happen. But would I feel better if the 49ers beat the Packers 42-10 and then, stomp down the Lions 28-3? Yeah, I would feel better about their overall ability. I have not been entirely impressed with the line play in the last 2 games, particularly defensive line first half against the Detroit Lions, and offensive line outside of Trent Williams. I feel like there's been way too much pressure in Brock Purdy's face. So I think that there are ways that the 49ers have been exposed, but then again, JD Copes, the Chiefs have been exposed this season. This is not Kansas City's best year under Andy Reid and with Pat Mahomes leading the way. So both teams have weaknesses, and I don't think I'm more confident, but I'm more confident than ever that this is the 49ers year. And that's going to be the theme of tonight's show, I think, for the callers is why is this the 49ers year? So that's what I want to get into.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Your calls, your show, Sports Fun KNBR. Why is it the 49ers year? That's what we're going with. That's the opening question for the callers?
That's the opening question. Last night we didn't actually move off the opening question. We did 3 hours of the same question. So shout out to the Sports Phone Nation now. We had so many callers, and we've got some great people. I'm sure JD experiences this with Dubs OT, but the people who call in and really know ball, they add so much to the show, and we've had a ton of people telling great stories. Past few nights, we've got some great Kezar Stadium stories, sneaking into Candlestick Park, just longtime 49ers fans who've lived and died with the red and gold, and it's great to hear how invested they are in the 2023 team as they move toward February 11th. So that was really cool, and now I think we're going to get the real analysts out who've been following this team extremely closely, the people who crunch the numbers, salary cap, talk about the repeater tax in the NBA. We're going to get those folks out here on 808 KNBR tonight, and I think that'll be really fun.
Well, I thought it was interesting.
No, hold on. No, it won't be. The repeater tax, stop it. What are we doing? Stop with this repeater. Nearly killed her. Go ahead, JD. Yeah. No apron talk.
We had Steve Kerr on, Kerry, and he had said, hey, his belief is often, like in the playoffs, if you don't play your best game but you still win, that the best game is coming often in that next game. And I think, that, to answer your question, I think that would be the number one reason for optimism. If you said, hey, you had to try, the Niners haven't really put together a 4-quarter game in a while. Now, are they not capable of it? Maybe, but if they get closer to it now that because I think you could make the case both of these playoff games have been kind of zero upside games, especially the Packers games. Like, you got to win, and there's if you lose, it's a disaster. I think if the Niners had lost to the Lions under any circumstances, it was a disaster because it wasn't Philly or Dallas. You had the NFC Championship game at home. Now you're beyond all that. Now it's like, all right, this is the one game to win it. Maybe it is a more complete game because the 49ers know it's going to have to be because they know what Mahomes and Kelsey and Andy Reid have up their sleeve.
Yeah, that's a really good point about the fact that you don't play your best and you still win and you get through because JD, I was thinking throughout that Packers game and really through the first half of the Lions game with the way that the 49ers were playing, I was one of the first to say I didn't believe in them at halftime. I thought, no way are they coming back. And we had about 50% calls saying, yeah, I lost the faith, and 50% people never lost the faith. It was actually a really good split among Niner fans. But the fact that they're past the point where this would be a disaster, and now they have something to where you strive for, you've played for this your entire life. If you're, a Trent Williams, if you're a Christian McCaffrey, guys who haven't been to the Super Bowl, and then the guys who have, getting back there, they have the taste of failure in that game and understanding what it could mean to them to win at the highest level. I love that perspective from Steve Kerr that, you get through and the best is still yet to come. And who knows it better than Steve? I mean, guy feels like he's been in, at least 100 playoff games at this point in his head coaching career, right?
Who knows better? Well, Blue Eyes sang it pretty good. Best is yet to come. You get that one, Kerry? Is that up your alley?
Vaguely.
No, nothing.
Yeah, vaguely. I've heard it. Yeah, couldn't put my finger on it.
It's not real current. Maybe we'll...
No. And you wouldn't get me with the real current stuff either, Copes.
You got Blue Eyes, though. You knew who that was. Off too, jeez.
I've heard it.
We got going on
JD, do you know this?
JD, I said old Blue Eyes. Who am I talking about?
That's Sinatra.
Thank you.
Oh, well, see. So,
Frank Sinatra.
There's some tremendous Sinatra out there. I love listening to Sinatra, but that's not one that.
You know who Frank Sinatra is, right? Carrie?
Yeah, of course I know who Frank Sinatra is.
He's a dancer. He's a tap dancer.
Yeah,
Fred Astaire. I'm kidding, dude. What do you got going on the show tonight, dude? Who's coming on?
No guests.
No guests. All callers all the time.
Yeah,
nice.
Exactly. Yeah. This is the Bay Area show, Northern California show. By the way, did you hear last night we had a caller from New Zealand?
No, from Auckland?
We had Jason from New Zealand call in and talk for 3 minutes about how he became a 49ers fan. We had 3 different folks call in last night who immigrated to the United States and immigrated to the Bay Area from different countries. We had someone from Australia, we had someone from India, and then there was a third country as well. And they all told different origin stories last night about how they came to the United States as kids and how their parents, took up a love of the 49ers and how that passed along to them, even though they knew nothing about American football when they were 10, 12, 14 years old. And today, 40 plus years later, they're all diehards. And so I was talking about how great it is to hear those stories and how cool it is that they feel this shared sense of community among Bay Area residents. And then we get Jason from New Zealand calling in, and he's like, hey, you don't need to live there to feel that passion. I went to my first game 7 years ago, but I've been rooting for this team since 1989.
I think I interacted with this guy, Jason. He emailed me a couple of weeks ago and said, get this, dude. He emails me and he goes, I came there for my first game 7 years ago. And you said he's from New Zealand. Maybe this is a different gentleman. I think it is this guy, though. The guy I was talking to was in Sydney. A guy flew out here 7 years ago, came to a game, and had downloaded several KNBR podcasts from the week he was here. It was like Matt Mayoko, Tim Ryan, and a few other. It was like his hit with Greg Papa. It was like all stuff from the day. It wasn't even that long ago. Maybe it was 5. But I think our podcast page wiped them out because it had been too long ago. Like, it was like the 2019 season. He came to his first game here, and he's like, dude, I listen to these as like memory things. I like have them as like my keepsakes from that trip. He emailed asking if there's any way, found the file, sent them out to him.
No way.
Yeah, so I was like, dude, that's
nice.
The memories you're talking about. That's a thing, dude. Like, that's people associate with a team, and it's nice to have that sense of community without actually having to be there with anybody. It's pretty cool. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, Jason last night, he says that he runs a popular Instagram page about the 49ers, and he just posts old highlights. So basically he posts some current highlights, but old highlights of his favorite players, and he's had 49ers players DM him on Instagram asking if they can put them on his page. He's that popular on Instagram. So I got to find what account he's running, but this guy is just a diehard 49ers fan. And he says that he watches the games on Sunday, 1 o'clock at Levi Stadium in his home office at 10 a.m. in New Zealand.
Well, that's it. It's well, I don't know exactly where he is and what I think they're in the same time zone or close to it as Sydney, which is at
it's got to be, yeah.
Which is at this time of year. I think it subtracts 7 hours, but it's tomorrow. So I think it's 11 a.m. on Thursday in Sydney. I believe it could be 9 a.m. or something. They do it's a 5 or a 7 or a. It depends
I got to
on
get
the
my world clock up. Yeah,
depending on the time of the year, and the weight of the yen and all that.
Of course.
I remember when we flew back from Sydney, we landed before we took off. We took off at 11 a.m. Monday. And I landed at like 10:30. I get in a time machine.
Good spring training trick. If you were ever flying back from Arizona to California, you'd take off at like noon and then land at 12:05 because that was the distance of the travel when you're going between the Mountain Time Zone and Pacific Time Zone. Then
quick flight.
Yeah,
quick flight.
Not
Sleep
bad,
fast. All right, Kerry. We'll have a good show tonight, dude. 808 KNBR. Start lining them up. Why do you think it's the 49ers here? Kerry Crowley going to take you up until 9 o'clock. Have a good show, man.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Let's thank our guests today. We had just 2 of them. They're both great. You check them out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Steve Kerr and Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, both great hits today. And Steve Young is going to go out to Vegas. He's doing a flag football women's empowerment thing with his daughters. Very cool.
Awesome. That was really awesome.
So we'll see him out there. JD, thanks for coming by today, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. Appreciate
John
it.
Dickinson. Thank you to, by the way, Kerry, are you still there? Can you hear us still, Kerry? I can see you. Yeah, dude. This was just one of our callers earlier. Check out Jimmy the caller. I wonder if you've had one of these. Jimmy, you're on KNBR.
Oh, you just made the point about kicking the field goals. Okay.
Let's go back to Jimmy. Jimmy's in Modesto. Jimmy, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man? Take 2.
All right. Sorry about that, boys.
That was it. We put him back on hold.
Good stuff.
I would have gone back a third time, but he called it. I was going to go back a third time because comedy in threes is a must, you know?
Last night we had someone, Copes, who said, I agree with everything you said. Well, actually, I'm not sure that I do. And then proceeds to give his answer. It was awesome.
It's like the dude yesterday told us where New Mexico was. All right. We'll catch you later. Thanks to JD for coming by today, man. Really appreciate it. Tom Turbel will be back tomorrow. Thanks to Tim. Thanks to Derek. Great work today, boys. As always, a lot of fun listening, getting to talk to the callers. Great reaching out to you guys. Love that this has come back strong to KNBR, and it continues next with Sports Phone KNBR with Kerry Crowley. Until tomorrow, take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are live, local, and hanging out with you until 9 o'clock. The show, Sports Phone KNBR. I'm your host this evening, Kerry Crowley. I cannot wait to take more of your calls. Such a fun discussion last night. 99% of people absolutely loved it. One person blowing up the text line hated it, and that's when you know that things were good. 49ers fans were all about sharing their origin stories of how they became a 49ers fan. What pulled them in to becoming part of the faithful? How did you fall in love with the red and gold? We heard tremendous stories from all across the Bay Area, all across Northern California, and as I just mentioned, Jason from New Zealand chiming in with maybe the call of the night tonight. I want to know from you, why are you convinced that this year's 49er team will be the one to get it done? End the quest for 6. What is different about this team than, say, the 2012 team that made it to the Super Bowl before losing to the Baltimore Ravens? What's different about this year's team compared to the 2019 team with so many familiar faces that played against the Kansas City Chiefs and lost in Miami in February 2020? What makes you convinced that this is the 49ers year? Fans, I'd love to hear from you. Everything that you've got tonight. If you want to talk X's and O's, we're ready to do that. If you want to talk, breaking down specific matchups with the 49ers, we're ready to do that. X factors for the Super Bowl, we are ready to do that. But what I really want to know from you is, why will this year potentially be different for the San Francisco 49ers and end this 29-year Super Bowl drought that has existed for this franchise? So, I want to remind you, the show is Sports Phone KNBR. We're presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. Really looking forward to tonight's show. We're going to dive in on this year's team and talk a little bit about how this roster was built as well, because this has been a long build since 2017 for general manager John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. How did the 49ers get to this point, and kind of why I think that this is the best roster that they've put together? And yes, they had other opportunities in the NFC title game against the Rams before losing, in the NFC title game against the Eagles before Brock Purdy goes down. The 2019 season was not it was not the only season where the 49ers had an opportunity to win a Super Bowl under John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. So I definitely want to get into that tonight. And we are going to take a break momentarily, but before we do, we already have someone on the phone lines. We got Raw in Philly. Raw in Philly, you're on Sports Zone KNBR. How are you this evening?
Hey, how are you, sir?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Yeah, man, I was there on Sunday. I flew in.
Amazing.
It was actually my birthday weekend. My wife was like, go. This is why you have season tickets. This is the NFC Championship home game,
Yeah.
So I flew in. I actually saw Dubs Lakers on Saturday, which was great. Obviously, it's a disappointing ending for the Dubs, but
yeah, killer game though.
I got to tell you, man. So first, I want to just tell you a little story about what happened in that game. It was so disappointing in the first half that I actually FaceTimed my wife and I said, "Why do I do this to myself? Why do I follow this team with so much passion?" I almost started to tear up. I was like, "This is ridiculous,"
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then when the Iyuk catch happened, I had the entire section. We all just kept repeating, "Play like we're underdogs." And everybody, like the 10 or 15 people around us, just kept saying that over and over because play loose, play like we're underdogs. We got nothing to lose. We're down, and they did. And it worked. I don't know. I mean, they just played looser. They just played like, we got nothing to lose at this point, right?
So why is this in your mind the 49ers year? Like, what makes this the team that's going to end this 29-year streak?
2011, Kyle Williams fumbles.
Mm-hmm.
That team was Super Bowl bound, man. That team was a
incredible team.
2012, we were on a mission. Then Justin Smith gets hurt in the run game. I mean, the run defense falls apart. We still make the Super Bowl, and then obviously we lose when not only we didn't run, we did run. Cap ran over Ray Lewis to win the game, but Harbaugh called timeout. 2013, Sherman obviously with the tip, Bowman stopping Lynch. I mean, this is all heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. Obviously, the Super Bowl, we're winning. We go celebrate a little bit too early. Hopefully, we don't do that ever again. Then 2021, somehow we can't stop Cooper Kupp, which is crazy after Tart drops the pass. I just couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
The only thing they did was throw to Kupp. 2022, obviously, I watched that game here in Philly. No quarterback. That might have hurt the most, actually, just to watch the Eagles fans celebrate for 3 quarters, basically, because we had no quarterback.
Yep.
I mean, we've earned it, man. This is, that's a lot of pain. And when you go through that much pain, it's in their blood. It's, they're not going to pass this up. They are going to close, man. You got Charvarius Ward, who won a title against us, is going to remind them what it takes. Javon Hargrave, who's hungry, he couldn't finish it off last year. All these guys that are veterans that have not finished it off. I mean, what did Kittle say? I will be back, and I will be back here with a vengeance, right?
I love it. And
not just vengeance, this is revenge.
Exactly. Rod, thank you so much for the call. Great stuff. I think you're getting a lot of people fired up here to talk 49ers football tonight. Why is this the 49ers year? Why will they end this 29-year streak? What's different about this year's team than the one that made it to the Super Bowl back in 2012, the Super Bowl squad from 2019 that ultimately lost the Kansas City Chiefs? What's different about the 2023 San Francisco 49ers that makes you believe that they will get the job done? I'm your host this evening, Kerry Crowley, hanging out with you until 9 o'clock. You're listening Sports Zone KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
The NFC champions were out at Chase last night. George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Aiyuk. They all enjoyed themselves watching the Warriors get that victory over the 76ers. More on that story is trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues. Right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
McCaffrey runs around Purdy, pressured. Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Aiyuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Aiyuk. Aiyuk is on fire! Just in time!
And what a great move to snag and just throw Cam Sutton off of him and get a release to the inside. And Brock right on time, slamming it right in between two defenders as he bought some time moving to the left. That is a big-time play.
We are back live and local till 9 o'clock this evening. You're listening. Sports Phone KNBR, talking all Niners all night long here on the leader and taking your calls. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Why are you convinced that this is the year that the 49ers end the quest for 6 and finally win their first Super Bowl title in 29 years? What's the difference between the 2012 team, the 2019 team that both made it to the Super Bowl? What's the difference between this team that will get the job done? Want to hear from you. We're headed out to Phil in Sacramento. Phil in Sacramento, you're on Sports Phone. Phil, how are you this evening?
I'm doing great out here circumnavigating myself through this rain and all this fun stuff out here. But just real quick, been holding it down as a Niner fan since '84. This year just feels different. I think 4 years ago, they weren't ready for that moment. Like, I just don't think the youth, like, the way how everything broke down in that game, how they let the Chiefs come back, that was a sign of a young football team.
Yeah.
And we saw on Saturday, like we saw against the Packers and against the Vikings, that youth that, when you're almost there to grab it and you're just too crazy or too not focused, and that veteran, you don't have that veteran savvy, in big moments, that's what happens. Those young teams just can't get it sometimes. In 2019, you got to think about it. Kittle was only in his third year. Warner's second year. Bosa, Debo, Greenlaw. They were all rookies. They didn't know how to deal with that. And yet, now that they're more primed, I think they showed the last 2 weeks we are ready for that moment. I know everybody's like, man, they shouldn't be playing like this and all that. But you know what? Sometimes it comes out at the right time. And I think most of the pundits across the country, it showed them a lot more about this football team. Like, hey, they're winning like this now. Now they know that the Niners can go not only go blow you out, but they can win a close football game.
Yeah.
And even more so, I want it for Purdy. Like, I want this kid to win it. Like, man, I'm sick and tired of the disrespect this kid gets. But you know what? I tell my kids, whenever somebody, says something to you or does something to you, I tell them straight up, keep that same energy. Because when it's all set down and it's all laid down, guess what? You're going to have to deal with what you said, and you're going to be accountable for your words. And that's exactly what a lot of people are going to feel next month, not this Monday morning, but the following Monday after the Super Bowl. And that kid's holding up that trophy. They got to sit up here and kind of figure out what they're going to say.
They do. Phil, I got to ask, I love the point that you made about how young the 49ers were the last time they went to the Super Bowl. You talked about all the different players who have now grown up in 49ers uniforms and become superstars. And not that they weren't then, but they've gotten better now and are more equipped to win a Super Bowl. What are your thoughts on Kyle Shanahan and how he's changed since 2019?
You want to know what? I got to throw him in that mix too. He honestly, that was a young coach and, basically head in deer lights, in that moment. He didn't know how to handle it. I think at that time he didn't have enough trust in Jimmy, and I think a lot of us didn't. Even though we love Jimmy.
Me included.
you know, but at the same time, he just didn't know how to handle that situation. These last 2 games made me a full-blown believer. And I've always believed in Kyle, but it really made me full-blown believe you're ready for this moment. You're ready to put yourself in that same category as a Super Bowl winning head coach like your dad. You're ready for this moment now. You know, and it's really starting to resonate just throughout the organization. You see guys like, you know, Trent Williams. That's honestly my favorite Niner. Big guy, almost died, you know. Hall of Fame football career. The only thing missing from him before he goes to Canton is that Super Bowl ring.
Yep.
I mean, and then you look at Chase Young. He was out there out of nowhere, like in Washington, just suffering. We get him for nothing, for a bag of beans. And then Christian McCaffrey, like, man, you are one of the faces of the NFL. This is the one thing that has kept you from keeping you out of the arguments. Because once you win this, because if he goes out there and wins it and says he wins MVP, you're now in the counting for being one of the greatest running backs of all time.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of legacy, a lot of things on the line for these guys. We're pulling for them. I feel more confident. I'm at ease. I'm ready for next Sunday. Like, I'm honestly ready. So I hope
there we go, Phil. Thank you so much for the call. I appreciate your time, and I think you got a lot of people fired up with the way that you're talking about next Sunday against the Kansas City Chiefs. Great call there from my man Phil in Sacramento. 415-808-KNBR is the number. One of my favorite things about this show, we hear from you around the Bay Area, 49er fans around Northern California. But, folks, you're all over the country. We started tonight's show in Philly with Raw. We're headed out to Trenton, New Jersey for our man Edgar. Edgar, you're on Sports Phone. How are you this evening?
Let's go. I told you last night. We talked about the stories. Yeah, this is it. There's nothing to talk about. They built this. They started in 2017 with Shanahan, and don't forget about Lynch. They put a squad together. He said they're going to be fast. They're going to be vicious. Oh man, and that's exactly what they built. They have done the job. This is. I don't even want to say cemented.
The job isn't done yet, Edgar. The job isn't quite done yet.
But it's a lot calmer than it is 4 years ago. I'll tell you that. They're feeling good in that locker room. They're good. Just be calm and cool and be ready to go. Everybody's
what else
healthy.
in your mind, Edgar, what else in your mind makes this different from the 2019 49ers? Why are you more convinced by this year's team?
Oh, the last time we had the defense, it felt like it was all defense. This time is the opposite, right? Purdy. This time we got Purdy. You know, Jimmy makes that pass, we win the game.
Yep.
But we got Purdy now. There's no, I never second guess the guy. You know, as a fan, come on, man, he's done it all. You got to have haters. If you don't got no haters, there's a problem. Yeah, Purdy is that guy.
That's well said. That's well said, Edgar. Thank you so much for the. Okay.
Joe Montana, Steve Young, and Brock Purdy.
That's what we're going to be saying 2 Mondays from now. Thank you, Edgar, for the call. Yes. Appreciate your time this evening. Always enjoy your phone calls. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Why is this the year that the 49ers snap this 29-year Super Bowl drought and this quest for 6? What's different about this team than the others who've come oh so close? Tell us, 415-808-KNBR. Dial in, text in. We've got some good people on the line right now that I recognize. We're headed out to Gregory in Fairfield. Gregory in Fairfield, you're on Sports Phone. Gregory, how's it going this evening?
It's going great. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, loud and clear. What's on your mind?
Fantastic. Well, listen, your question is, why do we think, or why do I think this will be the year for the 49ers? I think because there's a saying, and it's a biblical saying. It says, God will take the foolish things of the world to confound those who think they are wise. See, we have a lot of wise analysts who think they know everything about football. Some of them have never even played a down of football. However, I believe because Brock is who he is, because he's a believer, not only in his ability, but in the Most High. You know, I know I'm getting a little bit religious on your program, but I got to keep it real.
Hey, you need a higher power to win a Super Bowl. So, let's go back to the X's and O's, though, to convince me on why this is the team.
Well, let me just finish my statement, if you would.
Of course.
I just think that this is the highest stage, and because Brock is so humble, he's going to confound some people. by his play and by the team, the X's and O's, because as the caller said before, you know, in 2019, we were close. We had that game. I watched it last night. We were in the lead with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. But we didn't have that mobile quarterback that we have now. We didn't have, I would say, the defensive backfield that we have now. I played strong safety when I was playing ball, and I just think that our defense now has a better back end than what we had before. You know, unfortunately, Jimmy Ward, exciting player, team leader, but he got burned by Tyreek Hill. They don't have that.
A lot of people get burned by Tyreek Hill. I'm glad the 49ers aren't going up against him on the following Sunday.
Exactly, and that's one of the key points one of the things I wanted to point out. They don't have that weapon. They have Kelsey. Yeah, he's awesome. He's unstoppable, but they don't have a Tyreek Hill. They don't have that that other weapon. So, you know, that's going to limit them. Now, they do have Pacheco, who's a hard runner, and we've been having problems with stopping the run. I think with the team that we have now, you know, the linebackers that we have, we'll be able to minimize that. Yeah. The last time, I think I can't remember the linebacker that we had.
It was still Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, and you go back to 2012, and you had Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman. So you want to get to a Super Bowl. Thank you for the call, Gregory. We got to get moving here. We got a lot of people on the line right now. Appreciate your time this evening. But you want to win a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl, 49ers have had some great linebacker duos over the last decade plus. Pat Willis and Navarro Bowman patrolled the field in just sensational fashion. They were so much fun to watch. And now you've got Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. And to me, it's so comparable between the talents and the way they eliminate the middle of the field, the passing game, and the way they stuff the run. 49ers have been very fortunate at the linebacker position. So we have to take a very quick break. I see calls on the line right now. Brian, Darnell, Corey, I see all of you right now. 415-808-KNBR is the number. See a lot of great texts as well. Shout out to Randy. Shout out to CHP Joe for checking in. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Joe Montana, Steve Young, and Brock Purdy. Good.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Tabor Pepper will snap to Wisnowski. Jake has it away, and this one's right down the middle and good. Did not kick it at the right upright, but pulled it back. And the 49ers do get 3 on their opening possession.
We are back here on the Leader Sports Phone KNBR, rolling with you until 9 o'clock. Just getting going this evening. We've got a good lineup of calls tonight. Want to read a few texts as well that just came in over the course of that last break. Why are you convinced that the 49ers will end this quest for 6, will come home with the Lombardi Trophy in their hands on Sunday, February 11th? We got some good texts here. 408 says it's the revenge factor. We have the want and the revenge. So many vets that haven't won a Super Bowl. They'll go all out against the Chiefs. Hope Kyle pulls out and uses the entire playbook. That's been a theme of a few callers this week. Really wanted to see Kyle Shanahan get in his bag against the Kansas City Chiefs, and they may have to against Steve Spagnuolo and that great Chiefs defense. So we're going to head out to the phone lines right now. 808-KNBR is the number. We're headed out to Corey in Alameda. Corey in Alameda, you're on Sports Phone. Corey, how are you this evening?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
I feel like the players that have been in this position before are hungry. They're going to leave it all out on the field. You know, they got hit in the nose. They've lost before. Whether it's defense, offense. I know McCaffrey hasn't been here, but God, he's hungry for it. And my number one thing is it's Purdy. I don't want to disparage, Kaepernick or Garoppolo. I appreciate their contributions, and they had great runs. But Purdy's got legs, and Purdy's got accuracy, and that's what this team needs. And this is the formula. This is why it's going to happen.
Yeah, well said. Corey, thank you so much for the call. I appreciate that, and I do agree. I look, back in 2012, that season, Colin Kaepernick was a sensation when he came on for the 49ers, had some great postseason games for this team. Back in 2019, Jimmy Garoppolo, look, I never truly believed that Jimmy would get the 49ers over the hump at the quarterback position. I wasn't sold on him as being the guy, but you can't take away the 13-3 season from him. You can't take away the fact that he won and won and won in a 49ers uniform, and if he hits that pass to Emmanuel Sanders, we talk about him in a completely different light around the Bay Area. But I'm with you. I'm with the callers who say that the difference is Brock Purdy. I'm believe that he's the most talented guy that Kyle Shanahan has had at the quarterback position in his tenure in San Francisco, and I don't think it's particularly close. So the 49ers are in a great position right now. They've got to get the job done on Sunday, February 11th. We're taking your calls about why they will get the job done on Sunday, February 11th against the Kansas City Chiefs. Carl in San Francisco. You're on Sports Phone. Carl, how are you this evening?
I'm great. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Of course. What's on your mind?
There's a saying in the investment world about the stock market that I think is somewhat applicable. And what they say is a bull market has to climb a wall of worry. And boy, did that wall show up starting in that Green Bay game. And I feel like that edge, that concern, that nervousness that the Niners have now, that slight uncertainty is going to bode well for them. It's going to pay off, and as opposed to if they'd sailed through Green Bay and Detroit, I just feel like they might just get mugged. What do you think?
I love the wall of worry and the bull market comparison. So, Carl, keep calling in. Keep giving us this insight because I really like where you're headed here. And we had a caller kick off the show talking about how, the 49ers proved something by beating the Green Bay Packers in the fashion they did. The 49ers proved something against the Lions in beating them in the fashion that they did. And I think that the wall of worry is there, and the Kansas City Chiefs present more worry as well because this is a team that's beaten the 49ers on a big stage. So you got anything else for us on this subject?
Well, I just said I think that all the other things that the other callers have been saying about, hey, now the Niners are actually, you could say they're a second half team.
Yeah.
When, they used to always be drive down the field and score the touchdown. If they drive down the field in the first series and score a touchdown, I might be worried. I mean, all I know is that it's going to be expect the unexpected, and I don't know. I'll have to think more on it. But boy, I've really been glued to your show like the last 2 weeks.
Thank you so much, Carl.
Everything you do.
Appreciate you. Thank you for the call, and good stuff with the wall of worry. And I'm telling you, Carl makes a good point. Even if the 49ers go down and score on their opening drive against the Kansas City Chiefs, I don't think the worries are suddenly going to be out of the minds of 49ers fans, because we saw 2019 what the 49ers looked like when they had a lead in the fourth quarter against Patrick Mahomes in that Super Bowl, of course, taking place in February 2020 in Miami. And we saw the collapse. We saw the 49ers unable to finish the job. Those worries are not going to be eliminated. But I do think that if the 49ers are trailing or tied in the fourth quarter, you're going to look at this game maybe differently than you would have a few months ago or even a month ago or right at the outset of the postseason. 49ers have come back and they've beaten the Green Bay Packers when they didn't play all that well. They came back with a monster second half against the Detroit Lions when they got off to a horrendous start. I think that the worries will exist, and until Brock Purdy takes a final knee with the ball in his hands and the clock at 0, they're always going to be there. But I like what Carl said there about how they've gotten to this point. And that's something that I definitely want to touch on throughout tonight's show. We're headed out to Carlos in San Francisco. Carlos in San Francisco, you're on Sports Phone. How are you this evening, Carlos?
I'm doing great. I'm still fired up from Sunday. Lifelong Niner fan. I wasn't around to watch Montana in the 80s, but I got to witness Steve Young as a 7-year-old, and that was my first quarterback that made me fall in love with the Niners. Back to your question about what makes us different this year and why this is going to get us over the hump. I mean, everybody's mentioning Brock Purdy. I mean, CMC, Christian McCaffrey is the key. I view him kind of like Shanahan's dad with the Broncos and how he carried Terrell Davis carried his squad to back-to-back titles when John Elway was at the later end of his career. I think we need to ride McCaffrey, 20-plus carries. Another big difference is now we got Brandon Aiyuk, a sure-shot number one receiver. Back in 2019, we had Debo as a rookie. Yeah. Now we got an experienced Debo, a number one receiver, and we have what everybody else has been saying. We have the difference maker in Brock Purdy as well. I think this is it. The stars have aligned. This got to be it. I've suffered too many heartbreaks. I know all the other people have suffered too many heartbreaks. This got to be the year.
Absolutely. Carlos, well said. Thank you for the phone call. Appreciate your time this evening. Good stuff on looking at Christian McCaffrey and how he fits in within the context of this 49ers offense, because I was looking through 2019, and I think we look at that year and the 49ers run in the postseason, and we think that they had this incredible rushing attack because Raheem Mostert had the sensational game against the Green Bay Packers at Levi Stadium. I was there, 215 yards, 4 touchdowns. It seemed like Green Bay could not stop him, but you forget that the 49ers had a really balanced attack during that regular season. They ran the ball well, but there was not one standout guy who put the offense on his back at times. George Kittle was the leading receiver with over 1,000 yards, but it wasn't, an Iyuk on the edge. Of course, he hadn't been drafted yet. Deebo Samuel was still just a rookie at that time. And you look at the backfield, the numbers from the regular season, and it's like Mostert, Tevin Coleman, Matt Breida splitting carries, and the 49ers went 13-3. Of course, the defense was sensational. You had Bosa and Dee Ford on the edge, collapsing the pocket. That was all great, but I do think that having Christian McCaffrey, particularly against this Kansas City Chiefs team, is going to be the difference maker. Love that call from Carlos. I'll get into why later on this week, later on, maybe even in tonight's show. I think that Christian McCaffrey will be the Super Bowl MVP this year. Let's head to David in Concord. David in Concord, you're on Sports Phone. David, how are you this evening?
Oh, I'm extremely excited. How are you?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say you got a great show. I really love this. That's why I called in.
Oh, thank you so much. We always appreciate that.
I go back a long ways with the Niners. All through the 80s, I saw a lot of magic. And I am friends with about 6 or 7 guys from those teams, guys with 2, 3, 4 Super Bowl rings. And as I talk to them now, they mention one thing that's not coming up that much. This feels like magic, sort of like we had in the 80s.
Yeah.
It's just a strong, strong feeling. These guys are veterans that have gone all the way multiple times. That's how they feel, and that's how I feel. And the other thing I wanted to mention that doesn't really come up too much is look at the individuals that we have on our team, offense and defense. We talk about the team winning, losing, doing well, not doing too well in the first half. It's going to come down to these individuals who know who they are, how well they can play. They're going to find something inside of them and say, look, this is the last game of the year. Here we go. I have a lot of faith in that, and I think guys are going to stand up and say, this is who I am. This is how I'm going to play today. I look for a very good victory.
Yeah. Well said, David. Thank you for the call. I appreciate that. And I do think that there's a little bit of, I started to sense this in the playoffs. I didn't necessarily feel this in the regular season, but a little bit of the magic, a little bit of the team of destiny feeling, because the 49ers have been to this level before. There's so many guys, George Kittle, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Deebo Samuel, Nick Bosa, who were there in 2019. Eric Armstead, I don't want to leave anyone out, but there were so many guys who were there and experienced the loss to the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl, who were oh so close. And these guys have all been here through the NFC Championship game loss to the LA Rams, through the loss to the Philadelphia Eagles, experiencing the pain after such a long season. And it feels like it's right that they would have the opportunity to beat the Kansas City Chiefs to me. And yeah, they have to go out on February 11th and prove that they have the talent to do it. They have to prove that they have the better game plan than Andy Reid in Kansas City and Steve Spagnuolo and that tremendous defense. But you just get the sense that, like our last caller said, there's some magic floating around this team. We're going to take one more before this commercial break here, but we see a ton of calls on the board right now. We're going to head out to Alex in Danville. Alex in Danville, you're on Sports Zone. Alex, how are you this evening?
How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Of course. What's on your mind tonight?
So one thing I do want to point out, I think this team, all regular season, we beat up on people. We've won by a big margin. But I think on the fly, this team's learned how to win from behind. Like both these games, we were playing terrible. And then all of a sudden, these guys, a switch flipped, and then they're like, you know what? We know how to win. Let's do this. So I think they've learned on the fly kind of like how to come back, and which they never experienced all season long. So I think that will be the difference between winning and losing. I mean, we've got all the weapons on the offensive side. We've got the great D-line. You know, we've talked about everything as far as who's going to do what. You know, ride CMC, we've got these guys. All these guys have kind of grown up, and from rookies and first-year players, young players, now they're talented veterans who can kind of show the ropes to the other younger people that we have.
Yeah. Alex, let me ask you something. Say the 49ers just blew out the Green Bay Packers and blew out the Detroit Lions. Would you be more confident in them going to the Super Bowl, or are you more confident because they've proved they can come from behind, because they won when they didn't have their best against the Packers, and they won when they got punched in the mouth by the Detroit Lions? Which way would you feel more comfortable?
I'm more comfortable this way because they know they can do it.
Yeah.
Rather than, you know what, them blowing out the Packers and blowing out the Lions. Yeah, that would have been fun. That would have been, as a fan, that would have been fun to watch. The Sunday, I felt like throwing a chair through the TV in the first half.
So did a lot of people.
Felt.
Yeah.
That's how I felt. So knowing that, I feel more comfortable now because they've seen both sides of it, and now they know that, you know what, we can do this. We're never out of this till the clock hits zero.
Well said. Well said, Alex. Thank you so much for the phone call. Appreciate your time this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Why are you of the belief that the 49ers will end this quest for 6 and win on February 11th against the Kansas City Chiefs? What must this 49ers team do to get the job done? Really looking forward to your calls throughout the evening. We even have a texter chiming in on 415 saying, shout out to Raph and Greg Silver, wherever they are. Shout out to Raph. He's going to be joining the show here soon. Greg, not with us tonight, but has done a great job all week. My man Cole Lapel on the board tonight, doing a stellar job for us here at KNBR. Want to give a shout out to the people behind the scenes who put this show together, screen your calls, and make sure that this goes smoothly. It's all calls all the time this evening up until 9 o'clock. You're listening. Sports on KNBR, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
New Giants skipper Bob Melvin joined Papa and Lund today and discussed the Giants FanFest in Napa this weekend. I'm going to be there with Bo Mel. More on that story trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sports Phone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 p.m. this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. The board is hot. Why are you convinced that this is the year the 49ers will end this quest for 6 and finally win their first Super Bowl in 29 years? Why will they get the job done against the Kansas City Chiefs? Your calls right now. I see a ton of people on the board. Don, Ken, Jason, Harrison, Darnell. We'll get to all of you in a moment. We're going to start with John in Santa Cruz. John in Santa Cruz, you're on Sports Phone. John, how are you this evening?
You?
We got you there, John?
How are you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. We're doing great on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, I'm just, and I look at, I go back to Brody.
Oh yeah.
That's how far back I go. And I've seen all the craziness over the years. That was one of the craziest games. I call it the miracle at Levi's. And,
I like it.
Yeah. But we have a chance to win this game. And it's because of those types of wins that we had the last 2 wins. And, Brock Purdy, he has been dogged so much, especially by that guy, Nick Wright. That dude.
You can't be paying attention to that.
No, I can't. But I just look at him and I go, good God, stop it, will you?
Exactly.
Just let them play the game.
Yeah.
How are they going to win the game? You got to contain Taylor Swift's boyfriend. You just have to double, triple team him. Let the other receivers try to beat you with Mahomes, and our defense just wakes up. And we've got so many great players that they have to cover. So I'm just hoping that we can do this. I would love to see the look on Nick Wright's face the day after. That would make my day. Anyways, take care.
There you go, John. Thank you so much for the call. You want to see the 49ers win the Super Bowl because you want to rub it in Nick Wright's face. How about that? I think there's a lot of other reasons out there. We're headed out to Don in San Francisco. Don in San Francisco, you're on Sports Phone. Don, how are you this evening?
Oh, okay. Remember when I called you on Friday, we don't stop believing, don't stop
Of course,
believing?
always, yeah.
And the only thing about the 49ers, they got to play the offense, got to play 100%, the defense got to play 100%.
That's right.
The thing about them, because I don't like them being in the situation they were like trailing like 24.
Yeah, I don't think it makes too many people feel comfortable when you're down 17 at the half there.
I did not feel comfortable, but I know they can win. But if they got to play hard, I know they can win.
Yes, well said, Don. Thank you for the call. Appreciate your time this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Why are you confident that the 49ers end their Super Bowl drought and bring the 6th one back to Santa Clara? What would this mean to you? We're headed out to Ken in San Lorenzo. Ken in San Lorenzo, you're on Sports Phone. Ken, how are you this evening?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Of course. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, I think this is the year. I think we're talking about a lot about what the Niners, what makes them different, but I think Kansas City is not a better team than they were 4 years ago. The big X factor being Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
So we don't have to deal with him. That's one. Two, I mean, I think you guys saw the regular season. I mean, they're beatable. The Raiders beat them. I think they're a beatable team. They kind of turned it on as of late in the playoffs, but they're a beatable team. And I think this is our best chance by far because of number 23, Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. And look, Kansas City's rush defense, Ken, is not very good. It's the opposite of the Lions, where they could be beat with the pass, and the Lions had a really good rushing defense. Kansas City's secondary is tremendous, but their rushing defense isn't very good. This is a Christian McCaffrey game right here.
Absolutely, and we don't have to deal with our former player, Omenahue. He went down as well.
Yeah.
So that's another guy we don't have to deal with.
Yeah, unfortunate to lose a guy to an ACL tear. You always want to go up against a team at its best, but you're right that the 49ers won't have to deal with him, and that does make a difference on the defensive line, and maybe not in terms of Kansas City's ability to get pressure. I still think they'll be able to do that, but thank you for the call, Ken. Appreciate your time this evening. Got a few more people on the board that I definitely want to get to here. Let's head out to Harrison in Moraga. Harrison in Moraga, you're on Sports Zone. Harrison, how are you this evening?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Yeah, I think two main things are on my mind. Special teams, just Jake Moody. He's, missed a couple kicks as of recent. He's been great on extra points, but it's just those high-pressure field goals. And the last two games for the Niners being 3-point games, I just think of how special teams could come into play in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you look at the way that Nixon returned that kickoff against the 49ers in the Green Bay Packers game. You look at historically through the Kyle Shanahan era, the special teams haven't been great outside of maybe Robbie Gould, Mitch Wishnowsky have been pretty dependable, but the coverage units always haven't been very good. So Moody is a huge factor in this game, no doubt in my mind, Harrison. Anything else that stands out to you as you start to break down these two teams?
Yeah, just the different matchups that we'll be watching on, what is it, the 11th?
Yes, February 11th from Allegiant Stadium in Vegas.
Yeah, obviously Travis Kelce versus, I believe, either Dre Greenlaw or Fred Warner. I guess they'd have Greenlaw on him. Mm-hmm. Rashee Rice and going up against Travarius Ward. Those things kind of pop out. And also just how the 49ers incredible linebacking core can contain Isaiah Pacheco, who is a pretty angry runner.
He's a great running back, so fun to watch. But you're right. If anyone can stop him and stop his momentum, it's Warner and Greenlaw with the way that they tackle. So I like that call. Appreciate your perspective this evening, Harrison. Thank you so much. Some great calls so far tonight during the first hour of our show here on Sportsphone KNBR. And I want to remind everyone that Sportsphone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. Why do you believe that the 49ers will win the Super Bowl on February 11th? Why do you believe that they'll take down the Kansas City Chiefs and bring their 6th Lombardi trophy back to the Bay Area? 530 reminding us on the text line, the slogan Quest for 6 was used before the last two 49ers Super Bowls, and they lost those games. So if you're superstitious, I don't think that slogan should be used this time. 530 coming from Steve in Martinez. I'm not superstitious, but if you've got something against the Quest for 6 slogan, I totally understand, because this was a 49ers franchise that went 5-0 in its first 5 Super Bowls. You couldn't beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl until they got there in the Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh, we all know how that ended. Wish they gave the ball to Frank Gore. We all wish they gave the ball to Frank Gore. 2019, of course, we see Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers with a lead in the fourth quarter. They don't end that quest for 6. So maybe Steve's onto something there with the idea that you don't use that slogan. I see Kareem on the board. I see Dill on the board. We're headed out to Darnell in San Jose. Darnell in San Jose. How are you tonight, Darnell?
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
No one man makes a team. We got a great defense, and it shows third quarter on. Mm-hmm. Secondly, there's items that I'd like to go through with comparisons.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Montana had 81 picked before he was picked. Mm-hmm. On the draft board. Purdy came from far behind as well.
Yep.
Secondly, Montana was known as Joe Cool. Purdy has the same demeanor. Third, Montana, when he played, had a second half team that came through at the end. Mm-hmm. Like Clark catching that goal, that throw that no one expected him to catch, won them the right to go to the Super Bowl against Dallas.
Yep.
One
the
more
catch.
item.
Yes, let's hear it, Darnell. I'm loving this. I love it. Thank you so much.
A defenseman on the Dallas team whose purpose was to sack Montana. When he sacked Montana, he said, "I'm coming back for you." Montana replied, "I hope so. I was beginning to think you weren't playing."
Good stuff. Darnell, thank you so much for the call tonight. Always love your thoughts, and I know that you've cheered on the 49ers for so long, so if the 49ers get the job done on Sunday, February 11th, one of the first people that I'm going to think of is Darnell and all the years that she supported this 49ers franchise. She's got some great notes there. You can hear her reading off in the background and gives us a call just about every night. Always lights us up with some joy and some perspective. So I really appreciate Darnell. And now we're going to go out to one of my other favorite callers. Sounds a little different, but always brings the heat. My man, Kareem in Vallejo. Kareem in Vallejo, how are you this evening?
Oh, man, I'm doing good, Kerry. How about yourself?
Oh, always good when I hear your voice. What's on your mind tonight?
I appreciate it, man. So listen here. That game, between the KC and the Ravens, I think that they was and it's ironic because they talk about Purdy being a game manager, but I think Mahomes did some game managing in that game. They definitely jumped out, but I think Andy Reid was able to see that Jackson wasn't going to be able to do much, and for whatever reason, the Ravens got away from running the ball with Jackson and Gus Edwards, and
crazy game plan.
And I think that they changed their game plan, and you just know that Jackson can't shoot it out with Mahomes. So for whatever reason, Baltimore did that. Your guess is as good as mine. But getting back to this game on the 11th, I just think that the Niners this go around. It's like the roles are reversed. The Niners have the better offense, and the Chiefs definitely have a good secondary. They are susceptible to the run, but I just think that KC has a lot more to worry about than just Jackson like they did in the AFC Championship game.
Yep.
Purdy, can do a lot. We have our blue chip players, and the Niners have yet to play two good halves of football in this playoff run. I mean, we know what happened against Green Bay as well as Detroit, and you asked the caller before you came from break about, would you like to have us have blown those teams out or come from behind like we had to win? And he said, come from behind because that showed that we can win both ways. So I think if the Niners can put together two good halves of football and force Mahomes to play a little bit out of his character, I think they dialed it back, like I said, in that AFC Championship game. And I think they're going to have to put up a little more points than what they did at 17 because the Niners can hit you with too many different type of weapons. So you just got to pick your poison. And like you said, man, McCaffrey should have a real good day on that field, and I'm hoping to get Elijah Mitchell some burn as well.
Yeah.
So I like the Niners, man, to win this game, actually by double digits, man. I'm calling a 27-17 Super Bowl win, and I'm not going to say a quest for 6. I'm going to say we're going to get this six-pack, man. Bang, bang.
Get this six-pack. There you go. Kareem, always fun. Thank you so much for your call. Love the energy and perspective you bring every night here when we open up Sports Phone on KNBR. Great stuff so far tonight. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Why are you convinced that the 49ers are going to end this quest for 6, end this Super Bowl drought that's existed for 29 years? Why are you of the belief that they will beat the Kansas City Chiefs? Give me your thoughts, X's and O's. Who's an X factor? Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy. Would love to hear from you. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We're headed out to Dill in Citrus Heights. Dill in Citrus Heights. You're on Sports Zone. Dill, how are you this evening?
Well, one of these days we're going to have to tell that producer that the name starts with the same name as Brock, which is Bill, not Dill. But that's
there we go.
That.
There we go. Hey, you know what? That's on me. I've got my call screener about 15 feet away from me. So
it's a call screener. It's them, but that's okay because I'm calling from Citrus Heights. Look, there's only one reason why the 49ers are going to win in the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs, and that's the play of Brock Purdy. He's the wild card, and he's evolving. Every week he shows us something new. Look, I'm going to test your knowledge as the talk show host. Okay?
Yes, sir. Let's go, Bill.
What was the number one complaint? The number one complaint about Brock Purdy at the start of the season.
At the start of the season. Let me think. Well, was it the velocity on his throws because he was coming back from elbow surgery and people felt like they weren't seeing enough zip on the ball?
That's close. The number one complaint was he couldn't hit the long pass.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
He couldn't hit it. And it took him 5 games to absolutely destroy that narrative. He was so good at hitting that long ball that defenses finally compensated and shifted the safeties back on defense, and that just opened up a running lane for McCaffrey over the left side. I mean, that's when McCaffrey really started to pick up a lot of yardage because teams weren't able to stack the box like they had been because they had to worry about Brock's arm because he could hit those passes. Now, he has once again changed his game. He has added a new element to it that nobody ever thought he could do. Nobody ever said that Brock Purdy was the greatest scrambling quarterback they've ever seen. And what does he do in the NFC Championship game on 3 runs? He picks up nearly 50 yards, surprises Deebo Samuel to the point where Brock hits him in the back because he's running so hard and so fast and picking up so much yardage. And that's the key. We have an evolving quarterback that these guys are not prepared for. And that's why, we're going to pick up Super Bowl number 6 in a couple weeks.
Well, you heard it here first with the great analysis from Bill. Bill, I love the perspective. You're keeping the receipts from the preseason on Brock not having the arm strength to go deep. That's pretty good knowledge of start to finish this season. You don't forget stuff.
Just one of your earlier callers, an older gentleman who knew some of the players on the 94 team, who mentioned that there's something magical about this, that there's something here that he couldn't put a word to it. It was just magical. And I agree with him. We see something new out of this kid every single week. He shouldn't be able to do this, but he does. Does he have a lot of speed? Nope. Can he avoid people on the field? Apparently, because he did it against Detroit, and he did it in the second half. I couldn't believe it when I was watching it, but it's just another thing for teams to worry about. And I'm really looking – every time that I see him during a playoff game, he does something new, and I'm like, oh, he can do that. Well, that's just wonderful. Wonderful to have an advantage like that.
It really is fun to watch. Bill, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate your time this evening. Good stuff from my man Bill up in Citrus Heights. Always good. We got a few callers lining up on the board right now to talk about why the 49ers will win their 6th Super Bowl, why the drought will end against the Kansas City Chiefs on February 11th at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. If you've got some thoughts, we'd love to hear from you. 415-808-KNBR is the number. When we come back, we got Rich, we got Betty on the line right now. I see a few more people in the line right now, so give us a call. We got Raph, we got Cole in studio getting you set up. It's Sports Phone KNBR, 9 o'clock. We're rolling until then here on KNBR 104.5-680, the sports leader.
27-17 Super Bowl win, and I'm not going to say a quest for 6. I'm going to say we're going to get this 6-pack, man.
Get this 6-pack.
Thanks,
there you go.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
The moment's not too big for him. It's not going to be like, oh my God, I'm in a Super Bowl, like I'm nervous or I'm going to try to do more. It's just, hey, let the moments come to you. You never want to say it's just another football game because that's so cliche and like it's not, but you kind of want to have that feeling of, hey, I'm going to go play my game. I'm going to trust my teammates. I'm going to, throw it to Kittle. I'm going to hand it off. I'm going to wear my cowboy boots and my, whitewashed jeans and like, let's go win a football game. Let's go.
That was Eli Manning talking about Brock Purdy and the stage that he'll be facing in the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs. And whatever your feelings are on Eli Manning, I have no idea how he's perceived. The guy does know something about winning a Super Bowl as an underdog. So take that for what it's worth. He believes Brock Purdy's ready for the stage on Sunday, February 11th against the Kansas City Chiefs. The show, Sports Phone KNBR, we're rolling with you until 9 p.m. here on the leader. The board's starting to light up again. 415-808-KNBR is the number, taking all of your calls this evening. Why are you convinced that the 49ers will get the job done, beat the Kansas City Chiefs, and bring a Lombardi trophy back to the Bay Area? We're headed out to Rich in San Jose. Rich in San Jose, you're on Sports Phone. Rich, how are you this evening?
Hey, Kerry, how you guys doing, man? Thanks so much for taking the call. Long time listener, first-time caller.
Love it. Love that phrase. One of my all-time favorites in sports radio. What compelled you to call tonight, Rich?
So I'm San Francisco born, San Jose raised. I lived through the absolute dynasty, the 49ers, and what always stuck with me is how those great teams reached out to their community a lot. When I was in Little League and playing ball, those guys, the great ones, got out, talked to us, and talked about being a great sportsmanship, and talked about just being a good person in your community and giving back and helping out in any way you could. And then they dominated on the field. They showed it. And that always stuck with me. And I think this year what you're seeing is just a perfect storm. You've got no egos. They're all top-tier guys. They all give the praise to the next guy. That's huge. When you got a team, when you're just playing for each other, that'll get you through everything. And I think what really surprised everybody is last two games after 3 weeks of rust, everybody was thinking the Niners were going to smoke the divisional round and the NFC round. And I think those two games answered a lot of questions. It got the monkey off the back for Shanahan. I think got some monkey off the back for Purdy. Purdy's now starting to play off script. And watching this guy grow is just an incredible gift. I hope we all appreciate it. Whatever the outcome is, he's starting to play top-tier football, and he is definitely playing in a different way where these guys haven't had a chance to really stare at the video and kind of plan ahead, and that's what's different. And listen, there's nothing left. Play it, get it on the field, leave it on the field, and these guys are just going to rip apart KC.
I love it. I love it, Rich. Thank you so much for the call. Great stuff. And I do think that seeing Brock Purdy go off script, especially in the second half against the Detroit Lions, and use his feet to pick up critical yards, it was a major moment in his development as the 49ers quarterback. And look, I was already of the belief that he is the face of the franchise, the quarterback, the present and the future for this team, but that only solidified it even more. His 2 postseason victories where he had to lead comebacks, that'll do it. That'll convince some people. We're headed to Betty in Benicia. Betty in Benicia, you're on Sports Phone. How are you this evening, Betty?
I'm great. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
There's the magic words. Touchdown. All right. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Betty. That's not what I was expecting. You usually give us a little bit more, but touchdown's the magic word. That's all we'll take tonight. Thank you so much. We're going to head out to Thomas in Gilroy. Thomas in Gilroy, you're on Sports Zone. Thomas, how are you this evening?
Hey, I'm good, Kerry. How you doing?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, I've been a fan. I called a couple nights ago to rant about my biggest disappointments. I'll try to be a little more positive tonight. Fan since the early 70s. So I've enjoyed, blessed to enjoy all 5 of the Super Bowl wins. So these last 2 have been particularly hard. I think the difference that's going to make the difference this year versus the last 2 versus Baltimore and KC. Another caller touched on it earlier. I think the trust between Shanahan and Purdy versus the trust he had in Jimmy, that nailed it on the head for me. I remember just not thinking that he really got into his bag as much as he does now back when Jimmy was the quarterback. I thought Jimmy was very skilled, but I think there's more of a trust factor there. That's number one. Number two, no disrespect to Crabtree, Emmanuel Sanders, Kendrick Bourne, Raheem Mostert, those guys out of that group. And then even Frank Gore. I love Frank Gore to death, probably my second favorite football player of all time.
Yeah.
But he's not McCaffrey as far as his versatility and the dynamic. So all those other guys I mentioned, probably aside Mostert, we've got four guys that could take it to the house on any play. McCaffrey, Debo, Aiyuk, Kittle, where maybe Mostert was the only one you could say in our last go-around that could take it to the house on any touch.
Yeah.
So I think that's another factor. And then my other key, the big key of my only concern on offense, I think we're way more talented than they are. Beside Kelsey and Pacheco, the way he runs angry, he's definitely a problem. But to me, the biggest key is getting Chris Jones blocked.
Yeah, that's a great call. That's a great call.
And I would love to see 2 or 3 hats on that guy all day long.
It'll be the key to success for this 49ers run game, Thomas. Thank you for the call. Appreciate your time this evening. Don't mean to cut you off here, but we do have several other callers on the board who I want to get to right now, including one of my favorites, Nobody in Oakland. Nobody in Oakland. You're on Sports Phone. How are you this evening?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing well on our end. What's going on?
I was going to say the reason that the 49ers were going to win was going to be like they do the small things really well, and their defense is bend, don't break, but I'm going to say heart and fight. They have the most yak yards, and Debo, they don't go down because they fight for these extra yards.
They do.
And they have heart. They fight for each other. They rally around each other. They block for each other. They don't care. They fight for each other, and they got heart. They're family, and when you're a team, it doesn't matter if you're down or if you're up. You play your heart out. You lay it out on the field. And through all that, they do the small things really well. And they don't got to put the cape on all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that what you're saying makes a ton of sense. Nobody, thank you for the call. It does stand out to me when I watch other games across the NFL how, there's explosive plays, there's exciting things every week in every single game. But when you watch the 49ers, there's a distinct style when they have explosive plays, and that is you've got, if Debo Samuel has the ball in his hands, Juwan Jennings, Brandon Aiyuk, and George Kittle blocking 30, 40 yards down the field. If it's Brandon Aiyuk with the ball in his hands, you've got the other 3 players blocking 30 or 40 yards down the field. And it is those little things. It does enable the 49ers to pick up extra yards. They play into and through that whistle. And it's just a very distinct element of a Kyle Shanahan coach team on the offensive side of the football. And on defense, they lay the hammer. You've got Fred Warner and you've got Drake Greenlaw, and those are 2 of the reasons why I do think the 49ers can slow down Isaiah Pacheco, is because he's someone who falls forward, and those are guys in Warner and Greenlaw who stop momentum and push running backs back. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing that matchup come February 11th at Allegiant Stadium. We're headed out to Susan in Marin County. Susan in Marin County, you're on Sports Zone. Susan, how are you this evening?
I'm great, Carrie. How are you?
Oh, doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
What's on my mind is Brock Purdy. I'm a longtime 49er fan, and he's one of the reasons the Niners will win. Brock has been underestimated, especially his running ability and short area quickness. He has super strong legs, and we call him Baby Bosa from the waist down. Purdy is sturdy. Purdy is sturdy, and he has the great mind and ability to process the defense, and he also has a great backup team, not a backup, but a great guys like Kittle and Debo and Aiyuk and, of course, McCaffrey. So I think the Niners will win because of all of the guys together as a great team.
Yeah, well said, Susan. Thank you so much for the phone call. Appreciate your time this evening. And I like the Purdy is sturdy stuff. And you saw him, the way that he was able to escape in the pocket against the Detroit Lions defensive lineman on Sunday in the NFC title game. Certainly showed that it's not just his short area quickness, which Susan touched on. Great stuff. Great analysis of the quarterback position from Susan. But it's his ability to, escape with his legs and show that he's strong enough to get out of the grasp of linemen and keep a play moving it was one of the keys in getting that completion to Kyle Juszczyk late in the game on a play that the 49ers absolutely could not take a sack on, and they ultimately pick up a first down because of Purdy's ability to move in the pocket. We're going out to Nick in San Jose. Nick in San Jose, you're on Sports Phone. Nick, how are you this evening?
Doing well, Kerry. How are you doing?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, what's on my mind is what's on everyone's mind, and it's Brock Purdy's improvisation. It seems, thinking back to 2019, Jimmy was able to hit all the intermediate, quick throws, but he was a statue at the end of the day. And if the play broke down, he was not able to keep the chains moving and make a play like Brock is able to do. And thinking about the game from Sunday, I thought that the story of the second half was Brock making those plays. And, I think it took a lot of heat off of Kyle, because if those drives stalled out, then everyone would be saying the same old stuff about Kyle and not being able to get the job done in the second half of big games.
Mm-hmm. But I'm curious to hear your take, because I agree with you on that, and I do think that that's what the narrative would have been. But doesn't it feel like Kyle puts the ball in Brock's hands and allows Brock to win the game? He has more confidence in Brock than he's had in his previous 49ers quarterbacks, including Jimmy Garoppolo, right?
I think so, and I thought it was a great moment seeing them embrace each other after the game, and I would agree. I think he's really taken the training wheels off the offense, and it's just really remarkable for a second-year guy like Brock is to really be comprehending and executing this offense the way that he is. I mean, I think the national media take on the matter is pretty off base. While Kyle does have a very intricate and advanced offense, it takes a pretty bright kid to run that offense. Yeah. So I think it's more of a reflection on how Brock is just special. And like some of the other callers said, I just think that this is our year and we're the team of destiny at this point.
Yeah, well said, Nick. Thank you so much for the phone call. Appreciate your time this evening. And I do think people who've chimed in and felt the same way, a different sense than they got in 2012 when the 49ers were rolling toward the Super Bowl against the Baltimore Ravens. Different sense from 2019 when the 49ers were the 1 seed, were oh so good in the NFC and couldn't get the job done in the fourth quarter against Kansas City. And I don't want to say that 49ers fans weren't confident, because you're always confident in your team if they're in the Super Bowl. You always feel like they've got an opportunity to win, and you're always going to believe until that final clock second hits zero. But this year, it feels like the 49ers have been so good for so long now, and accumulating talent, continuing to stack this roster, continuing to build with, look at the additions since the 49ers were last in the Super Bowl. Charvarius Ward, Javon Hargrave. You go around this field. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Chase Young this year. You go around to see what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have done to fortify this roster, and it really is quite impressive. We're going to go to Jim in Pittsburgh. Jim in Pittsburgh, you're on Sports Phone KNBR. Jim, how are you this evening?
I'm pretty good. How you doing tonight?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
No, just on that fact. That's the big thing I've been feeling since we won the since the title game was won, the championship game was won. This time it feels different. There's a different feel to this than there was 4 years ago. Maybe it's just like you just said. The complement of players is different, but it seems like we were rolling. They're rolling through the playoffs and rolled right through Green Bay. Back then. And it seemed like everybody's like, oh, yeah, we got this upstart kids in Kansas City. They're nobody. We're just going to destroy them, go right through them. It's a different feel this time. Now,
yeah,
the battle-hardened games that we just went through has something to do with it. But at the same time, statistically, we can't have a third game in a row where we start off slow. I mean,
you're right about that. It better not happen. The Chiefs aren't the team to start off slow against.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that would it'd be terrible. But just statistically, I don't know. I just feel like it's different this year, and there's going to be more. It's going to be more solid in the first half, and kind of like how we, maybe not the blowouts we did against, the Eagles or the Cowboys, which were supposed to be two really good teams as well.
Exactly.
But
yeah.
More like when we played the Seahawks, where we got up early, they kind of came back, but then we still scored in the third and fourth quarter to keep the distance, to keep the lead. So I don't know. I mean, that's kind of how I'm hoping. I guess I'm praying and lighting every candle in my house. But I just don't want to lose again. I just don't want to lose again.
Well said. Well said. You speak for a lot of people there, Jim. Thank you so much for the call tonight. And we've had some great callers this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. On the other side, we will take more of your calls. Why are you of the belief that the 49ers will get the job done on Sunday, February 11th at Allegiant Stadium against the Kansas City Chiefs? Why will that Lombardi Trophy be coming back to the Bay Area? Why will you see a parade? Would love to hear your perspective on what you believe the 49ers have in terms of an edge this year. A lot of people have talked about Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, the way this roster was built, the defense, and then some people, just what Jim said, the magical feel, the feeling this is a team of destiny. Would love to take your calls the rest of the evening. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR. I'm your host tonight, Kerry Crowley, hanging with you until 9 o'clock. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
And we call him Baby Bosa from the waist down. Purdy is sturdy.
KNBR, the sports leader. This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR, rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on The Leader. I'm your host tonight, Kerry Crowley. I've had some great calls this evening. Why are you convinced that the 49ers can beat the Kansas City Chiefs, raise that Lombardi trophy, and bring it back to the Bay Area? Why will this 29-year drought end? That is our question this evening. Got a few more questions for you that we'll get into in later segments tonight, but I want to keep this one going because we've had such a great response from people and a lot of people chiming in on the text line as well. I will read those in a moment, but first, I want to get out to our friend Chewy in the East Bay. Chewy in the East Bay, you're on Sports Phone. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, no complaints. We got the best gig in the world. What's on your mind?
Well, it's been touched a couple of times, but the way they're winning these two playoff games to get to this point, coming from behind, which we're not used to. We're always in a lead, and we lose a lead. You know, the other factors of Shanahan's gotten a little bit more aggressive. We got new personnel and so forth. But I really believe that with Mahomes, he's going to score. They're going to score, and we're going to come from behind because now we know how to do it. And they never given up. Boy, I think everybody in those first halves was thinking how embarrassing this is. And these guys stuck to their guns and kept playing and said a lot and showed us a different thing we've never seen.
Yeah.
So I really honestly think that if it's going to come down to that, we're going to come at the end and win at the end.
I really believe, Chewy, you touch on a point here that let's say the 49ers are down 3 or down 7 or maybe even down 10 in the Super Bowl. They'll have the opportunity, and you won't lose faith to maybe the way that maybe, you know, someone like me would have before these last two games. I did not believe they were going to come back from 17 down against the Lions, but I think you touch on a great point there. I don't think that a deficit is going to spook this team the way that we thought it might headed into the playoffs, right?
Correct. That's correct. That's why everything about this whole playoff has been different from all the others, and it's been a while since we've seen something like this, and boy, I'm excited.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for the call tonight, Chewy. Appreciate your perspective. Good stuff. We got 415-808-KNBR, our number. If you want to call in, text in. Got a good text from the 707. The biggest difference from this year to the previous Super Bowl is Jimmy and Purdy, and how everyone who watched Jimmy knew that he set up and, you know, got his wide receivers crushed on certain plays, and the talent around him made him look acceptable. But Brock Purdy hits guys in stride, lets players go and get it, and just likes the way that Brock Purdy looks in the pocket. We're headed out to Bob in San Jose. Bob in San Jose, you're on Sports Phone. How are you, Bob?
Hey, pretty good. Pretty good. Yourself there?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, super excited about the 49ers going to the Super Bowl again. I'm an old school fan. Hey, two things, if you will.
Oh, of
Number
course.
one, our defense, usually the third quarter of football games, teams start wearing down just a little bit defensively. It's got to be really interesting to people and maybe even just a tad bit overlooked. We seem to get stronger in the third or fourth quarter. And I just think that that's rare. Defensive players, they work their butt off in playoff games. How we're actually coming out in the second half and playing as if it's the first quarter is beyond me. But I think it's a little bit overlooked. That's number one. Number two, most teams can't guard 3 running backs.
Yeah.
McCaffrey and Debo both draw an awful lot of attention. I think the recipe for the Niners, keep Purdy running. As long as he's getting those first downs. I mean, I think even though it's risky and a quarterback is out there running, and fine, I don't like the way he slides head first. I mean, that's definitely like really scary.
Yeah.
But who can guard 3 running backs? So have Purdy. I just think that's the recipe to win. Let him run even more.
Yeah.
Let the guys guard the crap out of the heck out of Debo and McCaffrey. I mean, don't totally leave them out of the game, but when Purdy's running, I mean, he 10, 15 yards, almost a first down every time. So
let Brock cook. Let Brock cook there, huh?
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, it's going to be the last game of the year regardless. Don't put yourself out there to get injured, mind you. But
yeah,
I mean, he's effective.
But yeah, lay it all on the line. I think that's a great point, Bob. Thank you so much for your call, and I think that you speak to some great points. And this Kansas City defense is really good. It does, in my opinion, have the capability of having guys who can guard Debo and Kittle and Iyuk and Christian McCaffrey. But we've seen this with the 49ers defense through the last 5 or so years. And even when they play a great offense, I think their defense has had the capacity to shut down the skill position players. It's the challenge of what happens when a quarterback takes off and gets off script and gets outside the pocket and scrambles down the field. That's when the 49ers have broken down, because let's be honest, that's when every NFL defense breaks down, is when guys go off script, it's scramble drill, and there's just a period of the field, or a portion of the field, I should say, where a quarterback can exploit you. And Brock Purdy is capable. We now know, because of our visual evidence against the Lions, that he's capable of exploiting that. So a few more calls that I want to get to right now. We're going to Vince in Hayward. Vince in Hayward, you're on Sports Phone. Vince, how are you this evening?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, doing well on our end. What's on your mind?
Hey, I got a couple points. Football is mental first, physical second. And a lot of people don't know, but the 49ers at the beginning of the year, they brought the number one motivational speaker to the 49ers. It's on YouTube, Eric Thomas. And he told the Niners, hey, I watched you guys. And your guys' problem is that when you're 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, you guys don't fight hard enough. And the Niners all over, between Debo, McCaffrey, Kittle, Warner, Dre Greenlaw, these guys are grinders. They're fighters. Yeah. They're not gonna let give up. That's the difference between 2019. They got guys that won't go down. Who has the most yak yards in the NFL? The 49ers by almost a yard over the second place team. They got yak yards. That's the main key here. They're not going to let them lose. And that's what they did in the last 2 playoff games. They willed themselves not to lose those games.
Hey, Vince, I got a quick question for you. 49ers may have brought in the famous motivational speaker. You sound like you could give the pregame speech on Super Bowl Sunday right now. You're fired up, huh?
Well, I'm a pastor, and you know what? I drive a lot of celebrities on my part-time job as a limo driver, and I talk to a lot of these celebrities, from Stephen Curry to Bill Russell, different people. So I get a lot of information about how athletics work. So you know what? Motivation, Kittle said it. He says momentum has a lot to do with it. So you know what? I just believe that there's a shift, and we're going to win this game because they won't die. They keep going.
Yeah, good stuff, Vince. Thank you for the call. Appreciate your perspective this evening. Some good stuff there, Vince. I can't say I'm surprised that Vince is a pastor. He sounds like someone who does a lot of public speaking during the day. We're going to head out to Todd in Marin. Todd in Marin, you're on Sports Phone. Todd, how are you this evening?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, doing well. Good to hear your voice. What's on your mind this evening?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, I think this is similar to what other folks have said, but it's Brock's brain that is going to win us this game. You know, when you look at his intelligence, and when you look particularly at the Ravens-Kansas City game and Steve Spagnuolo and that defense and what they did to Lamar. And Lamar's a great player, an intelligent player, but they fooled him on a lot of those plays. And they disguised things, and they moved things around, and there was a lot of trickery there. So, I'm sure Spags is going to come up with a whole bag of new tricks for Brock. And if anybody can do it, it's Brock, because he just sees the game. Now, I think to the last caller's point, he's got to figure out how to manage the nerves, and I think that's a strength of his, actually. He's so poised as a young guy, much more poised than I ever could be or was, or most of us. And I don't know, I think that's his temperament. But yet he's never been in the Super Bowl before. So there's going to be that pressure where you have Mahomes is so steady, and he's just it's easy for him. Everything just flows, and he's not stressed at all in a game ever. Mm-hmm. And so can Purdy regulate his emotions? Can he manage stress? And can he lock in on that defense and all that trickery that's going to be in front of him and go out and win the game? And I think he can.
Yeah, I mean, Todd, we've got now 2 years of evidence, and maybe the best evidence that he can is coming back from a 17-point deficit at halftime against the Detroit Lions. And I know that it wasn't all him, and he wasn't making every single play there, but you're talking about someone who can, lose the nerves and just go out there and play. Brock showed us that, right?
He showed us that. He's a gamer. And he's unbelievable in under those pressure moments. And he took the game on his shoulders. I don't care what the national media is saying. He took the game on his shoulders and ran. I love Baby Bosa and those legs. He just moved, and he was just great.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Thank you for the call, Todd. Appreciate your time this evening. I do want to point out this great text from the 510. This Niners playoff run this year feels like the 2012 San Francisco Giants playoff run. The Giants struggled in the first 2 rounds, having to come from behind in both of those series before they swept the Tigers in the World Series, hoping for the same result for the 49ers in the Super Bowl. A lot of people would like to see a 55-10 type game. Remember the Denver Broncos Super Bowl. So, yes, I do like that comparison, and we'll look back at that text 510 if the 49ers manage to blow out the Chiefs, which I do think it's going to be a very close game, and I don't think it will be decided until the final minutes. But if you're correct, and if the 49ers do manage to blow out the Chiefs, I would love for you to come on the show and talk about that text and make the comparison to the 2012 San Francisco Giants. On the other side, I see the phone line lighting up again. I see Andrea with the planets aligning for Brock Purdy. I see a few other callers out there. We will get to you as soon as we come back. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR. Kerry Crowley, your host this evening, rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on The Leader. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
These guys are grinders. They're fighters. Yeah. They're not gonna let give up. That's the difference between 2019. They got guys that won't go down.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling. Live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They have each back to the side. Tebow to his left, McCaffrey to his right. Jennings goes in motion. They both go out. Purdy steps up in the pocket, runs away from his sack. Purdy runs for a first down, cuts back inside. He dives down to the line at 27-yard line.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was something where, first couple guys in my read weren't there. It was like, all right, I felt some space, between the offense and defensive line, and for me to just pull it down and try to get us, obviously, some positive yards. I think on those third down scrambles, man, it wasn't I'm dropping back and all right, I'm going to run it. The defense did a good job in blocking some things, and for me, it was all right. I got to move the chains for the guys, man. So just found a way, man. NFC Championship, you got to do what it takes.
Totally unexpected. Brock Purdy taking off with the football in his hands, moving the chains for the 49ers, and ultimately moving this team on to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. I am your host this evening, Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Phone KNBR, taking all your calls up until 9 o'clock here on Leader. Why, in your opinion, will the 49ers be hoisting the Lombardi Trophy on Sunday, February 11th? Why, in your opinion, will this be the year the 49ers bring home their 6th Super Bowl title in franchise history? One of the reasons we came back with that play from Brock Purdy is we got a great text during the break from 925, our friend Dino in Pacheco. He said the main reason the 49ers are going to win the Super Bowl is Brock Purdy buying extra time with those God-given athletic football instincts and creating the big plays in the moment. Love that. Also had a good text on here for another one that I just lost right now. It's 702, our friend over in Nevada who's been sending some great texts this evening. It was a question about whether or not the 49ers will be affected by being in Las Vegas for a big week, and whether that, will create some noise around the team. And I do think that, 49ers players, NFL players in general, professional athletes in general, really, they understand, going to Vegas, it's a business trip. But I also think that it's just different being on the Super Bowl media stage. And this isn't to take away anything from the casinos, the atmosphere in Las Vegas, but you could hold the Super Bowl in the middle of nowhere and there'd be so much media, so many cameras, and so many different experience for players from that perspective that it's kind of a jarring experience. And the fact that the 49ers players have been there before, a lot of them have, I think really helps them. Of course, Chiefs players have been there before. They won it all last year. So the 49ers don't have the advantage in that regard. But I do think that this is something that really makes a difference in just terms of the atmosphere of dealing with it, of being under the spotlight. Great stuff in terms of all of that. I got a little distracted. 408 on the text line. Why is everyone jinxing this? Said this at the beginning of the show. I don't believe in jinxes. I don't think you should either. No one is jinxing anything with their calls this evening. So your thoughts on why the 49ers could win this Super Bowl. Your thoughts on why the 49ers will bring this 6th trophy home. We're going out to our friend Andrea in Berkeley. Andrea in Berkeley, you're on Sports Phone. Andrea, how are you this evening?
Great show. How are you doing?
Oh, always doing well. Glad to hear your voice. What's going on tonight?
Yeah, planets aligning for Brock Purdy. I ran his chart December 27, 1999, and the Super Bowl is happening February 11th, 2024. And what I really like is Mars is a crucial planet for an athlete, rules energy, assertion, and aggression. He has Mars in Aquarius, and the Sun will be in Aquarius. So Sun to Mars gives him a lot of get up and go, extra energy. Here's what it said. More self-assertion of a physical nature.
Okay. Taking off with his feet. That makes sense.
We'll take that. Competition for power and supremacy.
Makes
sense. Yeah, Patrick, fellow Virgo. Ambition and initiative are likely to be heightened. Aggressive, self-assertion, desire for power and authority, and greater willpower. So we're liking, the greater willpower. And what's interesting, during the final drive in that epic comeback, Mars was in Capricorn, conjuncting his Sun in Capricorn. So basically, I always looked at Mars, which is energy, assertion, aggression, especially for an athlete, as a catalyst for high energy. and just really manifesting that aggressive willpower and self-assertion.
There you go. There you go. Andrea, thank you so much for the call. Always appreciate your thoughts. And next time, hopefully we can do this one more time next week with you. I'd love to get the Kyle Shanahan chart because
yes.
I think that there will be a lot of eyes on Kyle Shanahan. So next week, can we do that?
I'm glad you asked. The Athletic wants me to do Kyle Shanahan and Andy Reid.
There we go.
I'll be happy to share that. Perfect timing.
Thank you so much for the call.
Thank you, Gary.
We actually had a texter earlier tonight saying how badly they wanted to hear the astrology chart for Brock Purdy. So there we go. Back to the X's and O's we go here on Sports Phone KNBR. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. Your calls all the way up until 9 o'clock this evening. Your thoughts on why the 49ers can and will bring home this 6th Lombardi trophy on Sunday, February 11th from Allegiant Stadium. We're headed out to Bruce in Antioch. Bruce in Antioch, you're on Sports Phone. Bruce, how are you this evening?
Hey, great. How's it going? I'm just really worried that it's going to be a really tight game.
Yeah, I get that.
We have Jake Moody, and I'm not sold. A lot of he had a good season, but a lot of his makes were a little iffy. A couple yards out, they would have missed.
Yeah, Moody from the right hash doesn't inspire a whole lot of confidence.
Yeah, he missed a game winner.
Mm-hmm.
So, game on the line, you got Jake Moody out there. Are you confident, like, he's going to nail it right down the middle, or are you a little iffy on that?
I mean, here's the thing, Bruce, and I'm glad you asked. Thank you for the call. I don't think any of us have any idea how Jake Moody would handle that moment, because this is someone who kicked in high-pressure games at Michigan in college football playoff situations. He's got the incredible leg. It's just a matter of accuracy, and we've seen during the playoffs. Hasn't been incredibly accurate. I don't think that he's entirely comfortable from that right hash, but you never know. You get in a dome like Allegiant Stadium, and maybe he's comfortable in the dome. Maybe that's the setup for him where things are good, and you don't have to deal with the elements of being outside. But maybe for Moody, it's the pressure. I really don't know, and I think one of the hardest things to figure out for kickers is their mental capacity in those moments to flush everything from that situation and just focus on the task at hand, because we know that Moody can drill big kicks. We've seen it in his career before, his rookie season, his career at Michigan. We've seen him do it, but we've also seen him miss. So it's a huge mystery to me, and one that I can't begin to predict like I would, talking about the 49ers running game against this Kansas City Chiefs rushing defense, where I think that this will be a huge Christian McCaffrey game because the 49ers want to establish the run. They've had a great rushing offense all season, and Kansas City's weakness on defense has been its ability to stop the run. So if you double team Chris Jones up front, Noah Menahue on defense for the Chiefs, I think I can say comfortably that that's something that I feel more confident in. I think with Moody, it's anyone's guess. No one really knows what goes on in the minds of these special team players. And, with Robbie Gould, you'd say, yeah, this guy in the postseason, he's nails. Outside of 50 yards, you wouldn't be confident, but he had the leg to drive him through inside 50, and he never missed in the playoffs. And that was an advantage for the 49ers. But very few teams ever have that type of an edge in special teams. Every kicker always has the possibility that the pressure could get to them in that moment. And I think, I haven't looked at the Chiefs depth chart in a matter of a few hours. Let's see, is Harrison Butker still their kicker? Let's see real quick. He is. So Harrison Butker is a great kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs. I'll give them the edge in that moment, because if it's Moody versus Butker, but it's not a kicking contest. This game hopefully doesn't come down to a kick. I hate when games are decided like that. I hope it comes down to one of the offenses still being on the field in the final seconds. We're going to head out to Carlos in Berkeley. Carlos in Berkeley, you're on Sports Phone. How are you this evening, Carlos?
Oh, I'm awesome. And listen, I got to tell you, I think what's happened the last 2 weeks, I know it's been difficult for us all, but that's really what's going to get us through this. I mean, that team has learned a ton. And you know what? And I was quite little when the Niners went to the Super Bowl with Montana. But what I remember, it's not like we were like we had some great talent, but we weren't like everybody was thinking, it's an automatic. I mean, there were some trying times. I mean, that Dwight Clark catch was not, to get us there, that was not like the end of the game, as everybody might remember, or not remember. So, I think these, adverse situations that the teams just face, along with the fact that they do have incredible talent, we're going to look back at this talent and just be happy for years to come.
Yeah.
But I think this is the time, man. I think we may not be peaking, as they say right now, but we've learned a lot, and I think the team can go Purdy, man. I think he's got not just the legs, but man, he's got the desire.
Yeah, absolutely. Carlos, quick question for you, because you've clearly followed this team for a long time. I'll give you the 2012 49ers, led by Colin Kaepernick and Frank Gore, losing in the Super Bowl to the Baltimore Ravens. We'll go 2019 49ers, 13-3 in the NFC, number 1 seed, getting to the Super Bowl before losing to the Kansas City Chiefs. Is this year's team more talented than both of those in your mind?
Absolutely. I mean, come on. I mean, the reality. Okay, Kaepernick had the arm. But we all look back at those 3 throws in the corner, man. That was ridiculous. We should have
run the football. Should have run the football.
Right. Everybody knows that. But and you know what? And I got a Garoppolo jersey. I was a fan. But we all knew that he just didn't have the full talent that we needed. Look, Purdy, I know, Mr. Irrelevant and everything, but the guy, he's got it. And I know the nation doesn't believe it yet, man. But hey, I listen to folks like you and other local, folks who know talent, and I feel good that it's just not what I'm seeing. I think everybody's seeing it too.
Yeah, anyone who watches this 49ers team, Carlos, you see the plays that he makes on a week-in, week-out basis. This isn't just Kyle Shanahan's great scheme. If it was, Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard would still be holding starting jobs in this league. Brock Purdy's legit. Yeah. Forget the fact that he was drafted last. You see these plays that he makes. They're so good.
Yeah, well, listen, I have to ask you, look, those runs, and they were awesome, but see, I got a feeling that he was running because there was nothing else for him to be able to do.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Nobody open. So the schemes that don't always make it. And by the way, that's what Montana was doing back in the day too. Walsh was the genius, but nothing always goes perfect. So that's where I'm feeling good about.
Yeah, well said. Thank you for the call, Carlos. Appreciate your time this evening. Feel free to call back anytime. Definitely want to talk about that. So why was Brock Purdy taking off in those moments? Was it the fact that 49ers receivers were covered by Detroit Lions corners and safeties and linebackers who don't have the best reputation in terms of their pass defense abilities? Or was it something else? Was it something with Kyle Shanahan's plays? If you go back and you watch those scrambles, I really do believe it was the right side of the offensive line breaking down against this Lions defensive front. It's a heck of a Lions defensive front. You talk about the guys, of course, Aiden Hutchinson is the superstar on that front, but they were in Brock Purdy's face from the get-go. And the way that he stood in the pocket and absorbed contact, absorbed hits, and got right back up after certain plays. Soji, he was holding that ball until he absolutely needed to get it out, which is what you love to see from a quarterback because it enables you to open up the offense and hit guys in stride and wait for them to create separation from the defensive backs. I thought that was really impressive, but you look at the plays where he had to scramble, and almost immediately there was pressure in Brock Purdy's face. Almost immediately, forget whatever play Kyle Shanahan drew up. Forget what routes certain players were running. Brock Purdy had to go and get those yards with his legs. And, we talk about the 50-plus rushing yards that he had against the Detroit Lions. We have heard the call tonight here on SportsZone KNBR of Greg Pop and Tim Ryan saying that Purdy spins out of a potential sack and then gets down to the left side of the pocket and fires the ball to Kyle Juszczyk for an 11-yard gain to give the 49ers a first down. But you also forget that there were other plays in that game against the Detroit Lions that stand out for what Brock Purdy did with his feet, where he's not necessarily getting credit for those plays. And I look at the one where he rolls out to his left, it's third down, and he hits Juwan Jennings with like an alley-oop type pass, where an ill-advised throw across the middle, linebacker in position to, if the ball is a centimeter off, tip it down. If the ball's a few inches down, intercept it, and he hits Juwan Jennings, who makes a sensational grab to pick up the first down with one hand. Then there's the play where Brock Purdy spins out to his left, sets his feet again, and hits Kyle Juszczyk running deep down the field. And how many teams have a fullback running deep down the field? Probably only the San Francisco 49ers. But again, you just look at what Brock Purdy has been able to do in a 49ers uniform. Look at what Brock Purdy was able to do in the second half there against the Detroit Lions. And this isn't just scheme. This isn't just luck. This isn't just having great superstar players around him at every position. This guy's talented. And you may not put him in the same class that you'd put Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, but maybe you would. Maybe there are some of you out there who've seen enough. I'm definitely willing to put him in my top 10 in the NFL. And if he wins a Super Bowl here and he plays like he did against the Detroit Lions, where he's making plays with his feet, he's helping the 49ers extend plays, he's picking the team up when other things break down, like the right side of the offensive line, which I'm sure could happen against this Kansas City Chiefs team, then I think that he will be talked about in the exact same way that the very best in the NFL are talked about. And I think that in a matter of seconds, you'll hear the switch flip from, I can't believe that Brock Purdy's doing this, he's a product of a system, to, no, we all missed on Brock Purdy. But you won't hear it quite like that. You'll hear it as, I always thought that he was good and everyone else missed on Brock Purdy. There'll be a lot of deflection there. There'll be a lot of people trying to tell you that they believed the whole time and that everyone else was the noise. But just remember, 49ers fans were the first ones to see it, because no one was paying attention to this team when Jimmy Garoppolo went down during the 2023 season. No one was paying attention to believing in them. During the 2022 season. No one was paying attention to them until Brock Purdy got on that roll. And he had everyone believing the 49ers were capable of going into Philadelphia and winning in the NFC title game. And then he comes back from an elbow surgery, facing all these questions. Would he still have the same velocity on his arm? Would he still have the same abilities? And he answers all those questions this year. And now there's just one question left. Can he win a Super Bowl? And at 24 years old, second year in the league, pretty special to even have the opportunity to answer that question in the first place. So that tells you that he's not just a product of a system. That tells you that he's not just some overlooked guy in the draft who fits right into what Kyle Shanahan's doing on the 49ers offense. Brock Purdy has top-tier talent. The rest of the world's catching on. Sports Phone KNBR, you're listening. KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling. Live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Aiyuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Aiyuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Aiyuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Aiyuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe. And y'all know what that means. So that's all I can say, because other than that, I don't know. Just great luck. God was with us today. Great win. Bang, bang, Niner game. It's crazy.
We've heard some great names for the Brandon Aiyuk catch thrown out on KNBR shows throughout the last 3 days, including a few of our texters yesterday evening saying the ladybug catch. And I know that it's probably something like the immaculate deflection or, the fluke to Aiyuk, whatever you want. It'll have a name if the 49ers win the Super Bowl, and it probably won't have a name if the 49ers don't. But I do love the ladybug comment because, how often do we sit there listening to players talk in a post-game press conference or in a post-game interview, and you get asked about a play, you say, my teammates set me up, I just kept my focus the entire time, and God was great, I came down with the ball. You hear the same answer from nearly every player. And Brandon Aiyuk talks about the ladybug that landed on his cleat. That has to be
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe.
That had to be one of the most unexpected answers in the history of post-game interviews. Love Brandon Aiyuk for the candid moment there. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts on why the 49ers should win their 6th Lombardi trophy on February 11th against the Kansas City Chiefs. Your thoughts on why they will get it done. A lot of confidence from 49ers fans tonight. No, we're not jinxing anything here on Sports Phone. I don't believe in jinxes. I don't think that's part of the process. I just want to know what you think will be the deciding factor if and when the 49ers are able to bring that trophy home. We're going to Spencer in Hermosa Beach. Spencer in Hermosa Beach. How are you this evening, Spencer?
Hey, Kerry. I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, before we get started, kind of on my point, I was going to ask you a question. Do you have any idea so the Chiefs have played 20 games this year. You have an idea of what's the most they've given up in a game?
I know that defense has been sensational, so I don't have any idea, and I won't look it up. I promise you I'm not staring at a screen right now. I'm going to guess like 31?
24 points.
24 points. That's amazing. That's really good.
Yeah, exactly. I think you've touched on this a little bit, but I think a lot of people are overlooking how good their defense is. We can't get behind like we have in the last couple of games, especially with a guy like Patrick Mahomes, a first-ballot Hall of Famer, because I just don't think we'll actually come back on their defense if we do. But ultimately, I think the biggest key is, I think if we played this team 10 times, I think it's actually pretty even, and both teams are 5-5, honestly. I think it goes back to the most basic thing in NFL football is turnovers, honestly. And, if we win the turnover battle, I think we win. I think if we lose the turnover battle, I think we'll probably lose. If you go back to both games against the Packers and the Lions, I think two of the underrated things is they're not counted as turnovers, but each one of those games we had 2 fourth down stops that are basically could count as turnovers, and we won the turnover battle because of that. So I really think it goes honestly back to that. If we cannot turn the ball over, I think it's going to be a lot more low scoring than people think. Like, I think I called in a couple nights ago and I said 24-29ers, but honestly, like, we can't get behind and make some early turnovers because, you know, I think Patrick Mahomes in those fourth down situations, he'll convert those, unlike Jared Love and Goff, because he's got more mobility than them, and he's just better passer. And, you know, he'll get out of the pocket and, you know, he'll find Kelsey for a little, like, 5 or 6 yard dump off and extend the chains. And it's, I mean, I just really think we got to make sure we have ball security and Brock doesn't throw any picks. And I think that's going to be the difference whether we win or lose. So
yeah, well said. Well said. So I think I got to fact check you here. It looks like they gave up 27 in Week 13 to the Green Bay Packers in a loss. But still, if you go an entire season where you don't give up 30, that's crazy.
I know,
right?
Pretty nuts, right? Yeah. I mean, they lost to the Raiders in a game, and the Raiders scored 20, and 14 of those were on defense. I mean, they only gave up 6 points to the Raiders. I mean, their defense is absolutely legit. Like, it's really crazy how they flipped from a all offensive team with a mediocre defense to now an absolute top 3 defense. And you know, it's funny to call Patrick Mahomes a game manager. He actually did. He kind of did that in the second half last week against the Ravens. He was like, our defense isn't giving up anything. If I don't turn the ball over, we're going to win this game because our defense.
It's kind of like the Patriots model where, you know, they had the explosive offense early with Tom Brady when he hit his prime, and then Belichick was known for just the lockdown defenses at the end when that, you know, Patriots dynasty was still going. The Chiefs are pretty similar right now, but Mahomes, in my opinion, is more talented from a pure talent perspective than Brady.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, overall, Tom Brady is going to be called the GOAT. He's got the greatest body of work overall with a quarterback. But if you had one guy to win one game, hypothetically, I mean, it's probably Patrick Mahomes or Brady or Aaron Rodgers, but probably Patrick Mahomes with his scrambling ability because he's got the arm just as much as TB12 does. But, yeah, I mean, it should be a great game, but we just, once again, we got to finish it out. Otherwise, those comeback memories will fade by the wayside. But if you win that game, the Super Bowl, if you win the Super Bowl, then you're going to look back at all those memories along the way of those comebacks and how that influenced actual Super Bowl championship. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well said. Thank you for the call, Spencer. Appreciate your time tonight, and really good one. I hope that Spencer calls back in our lead up to the Super Bowl. A lot of repeat callers the last few nights, and it's been really good, but definitely want to get some new voices in the mix here. Sports Phone KNBR is the show. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I've heard from so many people sharing their passion for this 49ers franchise over the last few nights, and that's just going to continue in our lead up to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. I know Copes and Tolbert will be out there in Vegas next week. You'll have Papa and Lund as well, as Greg's going to get set to call the game. And 49ers and the Chiefs, I think Monday night might be media night in the Super Bowl world, which is crazy. I still remember being there in 2020, February of 2020, covering media night at the Super Bowl, and they held it at the Marlins Stadium. I was working for the Bay Area News Group at the time, and there were probably 1,000 to 2,000 reporters there, and just massive stages. You're getting, asked questions by people from all over the world at different things. And one of the standout memories for me, actually, from that media night was I was standing at Nick Bosa's booth when he was being asked questions about the coronavirus and if people should be washing their hands more. And he said, something like, I'm always an advocate for washing your hands. At that time, we could have had no idea what was about to happen, but a 49ers Chiefs Super Bowl was right before this pandemic started, and that's when the questions were being asked. And still remember being down at spring training, having to fly home. So 4 years later, it's 49ers and Chiefs again in the Super Bowl, and this time the matchup, in my opinion, slightly favors the 49ers, but I would love to hear your thoughts as well. 415-808-KNBR is the number. If you got any perspective that you want to share on what the 49ers need to do to beat the Chiefs, what the 49ers have an edge on in terms of the Chiefs, I would love to hear that. one of the first things that comes to mind for me is this needs to be a Christian McCaffrey game. 49ers acquired him for these moments. They acquired him, to shine in the biggest games. And you go back to Mike Shanahan when he won Super Bowls with the Denver Broncos. It was Terrell Davis. It was Davis, and it was the rushing attack that was so good. And Christian McCaffrey, to me, can be the difference maker against a Kansas City Chiefs defense that, yes, it's sensational, and yes, it's been really good against the pass. It's been middle of the pack against the run this year. And I think that the 49ers rushing offense, with the way that these offensive linemen block, I think that they can have an edge in that rushing attack. I think that they can, win the time of possession battle. As our last caller said, from Spencer from Hermosa Beach, if they win the turnover battle, feeling pretty good about the 49ers. We're going to Bud in Rio Vista. Bud in Rio Vista, you're on Sports Zone. Bud, how are you this evening?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Oh, doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Yeah, so, I've watched the entire season, and I've seen the ups and downs. The 5-0 start was awesome. The 3 games that went, south real quick. But just going into what happened in the playoffs, for the divisional and the, what just happened last Sunday, and really what it came down to, in my opinion, was the other teams made more mistakes, and that's what the capital was. So if the Niners can play like they did earlier in the season against Dallas and some of the teams that were, supposedly better, I think they have a better shot than, I think it's going to be, I think they can take it. More than that.
Yeah.
They have all the tools. They have the drive. They're definitely hungry for what's been going on the last few years with their losses and what happened last year. So really, I think it's going to come down to who's more hungry. If the Niners can play like they have, and like what we know they can do.
Yeah. Yeah, what's your confidence level in the 49ers being able to put together 2 full halves of their best football right now? Because I have to be honest, after watching the Packers game and watching the Lions game, I don't know that I'm confident they can do it for all 4 quarters. I think you might get 3, but where do you stand right now, Bud?
Well, as long as it's the most important 3, then we're good.
Hey, that's well said. That's well said. Thank you for the call, Bud. Appreciate your thoughts here on Sports Phone KNBR. Real quick, just want to read you the update from practice reports today for both the 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs. And these are just estimations because neither team, I believe, hit the practice field today. 49ers would have estimated that George Kittle would not have practiced due to a toe injury, but that's not expected to hold him out of the Super Bowl. Oren Burks would have been limited with a shoulder. Ambry Thomas would have been limited with an ankle. They anticipate both of those guys back, and Eric Armstead and Kalia Davis were full participants in this imaginary practice. I love these injury reports that you put out for practices that don't take place. For the Kansas City Chiefs, Chris Jones, their star defensive tackle, would not have practiced with a quad injury. Isaiah Pacheco banged up with a toe and an ankle. And of course, the Chiefs lose Charles Omenihu to the ACL injury, a former 49er, really crushing loss for that defensive line. So that's something to keep in mind there. Willie Gay would have been limited. Sky Moore would have been limited. And L'Jarius Sneed, who I think it was L'Jarius Sneed who had the punch out of Zay Flowers at the goal line as the Ravens were trying to score late in that ball game against the Chiefs in the AFC title game. Sneed's a great player. He was limited today with a calf injury. But again, I think these are hypothetical practices as these teams have not yet hit the field yet. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. We're going to Sean in Benicia. Sean in Benicia, you're on Sports Zone. Sean, how are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Just with the Niners just getting off to a slow start again. I mean, if they do that again, it's eventually going to come back to bite them. But there's only one game left. But, if they could get off to a fast start and at least keep it close, I think we have a really good chance of winning.
I think that's well said. What is your concern level if this team is down 7 or down 10 at halftime? Because I think a month ago I would have said that bodes poorly for this team, but we've now seen the 49ers come back against the Packers, come back against the Lions. What's your concern or confidence level, I should say there, Sean?
Well, I'm concerned about the Chiefs. They had a pretty good defense in the AFC Championship, which I played fantasy this year, and I had them a few times during the middle of the year. They weren't too great, but they seemed to step it up. So we're really going to, like I said, I think if we keep it close or even get a lead, we'll be very well off in the second half if they do so well then.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate your call this evening. A few more calls that I want to get to before our next break. We're going to head out to Beavis and Marin. Beavis and Marin, you're on Sports Phone. How are you this evening? We just lost the connection. We'll try to make that connection one more time. We're going to go to John in Morgan Hill. John in Morgan Hill, you're on Sports Phone. John, how are you this evening? Oh, okay. That's a signal. We're getting the call from Raph that John dropped as well. So our last two calls dropped, which means the phone lines are wide open. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We're taking your 49ers calls for the next half hour here on Sports Phone KNBR. I am Kerry Crowley. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging with you just a little bit longer until 9 p.m. this evening. Taking your calls, 415-808-KNBR is the number. We got the board filling up, so pedal to the metal is going to be quick tonight. Need to acknowledge the Golden State Warriors victory over the Philadelphia 76ers on Tuesday evening at Chase Center. And here's the highlight.
Steph for three. You don't want him shooting jumpers. He's pointing at the 49ers. He's letting them know. Oh, they like that action. Trent Williams having fun. Sitting next to Eric Armstead. Steph is pointing to Debo.
Yeah, Steph Curry knows a thing or two about winning a title, and the players that he was pointing at, Trent Williams, Eric Armstead, Debo Samuel, they are hoping to join in the community of athletes who've made Bay Area sports fans so excited through the years. Great opportunity for them. We're headed out to John in Morgan Hill. John in Morgan Hill, you're on Sports Phone. John, how are you this evening?
Good. How are you? Thank you for
doing well on
call.
our end. Of course. What's on your mind tonight?
Awesome. I wanted to visit yesterday's theme where you some stories of the 49ers, and I couldn't get through. So I wanted to say that I was at the Super Bowl in 2012, and when we were on the 3-yard line or 4-yard line, and Kaepernick, the first hike, Kaepernick took the ball, and he had like this huge lane, and he was walking in, and then Harbaugh called a timeout. That wound has not healed since then, because I ran down, I was in the end zone ready to high-five him, and then to insult to injury, he doesn't hand the ball to Frank Gore with those stupid throws, the fade throws to the right side of the end zone. So for me, and unfortunately at that time, it felt like now, like we have this. We're going to win it. And I fully expected to win. And when we didn't, I'll tell you, I ran out of that stadium before the first piece of confetti hit the field. That's how long the wound has been. And I want to thank you for hosting this show, because the previous national one, I couldn't listen to. It didn't do anything for me. So when you came on, you were a breath of fresh air. And I thank you for your program.
Thank you so much, John. We really appreciate it. And hey, happy to bring back Sports Phone KNBR. This is a legendary show at KNBR, and I'm just lucky to be the little game manager for the moment. You know, whatever happens here, I'm thrilled that KNBR is committed to live and local on weeknights. Just happy to be a part of this. We're headed out to Edwin on Highway 99. Edwin on Highway 99. You're on Sports Phone. Edwin, how are you this evening?
Doing well. How about yourself, Kerry?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, I think I have a different take on the Super Bowl than what I'm hearing from most other people. And
let's hear it.
My thoughts are, I listened to, first of all, I think the 49ers are going to win. I'm not too worried about Patrick Mahomes, and I'll tell you why. I listen to the radio a lot. I've heard Greg Cosell come on, and he was talking about how the Packers' offensive line was very underrated and one of the top offensive lines in the NFC. And then he came on and said the same thing about the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest difference in the 49ers these last 2 weeks, as far as the previous rest of the season, is we haven't been getting a lot of pressure on the quarterback and the defensive line. Everybody's asking what's wrong with the defensive line, and I think they're just facing some tough what's wrong with the defensive line. I think they're facing some tough offensive lines.
Yeah.
And I watched Kansas City. I saw the Raiders pretty much be up in Mahomes' grill the entire game. So I don't know what kind of offensive line, where they rank Kansas City, but if the Raiders can get to him all game long, and I think that's been an ongoing problem for Kansas City most of the season. I think we're going to see the return of the 49ers defensive line, and I think they're going to be all up in Mahomes' grill all game. So
yeah, great prediction there, Edwin. Thank you for the call, and I think you're onto something. I do think that of the three offensive lines that the 49ers will face in the postseason, Kansas City's is the weakest. I think they're weaker than Green Bay. I think they're certainly weaker than a Detroit Lions offensive line that I thought was outstanding. The way that the Lions moved the ball in the run game was so impressive, with the way that their guards get out in space, everything that they do on offense from coordinator Ben Johnson's perspective. It's just really, really good. And I agree with Edwin. The 49ers defensive line absolutely has to step it up in the Super Bowl. What they did against Green Bay, what they did against Detroit isn't going to get the job done against Kansas City. but I do think that in the playoffs, you face some really good teams, you face some premium talent. The 49ers have an opportunity to maybe take advantage of a Kansas City line that I perceive as weaker as well. So thank you for the call, Edwin. We're headed out to Connor in Dublin. Connor in Dublin, you're on Sports Zone. Connor, how are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind?
A lot. There's so much on my mind, more than I could speak. It would probably take up most of the radio show.
I love it.
But,
I love it. Where do you want to
short.
start? Let me put it that way.
Oh, I don't know. Way back in the day. No, I'm just kidding. Right here, right now. Your 2024 season in the Super Bowl and where the 49ers have gotten to, whether it's by the mere luck of a ladybug or the big man upstairs looking down on the 49ers and saying, this season's your season. And I think it is, but under no circumstances should we be underestimating the Kansas City Chiefs, and I don't think anybody really is.
Yeah.
The 49ers are a 3-point favorite, or 1 point. I'm hearing 1, 2 point, 3 point favorite.
The line moved. The line started at like 2.5. It moved down to 1. It's going to keep moving, I think.
Ooh, yikes. Yeah. I don't know, but for some reason I'm seeing us as the underdog in this matchup. I don't know why. I know Kansas City's number 3 in the AFC, I believe, 3 seed. So it's interesting. But,
let me put that in perspective for you. You're going up against one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the game, Patrick Mahomes, and a team that beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl in recent memory. And yes, the rosters are different, but I can understand why you feel like the 49ers are an underdog. I don't think that's a crazy thought to have there, Connor.
Well, yeah. And I think the 49ers got badly lost to the Chiefs in the last Super Bowl they faced off with. So I'm a little I'm kind of walking on eggshells here with this upcoming game. And did you hear how far away they put the teams away from the Strip?
Yeah,
45 miles.
Yeah, I saw something like 25, 45 miles. You know
45 miles.
It's fine. It's totally
and
fine.
I think that's a good thing. They should do that. You don't want your players distracted. You don't want them partying. You don't want them gambling, and because these guys, they got deep pockets, got a lot of money. They got a lot of money.
Yeah, I trust that they've got their lives in order. Connor, thank you for the call. I have no doubt that this is a business trip. And look, if they win, maybe they'll get to stay in Vegas that night. I don't know. But the whole Vegas thing doesn't worry me. It doesn't worry me for a regular season game. Certainly doesn't worry me when you get to a Super Bowl. I just think that that's a storyline that no one really needs to address. We're headed out to Jeremy in Sacramento. Jeremy in Sacramento, you're on Sports Zone. Jeremy, how are you this evening?
Not bad. How are you?
Doing well on our end. What's on your mind tonight?
So I kind of want to piggyback on what a couple other people said. I think the Niners, as long as they can tackle, they tackled the second half of that game. That's why we were able to stay in it. That first half of that game, I was screaming at my TV saying, tackle, 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 because they were not doing it. I almost turned my TV off at the first half.
Yeah.
The offense I'm not really worried about. We have so many weapons. Deebo, he can run, he can catch, he can throw. He can give McCaffrey, he can run, he can receive, he can throw. Kittle, Iyuk, Juszczyk. We have so many weapons on offense. As long as Purdy, there's going to probably be obviously a tip ball or something like that. That seems to be when he gets the interceptions, is when the balls get tipped. But other than that, he's almost perfect every other time. He's gotten the game where he missed one throw, and how many games has he got a perfect QB rating or close to it?
He's had several. So we have kind of a bad connection there. So we got to disconnect for just a moment. Thank you for the call. I wanted to keep that point going, but I'll just expand on that with Brock Purdy. There've been a lot of games this season where his passer rating's been high, his efficiency's been great, and I do wonder though if the Kansas City Chiefs defense presents maybe the biggest test that the 49ers have faced from a defensive perspective, other than maybe the Ravens or the Browns. They're accustomed to seeing defenses in the AFC, they're better than the teams they play regularly in the NFC. And I think that's true this year. You look at the final field in the AFC, and I thought that the last 4 teams in the postseason, who were they? The Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Texans. I thought that all of those teams had defenses that, you look at what's going on in the NFC and the teams the 49ers have played against, Cowboys, Eagles, Packers, Lions. I think the 49ers have faced their toughest challenges this year against AFC teams, and I think that will ring true against this Chiefs team. And so while Brock Purdy has been great, I think that this may be his toughest test yet, particularly because Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs, blitzes more than any defensive coordinator in the NFL. But Brock Purdy has been better against the blitz than just about every quarterback in the NFL. So some inside the game stuff there. We're going to head to Beavis in Marin. Beavis in Marin, you're on Sports Zone. Beavis, how are you this evening?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay? I'm driving over the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's raining like cats and dogs out here.
Yes, it is. We can hear you loud and clear. Stay safe for us while you make this point. What's going on tonight?
Yeah, easy. Hey, so I'm trying to think about the difference between last year and this year in Kyle Shanahan, and I seem to be frustrated with a lot of calls that he made last year, and I'm thinking back to all the games I watched this year. I don't remember feeling that way. Okay. I don't remember feeling like I was frustrated in some of the calls, that he was making in critical points in the game. So I want to give a little props to the ingenious play calling of our head coach this year. And yeah, okay, we got a couple lucky bounces in the second half of the game against the Lions, but he still had to call a pretty solid game to bring that one out the back end. And we know, one of the things we know in a week and a half from now is that Mahomes is going to make some amazing plays.
Absolutely.
So that's gonna happen. So what we can do, and yeah, we have amazing players, but we're not going to make those counteractive amazing plays, right? So Kyle's got an incredible plan dialed in for the game. We got to rely on that, and I think that'll bring us out on top, and I think that's going to be the differentiator when you look back on the last 3 or 4 years with Kyle, right?
Yeah, I think so. Beavis, thank you for the call. Appreciate your thoughts, and good stuff, because I do agree that Kyle Shanahan has evolved as a head coach, and I think you see this reflected in the way that the 49ers were able to come back against the Packers, come back against the Lions. There's no panic in this team, and not to say that there has been in the past, not to be critical of the way that Kyle called plays in the 2019 Super Bowl. I think he's evolved as a head coach, but he's also evolved in part because there's more trust this year than ever before since Shanahan took over as the head coach of the 49ers with the play caller in Shanahan and the quarterback in Brock Purdy, because you just have this built-in level of belief that this guy under center is going to get the job done. And if the play that you call doesn't work out, he'll be able to improvise. And you have the ability to call plays that, maybe you have more faith in Brock executing than you did in Jimmy Garoppolo, or, dating back to 2017, Brian Hoyer, Nick Mullins, CJ Beathard. I just think that the way that the 49ers operate under Kyle and Brock is slightly different and slightly more evolved than the way they operated under Kyle and Jimmy Garoppolo. So I like that point. We're headed to Tom in Martinez. Tom in Martinez, you're on Sports Zone. Tom, how are you this evening?
I'm doing really good, man. I really enjoy listening to your show. I really like
thank you so much.
The way you interact and listen to the people and bring out really good conversation.
I appreciate that. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, a couple of things, 2 parts to it. One, I listen to Papa and the boys during the daytime in the car when I'm running around town. And, they're talking about what should we name this catch, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to go down in 49er history. And I didn't like that ladybug thing at first. It wasn't macho enough,
Yeah, I get that.
Game, and, it's a bash 'em, smash 'em sport. But then the more I thought, I tried that one about the B.A. Ricochet. I like that, but I just didn't stick in my head. Later, I tried to remember. What was it? I couldn't remember it. And then when I thought about it, I thought, you know what? That ladybug is B.A.'s story. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it's his catch. And the catch the name should be his story. I think that would be appropriate,
Yeah. I like that. I like that call.
Yeah, that catch is what's going to get us there. You know what I mean? And who knows what else he's going to come up with, but he's certainly a talented dude. And I just kind of like that story, that kind of, soft spot of a dude that's a tough, hard-hitting football player.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Tom, real quick for you, I don't want to envision a scenario where the 49ers lose, but if they do, are people still naming this catch? If the 49ers don't win a Super Bowl this year, is this still talked about in 49ers lore the way that we think it might be if they win a Super Bowl?
You know what? Getting us to winning the championship, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
If it was one of the lead-up games, I don't know. But I think because it was a championship game, it'll be around quite a while.
There you go. Thank you for the call, Tom. Appreciate your thoughts this evening. Really, really kind of you to call in. We're headed down to Frankie J in Southern California. Frankie J in Southern California, you're on Sports Phone. How are you this evening?
Oh, man, I'm doing good, and you?
Oh, doing well. What's on your mind tonight?
Oh, man, first thing, I just want to say Brock Purdy reminds me so much of Drew Brees. The way he moves around the pocket, makes plays. This guy, he's an incredible quarterback. And for the first time that I heard somebody say that Brock Purdy is a championship quarterback, and when he wins the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes, he's going to be one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And not only that, Brock Purdy played way better than Patrick Mahomes during the season. And so I could see Brock Purdy winning this championship because we got a great offense, we got a great defense, and we're going to give a lot of pressure to Patrick Mahomes. And that run, the game against the Lions, we played really horrible against the run.
Yeah.
And hopefully they can fix that. Because if they do fix that, Patrick Mahomes will have to use his arm. And then I think, the Niners, if they can stop the run, I think the Niners will win this football game.
Well said, Frankie J. Thank you for the call. Appreciate your time this evening. Interesting stuff. You're ready to anoint Brock Purdy as an all-time great. I don't think I'd quite be there if he wins this Super Bowl. I think that, look, he's 24 years old, second NFL season. What he's done for the 49ers has been absolutely sensational, far beyond what anyone expected. But an all-time great, I don't know if I'd be ready to go there with just one title yet. I think you want to see it over the course of 5, 6, 7 seasons. You'd want to see it over a decade. But certainly would put him in a place in 49ers franchise history that only 2 quarterbacks have earned a right to call themselves, and that is a Super Bowl champion quarterback, Joe Montana and Steve Young. And that would be quite cool, quite a story for young Brock Purdy. 24 years old and sitting on top of the world, and he's just, 10, 11 days from having the opportunity to do that. Yeah, the lead up to this game is going to be incredibly fun, and we're going to continue it every night here on Sports Zone KNBR throughout the week. We blew past our last commercial break, which means I'm about to start wrapping up this show right now. The callers were outstanding tonight. The question this evening, why are you convinced that the 49ers can bring home their 6th Lombardi trophy? Why can they end this 29-year drought? And folks, you delivered. It's been a privilege to sit behind the microphone the last few nights here on Sports Phone KNBR. I'll be back tomorrow evening. On Friday night, you'll have a split show. We'll do Sports Phone for the first hour and a half after 6 o'clock, and then John Dickinson will take over with Dubs OT after the Warriors go on the road to play the Memphis Grizzlies. So we got a jam-packed week of 49er stuff here on Leader. And before I sign off this evening, I want to thank Cole LaPelt, who was running the board and producing this show for the first hour. I want to thank Raph Corral, who just did a sensational job throughout the day preparing us for this show. And of course, this show would be nothing without you, the callers, who make it so much fun to sit in this chair every night and talk ball with you. I'm Kerry Crowley. It's been a pleasure. I'll be back tomorrow night. This show, Sports on KNBR, wrapping up for the evening. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
And we call him Baby Bosa from the waist down. Purdy is sturdy.
These guys are grinders. They're fighters. They're not gonna let give up. That's the difference between 2019. They got guys that won't go down.
This is the time, man. I think we may not be peaking, as they say right now, but we've learned a lot. And I think go Purdy, man. I think he's got not just the legs, but, man, he's got the desire.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe.
KNBR, the sports leader.